Yes, yes, yes. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, the thing a jump, it a jump, it a jump, it a jump. All right. Grand risings, grand risings, family. Hope all is well as ever. You don't know Nine Ether's in the building. Happy Sunday, happy Sunday, happy Sunday. Hope everyone is cool. Coat the barber, I see in the building. Big up to you and your family always. Birmingham Connect. Come on. Yes, family. Right, let me just get used to my button them. All right. Yeah. Yes, family. Happy Sunday, boy. Little sun a peak. Just drink my little teas. I'm so alright, let me come and see what I going on the YouTube. But yeah, bluntly, bad things are going still. Bad things are going still, so I thought, fuck it now. Let me come and put in my 2 pence. Jeez! Yo, BBB, good to see you. Oh, Heathen, you know we're in pain, bro. Yeah, man, pass through, that's fine, Heathen. Yeah, I need to share the pain, man. God damn it, man. What the fuck's going on, man? Them. Ari in the building. Come on, sis, we're gone. Yo, even what's going on with my team, bro? Yo, listen to me, yeah. Seriously to God. Jay, even Wagwan, man. Yo, I ain't want to get into it, but Liverpool are definitely pissing me off. 100%. But I tell you the truth, I made a decision a little while ago to say, you know what, yeah, they're not going to mash up my weekends again. You know what I'm saying to you? Because you will there fuck up your weekend. Them man, they are still getting paid, win, lose, or draw. You understand me? Win, lose, or draw, them man, they are getting paid. So I had to come to a reasoning from a long time ago to say, you know what, Lions? Love it, man. Love it, man. Imagine a man's getting 350K a week. Yeah? A week, Nah, man. Nah, man. They'll give you high blood pressure, and I'm not doing it, man. Yo, if I tell you some football stories, family, you wouldn't even believe it's the same 9 either, Trust me. I calm now, I calm. My daddy said, boy, you calm now. Yay! Yo, listen to me, man. It used to be peak. I'm not gonna lie. Peak for everyone around me if my team did not win. But yeah, you can't. It's a matter though. Can't say bam. Them man, they're still getting paid. You know what I mean? When I'm not there talking to my man and my this and that, them man, they still get paid. So fuck that, man. But yeah, family boy. So yeah, the building. So let me just do my little housekeeping, you know what I mean? First and foremost, as ever, let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. You know what I mean? Let's give thanks and praise that we've all awoken today to see another day because no one knows the minute, the hour, or the second. You understand? And we know that to be a fact right now. I'm sure we can all testify to one person or another dropping out in these few years. So, you know what I mean? It's real out here in terms of some may say it's a conspiracy theory, you know what I mean? But it's real out here in that boy. They want some negative numbers up in this bitch. You understand? So I know some people would say, oh, it's conspiracy, but boy, I've been living long enough now to know say it ain't no conspiracy, brethren. It got so. But anyway, before I even start, you know what I mean? As ever again, anyone that celebrated a birthday, anniversary, christening, wedding anniversary. I know my man Ultra just celebrated all 8-9 years in the marriage thing, so big up to him and his family. You know what I mean? I know there's other mans out here doing bits, so big up to yourselves. You know what I mean? Always have to big up the man them that are actually on job. You understand? Because sometimes they don't get the big up, so big up the man them that are on job, doing what they're supposed to do as men, and not succumbing to this whole incel blood culture. Boys, in another 10, 15 years, I don't know what men are going to be appearing like if we were to follow the current trajectory of some. But again, that's a different story. But all right, you know how we do? Jeez, come on. Let's bring it in, man. You know you're talking to, family. You know you're listening to.
All right. Today we're going to learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
You donkey.
I'm calling segments on this one.
You done it again.
Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
You don't know, BBB, man. Come on.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You a burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators. The all in the all. I said we are the creators. The all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that's serotonin. Calm my nerve, you know I'm on it. By the way, Rob produced me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown,
Kinky.
my skin, melanin.
Melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown,
Yes,
my
family.
skin,
Alvin
melanin. I'll say
Capone.
it again. My skin is melanin.
Wait.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get
Come
it
on.
in.
Yes, family, yeah, man. You know, so we wake up in this bitch. 90 baby. Jeez. Yeah. So we wake up in this bitch. But yeah, man, 90 for flow, man. Big up, Nana. You know what I mean? She turned me onto it still, but yeah. 9, that's right, Ari. 9's all the ways. I'm telling you. You don't even know. It's like an energy charger. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, family, man, welcome, man. Nice to be back on the air again. You get me? And it's always nice to have people I reach out for asking which part I'm there. You know what I mean? That's nice as well. But I'm not even gonna make no promises, man. But you see, life is a serious thing, man. And you know what I mean? Sometimes you protect life serious, you know? And sometimes that means you got to be in the real world doing real shit. But yeah, man, but all well gone, it's all good still, man. I hope you lot are all well under, you know what I mean, under these pressures that they're putting us under out here. As I sit here in front of my heater with that shit on, coming no for cool for no blood clot, boy, you get it? So yeah. I know there's people saying food or heat and all that. Fuck all that, man. Like, whew. But anyway, park that to the side. Well, good. What's going on, family? What's going on? What am I missing? What may I miss? Of course, there's a one or two things to talk about still, man. Tower, but yeah, things are good. So where do I start? So let me start. Have you not heard of something called excess deaths? Anyone in the audience heard of something called excess deaths? I don't even know if it's something we're allowed to talk about, so we might have to code up the thing. But yeah, there's certain news, not necessarily on the mainstream, as we know, but there's certain things about something called excess deaths, which some people are basically attributing this to our college certificate. Do you understand? I don't know. So you got to be very careful because you know these people still want you to talk about certain things a certain way. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely at least say about what excess deaths are, and that's basically as it sort of says, whereby there's more people dying at the moment than would normally be expected. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And this is happening across different age ranges where you would not be expecting such things. For example, young people having heart attacks. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that we've all heard certain news about athletes and this and that and this and that and this and that. So there are some kind of theories that say that this is as a result of our college certificate. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So, yeah, man. And again, obviously it's not on the MSM, but, within the socials, this and that, people are talking about it. People are giving their own sort of testimonies for themselves and their families and this and that. And I'm not going to lie, man, there's some real distressing stories out there that obviously aren't making it to light, in the comments, etc., and people are talking about how they, as individuals, have become became pariahs in their family because they refuse to go uni and get their certificate and that, you know what I mean? Whereas all the rest of their family went to uni and got their certificate, got their GCSEs, they got their HND, HNC, some are waiting to get their PhD, there was like, hey, them not stop. But the reason why I've actually mentioned that as well, and I'm not that skilled to be able to bring it up, but there was basically a job description that went out in England here. Yeah. Have I got the skills to bring it up? I don't think I have. Let me see. Have I got the skills? All right, bear with me 1 second, family. 1 second. Slides, video file. Is it a video file? Hold on. You see what I'm saying, Code? Some are still in the queue to blows now. Man, I tell you, they want that PhD, man. They want them letters after their name. I don't think I'm going to be able to bring it up, but let me not waste time. But what I can do is just try and read it, right? So this is basically a job description that went out up in England here. Yeah, it's been taken down now, by the way. But Big up yourself, Stu. Come on, man. It says the Vaccines and Countermeasure Response Department is part of the National Infection Service Directorate. It is concerned with the procurement and supply of vaccines for the immunization program and the national stockpiles, vaccine agreements, and storage and distribution requirements for pandemic flu preparedness and emergency response planning. I've got to take a sip of tea after that. Sorry. This includes the budget management and financial accounting in relation to these arrangements. The vaccine operation team deals with the aspects of the procurement and distribution of vaccines, immunoglobulins, antivenoms, and antitoxins for the National Immunization Programme and for urgent use within NHS across the 4 nations of the UK. Yeah, the 4 nations of the UK. The role of the vaccine supply operations lead, so that's the actual job, vaccine supply operation lead, is a new post to support the operations, providing accurate and timely reports for a range of stakeholders. Now, this is the bit that, you understand what I'm saying to you? That's like, oh, and then this bit's highlighted. Stakeholders during what is expected to be the UK's largest vaccination program, which will be delivered at pace and will be a key ministerial priority. The role will be directly responsible for the daily operational management of all COVID. Right? Well, yeah, I hear that. Be still. I mean, obviously, in my commentary, I'm gonna think it would be, but this was actually what was in the actual job advert. So yeah, the bit that I want to highlight is where it says, and this is obviously this year, during what is expected to be the UK's largest vaccination program. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I don't know about you lot, but I thought that we were sort of and let me also finish that bit. During what is expected to be the UK's largest blah blah program, which will be delivered at pace and will be a key ministerial priority. The role will be directly responsible for the daily operational management of all C-related products, ensuring their timely distribution across the UK, Crown dependencies, and overseas territories. Yeah? So, all right then. And again, I highlight the bit where it says, during what is expected to be the UK's largest vaccination program. You understand? Which will be delivered at pace. Now, I don't know what that means. You understand? Delivered at pace, largest. I thought we had sort of gone through that already. However, you know, when I couple that with, I don't know if you lot remember a little while back again on our show when there was another advert that I think I even was able to technically show that one, whereby they were tendering out for it was basically tendering for accommodating dead bodies. Yeah, I don't know if you don't remember that. Yeah, there was tenders that were going out to basically accommodate dead bodies. And again, we read it out. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And when you couple it with this type of talker now and all the other little bits and bobs that we know, you're like, me blow Cleat. What am I say? Okay? And again, when we you know, add to this such things as this excess death thing, yeah, I'm telling you, like, listen, 2023, it's going to be a bit sticky. It could get sticky, man. So, I know, man. I know what you lot think of that, man. You know? But me, there's no smoke without fire. There is no smoke without fire. You've also got other theories and persons talking about not being able to even embalm. You understand what I'm saying to you? Those that have passed over properly because of blockages and this and that. Yo, oh boy, I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you. But one thing I can definitely say, man, is that the farm animal sheep, yeah, man, it's a serious thing, man. Because you have people that see and hear certain things and will still like Cody said, some people are still a little cute. You know? Even knowing that it doesn't prevent A, B, and C. You know what I mean? Then we've got the whole dear. I don't even I think I'm telling you, boy. I'm just saying, family, just be careful. Just keep read up and prayed up. And yeah, man, let's just try and keep as healthy as we can, just naturally, man. But something is alright. I'm not doing a lie. And the amount of money that has been made. You know how much people have become richer over COVID? Do you know how much of them rich people just got richer? Nah, man. How can the world shut down and you getting richer? Yo. Anyway, let me not even. But yeah, family boy, I tell you, there's a whistleblower. He's an undertaker from Milton Keynes. He's been talking up certain things, boy. Now, whether you believe him or not, but they're all showing you. They're saying, yeah. I watched a thing where he said that they're taking out things out of people's bodies, yeah. When obviously this is when they're past, yeah. Where whatever the fuck is going on, right? It is mimicking the organ in which they're in. Hey, if I knew, I wouldn't even, because, and you know, YouTube apparently is just moving so mad right now to be able to show you, man. But yeah, I'm just saying, family, it's a bit messy, man. I'm just saying to be careful. Big up yourself, so come on. BQ in the building. But yeah, I tell you, boy. And the thing is that the MS, they're not talking. And for me, that's the more telling thing. That they're not chatting. Yeah? You're not chatting. And that makes it more peak for me. You know what I mean? Because the information is out there. You know what I mean? But yeah, boy. So yeah, 2023 we're there. Like we see where I'm going. And like I said, let's give thanks and praise for those of us, you understand me, that have made it, man. But you know, remember, this is the time of Aquarius, family. So everything have to get revealed. The must get revealed. All fraudsters and red must get exposed. Do you understand me? So yeah, man. But it's just that, you know, as they say, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear. Do you understand? So as we are talking about them kind of sitting there now, fraudsters and all them something there. Apparently, people are waiting for some type of podcast for go on today, me a year. You understand me? I'm even one youth called, what the boy name? I don't even know what the boy name to Blood Clot. What the boy name? Suspect. Cause there's no blood cleat Rass on that they peck there. So that's the first thing. You understand? Yeah? Bumble clot. What the fuck is this, fam? Family, talk to me. What the fuck is this? Huh? I want this. I want it like that. I want this, family. Talk to me. Huh? The fuck is this? Huh? What's this? What's this? And this. And this. And the boy. Oh, good. Oh, what a blood clot. So, yeah. Me yes and no suspect. Go join up with this guy. This fucking guy, family. Nah. This is when you know, sir, that the chase is real, the clout is real, everything is fucking real. Do you understand me? Wow. But yo, with this in 2023, I don't see this guy blooded up or nothing. This guy looks calm. He don't seem distressed. In his, what's his, Stone Island, no socks, no fear. After all of these years that we've had to put up with this bullshit, now you sit down with man and man's calm. Man's comfy. Man depend him phone. He's not even looking left or right to know, say, boy, at any minute I can get fucked up. Huh? This is what I say, you know, family, yeah? This is what I'm saying, right? You dance a yard before you dance abroad. You understand me? I.e., be your own leader and lead your yard, because you might get left. You understand? And start follow people that make no sense. I.e., this guy, because I know he don't make no fucking sense right now. And this guy, him not make a blood clot piece of sense neither. But why are you talking? What's the relationship? How have we come to this? I need someone to help me understand how and why this is happening. Via this guy here, no less. What is going on, family? What is going on? All right. I don't know if anybody want come ask no question or something. I'm gonna put the thing in the thing, but I'm gonna tell you. Yeah. Everything that went before is done. Nothing that makes sense again. Alright. Let me. I'm sure everyone's watched it. I'm not even gonna lie, I've not even watched all of it. I've heard clippings and that, but you know when something just don't make no sense. What a blood clot, may I tell you. Sponsored by, what's this? London Pop something UK. All right, let's have a listen, man.
To erase that follow your party. Remember, you're a bastard. Like, that also has to. Like, that's what you also have to remember. Like, people follow you, innit? You get what I'm trying to say? And so, whatever you feel, you have to understand that the people following your madness.
Do you understand?
So that's why I'm trying to get you, make you know. Do you know what I mean?
5 minutes, 20. Let me show you what I say, yeah? Because, again, if you follow what I say, follow the headline, let's see. This is at the height. Let me just this. I hate this.
Your man that's driven for
family. How come Tommy don't look pressed? He don't look distressed. He don't look anguished. He don't look like blood clean. I'm in the. He's supposed to look like he's in the blood clot dunya. Yo. Hey. Yo. That's why. You see, that's why I always tell in the family. Malt met for talk. You get it? Malt met for talk. What does that mean? Anyone can say any old shit. You understand me? But when it comes to it now, what's going to be happening? Because what I'm saying to you, know, family, with the kind of vibrations that I've heard suspect go on with over the years, you understand me, about Daboya? You understand me? I'm expecting this to be peak. Everyone just looks, like, bring the teas and that. You think I could be him after all the history that we've had? And me, even as a woman, if I'm in that room, trust me, Tommy's going to be feeling edgy. Yo, family, yo, me, I tell you, you know, yo, listen. When they say the world is a stage, yeah, don't fucking get it twisted, yeah. But anyway, I'm just saying that everyone just look relaxed. All the boy just relaxed, fatigued out, but relaxed. Nah, already I'm upset. Relaxed. All right.
Google to
Imagine to get certain things up, you have to do that. Is it because of what you're asking about?
Nah, because I've got VPN.
Well, break it down to us for a little bit.
There you go. Come on. Brown and Prejudice. So 25 minutes. 20. Wow. This is at the height of the English Defence League. Listen to what I say. Did you know that every single English Defence League demonstration, a non-white person spoke? Every single one of them. You won't know that because all the media would have showed you was a couple of skinhead men with a can of beer in their hand.
suck their mother.
I mean, come on. It's called Tobs.
So, family, Tommy just made a comment there. I want to ask you lot. Like, he said something like, he's basically trying to say that the media was trying to portray the EDL to be a certain way, and I think he mentioned skinheads and cans of beer and that. So I want to know, do you not think there's any validity in that statement? In terms of, I'm saying, in terms of the media, regardless of what their politics was, this, that, and the other. I mean, in terms of the media making them look, you know, maybe worse than what they were, which is, I guess, is what Tommy is trying to say. What do you not think to that? Because obviously it can happen on our side too, yeah. Because obviously they called Forever Family some kind of military, where this, where that, where we know it was nothing of the sort. But obviously they want to do that for sensationalism, this, that, and the other. And obviously to ram the point home, right? And to make the readers feel more distressed, this, that, and the other. So I'm just trying to not even be balanced, but ask, did the same thing, maybe happy with them. Get me? But anyway, I could go on. And obviously I could go on talk and think, but because I don't even know how to play.
Because I love that.
It's true though. No, but you know what I don't get? I don't get as well. See, like when England's playing and all that, and you live in the country and you support the team that's playing England. I don't get it. You know, I just think fucking.
Everyone in jail supports our team. Isn't it? I was listening in jail. The whole team. Hold on.
Okay, won't keep.
Just get urban. Mine's just £5.
You might get me rusty.
Have you got your phone? Let me send you.
You might get rusty. Phone, but you might get.
How do I get on the? What's the Wi-Fi code, bro? Got 11 guests, yeah?
Tommy's gonna
Clear.
get
If any of you black people watching this decided to mobilize and organize and put on uniforms to solve issues in the community, you would have been attacked by Tommy Robinson, Katie Hopkins.
So I'm just going to quickly pause it there, family, yeah? What's this guy doing, family? This guy... I mean, oh, for fuck's sake, man. I must be getting old. But, I mean, do you have to, bro? I mean, you know, I know it's podcast and it's not as formal and this and that, but, bro, do you have to? So whilst he's doing that now, my man comes in with now. Let me hear what my man comes in with now.
The friend.
other
religious organizations together and attack. One thing black people need to know are not going to last because we're either going to start fighting each other or we're going to forget what mission we're on. So we just got to make sure they're not.
I'll just show you this. Yeah? So when you say what would I do, yeah?
The EDL is riven with internal factions and Tommy has to constantly reassert his authority. A group of dissenters from the northeast have links with the racist neo-Nazi National Front.
Spray is proper putting something together. Like, you can't even take this serious.
Fucking grass. You fucking informed.
Oh boy.
Hey, that our clip.
Listen.
That our clip.
Listen.
But first, he introduces an Asian member.
You introduce the Asian member, you got a snake with you, yeah?
Supporters near the stage start to barricade the dissenters.
These are the national.
I ain't game.
It's not against.
Yeah.
So I just hear a man call a man a token this and a token that. You get me? And obviously we've all been here when other persons have been called token this and token that. But my thing is, the same person that you were calling token for whatever reasons, you're now in the same situation. Yo, Bridget. Nah, Bridget. You know the amount of heat and technology that I took, yeah, for backing, just for saying, yo, let Sarah do what the fuck he wants to do, man. You understand what I'm saying to you? Just do what you need to do. All for X amount of years later, you and this man are sitting down in the same spot. So what does that tell me? What does that tell 9E4? And anyway, while we're at this, we need some name changes up in this bitch. You understand me? You have to take the RAS off straight. You understand me? I don't know why you're not even showing your waves or your S-curl or whatever the fuck's going on under there. But, you know what I mean? Like, you're not a Rasta no more. Yeah? Okay? Which is fine. No problem. You're a Muslim now. No problem at all. But you have to change your name, brethren. Yeah, that's a contradiction. That's a trade description. I know. And you, Sarah Garvey, you definitely have to take the Garvey off of your name and you just have to become Sarah straight. You understand me? Because and I'm going to come on to you too, but no Garveyite, you get me, can be doing what you're doing, bro, and sitting with who you're sitting with and chatting the kind of shit that you're chatting with. You understand me? Right? So we need some name changes out here. Yeah? Some name changes, but there's no Garvey in set. No way, Sarah. No, Sarah, sorry. No way. And sus, you have to take off the peck, man. You have to take it off, bruv. You're no longer a Rass. Yeah? You gave that up. No problem. I believe you said your new name is Esau or something, or Ezra. Cool. But you're, nah, man. Them thing that have to stop, man. It's fraudulent, bro. It's fraudulent. And yeah, and when you're talking certain things, who are you representing? Anyway, but yeah. 2 name changes, me I say. You understand me? Can't work, brethren. The fuck? You take us for dickheads out here. Nah. Anyway, sing play.
But this is us fighting the national. This is us to save the head.
No, but they got. It's true though. Am I
racist, but probably a lot of ideologies that are very self-hating toward their own cultures and people. That's why you put them to the forefront.
Why do they?
Yeah.
So
can we get to some form? No, but you know we're trying to like close.
So
I'm trying to get to a conclusion.
A black person or a Sikh person ain't allowed to love their country and be a patriot.
I know, but I'm trying to get to some form of. Yeah, I'm trying to get to some form of middle ground or.
That smells nice.
It costs enough to smell nice, but
I mean, I wonder at this point, family. Just to be a cunt, yeah, just to be a fucking cunt. But I wonder what this Tommy guy's thinking at this point, where you got a man beside him a bill up. You got man beside him a bill up, not even pre-rolled, You understand me? Yeah. And I'm not against the food. You understand? Then you got my girl saying, "Oh, that smells nice." Oh, flaming Nora. Oh my God, man. Oh dear. There's actually comedic value in this to blows, but you understand. I mean, I don't even know what they're fucking supposed to be talking about, but this, yeah. Happy Sunday to blow. Aren't you entertained? Fuck
I'm a total.
What about
no, but I don't know. I might if he
because remember, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to hide underneath what he's doing. He's not all of those. You can't really say that he represents what everybody.
You're telling me you don't want me to tarnish the whole of the Muslim community. You're tarnishing the whole of the English Defence League. You're doing exactly what you don't want to happen. You're saying every one of them are racist, every one of them are this. I'm saying no, most Muslims are all right. You're just blanketing. You're doing exactly what you accuse me of.
What I'm saying about the English Defence League is they are a political structure.
The English Defence League hasn't been around since 2015. It's gone, yeah? I closed it down.
I came
Oh,
up with my
EDO ain't there no more.
about the BNP and the EDL doing nigger bashing. That's what I came up with. I came up with elders specifically telling me.
Sorry, family, but I swear to God, man, my thing is truth and rights, man. Like, and I love my people there, man. But what the dicky, bro? Like, is this supposed to be a serious thing? What? Yo. My man saying, I would have joined the EDL. Tommy saying he closed down the EDL. He's nigger bashing. Let me, oh dear. This is, oh dear. And there's more of this. Yo, family, can I quickly make a cup of tea? I beg you. I've got to make a cup of tea. I'm sorry. I've got to make a cup of tea and a piece of bun. Because all of a sudden I'm getting hungry and thirsty. I don't understand why. I'm going to make the thing play a bit whilst I make one cup of tea, Benjamin. And not telling a lie. The fuck? Everyone just looks real. Listen to me. The relaxation. No. Yo, I'm telling you, family, if I'm there, in fact, if I'm in there, both of them are feeling power. Both him and Rass are feeling power because I got smoke for both of them. But yo, hey. But I'm going to, yeah. All right, pay no attention. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think I need one. I'm not even going to lie, man. I'm not going to lie, Carl. Yo, the fudge. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, big up everyone in the building still, man. Seriously. Gosh. Yeah, big up everyone, man. Okay, I know it's been a long time. You know me, housekeeping. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe, do all that good stuff. Come on. Apparently it helps this and that. I think you got to be a bit more frequent and persistent for it to help. But I said anyway. But yeah, all right. Let me go on pay the thing. But yeah, I'm definitely putting on a cup of fuck that. All on there.
About EDL
your elders like
and Tommy
elders like
so you think the EDL going to be a black people?
You know what
But do you think that there is racist people that follow the EDL? Because of course there are. But
I went through it with the people you sent down the other day. Just the other day, I went through it. I went through what they went through. I went down to Trafalgar, and people that support you came to hurt innocent men, women, and children.
People that support him, or did he send them? Those are two different.
Oh, family, just family, man. Family. Oh God, man. This guy is still relentlessly doing his thing. Remember, you know, them I talk about the Battle of Trafalgar, you know. Yo, my girl ain't uncrossed her legs yet, so she ain't heard nothing uncomfortable for make she uncross fishy legs. You get me? This is what I'm trying to say. If I'm in their family, I'm in a pouncing position. I don't get it. I don't even get it. It's for the sort of energies that's in this room, it's just a bit weird. It's all just very relaxed and do you know what I mean? You might as well play some elevator music in the back and do you know what I mean? It's just I don't know. They're supposed to be opposing energies in here, yeah? Even if you don't want to take it on a black thing, because apparently my man is not racist towards black people and all this shit, all right, cool. But from an Islamic vibrations, they're supposed to be energy. This ain't, in fact, ain't Tommy clapped down black man in Spain and done all sorts of, like, anyway, maybe it's because this is not the full ting. But you know, they say a picture paints 1,000 words and this and that. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just saying, I'd have expected a bit more of him. I've got to be real. I'd have expected a little bit more of him. But all right, we go again, man. So he's now speaking about the Battle of Trafalgar. Let me hear what he's, because that was another shit show. But all right, let me hear what's been said about it, because I remember he attacked a black refugee in Italy. It's not that me, I say, man. And I'm sure this guy done countless streams about the injustices that this man has done to whomever and whatever. You understand? Both black and Muslim. Before he was a Muslim, it was about the black folks and the Muslims. Then he became, you get me? But what I'm saying is, I can't feel the vim. I'm supposed to be able to be looking at my screen and feel that, like, I'm naive in it. I'm about energy, and I'm telling you, family, he's probably waiting to do a quick line because he's like, well, fuck it. If he can be like, yay! If he can build up, I can do a quick line. You get me? Yo, see my girl here.
Walk one lines. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Bob. I can hear you,
cool.
Bob.
It wasn't working yesterday. All right, cool. Give me 2 secs though. I'm here.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to put the kettle on, sis, but I can't stop.
That's exactly what I want to do. You know the noise it's gonna make. I'm right by it.
Yo. Listen, so right now Tommy just wants to do a quick, you know what I mean? If I see his hand go near his nose, you know them ones, because you know they can quickly dip it and put it in your fingernail. So me I watch, man, because at this point I poppy short this. All right.
Let's play again. Let me just get a bit of understanding, yeah? Because you know me, I just follow bits and pieces here and there. What is the point of, like, genuinely, what is the actual point of this meetup? What was the arrangement? What is it meant to be talking about?
So, I don't know, babe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. That's why you need me, I question it myself.
Yeah. Now, I thought maybe,
understand.
I don't know, something that had gone on and then they decided to meet up, or do you get me? I'm just trying to see if there's a backstory.
I don't even know how they're meeting up on Spray's team. I don't know how Tommy Robinson is on Young Spray's team. Like, this is not me.
I wouldn't be surprised if they was to say something like, you know, it'd be good if we could have something like him, and Rass was the one that said, yeah, I could get him on the show. I wouldn't even put it past him.
But Spray don't even know who Tommy Robinson is, babe.
That's why I'm saying Rass must have been the link.
But then why would Tommy go on there, though? What is in this for Tommy?
I don't trust nothing that goes on behind the scenes anymore because we can't see it. You get me? So I don't put nothing past nobody.
This must be just a soap opera at this point, man.
Past soap opera and sitting down. So Anyway, let me not talk too much because I haven't seen it and I don't know what's going on. You know me, I'm quick to judge. So
no. I hear you, babe. Remember, the full thing's coming out today. So
I thought this was it. Okay.
No. Apparently the full thing's coming out today, and this is just like little pre bits and bobs. You know, they're chopping it up to obviously make the people them chat, make me come out of retirement and that.
Because he does a lot of stuff on Insta, innit? So that's why I was thinking maybe there was a backstory, like something had happened on Insta, and then I don't know. But obviously, it just seems like this is just let's just do this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone else can provide us with the backstory. Then yeah, man. Buddha, is that you, Bab? I'm even.
Yo,
Buddha.
morning.
Bless up. Tommy is now begging it for my
Pick up everyone in the chat.
He wants to be like Tate. Interesting. Yes, Buddha, what you say, man? I see your boys flying in the face of adversity. What for him?
What? My boy? It's not your boy all of a sudden.
What? When was it? Yeah, Virgin. No, but that's going like you have amnesia, you know.
What? Oh yeah. Oh shit, yeah. No, you've got prior parts, both of you. Yeah, I understand.
No, not both of us.
No.
But anyway, we won't go into that.
Just trying to glide over it. That's what you say.
Huh?
No, I know. You know, don't you remember when he was getting on you and your friend Divine, Bab? You forget about that.
Yeah.
Nearly put out fatwa on us.
I remember.
Nearly put out fatwa on with blood cleat. All over, and now here he is in 2023 sitting down with the pussy hole. Are you fucking mad? This is what I'm trying to say. Fraud and clout.
You know when the actual video is gonna drop? The actual full thing.
Oh, today. I don't know. It didn't say a time. It just said today. Okay. To be honest, though, if my man ain't found his chip, you know, it might not even drop. Because
what chip? What are you talking about?
This man's looking for a piece of chip to build a zoot, man.
You know what you said about a shit show. Yeah, I gotta agree. You know, I watched I think there's 2 clips, and like, I feel like, you know, it's kind of like Hangouts back in the day. You know, like everyone talking on top of everyone. Next man skinning a cigarette. Like it's a bit mad still. I feel like if it was a one-on-one, it'd probably be better. You know, it was just Rass and Mr. Robinson.
So have you watched this, Buddha?
I've watched this one, yeah. There's another one, yeah.
So
can you give how it comes out? Sorry, sis, it's just because I was on the phone, so I just thought I'd talk while I was back. Sorry.
No, go on, because I'm gonna do that. Sepid! Oh, Sepid! Welcome, babe. Hope you're well. Oh, bring the family back. Go on, Sepid. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Yeah, Buddha, go on, give an overview. I'm just about to put my kettle on, but yeah. Why
hold on. What do I have to do to get a fucking welcome like that? Where's the PayPal? Let me drop some money in there or something. Now, what? Come on, man.
No, you know we ban your judgment. But we're trying to ascertain why this meeting has come about. So thinking as a man, because we're women and you know we think emotionally and all this.
Listen, I don't do that shit. Yeah, don't bring that bullshit to me, okay? You're talking to the wrong person. I don't do this whole man-woman thing. Yeah, just talk normal. Yeah. So what do you want to know from me?
Why do you think this meeting's coming about?
I have no idea. Do you know what? It was the King of Gold that told me about it. Yes, I didn't even know. Like, it's just like it's news to me, innit? I don't know. What can I tell you? But so do you see a different energy between the Sarah Garvey interview and Rass? What Rass is speaking now, or do you think it's more or less the same thing? Hello.
What question did you ask? Sorry, I went to the kitchen.
All right, go do your thing, and when you come back, I'll.
No, yeah, I've we ain't watched it.
Already?
Yeah, I put the. All right, let me just finish pressing play. So it's saying, let me just press play, and I think let me do that. But yeah, big up yourself, Buddha. Long time. I remember some of our conversations, bro. But anyway, 2023, you know. But yeah, we got show.
People who support me. So people who, okay, so that's my fault. That's my fault. So people who support Mohammed behead people, is it Mohammed's fault?
But why? But if they was coming down there,
telling people to go down there, and
he
this is what
sent them down there
to defend statues. So Mohammed wrote a book telling people to do something.
Do you believe that they just came there to defend statues? I don't believe that though, Tommy. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that they just came. At the end of the day, yeah, you've got like we're going through something, and where they're saying Black Lives Matter, and then here you lot come about your little statues. It sounds also like you lot are patronising our thing, what we're doing. Yeah, okay. If you've got a problem with the organisers that started Black Lives Matter, then you need to go down to their offices. But not come down to a march that we're having because we're saying that Black Lives Matter. If you come down there, a bunch of white people, we're gonna think that you're.
Does this girl know what she's talking about?
I was just thinking, you know what? This is never going to be satisfying to me. I might as well just switch my Hoover on. I'm getting angry.
Does she even know what? This is what I'm trying to say. These two ain't got a fucking clue as to what the fuck's going on.
I feel like the lady is more clued up than the guy rolling the cigarette, to be fair. I think the guy rolling the cigarette, he's either trolling or he just ain't got a clue what's going on. Or he's
Do you know who he is, Buddha?
I have no idea. He's probably, I don't know. But you know, finish watching the thing and we'll just
stuff that he's even in this situation. He's like, why the fuck did I even agree to this shit, man? What Rass said and what was supposed to happen ain't happening. Let me just build my thing and just allow them. That's what I've seen.
I'm gonna rewind this bit. Well, I'm gonna let it play and come back again because obviously this bit is quite important. But yeah, once I make my thing. All right. That's T family.
Against us.
No, Cream, in the first demonstration, they smashed up war memorials. The most thing that we the most thing that's dear to us, war memorials of our ancestors that died, and they smashed them up. Yeah, that's what we're angry about. And let me tell you the story of when that happened. Yeah, I've been up in Barrow. You can watch on my last documentary, the Phantom Rape Gang. It's where Muslims were accused of raping. I proved they didn't. I done a documentary showing everyone it's fucking lies. Yeah, I was arrested for a GBH up there. I was arrested
Deeks.
I was arrested for a GBH up there. Some lad comes up, spits in my face. I end up hitting him. I get a nick for a GBH. I take the
Section 20.
Yeah, no, I was nicked on Section 18. He broke his leg. But then then as the police come, I take the SIM card out of the camera, yeah, and I plug the camera. I plug the SIM card, so I get arrested.
Why for that, man?
Yeah, but I've got the footage.
Why?
I've got the footage that proves I'm innocent. Yeah, I come home, plug it in the computer. Plug it in the computer. And the footage is blank. And that's when I went on that rant. Remember, the rant I went on was on VK, a Russian social media to 7,000 people. I didn't expect every fucking person in the UK to see it. I mean, it went fucking viral. It was clipped into 30-second clips. It's like what they've done to Andrew Tate. You didn't take the context of what I was saying. It was cut into little clips of me being very angry, which didn't look good, delivered totally wrong at the most ill-timed I could have done it after George Floyd's death. Yeah, but I done it in response to watching people smash up.
It was good because it showed the black community. Before that, the whole black community had been believing you when you said you didn't have a problem with black people. You only
it didn't show the black community shit.
And
what did it show us?
I didn't hear that.
We're going to be all night until 2 o'clock.
No, but Buddha, remember you got to fair use the thing in a bedroom.
Oh. Well, you can't play the whole thing.
But what did
Yeah, but you gotta stop and stop.
I don't even give a fuck no more. Why? So it's too early. Let the stress. You don't intend for the show to start anytime. I got things to say, but it's too early.
Nah, it's 12 o'clock now.
Too early in the show.
Listen, there's a bit of an echo. You need to mute something. I don't know what it is. All right. So, Nanifa, let me ask you something. You see, we have to pause it every so often. All right. So you've seen the Sarah Garvey one, and now you're seeing this one. Do you think do you think Mr. Robinson is comfortable in this situation that he's in right now?
100%. I think he feels like he's having Sunday dinner at his nan's house. I think he's as calm as he's as good as anything, mate.
So, do you think he's as comfortable as he was with Sarah, or less comfortable, or more comfortable?
I think he's even more comfortable right here.
All right, cool. All right.
Yo, in the system. Well, what do you think then?
So, Mr. Robinson, I don't know if you know, but this is like maybe the 6th or 7th interview he's done in the past month. So he's on this campaign, this like propaganda campaign, like trying to big up his profile again, because he's gone missing for a little while. And to be honest with you, I've got to say my respect for him has maybe improved a little bit, because he's been very honest about some of the things in his life, and he's shown a level of maturity that I have to respect. But he still ain't gone the full ticket and said, yeah, you know what, I'm a racist. He just needs to just get past that little piece there, and then you know what, I probably respect him a bit more. But yeah, I feel like he's matured somewhat, and judging by this, I would say, like I said, man, it's a bit like the guy made rolling the cigarettes like a comedy thing. The lady, I think she does. I'm assuming she must know who Mr. Robinson is, but whether she knows the in-depth stuff that went down. I mean, what's your major complaint about this thing then, 90s, man?
Complaint. I don't know if that's the right word, but one, we're trying to ascertain why it's happened. Two, like I said, I and myself and Lady Divine took a lot of heat from Suspect regarding Sarvar and his talking to Tommy and all of this type of bullshit. Yeah, get me, and even Callum and whomever else. You understand me? And here we are in 2023, where you're sitting down with him calm as pie. You understand me? So yeah. I
heard
remind me,
I just had with him. Is that true?
Say that again.
You heard that this is the second time he sat down with Robinson.
I don't know that.
There's a mad echo.
Sources. So it's all right. Nines can hear me. It's her I was talking to still. Go on, I'm muted.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying there's a mad echo.
It's all right. It's all right. I was talking to Nines and
it's not all right. There's a mad echo. Is it gone? I believe so.
Right. I think I've muted the thingy, so I don't know if it was that.
Yeah, so, sounds better now.
All right, cool.
Sorry, so just remind me quickly, yeah. Before oh my god, sorry, I've been awake for 48 hours, man. I can't sleep. Before Sarah done the interview with Mr. Robinson, did you, Rass and I need Lady Divine having issues? Was it before that, or did it start after the Robinson interview with Sarah?
I can't listen. Before.
Okay. And what was that about? I forget. Go on. It's not really important at this point. Go on.
Remember, anyone that had anything not bad to say about Sarah, no longer Garvey, by the way, Sarah was public enemy number 1 to this guy, innit? You understand?
Yes,
when we're just saying,
Rass and Sarah had an issue before. That's right, I remember.
Well, we didn't have nothing to do with that. We're just on a thing like let all the man them flow, innit?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Rass and Sarah had an issue before, and then somehow
they didn't have no issue. They only began to have an issue when Sarah started to have a whatever you call it with this guy here. When they
I don't think
about
freedom
of speech.
No, I think it was something else, you know. Because remember, Sarah went down to the park with Rass at one point.
He's gonna say, Rass is gonna say that him and his people them used to fight EDL people. That's why you just heard him say. You just heard him say something to that effect.
Yeah, no. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that I'm saying to you before Mr. Robinson even sat down with Sarah, Rass and Sarah had an issue before that. Anyway, remember there was the whole gay thing, like you saying Sarah was bogling and dancing and all that kind of fuckery. That was before the whole Robinson interview, I'm sure.
Well, okay, fair enough. That may be. What's your point in that regard?
No, there is no point. I was just trying to.
Okay, in terms of the chronological order of the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, anyway, yeah. Oh, hold on.
That this guy.
Do you know where you? It's like what they've done to plug in the computer. I come home and plug in the computer, and the footage is blank. And that's when I went on that rant. Remember the rant I went on was on VK, a Russian social media to 7,000 people. I didn't expect every fucking person in the UK to see it. I think it went fucking viral. It was clipped into 30-second clips. It's like what they've done to Andrew Tate. You didn't take the context of what I was saying. It was cut into little clips of me being very angry, which didn't look good, delivered totally wrong at the most ill-timed I could have done it after George Floyd's death. Yeah, but I done it in response to watching people smash up.
He looks bored. He looks uninterested.
Has been believing you when you said you didn't have a problem with black people.
It didn't show the black community shit.
And what that showed the black community was that this guy.
Do you know where you come at this not as a black man? You come at it as a Muslim.
On top of that,
that's why you're unhappy.
The next,
if you're sitting as a black man, you won't have a problem. You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But one time you're sitting here with a problem. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you, and I had to research the deen. And the more I researched it, I realized 1 minute.
Huh?
He's proper uncomfortable with Muslims. At the end of the day, right? This is what I was thinking earlier on. I'm sitting there thinking, so you're sat with a man that's got issues with black people and you're a black man. Then you turn Muslim and you know that he's got issues with Muslim and you're just sat there and letting the man chat and feel comfortable from the jump. And now you're going to come and put your personal story on it. I had to read the deen and I had to. No one gives a fuck, Rass. You stand on. That's all we want to see right about now. We've all heard your story. We've all heard what you had to do. Poor you, woe you. I had to. Everyone turned me. Black people made me Muslim. We've heard it. What is the purpose of this fucking sit down, bro? Is it just for you to just tell us more about what you've gone through? You, one Rassbeck. What do you stand for? Put it together with this interview. This is what I'm waiting to see. I don't want to talk too soon.
Yeah, remember, like I said, this is a snippet. You get me? But yeah, I mean, I hear you, but the thing is though, right? The youth's lying still. I don't know. There's definitely that echoes, but
do you know what? Let me try my laptop. Maybe it's me still, but I thought you could hear me. All right.
No, I can hear you, but there's an echo.
I don't know what that is.
Now he just said that. This. You see, I can't deal with the people for dickheads, man. Like, why? He just said that people try to turn him away from people like Spray because of Spray's association with Tommy Robinson. Well, this is
of what I was saying. It was cut into little clips of me being very angry, which didn't look good, delivered totally wrong at the most ill-timed I could have done. I done it in response to watching people smash up.
It was good because it showed the black community. Before that, the whole black community had been believing you when you said you didn't have a problem with black people. You only
It didn't show the black community
Pakistani
shit.
agreements. And what that showed the black community was that, oh, this guy.
Do you know where you come at this not as a black man, you come at it as a Muslim.
On top of that.
That's why you're unhappy.
The next
if you're sitting as a black man, you won't have a problem.
Say that again?
You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I only learned about Islam because of you, because I went to speak.
Did you just hear Spray? He just said, yeah. This is a shit. Spray just said, yeah, I got a problem because I'm a Muslim. No, hold on. Let me rewind. This is an actual.
So hold on. That Mr. Spray guy, is he like friends with Mr. Robinson, or like what's the deal?
Well, I didn't think so, Buddha. I didn't think so. However, suspect or Ezra, has just said that people try to keep me away from you.
Ezra. Who's Ezra?
Ain't that his name?
Who?
The guy in fatigues.
Respect. Oh,
that is not his name, bro.
Isa, not Ezra.
Isa, that's it. Isa, yeah. Isa, that's it. Yeah, Isa, yeah. Yeah, Isa. Isa, may I talk? Sorry. Yeah, Isa, sorry. Yeah, Isa just.
The guy Spray is friends with Mr. Robinson. That's what we're trying to figure out here.
Well, I don't think so. I don't see where this is what I'm trying to say. This is why we've been saying, how did this podcast even come together? Because there's no relationship between these two that I know of. Although people in the chats are sort of saying that Tommy seems to be on some kind of what would you call it? Like a campaign, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier on.
Like you said as well. Exactly. But again, I don't know why he would choose this platform. Someone said that obviously
he's trying to like vindicate himself and distance himself from what he was in the past. So, like he says on his podcast, he was young, stupid, on coke, and went to rehab and all this kind of shit. So there's a level of maturity there. So, but still, it doesn't take away from his political beliefs. But that's a different story altogether. I don't really want to, make this about Mr. Robinson right about now. But
no, but I think you're right. I mean, as the viewing public, it is, it's necessary for us to have a fucking idea as to what we're watching, right? And as to why, right? Especially those of us that actually know Wagwan, because these two people in the middle don't really know Wagwan, innit? But we do.
I think the lady's got some insight.
Yeah, she may have done some research, but they don't know they don't know about. I mean, they don't know this relationship here.
I'm not sure. I can't remember seeing her down at the Trafalgar Square thing. Yeah, but bearing in mind I got locked off in Waterloo, so she may have been there. But I doubt it. But there's history between Mr. Robinson and Rass. So I don't know why this is such a surprise to see an interview between the two. Right? There is a history there.
Say that again, but you don't know why. What's a surprise?
That Mr. Robinson is sitting down and having a conversation with Rass in this podcast, because there's a history there, right?
But didn't Ezra always distress Sarah about sitting down with Tommy Robinson, Bab?
I don't know who Ezra is, so I can't answer that.
What's his name?
I told you, Esau.
Esau, sorry. Didn't Esau run down Sarah for years about the same thing?
No, his name's Esau, not Esau, not Ezra. Let me write back in the back chat for you.
Let's not get bogged down.
Okay, yeah. So it's important to have people's names in it, like
Esau. I apologize humbly, Esau. I
shan't apologize to me.
The point being, listen, stop that. The point being is that the same person we're speaking about ran down Sarah for years for having a conversation with Tommy Robinson, for having a sit down with Tommy Robinson. Do
you know why that was? Okay, so in my mind, from what I understand, is because Mr. Sarah was and Mr. Robinson were having like a cozy chit chat, laughing, skinning teeth, and that kind of thing. And it was kind of a case where Sarah didn't really put it on him. He didn't really put it on Mr. Robinson the way he should have. To be fair.
And how should he have? Now that we've got this to go by, how should he have?
Taking him to task, asking those difficult questions. I mean,
okay. And have you heard any of that here? Considering you've been waiting 5 years for this opportunity, it could be argued you've had all this you've bun out enough black men for talking to this guy.
What would you? I mean, I don't know. Like, what would you see? This is the thing. There's a level here, yeah. So, how do you conduct yourself in a civil and professional way? I mean, some people might want to get up and pull up a shank and stab him, yeah. But unfortunately,
extreme, Buddha.
Well, no, some people will be thinking that.
No one in their right mind would expect someone to stab someone on camera, Buddha.
Okay, right, but there are some people that would expect that. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Well,
and there's the other people. There's the other people that turn around and say, "Yeah, you should have clapped him or boxed him in his mouth or something." Yeah, and then there's the other people that say, "You agree with that?" Okay, so
no, I agree that there would be people that would say such a thing.
Right, okay, yeah. And there's the other people that would say, "You know what? Sit down, take him to task, do a Piers Morgan on him." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like given. I don't know. I'm reserving judgment so I see the whole thing, innit? You know what I mean?
I hear that. I hear that, and that's going to be happening a little bit later. Obviously, we're just looking at these clips, but I'm on record already at the beginning of my saying that this all looks very comfortable. I can't feel no energy through the screen. Tommy ain't uncomfortable. You get me? He's calm. Yeah. I think he felt more uncomfortable with Sarah.
Nah,
100%. Yes.
That's okay. That's fine. I accept that. That's your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's calm. That's what you feel.
And I'm saying
I don't feel that. I feel like this is what I was asking you, if that individual knows him or not, Mr. The guy rolling the cigarette, whether he knows him or not, because I think if it was just Rass and Mr. Robinson, I don't think it would be the way it is at the moment. I mean, even the ladies.
Robinson would wrap up Rass.
Sorry?
What, you think Robinson would wrap up my guy?
No, I just feel like it'd be more productive conversation. Like they could have a more intellectual conversation. Like, can you imagine having an intellectual conversation while someone's making a ham sandwich or something next to you? It doesn't make sense, does it? Come on. Like, do you get what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense. Like, if you're going to be serious and have a serious conversation.
If I've got 5 years worth of A, B, and C, and I've got my man now in my sights, this, that, and the other, yo, I'm not lying. A man bending a spliff ain't taking me off on my mission, you know.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear what you're saying, but again, it's like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like I'm gonna thump him up? I'm gonna cuss him? You know what I'm saying? How are you going to conduct yourself?
Put him to task because apparently.
All right, so that's what I'm saying.
Apparently, I've been running down a man for 4 or 5 years for not putting a man to task.
Right.
Now I'm in the very same situation, and what am I doing?
Right. So that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like,
so are we frauds and
so far, I haven't seen Rass like kick in with a guy and trying to finesse him or anything. You get what I'm saying? So let's see how it goes.
Finesse him, man. What are you talking about? He's been to jail how much times? You can't finesse Tommy.
Hey, Tommy been? Yeah. What does that mean?
That means about that life,
innit? He's about that life, yeah.
All right. Echo. Whether Rass is kicking with him or Rass is sat there. Oh shit! My other things on. Rass is sat there having the comment, not bringing nothing to him, not making it make sense, and that's exactly. But yet he had big issue with Zara when did it. So I make sense. Right about now, I can't. It just it's madness.
So let me ask you this: what would be the one main thing that you would expect Rass to take Mr. Robinson up on to task?
I just would have. I would have wanted to see him just take the lead from This is why you're here. This is what this is about. This is what you've said about X, Y, and Z. I'm a black man, and that's how that affects me. Now I'm a Muslim, and this is what you've done about that X, Y, and Z. This is how it affects me. Put it on him. Sat there, just letting the man chat and say, "Yo," and showing you shit in his phone, like. Rass, when he first used to cuss Tommy Robinson, because now Rass is actually a Muslim, yeah, and Tommy Robinson's got issue with Muslim blatantly, even if he wants to deny that he's got issues with black people. Anybody can say anything right about now. It's Rass. I just feel like it's a shit show. It's just like I'm upset. I think you can tell.
Yeah, no, you know what? I half agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it would be more productive if it was just Mr. Robinson and Rass together. Because I think the other things there, because as I understand it, it's not Rass's show, it's the other guy's show. So you got to show a bit of decorum and you gotta be a certain way, innit? Whereas, like if it's your thing, you can say and do whatever you want, innit? Really.
But he's there, the panelist side. So I get what you're saying. Yes, decorum, respect for the host whose show it is. But I'm pretty sure the host is only because of out of Rass's links, regardless of how the guys got there. The one with the knowledge and knows the know about Tommy. So he's sitting there as if he's as oblivious as the other two. And I'm maybe ignorantly saying the other two are as oblivious, but I don't know them to be as activists and out there and talking about people. And those hour-long shows, day-long shows about the said somebody that's sitting across from you. Yeah? Now that's I don't want to talk too soon because I actually want to watch it because later on in the video. This is why I say I didn't do soon, but seeing this is pointless.
All right, so let's make it run. But yeah, obviously the full thing's coming out later. And I understand you don't want to be too presumptuous. However, like I said, a picture tells 1,000, whatever. And I think we can all agree, at the very least, Buddha included, that we would have expected a little bit more vim, at the very least, considering the chronological order of events. You understand me? That have taken place in these last years. You get me? Remember. Anyway, make we let the thing play. Hey.
People smash up.
It was good because it showed the black community. Had the whole black community.
It didn't show the black community shit.
And what that showed the black community was that this guy.
Do you know where you come at this not as a black man, come at it as a Muslim.
On top of that,
that's why you're unhappy. If you sit as a black man, you won't have a problem. You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And Spray come and confirm it. There you go.
And I look into the dean and I realized 1 minute.
But what I'm saying is you're sitting here with a problem.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray, yeah, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you.
That one there, I got a draw for my other phone.
He's flinging Spray under the bus. That Spray used to Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
But how many people went straight for Tommy Robinson? But now you're saying, no, I can't watch this, I'm boy. Hi, sir. Did I just take that wrong? Did he just throw the ball and say that Spray used to support Tommy Robinson? No one else hear that?
Yeah, no, it's line up something just for that because yo. Yo, phone buckler, hold on. Yo, for me, why that blood clot? Yo, them people, yeah. Catching you in all kind of blood clean. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got a problem, man. Yeah.
Speaking about and Sarah and all of these people started making me hate Muslims like you do, and then I started to look into the deen and I realized 1 minute.
But I'm saying you're sitting there with a problem.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people trying to turn me against spray.
Turn you me against. I had a bag of people trying to turn me against spray.
Yeah, and all my Muslim friends
all my Muslim friends
were supporters of you.
Because they were supporters of you. Does that even make sense?
This is why I said this thing.
Which Muslims supporting Tommy Robinson? This guy. What the firebush?
I beg you,
really bad. Right.
Wait, before you press play, I thought he's on your side. There's when you press play, it's double, it's semi-double playing, kind of. So
yeah, I think it's or something.
Say that again, man.
I think you got Nifa. Oh God.
Hold on, one sec. My phone's ringing.
I'm trying to think what the echo is. All right, I've got one thing running there.
Every time you play the thing and you stop playing it, I think you got to mute something on your side.
Right, I think I need to mute the actual video.
Sorry, Nifa. One sec. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Bab.
All right. First of all, big up yourself, sis. Big up everyone on the panel. I can't really see. I know Sosa's up there. I know Buddha's up there, but I can't see the rest of the screen. Right. Check this out.
That's 3, babe.
Oh yeah. So let me just put this out there right quick. That last comment that I just heard was the most moist thing I've ever heard in my life. And you know I hate using the word moist. But you see, if a man can openly say, I became a Muslim because of you and Sarah, that's moist. Like, that's moist differently, bro. Like, the fact that, and that lyric he used about you tried to turn me against spray. So he made the idiosyncratic to the host of the show in a pathetic attempt to emotionally manipulate not only the host, but the audience. It's disgusting. It's rubbish. Who's falling for this? Like, who doesn't have the range to understand what just happened there? Just raise your hand if you don't have the range. Raise your hand if you don't have the range. Raise it. Because, and just to harpen back to my opening gambit, moist. If you let Sarah make you a Muslim, moist. You see, if you read the Hadith and the Quran, whoa, brother, I'm still talking, bro. Hold on. You see, if you read the Quran and you read the Hadith and you found beauty and peace and solace and you became a Muslim, that makes sense. But from saying you're going to let some guy that you don't like, some people that you don't like, make you change religion, moist. Moist. Oh, my father. Moist.
Hold on, I just want to put out there, I do not consent to any other channels using any. I've said on this show. I what fair rights route, whatever you say. So that goes for Red Pill Trill, goes for Triluti, that goes for Raspects, that goes for Lions Den, every channel out there, ever, Beefy Grussler, any channel out there. I do not consent to you using on your channels.
Okay, with that said, I consent to anything I've been said, being passed around, recorded, and used as content. I don't mind. Big up yourself, Sister Sosa. I'll tell you the truth, sis. I'm just real with it. We've all got opinions, like arseholes. We've all got opinions, but I feel like the majority of the time, I'm right. That's how I feel.
I feel like you're wrong on this occasion. Can you hear me? I feel like you're wrong on this occasion.
Go on, brother.
Because it wasn't Mr. Robinson or Sarah that made him change to become a Muslim.
What he just said just now, he didn't mean it, no?
Hold on, I'm talking.
Okay.
Listen to what he said. He said it made him look into the deen. and it was the dean while he was reading it that made him become a Muslim. To be technical.
Right?
Done.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, that's
That was it.
That was it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So, 9, bring out yourself, sis. What we doing? How far into the show have we got?
Yeah, I mean, we're just obviously going through this little snip. I can see the red thing is like over 3/4 of the way. So yeah, I'm just that man. Just
You know what? I'll tell you the truth, man. I think commenting on these clips is good in the sense that, like, we can, gauge the temperature like early on. But what I think we shouldn't do is like make up our minds until the whole thing comes out. Because, like many have said before, the fact that this guy was cursing out other brothers on the scene for doing the same thing he's just done, blah blah blah. It's possible that he does a number on Tommy Robinson in the parts that we haven't seen, and he really does, quote unquote, stick it on him, whatever the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. Maybe he does, and if he does, then there's vindication there. So I would just say, rather than make up your mind on these snippets, I would urge people to withhold judgment, because it's possible Raspet does a number on him. It's possible.
Now I hear that, right? And let me big up yourself, Albert. I see you in the building. Come on. I hear that, Ultra. But let me ask you a question. One, when you put out snippets, yeah, is it generally the best bits or just any old bit?
Wait, 9. My signal's trash. I can't hear you.
She asked the question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, buds.
All right. So now I need to ask the question. When you put out snippets, you generally put out the best bits.
You generally put out the what? Sorry, dude.
The best bits, like if you're gonna.
Yeah. So you put out the fire parts to get everybody salivating and ready for it. Yeah. That is true. That is true. However, I stand by what I say. It's possible that Raspet sticks it on it, because
that's true. But to be honest, they put it out, and they put it out for a reason, isn't it? They put it out for us to talk about it. So obviously and to be fair, we've even within this conversation, even Salsa herself is saying that we're definitely still reserving judgment for the same reason that we've not heard the whole thing. You get me? However, what I'm certainly saying, and I'll put my neck on the line in that regard, in that, to what I know has happened in the past and all the vim and the vibrations and the this and the that, you get me, for this particular character, even from the snippet, I would expect to feel a vibration whereby, you get me, like, man, them.
No, 9. You don't even need to explain. I agree with you, and I understand that, right?
Because I'm saying,
but you have to remember. Yeah. No. You have to remember.
I was in that studio.
Times have changed, like 9. Times have changed, right? And it's possible that maybe the fire that Raspet once had for Tommy Robinson has quelled somewhat, right? And that's entirely possible, 9, because as you get older, you kind of realize certain times there's certain things and certain people don't actually matter. Now,
do you know what? Can I just go on that?
Of course you can. I will always concede for you, Salsa.
You're very right. Let me just, it's a quick comment. You're very right with what you're saying. But in most people's circumstances, they've not terrorized a whole other black man for having an interview with this said man. They've not done day-long shows about said man. So, there's a balance to it that I just can't see.
No. To be fair, Sosa, you're entirely right, and I agree with that, right? But then, at the same time, like I said, if Rass is like, if Rass pulls out the surprise, and it's my signal, man. I'm so sorry. I mean, fucking Gloucester
No, I
Road,
can hear
man.
you
City
now.
trash.
Your signal's all right. I can hear you. I think it might be 9 easy.
Oh,
But
okay. Yeah, I'm saying,
so let me quickly
I'm
ask
saying,
you
look,
something when you're
yeah,
done.
go on,
Let
go
me
on.
ask.
No, yeah, I'm just saying, look, it's possible that even though they didn't put it out in the snippets, it's still possible that Raspberry stuck it on him because, in my subjective opinion, and I acknowledge it's just that little rehearsed speech he gave him about Nigel Farage and Kate DeFranson and the black community being attacked by them, that was weak sauce.
And that's
It was
why I'm
weak
upset.
sauce.
Sorry, Ultra, I can't hold it in, but this is what I'm saying. All I'm getting, really, snippets show you the highlights, show you that. But all I'm getting is weak sauce. This is my story. This is what I went through. This is what we've all heard it. Like, what is the actual point? Now you want to cry to Tommy Robinson too?
I agree with that. I agree with that, sis. And I won't lie to you. This is the thing, yeah. From like yesterday, when I was on G Block, I was fucking bantering the shit out of Aspect, talking about swimming armbands under the camo and all this stupid shit. That's just childish boy, silly bullshit. But on like in regards to the content, weak source. And if you noticed as well, there's actually the girl in the brown jumpsuit, and I cannot. There was a point where Tommy
Yeah, Ultra, you are
doing to
cutting
me exactly what
Your
you have a
signal's coming
problem
in and
with
out, Ultra.
me
We're going to
doing
waste a
to.
good text comment.
Oh shit!
Ultra, can you hear me though? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Any good?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, I
But
can hear
listen, Ultra,
Buddha.
let me ask you something. All right, let me ask you something. What would satisfy you in this interview? What would you like to see? What would you like to see from Raspect to satisfy you to
Are
say,
you
you know
asking
what?
Ultra?
I'm asking Ultra, yeah.
Oh.
I can ask yourself as well, Sosa. But let me ask Ultra first because it was for him. Go ahead, Ultra. Right, his signal must have dropped out completely, Cut. So let me ask you then, Sosa. What would satisfy you?
Hello?
Go on, Ultra.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go for
Yeah,
it while we
can
can
hear you
hear
now.
you.
Go quick.
Yeah. To be honest with you, similar. Somebody asked me, what evidence would you need to believe that God exists, right? And the answer is, I don't know. I would need to see it, and then I'd be able to make up my mind. However, if you think about the history of this particular situation, in my mind, uh, I think it would take a good, constructive, concise grilling for me to think, all right, okay, cool. So is this what you wanted Sarah and Kalam and all these other guys? Is this what you wanted them to do? If that's the case, then I've got a standard by which I can judge. Because now, like at the moment, like I said, I'm not seeing anything that's making me think, okay. I'm not seeing anything. And in fact, it was so bad that the host was agreeing with Tommy when Tommy Robinson said, "You can't hold me responsible for everyone that follows EDL because you're doing to me what you don't want me to do to Muslims." And then the host of the show, the girl, agreed.
I'm shocked that it's happening. I've got to be honest with you. I
And
found out
then
it's happening yesterday.
yeah, I was like, raw. And then instead of being mature about it and conceding and acknowledging that he made a good point, it was just like the
You're gonna have
EDL's
to
a
go back
political.
about. You're gonna have to go back about 2 minutes. You know, Ultra, we couldn't hear you.
Oh shit! Sorry, babe. Is my signal
No,
any good now?
I can hear you, you know,
Yeah,
when
now.
you speak. I think maybe.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was just the point I was making, right, was the the lady host was like, yeah, like you can't hold him responsible for everyone that follows the EDL. And Tommy Robinson said, "You're doing to me what you don't want me to do to Muslims." And I thought to myself, this was an opportunity to grow and mature, right? And instead of acknowledging the point, it was, "Oh well, you're a political movement." I'm like so at this point, it's just ego and narcissism, and it's like, did anyone actually come here to learn, or was it just you've got some things that you just want to say, like, and it's just right. It's just
Well, that's
it's
the
rubbish,
thing,
man.
Archie. We're all here actually trying to ascertain what was the actual reason, or you get me, for this meetup. Because at the moment,
Yeah, but
I'm
nine.
still.
Don't forget, we have to wait till today. We have to wait till we see the whole thing. Because, like I said, I'm being honest. I think it's possible. I think it's possible that yes, in the highlights they may not have put out the part where after all these years of chasing Tommy,
All
he
right, your
gets to
reception ain't good enough for
unload on
such
him.
monologues, Ultra. Keep it concise, I beg.
Yeah, it's just if you've been chasing Tommy for ages, and it's possible in the highlights they didn't put in the part that Respect has been chasing him down for. It's possible, and until we can't make up our minds until we've seen the whole clip. That's it.
So same question to Sosa. What would you want to see?
Like I was saying, because didn't understand the concept as to why the whole interview came about, I kind of am just working off kind of shock emotion. What I have seen so far is disappointing to me. Is just like for the same reasons I've said, you know, for the amount of effort he's put into this guy, and now it affects him in two ways. Before it just affects him because he was a black man. Now he's a black Muslim, and it just seems very. I'm just doing this because, like, but you had an issue with a black man, more or less run him off YouTube for the same shit. Like, it don't make no sense. So I can't tell you what I want to see because I would never have expected to see this. But since he's doing it, make it make sense. I don't want to hear about everything we've heard for the last how many years on YouTube about how people made you do this and people made you do that. Because that's just saying you ain't got a backbone and you don't do nothing off your own chest. So now that you've got the man that you had so much chest for, show a bit of, you know what I mean, vim. That's all I can say on it. But I can't tell you I don't know what the purpose is. You should have left it alone in my view.
Should have left it alone, raw. Okay. What about Nanifa? What would you say? What would you want to see your expectations from this at a bare minimum?
Yeah, like I said from the onset, Buddha. Firstly, knowing the context of the meetup would be helpful. But all right, now two, I'm probably a little bit more personal because this youth was on my case for however many years. You know what I'm saying to you, and my divine and whomever else, because we're just saying let Sarah live. You understand me? Don't worry about him and Tommy and all that bullshit. It's not even your wherever this, wherever that. You understand me? You get me? He's gone. So yeah, so I'm taking it very personal like that, and I'm saying, all right, then now you're there, and I can't see nothing. The same thing you're distressing Sarah about, you're doing the same thing. I'm saying, like, because you asked me a question before, I'm saying Tommy felt more uncomfortable with Sarah from what I saw in that video, because at least he asked some questions that they may not been hard hitting like some people wanted or this and the other, but at least he put certain things on him. You get me? Now you're there dressed in fatigues, bro. So that means you're going to work. And thus far, you might as well be wearing a suit and tie. I'll keep it real. However,
you know what would be good, Nanifa? I don't know if it's possible, but you know, like do a side by side. So when this one drops, do a side by side with Sarah's interview and Rass's interview. But you know what? I feel like that might be giving Mr. Robinson too much fucking airtime to be real. I don't know.
I don't even need to do no side by side. You know what I'm saying to you? Because at the end of the day, yeah, and Fox are as well right about now. You get me? He's lost that name, Garvey, but whatever. But the point being, yeah, Sarah went and
Why?
he's
Hold on. I just remember. Why? What's he done now? What have I missed?
I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
But he's definitely no longer. No one could call him Garvey. Like no fucking way. You understand? But just like my man can no longer be called. You understand me? Like all these fraudulent things. With a bun them out. So what was I saying now? So yeah, the point I'm making is that at the end of the day, you know, Sarah done his thing. He was talking to Tommy about freedom of speech, whatever, whether he agreed or didn't. You know what I'm saying to you? Cool. All that time, my man was hounding him. Yeah, hounding him over such things. Yeah, about his meeting up with Tommy Robinson, all this bullshit. Cool. Now you are in the exact same position, and all I'm saying is that I see the exact same. Like I'm saying, Tommy don't even look uncomfortable. He doesn't even look uncomfortable. To me, that's a problem. At the very least, he's supposed to look uncomfortable. I'm not saying that there should be violence. Yeah.
Would you feel uncomfortable if you turn around and saw a guy billing up a cigarette next to you? I mean, how you looking at this like a fucking joke? I mean, what's going on here, man? What have you walked into?
I agree, but it's all the way round. What, you think he's taking man in fatigue serious?
I wouldn't take anybody serious if I thought I was coming to. Listen, if I went to a joint, right, and I said to myself, listen, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna have a serious sit down with these people here, and a guy starts pulling out X, Y, and Z and doing, I'll be like, listen, man, it's a joke thing. Maybe you go check my Instagram or something or Twitter or this is that's what I'm saying, man. There wasn't enough discipline in the thing, and it is what it is. You just have to wait for the thing to come out.
Well, indeed. But rightly or wrongly, obviously, we're just basing the opinion. So let's just make it run anyway. And again, this was the second of a first part. So I don't know. Maybe we can run through the first part as well, because again, I've not really watched it. I'll be real.
Sorry, 94 quickly as well. I don't know if you can hear me. My signal's in and out.
These didn't believe in you. You didn't have a problem with black people.
It didn't show the black community shit.
And what that showed the black community was that this guy.
Do you know where you come at this not as a black man, as a Muslim?
On top of that,
that's why you're unhappy.
The next
you're sitting as a black man, you won't have a problem.
Say that again?
You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I only learned about Islam because of you, because I went to Speaker's Corner and Sarah and all of these people started making me hate Muslims like you do. And then I started to look into the deen and I realized 1 minute.
But what I'm saying is you're sitting here with a problem.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people trying to turn me against Spray, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you, and I had to research the deen. And the more I researched it, I realized 1 minute, these men are lying. These men are lying.
Who tried to turn you against him?
I'm saying that I had Tommy Robinson supporters in the black community was coming at me at Speaker's Corner,
like who?
Trying to.
What the fuck did he just say?
Raj and all of those.
He's not black. He's not black.
No, I'm Sarah.
Sosa, can you hear? Sorry, wait, Sosa, can you hear me?
He said black people in the community, Tommy Robinson. I can't even talk to how I'm pissed. Black Tommy Robinson,
he said Raj.
Supporters, and then he named one somebody, Tommy. Like, stop.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Sosa, it gets worse. He said Raj. He said Raj. He said Raj.
That's what I mean. This was a pointless thing. You've just.
He says Raj.
Everything up, Rass, and I'm saying this loud and proud. Raspek, this whole interview was a shit show. It shouldn't have happened, bro. And what's coming out of your mouth just wasn't rehearsed, or it was rehearsed and it wasn't necessary for this setting. I don't know, but boy, this is a disappointment.
Bruh. Sosa, he said my black community was making me hate Muslims, right? So when he asked who, he said Raj. Raj is a whole Asian, Indian Donny, right?
Uncle Baba said he's Muslim because of G Block.
Fucking bruh. This is what I'm saying. Like to some people, and I'm being honest with you, the people who don't really have the range, to those people, that might have sounded like a convincing argument.
This is what I'm saying. Rass forgets the settings he's in. Like, this is good. Oh my God, Raspet, why? That's all I've got to ask. Why? Oh, now I'm still asking why.
Bruh, listen to what I'm telling you, yeah? Listen to what I'm telling you. If listen carefully, the black community, people in Speaker's Corner was coming up to me, listen carefully, making me hate Muslims, right? When he was asked, who are you talking about? Listen carefully now. He went to the continent of India.
The reason, but we know the reason he done that because the only people
make sense.
Ultra, let me make it make sense, and we all know the reason why. It's because the only people that he can talk about are people that come to him in his chats on YouTube or maybe on Insta. I don't really follow him on Insta, watching what his Insta lives, yeah? So it has to be that. And then number two, he cannot say that those people are Tommy Robinson supporters because they're definitely fucking ain't, yeah? And he knows that as well. He's just using points that don't. I'm upset, man. I'm pissed off. Stop saying that's all over the bus. And people put him up on a pedestal that he's talking for us. He isn't. He's talking for himself.
I'm vexed with you now. So you know why I'm vexed with you now? First of all, I asked you to make me a sandwich like 5 minutes ago in the chat.
I made it, man. It's in the kitchen. I forgot to bring it back.
All right. I'll take that back. See, look, I'm going to be mature. I'm going to take that back. I apologize about the sandwich. You made it, so that's fine. But the reason why I'm upset with you a little bit is because you're upset. If I'm honest with you, is anything that you've witnessed just now in this interview any different to anything that you haven't witnessed before from the same guy in the last 2 or 3 years or whenever he was doing less? It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same stuff.
No, I'll tell you where the difference lies. He has this is one of his targets of who I've watched over those years. So to have the target in front of you and be so mellow, when at the time when you had an issue, your only issue was because you were black. Now you're black and Muslim. So I can't, do you know what I mean? It don't make no sense. He could have interviewed anybody and I'd have still said, boy, Rass is going to do what he's going to do. It don't affect my life. That's always been my mantra, yeah? But this right here does affect me because he's chatting like black people. Like I'm a black woman. It fucking affects me, man. I can't even find the words right now. I need to watch the full thing because I don't even need to. It's weak already and I know it ain't going to get no fucking better.
No, so have hope, man. Have hope. I'm saying it's listen. I think it's possible that this interview can be salvaged. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And I'm saying to everyone, I made this mistake before where
you know what,
I ran off and had an opinion and I didn't have all the info.
The only reason it's going to be all right are for people that don't know the background. But there's people that know the background of how much he's gone on about Tommy Robinson, and they're the ones that are going to be like, "Raw, really?" Do you know what I mean? And he'll sweep that under the carpet and only highlight the ones that are just there patting him on the back. Like, I just.
Do you know what's funny as well? So let me bring you another point as well. In the interview, he done that rehearsed speech where he says, "Listen carefully now. This is the emotional manipulation. The black community would have been attacked if you put on uniform to try and solve the issues in the community. You would have been attacked by Nigel Farage, Jada Franson, and all these other pussies." My thing is, Sosa, do you know from day one I was screaming at Respect, Tommy Robinson is a small fry. I told him to go at people like Nigel Farage, who was a politically bigger threat and would have more of an influence over the affairs and our living standards, and he didn't listen to me. Now he named Nigel Farage as one of the people
because he wouldn't have got a response from Nigel Farage, Ultra.
But,
you have to really
so and then
we're talking about Ultra, and he doesn't do anything if he doesn't understand, if he doesn't feel that he can actually control it or at least have some way of, do you know what I mean, having his narrative there. Nigel Farage would never have given him that time of day. So let's just stop the
I'm just saying.
He let Tommy Robinson leave that studio now, go back to his people, say, I was mingling with them, they don't even know. Fucking niggas ain't got a fucking clue. That's all that's happening out of this fucking interview. I'm pissed.
I'm just saying, look, there's many things wrong with this interview. Many things wrong. And I'm just saying, like, Respect, bruh, there's many things wrong with this interview, like many things, like the armbands under the sleeves, like the one sock up, the one sock down, like the rehearsed speech, the phone wasn't charged. Tommy looks fine. Like the hosts start agreeing with Tommy Robinson.
Uncomfortable. Look at him. He's like, what the fuck have I let him put me in now, man?
You know what I'm saying? But brother, listen, the hosts start agreeing with Tommy, and I need you to look at what happens when the host says, I think his name's Spray. When Spray says, I don't have a problem with him as a black man, I got a problem with him as a Muslim, right?
Wait, who
There
said
was a little,
that? Spray said that
the
about
guy in the
her.
grey, yeah, the guy in the grey, yeah. When
Said
Tommy
that
says to Respect, you got a
oh,
problem with me, not as a black man, you got a problem with
as
me
a Muslim.
because you're a Muslim. And then Spray said, the guy in the grey said, yeah, I got a problem with you, not as a black man, as a Muslim.
All
And
right.
there's a little change there. I don't know if it's editing or what, but there's a change in the atmosphere. And then the girl in that incredible jumpsuit, she starts also agreeing with Tommy's position. Ah, it's it's
Maybe
not
we're
great.
the black people he was talking about then. Car boy, I don't know.
But look, all I'll say to you is, look,
He just shouldn't say that. He just should stop generalizing. Talk with like precision, man. Because like, there's no he never had the black community going. Who were Tommy Robinson supporters going against him? That's a fucking lie. If he did, it's 1 or 2, 1 or 5, 10 tops. That's not the black community.
But sis, is a big lie because there never was a black community supporting
Well,
Tommy
this
Robinson.
is what I'm saying.
Never.
But I
But
can't
he was
prove
saying-
that he don't know anybody that's black that supports Tommy Robinson. So
All
that's
it
why I'm
was
willing to
is
say he
because
might know 10
Sarah-
people, he might know 20.
Nah, there was none, man. There was.
I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt to say
There was
even if
none,
he knows 10
man.
or 20, that
There
ain't
was
the
more
black
black
community.
people that supported and to blood clean.
I think it's the case. No, I think it's the case of the Mr. Hector of this world, and them kind of people, and maybe Sarah as well. Mr.
Yo, we're
Hector.
talking about black people. Allow it, bro.
He said Hector. He said we're talking about black people. Allow it, bro.
and yo, Buddha, you know when Tommy Robinson said who, and he says Raj.
This
He
is
says
all
Raj.
Yeah, that's a bit mad. That's a bit mad. I think he must have been trying to, instead of saying black people, he must have meant people of color. That's the only thing I don't know why. Raj would
He
of
said
all
the black
people, Raj.
community, Buddha.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I think he must
Stop
have,
using
I don't
words
know.
that paint a different picture from what the actual truth is. I think that's what's getting me now that I'm kind of calmed down a bit. But anyway, you can press it later. I nearly choked up in this picture when I heard that. Big up Veli, sorry, big up yourself, Veli, each and every time.
I mean, it went fucking viral. It was clipped into 30-second clips. It's like what they've done to Andrew Tate. It didn't take the context of what I was saying. It was very angry.
Andrew,
in response to watching people
It
smash
was
up
good. It was good because it showed the black community. Before that, the whole black community had been believing you when you said you didn't have a problem with black people.
It didn't show the black community shit.
And what that showed the black community was that this guy.
Do you know where you come at this not as a black man, you come at it as a Muslim.
On top of that,
That's why you're unhappy.
The next
You're sitting as a black man, you don't have a problem.
Say that again?
You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I was learning about Islam because of you. Because I went to Speaker's Corner and Sarah and all of these people cut
Sarah,
hate Muslims like do. And then I started to look into the deen and I realized 1 minute.
But what I'm saying is you're sitting here with a problem.
Let me tell you a story.
Yeah,
Let me tell you a true story.
Yeah, go on.
I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray, yeah, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you, yeah. And I had to research the deen, and the more I researched it, I realized 1 minute these men are lying. These men are
Who
lying.
tried to turn you against him?
I'm saying that I had Tommy Robinson supporters in the black community was coming in the Speaker's Corner trying to Tommy Robinson, Raj.
me bomba clock. He really said, Raj, this bomb, yo, this, yo, 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 yo. Man, I take blood clot, yo, yo, yo.
Oh, also, Nanifa, do you know there's a video from Content Over Everything where Raspects, he's in like this black room, I think it's Sincere and Specific, where he's agreeing with Sarah. He's agreeing with him, saying, yeah, like the behaviors of certain people in the park are rare, and people are going to push back and
1
back and
second,
forth and
Ultra,
rare.
forget all that, yeah, because I know that
It's
you've already
nuts.
digested that, but I didn't catch that. But I just heard a man say, my people then were turning against my man said name one, and he said
Raj.
what? And he
Said
didn't even
Raj.
say
That's what I'm
Raj.
saying.
He said Robbie Robinson.
Yeah,
So
but this is what I mean. But
hold on
nine,
a
do you
minute.
not understand that it's an attempt at just
Hold
in mental and emotional manipulation. He knows that people who don't have the range are gonna buy into it, and take all of it without
That's
question
fine,
because
but
they're
I'm just
dummies.
now going to use that to respond to what you were saying before, when you were saying maybe man has matured and this and that and rare this and rare that. You understand me?
Oh
And from
boy.
these little clips that I'm listening to, I'm thinking, well, no, because all of his talking points and buzz points are all from times of old. Even calling the you Tommy, whatever the fuck it is, goes right back to that. Like everything in here is not of forward vibrations, it's all of backward vibrations. You see? Which makes it
Yeah,
even 10 times
I
worse.
agree with that.
You're
I agree.
supposed to be putting it on, man, because that's what you're coming with. That's what's in your mind. Yeah? When man was talking to you about how he prevented a Muslim from being whatever, he didn't say thank you, my brother, or thanks for that. You know what I mean? You get me? Right. Anyway, but yo, brethren, let me just tell you something. Yo, suspect. Yo, you can't be bringing any people into the community and calling it that, you know. It na gosso in a brethren. Yeah? It na gosso in a, yeah? You can't finesse everything, because we don't know, say, yeah, or there's a theory, at least, or the tweet. Is that one of these? You see? That could be a lie again, because you're saying it's because of Tommy Robinson why he took your shot harder. And Sarah. But there's another tweet that says because of gal. You get me? Because a Muslim girl and
But even that, nine. But nine. Let's not do the slander thing, innit? Let's not do the guessing.
It was the people, the black community, that turned him Muslim, because we kept going up against him. So we also, that's 3 different set of people that turned you Muslim, Rass.
Yeah, to be honest with you, nah, his religious journey, it ain't a thing. Oh shit, my student's here. Man, I'll be back in 2 hours. My student's here, but I'm gonna try and listen in. Yeah.
Student, hope you pass.
All right. Take care.
Make money.
Of people tried to turn me against Spray, yeah, and all.
That's a lie. You see, I mean, turn me against Spray, and you know Spray don't know this youth from nowhere.
Muslim friends because they were supporters of.
Which Muslim friends were supporters of Tommy Robinson? That's what I want to know. Anyone in the chat know of any Muslims, even from the Speakers Corners days, that were supporters of Tommy Robinson? Oh, where am I talking about? Ooh. The only people that I remember from Speakers Corner that supported Tommy Robinson, was Raj. Definitely supported, because I know he went to his rallies and all sorts. Who else supported him? That was people of color, I mean.
Maybe he's thinking, could Jupiter take that pick? I don't know.
What's that guy's name? You remember
Callum? I don't know. I don't think Callum supported him still. But
Callum didn't support. I think Callum was just trying to build up Titans TV, innit? So he just had, like he had Tan and all them man on it. He was just trying to build his channel, innit? I don't think he legit supported him.
And both him and Sarah was on the whole freedom of speech thing, if I remember correctly. Because
I think Sarah. You know what it was? I think Sarah came from the position as a black nationalist, yeah, and so he thought that Tommy is a white nationalist, so they have common things in place. So I think, if anything, out of Callum and Sarah, I'm sure Sarah identified more with Mr. Robinson than anyone else. But Callum weren't. I put money on it. But then there was Ralph. Who did you say? Raj.
Yeah, but thus far, none of those. The important thing is that Raj does not represent the black community, but that's the name that he's given. You understand me? So that's an epic fail and an epic lie.
That was a a £4 still.
You're trying to finesse the people, them. You know what I mean? It's not happening, bro.
To research and research it. I realized 1 minute. These men are lying. These men are lying.
Oh shit! Tommy just asked Spray if it was.
And Spray shook his head.
You just asked Spray what?
Tommy asked Spray if it was him that converted him. As in,
oh, you're joking. Don't lie.
Man, look at the disdain in his face when he's like, no, no, not me, boy. Nothing to do with this.
Oh my
Sorry,
god,
I'm being
man.
extra.
Oh my
What is that Spray? Is that Spray guy a Muslim then?
Yeah, apparently.
I think he may have been born Muslim still, but yeah.
Okay.
But definitely not a practicing
So he
Muslim.
can't be a supporter of Robinson then.
There you go, Bab. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. The man's catching himself in all types of lies. I think Ultra said something about using psychological or something towards the host, something. But I'm just saying it'd be a lie.
But if what Rass said was a lie, the guy's right there who would turn around and say, what are you talking about?
But this is the thing. He's like, he's willing to just say whatever. This is what I'm getting from this. Even with the man in his presence. Like, did you not talk to the man first and say, I'm going to say X, Y, and Z? Like, it's making the guy, it's coming across to me like he's just throwing the guy under the bus. None of that needs to be said. What is the point of your interview? Why are you throwing your brother under the bus? Or black
but surely the guy would jump up and say,
you're
you're saying shit or like,
say that again, brother.
I'm saying surely the guy would have jumped up and said, that ain't true, what you talking about.
But that's not professional.
He was saying something. Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? Yeah. He doesn't want it to look like a proper shit show. But I'm just speculating. I don't know the brother from nowhere, you know. This is just me putting my 2 cents in. Don't think that I actually have any background on this. I have no clue. I'm as perplexed as everyone else.
All right, then. So let the comedy continue.
Spray. Yeah, and for my Muslim friends, because you, yeah, research the thing. These men are lying. These men are lying. Who tried to turn you against him? I'm saying that I had Tommy Robinson supporters in the black community was coming at me at Speaker's Corner,
like who?
Trying to Tommy.
You know why all this is so bad, you know. I mean, did you hear that last bit? Let me just realize this is so. You see, this is why, you know, I tell you, you know, you see, this is the time of Aquarius, you know. Get me? And finessing days must be over, man. All right, this is so bad. This is so poor.
I realized 1 minute, but one time I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray, yeah, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you, yeah.
All right, first big lie, okay.
And I had to research the thing, and the more I research, these men are.
Right. Then you just ask Spray, did you convert him?
Nine. What you're doing is making it play off key. It's like doubling up. The first time you pressed play, it worked. The second time, it's like the sound was kind of doubling, and then the third time, it's not really coming.
Right, let me see if I've got. I don't know if I've. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've got stuff open, but there's nothing open that's media based.
The first time you did it, it played all right. So try again. I'm just saying, try again because we didn't catch what you're trying to get across. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying line number 2, and I think we're going. Yeah. So
yeah. Go back to line number 2. We heard line number 1. Yeah. Go back to line number 2. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Turn you against. Then I had supporters in the black community was coming at me at Speaker's Corner, like trying to.
Sarah's cool.
Yeah, all right, cool. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's Sarah token as well.
Yeah. So yes, definitely. So
right. So now he's saying. So he firstly
gave.
To be fair,
if Mr. Robinson saying Sarah's cool, what's that saying? Fucking hell. Like, okay, look. So
no, but wait 1 second,
so,
Buddha. 1 second. Just put your suit down a minute. 1 second. So the first thing he said that Raj is representation of the black community. So already we have to dash that.
Mute when you play, Nines. Mute it when you play. That's why we can't hear it. Bigger just said.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense still. Oh, all right. Let me rewind it again. Hold on a second. Let me just. All right, I'm gonna make it play and then I'll have to. All right, cool. Let me rewind it a little bit. And then just let it play because it has to sink in. To be honest, it is a lot. All right, I'm gonna go on mute. Big up yourself, Big H. Come on. G Block.
And Sarah and all of these people try to make me hate Muslims like you do. And then let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people try to turn me.
Right, so I think the key word there is Sarah.
As soon as it started to play, you pressed mute, you know. I don't know if you realize it might have been playing your end, but for us, it was like, I'll tell you what you, and then you press mute.
No, but I'm not, but could you hear them though?
No, that's what I'm saying. As soon as they started to play properly, at first it wasn't playing good, and as soon as it started to play good, you pressed pause.
All right, let me, all right, 1 second. 1 second.
Was it just me, Buddha? Could you hear it? Chat, could you hear it? You have to mute it.
I'm half asleep. I'm suffering.
It's all right, Buddha. It's all right, babe. Don't worry.
Would he say he's half asleep?
Yeah.
I ain't slept in 48 hours, but I can't sleep for love nor money, man. What the fuck is wrong with me?
I remember those days. I used to have insomnia bad. Sometimes 4 or 5 days I couldn't sleep. But I feel your pain, but I don't know how I got over it, so I can't even help you.
The maddest thing is I normally sleep good. That's the craziest.
No, I know how irritating that is, man. I wish I could even, I don't even know how to help you. I just know your pain and that ain't helping. If anyone told me that when I was feeling it, I'd have said, just fuck off then. All right, you're back, nice.
You didn't have a black people. And what?
Black man, you come out as a Muslim.
On top of that,
that's why you're unhappy.
The next
if you're sitting as a black man, you won't have a problem.
Say that again?
You're sitting here and you have a problem with me as a Muslim, not as a black man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a problem as a Muslim.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I only learned about Islam because of you, because I went to Speaker's Corner and Sarah and all of these people tried to make me hate Muslims like you do. And then I started looking at the like 1 minute.
To be fair, it could be argued that that is actually big kudos to Tommy, you know, to say, well, bam, because of you. You know what I mean? I turned from a Rasta to a Muslim because of an EDL man. That's quite
This
interesting.
is how we know Tommy ain't taking in none of this. He's laughing inside. He's laughing in his head like, all right, Rass, whatever.
He's either laughing or he's feeling, 6, 7, 8 feet tall. Because a man's basically saying that I've changed my whole lifestyle, my whole vibration because of you.
But listen, that is bro. Like I said to Ultra earlier, that's not what he said though. He said he started looking into the deen because of those men, and then from looking into the deen,
absolutely, but that's still powerful. I'm saying if a quote unquote, as far as you're concerned, white racist EDL man, you get me, can make you leave Rasta for another religion, then you have to give that person kudos. Or those persons, because he also mentioned Sarah. So you have to give them some kudos.
I personally give the kudos to the religion, because regardless of whoever's telling you what, when you look into something, that's what's going to convince you to do something, isn't it?
Yeah, but Buddha, what she's saying is if it weren't for those people, he wouldn't have looked into. She's saying if it weren't for those people, that he would never have looked into those religions. So he needs to give them some props. That's what she's saying.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Some people's eureka moment, maybe, you know, a near-death experience or losing a child. You get me? Or, you know what I mean? And my man's saying at the end of the day, because of you as a white EDL man and because of Sarwar as a black nationalist, you made me look into a religion, and because so I'm saying they deserve kudos for that. Definitely. So yeah, he should be saying thank you.
Listen, there's no way in hell I'm giving Mr. Robinson any kudos. Fuck that. Like, I can't do it.
Yeah, well, over here we deal with truth and rights, Buddha, as you know. You understand me? And I can only go by what's being said. And the man is reiterating it. You know what I mean? And remember, this is many years later, so he's well seasoned now. He's well
Nanifa,
seasoned.
before I forget, before I forget, remind me to send you the soft subject, but remind me to send you the Michaela Peterson podcast. Just say Michaela Peterson to me. I've got to send you this podcast. And you, Sosa.
Just send it now. No one ain't gonna remind you. How are we gonna see you to remind you? Send it now.
Yeah, let me post in the back chat.
But I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray, yeah, and all my Muslim friends because they were supporters of you, yeah.
Salsa, you see, I don't want to do this, you know, because this is not, you get me, you know what, but this time, can you see Spray's eye, Salsa? If only I could.
I saw, that's what I said to you. Can you not see the expression on the man's face?
Yo, me catch it, blood cleat. Yeah, me catch it. And my man's so involved, he's not even watching to see.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo, you know one of them ones, you know, we talk with
Not
Yai
in the room, none at all.
Yeah, watch him Yai. Huh? What?
I'm gonna don't mix me.
Yes. Yo,
that's all the poor man wants to say.
Yo,
keep it professional.
No, I could catch a little read. What? I might need to do it in slow motion. Hold on, man, just for the entertainment start. Let me see if I can do that. But nah, man. You see, oh no, listen, listen. No, no, for stop this type of bullshit, you know. Anyway, when I come back, I'm telling you, them not gonna like me, you know.
All of these people try to make me hate Muslims.
I'm sorry, but that sounds bad.
And then I started to look into the deen and I realized 1 minute. But what I'm saying is just you're sitting there with the problem. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a true story. I had a bag of people try to turn me against Spray. Yeah, and all my Muslim friends, because they were supporters of you. Yeah, and I had to research the deen, and the more I researched it, I realized 1 minute these men are lying. These men are lying. Turn you against it. I'm saying that I had Tommy Robinson supporters in the black community was coming at me at Speaker's Corner, trying to your Tommy Robinson, Raj, and all those. not black.
He's not black.
No, Sarah. You sat down with Sarah.
Sarah's cool.
Yeah, alright, cool. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, shit, Sarah Token as well.
Yeah, so, yes, definitely. Sora is one even generation identity protest as well.
It wasn't a generational identity.
Why did they want you against it? These
It was a
Muslims.
free speech protest.
Don't stop yet. Don't stop yet.
Basically, what they was trying to
Oh yeah, sorry, copyrights. Yeah, sorry.
convince the whole black community is that all black Muslims are sellouts.
Yeah,
I laugh for dead stuff.
I laugh. I know that weren't the purpose of why you did that, yeah, but fucking hell.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, that
Oh
puts
dear, oh
everything in a
dear.
different light. I all forgot to look out for the man's expression.
No, we catch it, man. We catch it, man.
I was
But
looking, I was laughing.
yo,
And you kill me, man.
yo, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So I don't know, man. Do we think anyway? No, do you know what? Let me get my jaw back. Hold on.
Yo,
Oh gosh,
I could have
man.
feel the split with the tears coming out of my eyes.
Oh gosh, man. Oh my gosh, man.
Shit. I know
Wow.
that was the purpose, but that was the sweetest thing to happen on me. That can't be cat.
Oh my
Oh
gosh,
my
man.
life. Oh,
Okay,
fuck.
man. Oh,
I just
dear.
saw cerebral palsy.
Stop it. Oh gosh, man.
Oh fuck.
Stop it.
That oh my god, you know my sense of humor.
God forgive us.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
My sense of humor is warped, but I
Oh
swear that
dear.
was sweet.
Oh my gosh, man.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, I forgot the purpose.
I know. I've gone right off track now.
Now that's gonna become a feature, you know. God. Yo.
Oh dear. But yeah, man, get me. Yeah, man, whole heap of nets are still needed out in these YouTube streets. Nothing to change.
Oh boy, I'm here for
Boy,
it.
code sending guys to hell like the rest of us. Oh gosh. Oh
It has
gosh.
to be a Sunday thing though. But I'm
Oh gosh.
definitely into it. I'm going to end like the rest of us.
Oh gosh, man.
Why?
But yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can. I don't know if there's going to be any much more purchase from the full one. To be honest, I think, yeah, man's still carrying them same feelings, you know, and yeah.
I think this was just a point. This wasn't for Tommy Robinson. This is for who's watching. That's all I'm getting from this. It's not. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing comes across as purposeful towards Tommy Robinson. It's just for the viewers and what I can get across. That's all I'm hearing. I want to hear the other lady and the lady and the other guy talk as well. See what their aspects on it. But their aspect is kind of not to say they're irrelevant, but it is because they did not have the same vim that I know of that Rass has had for Tommy Robinson. So it's a madness. It's still a madness to me.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't suggest that there's been any sort of pre-thought, pre-production or anything. I don't think it's sort of, because it could have been a fire interview, to be fair.
It could have been. This is why I'm so disappointed. This is why I'm saying this is pointless. Like, it could have had a purpose. And yeah, people could have said, oh, look, he's interviewing him, but yet Sarah interviewed him. But if it had a purpose, then, do you know what I mean? Then that defeats, that blows everything out of the water. But from what I can see, it's just let me pour my heart out. And Tommy Robinson don't give a fuck.
Yo, Wendy. Yo, can't get up it. No, let me not even do that. No. But yo, Wendy, I told you from long time,
Islamophobe free. Fuck.
I told you from long time, Wendy, but you have to see for yourself. But it's all right. But yeah, man.
What did she say?
No,
what does she mean?
Wendy just saying this for Robinson proving he's not racist.
What does that mean though? Is she trying to say what's her view? Like, what does she think? I don't understand.
Well, she's obviously saying it's just like a thingy bobby campaign for him to prove that he's not racist.
Exactly. This is the thing, and Rass has just walked straight into it and given him no vim. This is why I'm upset. It's like this is a 1-0. Do you know what I mean? 0 to Rass. This is 1 to Rass to Tommy and his people. He's only gonna go back to his people and be like I said, do you know what I mean? Oh, look, these fucking idiots don't know what they're doing. Now I've got a bit more exposure. Do you know what I mean? That's all you've done. It's pointless. It's pointless. It's pointless. I'm disappointed, Rass. You should have executed this better. You should have had a reason for interviewing him. What is the reason? What was the purpose?
The purpose is clout chasing, babe.
Oh, shit. Ridiculous.
In my humble opinion.
No, but I can't see any other reason. It doesn't make no other sense to me. It didn't have to be. If anything, let's Spray and the woman have interviewed him, given them the reason, the background, the questions, so it could be a non-bias. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But him there asking no questions that are relevant when now he's got a double whammy against the guy. It makes no sense. You've just given the guy an introduction to say, yeah, look, I can rub shoulders with them whenever because they're that licky. Fucking hell.
You see it. Well, the world is a stage, they say. You get me? The world is a stage, they say. But yeah, Wendy, what are you thinking about this girl?
If you want her up here, she can come up here, just make sure that, it means just down for sleeves and them things.
Everything good, man. I think
Wendy,
Wendy's seen the light, finally.
Well,
but anyway.
What light she's seen don't change no way I feel. But yeah,
No,
there's a
all right.
Come on up here. I'll be nice. I'm always nice.
Oh shit! Hold on.
So I said.
And this is why 5 online interviews this week to prove he's Mr. Nice Guy is a liar and a cheat. Oh, well, you must know Wendy coming on. You followed him.
So this is one of how many interviews he's done this week. So it's a publicity. You see what I'm saying? If I can fucking see through this and you're in these things, then Rass, how did you not see it, bro? How? It has to be a clout thing then, man. It don't make no other sense. But anyway, I guess I still got to wait for the full interview. But if this is what you're putting out as this is what's coming, most people put out, do you know what I mean? Something that's going to get you watching. This is going to make most people think, what? They're only going to watch to this week. Because if this is the trailer, there ain't nothing in this trailer that's favorable. And I'm saying that as someone that ain't always been online coming at you and whatever. So, boy, you already know.
It's a danger to me and all these black Muslims in my community. I've got to research it.
And the more I done research into the Dean, is the more I realized, 1 minute, these men are taking this thing out of context, this thing out of context. Furthermore, if you look at the Dean, it's actually promoting marriage. It's not promoting sex outside of marriage. It's promoting stability. 4 verses, bro. It's promoting 4 verses. It's
Not to be too controversial, but is my man married? Does anyone know
nothing about him other than what Rass is showing on his team? You know me, I watch their fuckers and then I lock off my laptop. I don't go and research the people.
Oh, look who's here! The original, the boy. Yeah, walk back, you made it. Now I know you're here. I know we've gone international in these YouTube streets. Carry go bring come. Hey. You
that?
Clout chasing us. This is Blockback. This is from Illuminati. Blockback. You're Clout chasing off respect. Is the irony here? You can clearly contact him directly, but instead prefer to send indirects like true pagans, kiss my teeth. Yeah,
who can contact him directly? Who? Like, what world do you think this is? This is the internet to us, bro. How am I contacting him?
Yo, Blockback, who you fucking talking to? Yeah, Reggie.
No, who are you? Like, who are you?
He is.
No, first I don't even want to know. Like, that's all that he needs to hear. Who are you? Like, bye.
He's carrying a income. That's who he is. But yeah, he was one of Aspect's boys still. Definitely one of Aspect's chat soldiers. And then Raspect disappeared, and then I don't know, he went elsewhere and started being a bum boy elsewhere. Exactly, Mo. You see what I'm saying to you, Motion? You get it? Yeah? You see what I'm saying to you, Motion? Yeah? His 2 blood clean generals have spoken about it, but yet this little batty boy feels that he can come in my chat. Yeah?
This is why I say don't even give these people cut. Who is
batty
he?
Boy. Who? Yeah, and you're a fucking clout chaser as well. Yeah, listen, don't let me even get onto you, Blockback, because you know I think you're the biggest pussy out here, boo. Yeah? Biggest pussy. Yo, you are one of them fans. You are one of them fans. Yeah,
and
you're one of them.
You're giving it too much attention.
Didn't grow up amongst black people. You understand what I'm saying to you? But you're gassed to be amongst black people on YouTube and think that this and that. But yeah, I'm not that one, innit? Move your blood clot.
Peace and powers, Mama.
Dickhead. Don't let me tell you about yourself, Bedroom. Like, nah. Yes, Mel in the building. Bring the family back. Bring us back together. Yeah, thank you for that, though, Motion, because this is what I'm trying to say about these little fassies, man. You understand? Phil said, you get me? Them can come amongst me where you big... Let me start cuss pun Sunday. You big pussy broke back. Phil said,
I wish I knew it was so I could cuss for you.
And come in my Bumbleclot house with your little fresh Bumbleclot self about you clout chasing off respect is the irony here. You can clearly contact him directly, but instead prefer to send indirects like true pagan.
If you can contact him directly, then you do so. Yeah. Yes. But we don't. Nines ain't in the thing of doing a show and then taking it off. Yeah, it'll be there for him to see, so that it's still direct. So like, yeah, you ain't got no point over here, brother or gal, whatever you is. Check this shit out, literally, nothing. Oh, but there was something in the back.
Yeah, man, idiot thing. Both of your blood cleat, move your Bumbleclot further, you know what I mean? You're not ready for me yet. This is not that kind of place. Seriously. You know I'm not about you and you ain't about me, so you can just go on about your business, Reggie. Like, seriously. But Blockback, this is not the place. Just go on, do your Gary. Just do your carry your brain come, and that's it. That's it. No more commenting, because you're idiot, man. You're idiot, man. You don't know, so your boy was chatting about it yesterday. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Blockback. Yeah, but you see, you have to come out. That's what I'm trying to say. You're originally suspects, boy, and you can't hide it.
What was their old name? Not them properly. What was their old name? They're now called Silverback.
I don't know. I just know that he's one of he's blocked back.
You need to out their real names so people can be like, oh yeah, they used to be rare. But no one ain't out here doing nothing sly or no behind the scenes things or no clout chasing nothing. We're out here talking about something that's been put out by somebody who had an issue with somebody else doing the same thing. Like, if you can't see that, that's because you're blind and your head's too stuck up where it shouldn't be. So if you're Muslim, take your head out the batty and follow the deen. If you're not, you need to something constructive. Just allow people and let them do what they're doing.
You're right about clout chasing. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I bet you won't go and tell your other man them that you're fresh. Listen. Let me not even bother. Go on about your business now. You've come, you saw, you didn't conquer shit. You fuck off now. I mean, I'm sure your people them are alive somewhere. Move your blood clot, man. For real. You take this thing for.
Move your dirty nastiness. Who's that, Nines?
Yeah. No. That's when familiarity breeds. Cause you see it. Look at this. Fight. You can come and chat in here like he got some blue spanner in here. Move your blood cleat here, sir. Yeah, you turn down the wrong blood cleat road wrong. Yes, sir. Yeah, this is 9 Ethers building. Yeah, just reverse and fuck off, mate.
So anyway, back to business. So is that the end of the interview?
But you see, the thing is here, God is good because you come right time. You get me? You come right because that was a non-black person. You understand me? Commenting on what basically is black issues. Yeah, where this man in question is trying to bring us into an argument that never existed.
Thank you. So I've got a right to talking it. I am the black
God what? God just made the same non-black person who really the thing I defend come drop in and talk them type of sitting here. You see it? That's why 9 is back in the building, man. The energy is here.
Go back to where they diss black sisters, like fuck
Get
off.
me? Yeah, you see it there? Everything happened for a reason. So all the chattings it a chat, it is being proved. Say yeah, it no go so. Get me and one just drop in can confirm. So yeah, man. As much as I tell you about yourself, you come right time because you just can confirm the sitting them. Yeah, man ain't representing no black community. You hear me? That's what I say.
Promote. Then I looked at the Muslims around me and I couldn't see any of these.
Salsa, is my girl laughing?
Oh, you know what? I'm fighting with the lighthouse. Pay it again.
My girl here, she's actually laughing at this point.
I didn't see, Pull it back just a bit. Press the
laugh to nose.
Arrow key.
This is out of context. If you look at the deen, it's actually promoting marriage. It's not promoting sex outside of marriage.
It is. I just give you 4 verses, bro.
It's promoting
4 verses.
It's promoting, and then
I looked at
the Muslims around me.
Yep, that was a smirk. That was a someone. She's communicating with someone else. Can you see? She's looking at someone that's probably behind the camera or something. They're all probably in there thinking this is a mess.
Yeah, you see both her and Sprayer looking.
Guy. Yeah.
Looking.
Even Tommy's caught the person's eye.
I'm saying.
Rass, you're not in the room, brother, man. Because you want to tell a story about you. Keep it personal. Stop being so personal. Talk about the point. Oh, now I don't get the point of why this is happening. What's the title of it? What's the title of this actual interview? Is it say like we ask questions or we get to the bottom of things. Like, what's the actual title that they put on it?
No, I'll tell you what it says. Hold on. It says Tommy Robinson, evil or patriotic? RTM podcast show season 5 exclusive. So it's evil or patriotic. And so again, no racism, no Islamophobia.
So what the fuck you doing there, Rass? Just let Spray and the woman interview if they wanted to interview you. I don't get it.
No, but that's their title though. So
that's what I'm saying. So why is he there? Because that's not his issue with the brother.
Right. Interesting.
Scary, man.
Let me take down this passage together, anyway. Fuck's sake. Big up, Bell. It's fucking big pum, you know.
And any grooming. I could only see fathers and wives raising their children in stable households.
Yeah, if this was an interview, it sounded too personal for me. That's my view on it. It was far too personal. I had this happen to me because of this happening to me, rather than, even if you're dealing with whether he's evil or patriotic or whatever the title is, where are you even talking about that? Like, it's just too personal. It's just like, this is an interview for the people. You ain't talking to Robinson. It's just he just happens to be there. But from what I'm getting from this is all about, I don't know, getting people to realize why you turned Muslim, or I don't know, but it's not giving what it should. What's really saying? But what about the people whose mum's Facebook say EDL, this is mother, the Asian youth spitting circles around him, and they showed more disrespect. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I don't get it. It just doesn't make no sense. Maybe, has he put a video out before this where he says, listen, I'm going to be doing an interview and rare, because I need context, man. It's just out of the blue for me still. And I just don't get it. I don't get why the fuck you sat down with him. I don't get it. Like, I don't give a fuck that you sat down with him. I just don't get why you sat down with him. You there, Nice?
No, yeah, definitely, sis. And I think obviously the question still remains as to the context of it. But like I've said in it, like, I know there's another clip, which is the first one. I might run through it, but yeah, I mean, rightly or wrongly, I've made my conclusion already. Obviously, I'll watch it, but yeah, man, I mean, yeah, for the amount of vim and this and that, and I don't see nothing different. It's still the old, you know what I mean? Same shit, different day, man. And yeah, I just think everyone, Sarah, he's the next one. You understand me, man? You came on chatting the most Garvey and now you're just doing up. I don't even know. You understand? And I just put all these people just in a certain category, man. You know what I mean? You got young Pharaoh in America. 1 minute black woman is God now, boy.
Do you know what, Lines? When is there a clip or video of when Sarah interviewed or spoke to Thingy? Review them, compare them. Like, I've never seen it. Number one, and two, I'm sure I don't know. Even without seeing it, I'm sure it made more sense.
The thing is, though, I mean, I could pull it up and everything, but the thing is, the reason why I don't think they don't need to be compared in that is because Sarah never necessarily had vim for Thomas. You get me?
Yeah, but that's my point. We can see how nice they both were being.
Well, yeah, there you go, man. Yeah, Yaga.
Walk on. What you saying, man?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Crypto to the world.
Gee, you know what? Why Sarah went to the red pill, man? Cause the black woman give him fun.
She born up in Bomber Clout. You know what I'm saying? Take with the bike and take with the pum pum and, you know? Mad. Mash up my life, man. I forgot a red pill and, you know? Jeez. Now every week the woman I get bun. Mad.
Weakness, but you so one woman bun your bedroom, and that's what I'm trying to say. One woman bun you, one woman in the whole of the plantation bun you. You get me? And from that, you know, you go and go sit down amongst God, man. Oh, it's just these guys are just oh, you know what I mean? Like I said, it's exposing season, so it has to happen, innit? And it's a good that we can see it in front of
the
where
first cut's the deepest, right?
4K.
First cut's the deepest, right?
First cut is the deepest. But that cut, that ain't even that's a last job, boy. That's a last call, yeah. I see. It's just embarrassing at this point. It really is embarrassing. And I mean, that's what I keep saying to the man, them, who the fuck takes some of you lot seriously, bro? Because it ain't me. And if Nine's not taking it serious, that means whole heap of people not taking a serious bedroom. But yeah, man, my man get one chop and gun talking to Pearly. So that's why, anyway, I'm saying you get me name change. You get me no more Garvey up in this bitch. Straight SARA. However you pronounce it, you pronounce it. I don't even give a damn. But what we're not doing, you get me, Biggie?
Oh, big up Sarah though, man.
Nah,
big up the red pill man, them, man. You know what I'm saying, man? Tired to get bun up and do them things there. You get me?
Nah. Dash with that. Dash with that.
I'm waiting for Rass to turn red pill, man. I want to see red pill Rasta. You get me?
Oh Lord.
All of them.
Oh shit will be different, brother. If you get red pill Rasta will be different, fam. Are you mad? Wow. Jeez, what was also, man?
They are on the eater side.
Yeah, man. Yo.
Big up yourself, Kushti, darling.
All going Kushti. Got yourself.
As Sunday treating you.
Yeah, man. So big up the red pill man, them, man. You know. Jeez, can't get bun up forever, man.
What's red pill man, them? Is it what I think it is?
Not yet. That's what Sarah's now the red pill done, innit? He's like one of the bosses of red pill and that now, man. It's like I think there's another one called MGTOW, men going their own way, where they've just basically just lost faith in women.
What incel groups then?
Right.
So it
I don't know. Yeah, man, they just lost faith in modern women, innit? And they want more of a traditional woman to step up.
Well, they're gonna start ordering brides from the Philippines and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, come on. Party bros and all them shit.
Yeah, when we come back, we're gonna talk about them thing, they know, these passport brides and all of these shit, man. Because
passport bros, yeah.
Man, them are wilding out.
Yeah, but imagine wait, hold on. Imagine you worked for something for imagine you worked for something for half your life or whatever, and someone could just take all of your fucking worth for just a worthless some tramp. Like you'd be like, fuck that, man. So some of these people, I understand their thing in it, like, you know, anyone that's going with these new age girls, man, they sound crazy. Think like the ones that are being advertised on these podcasts. Obviously, hashtag not all, but
do you know what, Uvelli? A lot of those ones that they talk about on podcasts, they talk about. I think someone was saying it on your thing yesterday as well. Like they're talking about. Oh yeah, it was Mel. They're talking about rich. They're not talking about the everyday person. And I'm not saying that the everyday person don't get bun or whatever happened to. But what the fuck did she really take from him? In comparison to, do you know what I mean? In comparison to those that are having to give up houses, cars, half their wages. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's just something to chat, and it's just a comparison. Oh, we feel what you feel, but they just feel, all they really feel is hurt.
Yeah, man. Maybe because my man actually got bun and got the bun, that's why he went lean more towards the Red Bill thing, innit? Like, man actually got the bun. So, you know, man, that might have tip the boat a little, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's soft, man. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that whatever happened was a nice thing, this, that, and the other. But the thing is, right, and this is what I don't understand, yeah. Like, it could be argued if you're living amongst a certain set of people, like, say if you was living in Jamaica or Africa, do you know what I mean? Like a mostly black populated person, yeah. All the bad things that are gonna happen to you are gonna be from your own people. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I don't understand why in England, when you know what I mean, it happens to you from your own, that's gonna send you kamikaze all over. You understand what I'm saying to you? All over. It's foolishness, man. Get me? Man was just already on them kind of vibrations anyway, and just use it as an excuse, man. Moving the blood cleat, man. You know what I mean? Just how much. Think about how many women have had bun and cheese and all that, and a whole dinner and they still stay. What to them idiot? Them man, you take people for fool, Virgin. Yeah, like I'm saying,
I don't know about them guys that's just sitting there, just getting bun up all the time and all that, like, or even just once, bro. Like, I ain't getting no bun.
No, but what I'm saying though, the bigger point though, Big Age, is that all right then, just because someone give you a bun, yeah, that don't mean that you have to go and you distress the clan. You understand me? And go and start eating beans on
But
toast.
you know what she did? Yeah, she gave him bun, and then she gave him a next bun with her next brother in on the end, and then moved the brother in the yard, and the brother's all riding off his bike with his youth and all that stuff. It's just bare bun and disrespect. You hear me? That? So obviously, man just said, "Fuck that." Let me swallow that red pill.
Bun with cheese. At least it wasn't.
You hear me? Bare bun. You know, I got bun with chocolate spread. Mad. Sweet bun.
But you know what, yeah, the mere fact that he even bought that online, yeah, just made me know that's clout chasing again, Bobs. I'm making it. Like, you've calculated to make that now your new thingy, Bobby. Because more time, no one's gonna make them kind of things public.
And also the fact that you're saying that the man's now in the house. Realistically, what was he gonna do? Make the woman move out and find somewhere else to live with the child? Or if he at least said, all right, then if he was looking after the child, that's different. But if she's got the child, why should the child's whole house and everything be disrupted as well? So obviously, if the woman dates, where's the man gonna live? It just don't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's no real argument there.
Even though that's cool or whatever, but why have to make the man ride off a man's bike and all that, man?
Why he should have took his bike?
What the fuck?
Why he didn't take his bike?
Exactly, Mel.
You know why?
Because of my BMX, B.
Because he probably staying with his parents and
Finally
their
hopping on my
parents
shit.
can't junk up my house.
These times I bought Egyptian cotton sheets and that, and he's walking out of my bed and that. Bro. What the fuck? The hell? Nah, man. I don't think you don't understand what sort of bun this is like.
Listen, wait. So I came
man
up.
down the walls, you know.
I wanted to find out about this bun business, right? Because you know I'm American and I'm using my American card right now. I need translation. Was it any of the other kind of bunning happened? No.
She cheated.
Oh,
That's what happened, yeah.
But cheated.
Multiple times.
No STD bun.
No STD bun, no.
In Jamaica,
okay.
No, we're saying there's levels
Jamaican
to the
bun,
bun,
yeah.
Yeah, there's levels to a bun.
That's more like an East bun.
That's gone off book.
That's real. Once in a lifetime sort of bun. You get me that?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we on the same page with the level of the bun. Okay. So she cheated And that's what all this is about. Oh my God!
Yeah. First of all, check up, man. He said he paid for her and her mum to go on holiday, yeah, and that's one of mum's bad mind as well, yeah. After they go on holiday, flying around with two brothers or one new brother. My man paid for the holiday, and she's getting walked out on the holiday girls trip, and then I think the final straw was I think they got sorted out or whatever, and then she took up a next brother and dash him out the yard and make him ride up the bike and step around the picnic and all that shit.
No, but he really rode his bike. How he know he was riding his bike?
Why he got at the
Because his
bike?
son told him. His son told him, man, Dad, we went out riding today. He's like, yeah? He's like, yeah, he took your bike. Like, what the
Kids are
fuck?
like already, innit? They like
How much agony that would have been.
that part. Yeah, he's riding your bike.
He didn't take his bike.
that-
He's not in the house.
He took your bike.
Probably,
Yeah,
you know what?
yeah.
He was probably doing that petty shit, like leaving some of his stuff back. Like, yeah, you ain't gonna have no dude up in here. I'm gonna leave my shit. No, bro, take your shit. Take it.
Yeah, man.
Okay, not if you leave it and you leave your stuff. It's community property. You done left your stuff. That means anybody come, they can't use it.
Yeah, that's whack still. Trust me.
Boy, why is he not upset he's riding the bike? He's upset he's riding the woman. Like, just leave it at that. He didn't need to throw the bike in the store.
And the bike as well. What the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? They already mashing up my Egyptian cut.
Sitting on your dining chairs, like.
You know this shit, bro. These times, man, furnished the whole yard and shit. The fuck? No way, man.
But fun and joke aside, I can imagine a pain, like, because women don't really think that men go through pain, and they do. So I don't mean to laugh at a man's pain.
Yeah, she's an evil bitch, bro. Fuck no.
There's levels to like how you deal with it. Do you know what I mean?
Right, I think so. Yeah, getting cheated on is not a fun thing. You know, it's disloyalty. It's total violation of whatever agreement you guys made, to spend your life together. So yeah, it's just that I just don't really understand. Like, I think men expect women, like, we're somehow hardwired to. You guys could deal with that. We can make you feel this way all the time, and we expect you to just adjust and deal. But the minute a man feels
but you never. Wait, hold on.
You're
talking about in general, though. You're saying in general. You're not talking about Sarah's specific situation, like, because he never said, "Right, I was cheating all the time on my girl."
No. What I'm saying is that you could tell that he don't feel like women should, we should be able to deal with it, because when you hear him talk about polygamy, he feels like a woman should be okay with understanding some woman is riding her man, right? You should be able to share, but he having trouble sharing. Just the thought of a man doing something is bothering him. So what's wrong with our minds? It's not going to bother
men don't usually share wives, though. Like, that's not like a thing, isn't it? Like,
so therefore nobody should be able to share, because the same pain we gonna feel it too.
But a lot of women do share a small.
And they the same ones who bust out windows out of people's car and all that kind of stuff, because it's painful. That's my point. Is that they expect us to, that because they share it, that we feel differently. I'm saying that clearly we don't. So he's just getting a dose of what millions of women feel all the fucking time. It don't feel good. That's my point. It don't feel good. Either way, either gender, it don't feel good. So if women went whatever wig towel, if women went wig towel, right?
Wig towel. They're already doing that, man. That's feminism.
No, it's not feminism. It's just saying it's wig towel. Because then if MGTOW is misogyny, then, and they would probably say no, it's not.
feminism is like already the wig towel, women going their own way shit.
No,
But they say they want
feminist women can be in relationships with dudes. They just could be in relationships with dudes who understand their values, their views. That they're not for women being oppressed and treated wrongly. That doesn't mean they don't need women. They still like penis. They still like
women don't really want to be equal to the same level as men in it, because like a man's life is a harsh reality. Like I'm telling you, if you live the life,
they want to be
man,
paid equally. They don't want to be equal
no.
every single thing.
Right, exactly. So you don't want
Okay,
to
what's wrong with wanting financial equality? Like, what's wrong with that?
financial equality means that you're gonna have to do
Basically,
harder work.
why
Basically,
why
you have
would
to
a
work
man?
more hours and you're gonna have to work more
It's
dangerous jobs.
equal pay for the equal job. Veli, it's
And it
equal.
is.
It's like
But
it's not
that's what
harder work.
happens.
If you're a math teacher and I'm a math teacher, it's not harder work. We're both math teachers.
No, but that's what happens though. You do get paid equally for the equal job to work.
Men get paid more because initially.
Yeah, wait. Let me finish. I'm saying, in general, men get paid more because they do more hours and work harder jobs.
No. You're missing the point. Initially, when they were doing this whole feminism thing, they weren't being paid the same for the equal job. They were not.
Yeah, but now, does that mean there's no need for feminism now then? Because women
But
are
there's
being
probably
paid the same.
I'm not a feminist, but I'm sure they after they fought for that equal pay, they're fighting for something else. Maybe the recognition about the childbirth stuff, and you know what I'm saying, like that women die during
But
childbirth.
women have more rights than men.
It's bringing awareness.
childbirth.
No, feminism is bringing awareness to issues specific to women. What is wrong
Women
with?
already have more rights than men over.
It's
over
not. I
childbirth.
did not say more rights, Veli. I said bringing awareness to issues that involve women. They're not still fighting for the right to vote if they can vote now. They're not fighting for the right to vote.
Mel, let me ask you a question, yeah? Instead of up here, let me ask you a question, yeah? Tell me any sort of right. Maybe it's different for America or whatever, or even in America or whatever.
Veli, I'm not a feminist.
Laws or anything that yeah, I know, but you don't have to be a feminist to answer the question. Just to say, is there any rights or laws that men have that women don't have
today?
Yeah.
Rights. I would say no. Not
but
that
are
I
there
know.
any rights or laws that women have that men don't have?
I'm unaware of the plight of what they. So I'm unaware. That's my answer.
Yeah.
I don't know if what they're fighting for are rights or whatever. But I was saying wig towel for me would be just specifically like relationship focused and not around any of that other stuff. And what I'm saying is that if being cheated on can push you to go your own way, then fuck, like women of all ethnicities should just be all lesbians because they're always who in relationships where there's monogamy, right? There's established monogamy that there's an issue around the monogamy, right? Pertaining to the man. That somehow he becomes unfaithful. So, but women don't.
No, but you know why? Because
women don't just write off men in general. They might write off that one. Wait, hold on, brother. Let me finish. I'm saying women don't write off men in general. They might write off that individual man, but that feeling, that hurt, that instance of infidelity isn't enough to have them start having sex with dolls or go and being with same sex. Like they are still interested in men, and probably most likely men from their ethnic group still. But the way that men are handling it is, you know, it's to me it's extreme or excessive. I'm done.
Yeah, I was saying that obviously it's not all guys here, because it's like the guys, there's a level of for men and then there's levels for women in it. Yeah. So like the men at that top level have access to a lot more women than the men at the lower level, innit? But the women at the lower level have access to a lot more men than the men have access to women at the lower level as well. So when it comes like just the access to having a, maybe not a partner, someone that's going to actually be there as your husband or whatever, but someone to have sex with or whatever, like women are in a better position than men, really. So they can choose in it. But when it comes to marriage, settling down and picking who you want to do that with, I'll say men are in a bit of a better position than women, because obviously a man can choose not to settle down.
Right. I would agree. See, I mean, some of those talking points, I understand them though. Like it's not, but I just, whether that dynamic exists or not, I was mostly speaking about like what makes a person like just generalize, like because something happened to another woman, because a man did something to another woman. I personally am not going to hear that and go, yeah, these men are so blah blah blah, and girl, I'm gonna rally with her on her heartache and make it and take a huge paintbrush and paint all men in that boat. Like that's
No, I would agree with you as well to say that most men aren't red pill or MGTOW, because most men ain't even on social media. Like the majority of men ain't even on social media, so they don't even associate with.
I would agree that those movements, both of those movements, are a very small part of the community. Most women aren't feminists either. Like most women want a husband and and have children, and they don't mind being homemakers, and like they're not like, most women are not feminists. It's just I just don't really understand that whole most like
It's like
even
I was saying to Banksy, yeah. I was saying to Banksy because you watch a lot of the MGTOW or red pill content, a lot of the stuff gets obviously recommended to you. So a lot of the interviews or sort of stuff, talking points that you're against or for, keep getting repeated on different channels all over the place, because you just the algorithm is just recommending you the same content that you might be looking for, right? So like if you're say you're looking for Black Power content, you just keep getting recommended the same sort of content but from loads of different angles, rather than
like
just getting
white power. Like I never see white power content come up as recommended to me.
Exactly, because obviously the algorithm is only recommending you the stuff that you either hit the thumbs up for or that you keep clicking on.
Right.
So
that is so true. You it's kind of like you're feeding your brain that stuff.
Right. So that's why it seems like now there's more people that are like grouped into these small little groups, isn't it? Or little echo chambers. It's easier to get locked into an echo chamber, because if you're on social media, say you're on YouTube and you keep recommending the same videos to yourself or whatever, you're going to keep getting things that confirm the biases that you already believe is true, right?
Right. Because like when I said that the average person makes $40,000, see, he was just quiet. He didn't really have anything, because it's like y'all women are taking us to the cleaners and taking all of our stuff, and it's like, but the majority of men don't have a whole lot to they don't have it. They probably have enough that if you split to be able to do a little something and help out with the child, right? But they too were benefiting from a combined income household, and now they have to regroup, just like the women will have to regroup. It's just both people, for the most part, are going to be in a very similar situation, right? Women, and I spoke about the Black community. Black women are not separating from their dudes who are well off and rich out here, like 300,000 heirs dudes. No, no. That's not the case. You might have, her income is 50,000, his income is 50,000. Together, they bringing in good money.
I've got some family in America that are doing quite well, man. So,
Oh yeah, I said average. So when you have average, isn't that when you add up everything and then you divide?
yeah.
So there's gonna be people, yes, that are doing quite well. I
know what you mean.
have.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I don't live in public housing. I
so
don't receive food
I was
stamps.
just saying. So
I got you, Veli. Yeah, but I'm saying, but we can't discount the average though, right? Because there's going to be a good amount of people in that bunch. There's going to be a few people all the way at the bottom. It's going to be a few people all the way at the top. I'm talking about the average, right? So you got your 50, your 60, your 30,000. All of those dudes need love. You make 30,000.
Yeah, but obviously, but like saying, if you keep watching that red pill content or whatever, yeah, it keeps and the women on there saying they want brothers that earn 100 grand, 500 grand a year, and blah 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 blah. Obviously,
yeah.
Like, you if you only just keep watching this shit, you might think like that's the only thing, or that's the only level that it might not even be a bad thing anyway, because it might inspire the person. Depends what way they take it to step their game up and try to get into those sort of pay brackets.
But you know what, Veli, when you say that, remember the story that I said yesterday, right? Then those become those. If that's going to motivate a man to do it, that becomes that man that all he does is talk about how much money he makes. You know what I'm saying? And when you actually meet a woman who wants to know you, she don't want to know your money. You see what I'm saying? Those kind of women are unicorns. Those type of women, they're not accustomed. They don't know how to deal when they meet them kind of women.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, like I always say all the time, man. It's maybe even probably my parents say the same thing when I was growing up or whatever. Like, right, different for the new generations of youths that's coming up now. I'm glad I ain't got to deal with half of the. You know what I'm saying? Like all the dating problems and all them sort of shit is out of the way from me and all that. I ain't really got to deal with any of them sort of issues. You know what I mean? That's yeah. I'm glad so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that like you're right, because like Jennifer,
It's good to be like a spectator at the side at this time.
Oh yes,
rather than one of the players in the game.
My research in those my research in some of those not, I guess, red pill. Like I would listen to some of the red pill stuff that the guys would say, and then I would listen to the women's sphere or whatever, the women's side too. And I'm listening to what the women are saying. And then you know what I did one day, Veli? Unsubscribe. I was like, this shit to get out of my algorithm. Yeah. I just wanted to understand their talking points, you know what I mean? But not to take it on. So it had to be a limit of how much, you know.
Yeah. As I was saying, like, it depends, innit, like, what your end game is, innit? Like, right, like, it depends if you're, like, let's say, if Sarah's able to make a decent living off of it now. So, shit, man, fully embraced it, innit?
Absolutely. Yeah, like it, you know, everybody, as y'all, you know, Pharaoh and, you know, all of these different people, they gonna do their internet stuff, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta create the controversy, you gotta create the things that's gonna make people like and subscribe and all that stuff. So that's what it is.
Man. You know, it happens though, man. Like,
and get bun.
Yeah, when you get bun up, boy, might make your whole stance change. You know what I mean? So I was waiting to see if we get a red pill Rasta.
Oh my goodness! What happened? He got bun too? Somebody hurt his heart?
No, I don't know about that. I'm not saying Rash got bun up or anything like that. Still, man.
Is it called that when a woman gets cheated on? Does she get bun, or they just be the normal thing? I don't know why she won't take it back.
Nah, it's bun, man. Bun in it, man.
Do you feel, Belly, that women are encouraged or expected to take a man back or forgive or overlook any indiscretions, any infidelity? You think women are expected to overlook it?
Yeah, I'm saying it depends on the level of dude. So different level dudes get different level treatment. Like if you're a dude that if I'm a dude that I can buy your mum and dad a house and whatever, and you're more likely to look past my infidelity. You know what I'm saying? That.
You say like buy. Like, okay, but do you think in general, like, so let's say you're not that on that level, do you think that men expect a woman to overlook it, to forgive them? Like, let's just get, like, oh, I'm sorry, whatever. But they just they expect women to overlook it.
We saying like the average Joe.
Yeah, or do you think that they have in their mind?
Because like I tell you why, yeah. If a dude did sleep with a woman or whatever, a dude doesn't even have to have feelings for that woman to even sleep with her.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that yes, even the average dude expects his woman to overlook it. Oh damn, he dropped off. I just wanted to understand if he was saying yes or. Where's Sosa and Valley? I mean, Nines. What happened? I can't even see if they on mute. Let me see. Okay. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Oh, what's this? Comments. The current female population.
Sorry, Mel. I'm here. Kushti, what going, sis? Oh, Billy's back. Nice one.
Hey, GOJ. What going on, my brother? My Hebrew brother.
Yeah, I'll
from the
press
West
the exit
Indies.
button by accident still.
What's up, family?
Peace, Kushti.
How about Kushti, man?
Hey, congratulations, Belly.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I hear that. Aren't you the new member of like Incel MGTOW crew now?
Red Pill. No, man. Red Pill,
I've been hearing all the rhetoric. They'll be so proud.
My wife will never give me mud, man. I'm all good still, bruv, man. You get me? I'm still indoors, mate.
That's good.
I'm still at home, man. Still getting dinner and lunch and.
They didn't give you your honorary dog. They didn't send you your honorary dog.
Nah. They ain't signed me up yet, still, man. You know what I mean? That's how it's you can't have a missus and be Red Pill. You know what I mean? Like they're like, nah, bro. What you doing?
You just gotta put her in her place. You just gotta put her in her place. You know what I'm saying? You gotta prove to them. Put her.
She's traditional with it, man. You never hear her speaking online or nothing or shouting in the background. She's always just doing making dinner or tidying up the yard or taking care of the youth, man.
Exactly, or cooking. One of the two.
Yeah. She's just doing doing the feminine duties while trying to do the.
You got to put that on the application. You got to put that on the application.
Coward.
Yo.
Yeah, that's why I was like, right, hold on a second. How am I accepting a congratulations? I don't even know what you congratulating.
Since you ain't tell me my congratulations.
About
I'm part of the Pick Me crew. Oh, you mean big up? Pick me. Hey.
You general pick me, yeah?
Yes, general pick me. What? I say
do
peace,
cook.
king.
I do clean.
I say peace, king. Oh, here she go with that king shit. Here she go. He ain't no fucking king.
He ain't no fucking king.
He king of what?
What's going on, so nines? I come up late, boy. I see he's already been on for about a couple of hours. What's the topic?
Nines was just reviewing the clips that Young Spray put up of the Tom Robinson respect thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is the full one out yet, or is it still just
Nah, I think it's coming out around dinner time.
Okay. People are proper ready with the popcorn and thing, yeah?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, it should be a funny one still.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
You know what it is, yeah? It's like obviously we ain't even seen what happened to it. We don't know. We just seen a little couple clips. So it'd just be interesting to see how it goes, isn't it? Like, so far
he's
it seems
saying
like
they're doing them kind of like American like Love Island, like what is it? Love and hip hop kind of editing where it's making it look like they're all loving each other, but they might end up beefing, yeah? Can't trust the current edits that are out.
Yeah, come on. You got to wait and see still. You know, like to cast judgment on our young brethren before we see what is actually taken place. You know?
Well, that just wouldn't be on code, would it? You know?
Yeah, we just see how it goes, man.
Yeah. So is there just a part one, or is it like getting dragged on, or because I'm hearing about some next one that's happening after or something, or is that all the same one?
I'm not even
There's
too
gonna
sure.
be a reply or a response,
usually,
or
you know, there's usually just one interview. Yeah. Hold on for a sec, yeah. I just need to go on mute.
So he was interviewing Tommy about what? I missed the whole thing. Y'all know we 5 hours behind y'all, so I woke up to a family party, but I missed most of it.
no, I don't think it's him actually interviewing. I think they've both gone to like a podcast where they're both there, and so you just see the clips of them two there in it. I've seen different clips, but like what Benny says, you can't really tell through the editing the context of the conversation. But I just think people are quite shocked in it because that was just like the forbidden fruit. That was like never would you see, not even my shadow, and now we've got like a sit down. So yeah.
Typical. Oh, so was it like a peaceful sit down?
Maybe we should be giving man a bit of a big up for maturing in his stance, because you know before Mum was crying about Sarah and Kalam and this one and that one and blah blah blah. So you know.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't know what anyone else's thoughts is. To be honest, I don't have any feelings either way, to be honest. But do you know what I mean? It's been too long. But yeah, I hear you. But I don't know, wasn't there a whole debate about who was it that sat down with the KKK, but that was unacceptable, or that was a different vibe? And so, yeah.
I think it was Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, I remember whole discussion.
People had issues with Marcus Garvey for doing that, and
but that's see what happens, yeah. When your only thing is just to win the point of
exactly
that argument right there and then, you shoot yourself in the foot. In the future, innit? So winning the battle might make you lose the war.
Yeah, guaranteed. If you're gonna go through that way,
you're so wise, Velly.
Mel, it's all that MGTOW and Red Pill crew that he's next.
Come on, it's the Red Pill. It's the Red Pill season, man.
Well, yeah. My in the churches pick me, you know, you have to compliment the man, you know, you compliment him and stuff. You're so wise, Belly. Like that was really clever.
Yeah, thanks, man. I need a sandwich as well.
Oh, no problem. I'll cut it down the middle for you.
That role, it's unbelievable, boy.
I'll cut it down the middle for you, Velly.
Yeah, cheers. You cut into triangles.
Oh yes, absolutely. Triangles.
Roman loves triangles.
Yeah, man. This whole whatever masculinity, femininity thing is, whew, it's something, boy.
Yeah. Is it really even a debate though? Like the feminine and masculine roles?
Yeah, like men want to define femininity. Women want to define masculinity. You know, men say women are acting feminine. Women say men aren't acting masculine. You know, just I mean, it's out of respect. I don't tell the man he's not acting feminine. I just leave him alone. I mean that he is acting feminine. I just leave him alone. You know, because it does happen. Just like it does happen, there are masculine acting women. There are feminine acting men too. Just leave the person alone, you know, because it ain't my job to teach a man. You know what I mean? Like he's going to be insulted off the break, and he's not going to take advice on that from me as a woman. So just leave him alone. Dude, it's straight. Yeah, you know, I'm like, I'm out.
They weren't even prescribed.
Go ahead, Nines. Because I missed everything, so you could go ahead and play that.
Being their taxis.
I'm not.
That's when they come out.
Can I just get before we even? That's what I'm saying. Before we even, that's why. No, but they sitting down. My man's gonna be talking. I'm just gonna try and get this story. My man's gonna be talking, and that's it. Doing it again.
Yes, ma'am.
I organise an organisation. I set up a group called United.
We can hear you, sis.
And we want to get to the war memorial because Luton's hard.
Sis, we can hear you.
And every time now this is our first demo. We let everyone know where we stand. Luton is one of the most multicultural towns in Europe. Yeah. And everyone who I grew up respecting, you said I'm from the football hooligan scene, everyone who I respected were black Rastamen, who were the main lads in our football.
Before we go any further, all
showing
I want to
chat
make
of the
them know, like,
wait,
forget.
But on go on chat still. Big up yourself. So
when you press the button and all the hooligans come, I want these lots to know.
I don't know if it's
I phone you, yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, they need to know this.
We can hear you, man, so then we're going to have to compete with the audio that you're playing.
All the hooligans come out.
Wait, is that Tommy Robinson and Prospect laughing up together right now?
Oh, you're playing it on their lines. Thank God I was actually watching it because I was thinking, nah, man, you need to play it.
Oh my God, Tommy, you lot got me up. You lot got me up, fam.
Hello.
I can't believe. Oh my.
Racist Tommy Robinson supporters.
Oh my
who fought
God.
against police, who fought against
police. I thought you was giving me a strength.
Who fought against police to get
I thought you was giving me a
Nice. Rewind it from the beginning so that you're not playing it alongside, and then you can stop it and like we can actually get a grasp, and then you're less likely to get a copyright.
So that means they had to.
The Black Lives Matter event.
Yeah.
What was their purpose of coming down there?
I'll explain.
Yeah, plus we can't see it though.
Black Lives Matter's blown up in the UK.
I think she was just going to play the
Black Lives
audio
Matter's blown up
for
in
the
the UK. When it's
copyrights,
blown up
but
in the UK, I've been watching it for 10
if you're
years
playing
now.
it, as a
Did you put? You got to put the you got to put the disclaimer too. This is for, what did they say? This is for like, we're gonna review it.
Nines,
or
pause
something.
it, rewind it, and set up the little disclaimer.
Yeah,
And
the
then
disclaimer.
Once you've done it, you've done it.
The copyright a disclaimer.
Started to play it.
That is a left-wing anarchist Marxist group using genuine people from the black community to whip them up and get them out rioting. Yeah?
Well, furthermore, leave it as it is. Don't even bother rewinding it because that's just long. Is it playing?
America, is it made
Oh.
30 people dead? I watched police officers being executed, all this.
I'm telling you, it's the government.
Hold on, family.
They knew what they were doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Who the fuck? Like, you see all the cameras in. You're giving too much history. Forget all of that. Don't want to hear nothing else. No more history.
I think you need to mute, Nines.
We're going to get the debate.
Blow up.
You're getting. We still talking about that?
No, but
he was.
I just want to be quick in it.
Buffalo.
There we are.
So people that was out there.
Hello, all I see is big up Soulsy,
Nines, I don't think it's working.
I don't know.
You know?
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Let me leave. Yeah, let me leave. Yeah.
So basically, he called him a racist to his face, and then what happened?
Something no work. Yeah, not. My guy's palming him off anyway.
No, it's kind of a good watch still. I can't
what's
lie.
his
Like,
name?
I was thinking like it would be good if you could set it up. Maybe if I can do it, I'll try on my laptop. Or can you be bothered, or you can't? You don't really want to bother with that.
No, whatever the family want, man. I don't know why it's not working out for me as we speak. Although I have got a lot of things open, but hold on a second. Bring it up still, so was I trying it?
I got to look for it. I was on my tablet. One sec.
Black tomorrow. Glad I remembered that. You gotta wear all black for Black History Month tomorrow at work.
What do you mean when you're saying to him, tell me, like, I don't get it?
No, because he said, no third
people in England
no
because of the colour of.
Basically, yeah, the protest started. It was
Oh, yeah,
peaceful
then.
protest. Right. The first time young white started stepping out in their roles.
Black people get gyro and all that over
so
there.
boom, these times
like,
Anyway, yeah, what
and child
happened next
benefit.
is Tommy Robinson.
Our Black Lives Matter. So
Who's talking?
But we're talking
Black Lives
about
Matter.
it's against you.
Black.
Like,
Black Lives Matter in England. The job centre right now, and your life will matter.
All right, let me
You get what I'm saying?
Let me
Go on, land.
So these times now, Tommy Robinson done a video telling all of the.
Tommy Robinson's here. You keep Robinson like, hey, I'm gonna let you to him. Hold on. Nah, he's on mind games. Bare Tommy Robinson, like, if a man was just saying youngs, but I'm swearing.
There was about 20, 30
There
was about 20, 30 of
finish.
us.
I want Tommy to finish his thing as well.
When we got to Trafalgar, there was about 20, 30 of us there, and there was thousands of the people that came down on your call that said they're coming to defend,
On his call, boss.
Defend the statues.
Yeah.
Defend the statues. But instead of staying by the statues,
but they can't become.
Said talking about redirecting the pound coin within our community, just like Swiss is doing with Black Pound Day. So we can build up the infrastructure so we can heal the problems within our community.
That's not what Andy
that
just
people
said.
always point out. Anyway, big up Anthony.
Stop shopping in their shops.
You don't shop in our shops anyway.
What are you talking about? I always do.
I'm saying that you don't shop in our shops anyway.
You don't think white people shop
Well, you know about curry goat and that.
You
know about curry goat? You know about rice or jollof? You rather rice and peas or jollof?
Did you hear him say that he don't shop, or do you have evidence that he doesn't shop in that white people?
I don't
you
shop
just
in
said
white
to him
people.
he don't shop in any of our shops. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the political people that come from DFA.
Swiss. White people coming in shop all the time.
I'm talking about white people. White people and of the racism.
Was it in context about Black Pound Day?
Why you're racist,
because if it was, then I reckon
I've got the evidence.
You can't have the evidence.
I do have the evidence.
You don't have the evidence.
I have the evidence.
We'll get onto it. But you ain't got no evidence. You got an opinion.
All right, cool. So boom. He said all of the
Yeah.
So we got to Trafalgar.
He's heard it before.
So we got to Trafalgar, and when we got to Trafalgar, there was about 20, 30 of us.
Finish. I want Tommy to finish his.
But 30 of us. Your call that
Cool. Boss.
Defend the statues.
Yeah.
Defend the statues. But instead of staying by the statues,
they can't be coming and getting beaten up though.
Instead of staying by the statues, one of the people that came down off your account ended up pissing on one of the memorials. So it wasn't anyone from Black Lives Matter that done it. It was the white guy that was drunk.
And he pissed on a police officer's mum.
Yeah. Hundreds of the people that was responding to your call decided to move from the Winston Churchill and fight the police in order to get to the black people in the middle, and they tried to throw fireworks, homemade bombs, and bottles at peaceful men, women, and children that were protesting. And he had to defend us against them.
When they done that.
Even the debate. That's why.
We'll get
Yeah, sorry, try again.
They're both
Got a bit confused.
ready.
Just stop.
No.
The other one.
So with
all of that that just happened, yeah.
I'm sorry. Like how it got to there.
so he's thrown
Yeah. Are you there, Size? Mel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It was sounding like somebody was watching it and then talking over it or something. It was sounding weird.
What you say, Size?
I was trying to share it, but I'm gonna go and watch as soon come. Yeah, I don't know
my
what
God. I think everyone's probably got it in the background. We'll come back. Have you got it, Mel? What they're watching?
No. Everybody's watching it, so we're doing independent research.
I was gonna share it.
Yeah,
but
they've been
I
trying
don't
to.
know what Benji's got
They've
planned.
been
I
trying to
had
stream
ready,
it. That's what.
Yeah, I had it all set up.
Yeah.
Go on, try
Nice.
again.
Oh, okay. She said,
Okay. Try it now then. I think that's what Nine's saying. Oh, I thought that was Sosa before.
No, I got a bit thingy bobbed, but if she tries again, I'll try and do it again still. All right, no, I can see it now.
Next one. And on the second one, we all meet up in the town. No, the first one, that United People Luton one down. I sit down and there's a bloke comes in, he sits down, he goes, "You organising it?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Don't worry, above 20 National Front just got off the train station." Yeah? And this is, and I said, "Sound." I said, "You see when they
That's
get it?"
perfect, Sos.
What? See, National Front.
They're Nazis. They hate blacks.
Okay, so they're Nazis.
They based on colour.
Because that was the first group that I know about before the EDL.
NF, yeah.
I know about NF from old school. But what were they about?
The NF hate everyone based
Because
on
that's I remember NF.
So when he sat down, I said, "When they
But
get
I EDL always looked at as a new NF though, or not?
No, the media still is.
You know what I mean? No, innit? It is looked at as the new NF, like in the streets.
One thing.
Yeah, go on.
One thing. When we marched, peaceful black people from Clapham Junction, right, to Brixton, right? We united every racist far right in this country. That consists of Mark Collette, Tommy Robinson, Paul Golding, Watkins, Ada Franson, Nigel Farage, the British Freedom Party. All of them was against a peaceful group of black people that marched from Clapham Junction. Yeah,
your things on, you know.
Which are wearing military.
And Tommy Robinson said, and I quote, "Shouting about guns and knives to the crowds, including young children, and go on to do Black Power racist salutes. 5 shot and 8 stabbed in a bloodbath weekend in London, and these clowns turned a blind eye while calling for police to be defunded and chanting for government handouts." Yeah, that's what you said about us. We have never called for the police to be defunded. We have never asked for any.
I thought he was going to say something about his.
You had military uniforms on, yeah?
We had vests on. We had vests on. It wasn't military uniform. It's vests.
You all had a uniform.
Yeah, we had uniform.
Which said what? Volunteer force or something, wasn't it?
FF Force, Forever Family Force. Yeah.
Couldn't we save that for the debate time though?
No, but I'm saying every other racist in the country all mobilized and showed their dislike to a group of black people.
What makes it racist? What makes it racist to say that?
I'm not going to let him say what when he says that.
They had black power fists, like racist black power fists. And
are blacks
do you know where that comes from?
Are blacks superior to us?
No one's superior to no one except in righteousness. Piety.
What's that mean in righteousness?
No, blacks are superior. Blacks are superior to whites. We're faster than you. We're faster than you. We got bigger dicks. We got bigger cocks. We got bigger dicks. You get what I'm saying? Clara picked black cock over white cock. Clara, I lost. Of course I can swim. Clara's picked black cock over white.
If anything, so stop
Clara,
it
the last guess,
and then say a couple things and make it run again, at least to try and run the
Okay, can I ask a question while you guys are getting it together? So the dude, the other black dude, right? He's interviewing. He doesn't seem like he's interviewing. He seems like
it's his
panel.
Yes,
it's his channel.
I think it's his show. He's a black Muslim guy, and I don't know about
Okay, because it just seemed like the host is coming at him, like instead of being neutral, it's like, whoa, what am I watching here?
Is that what you're getting? I think the host is being pally.
You think the black dude, he's saying we better than you. Like, that's not something.
In a jokey way, yeah, we got bigger dicks. Ha 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 ha, nudge nudge. It's not no like, yeah, you're a racist thug. Let's put this on you.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
I'm getting anyway. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it's sarcasm. Like he's being sarcastic. He's not actually putting it on him. Am I wrong?
Okay.
What do you think? Where's Kushti?
No, I'm. Oh yeah, Kushti.
Nice.
Oh, Kushti dropped off.
But yeah, that's the backstory on who he is. But he's new to me still. I don't know him from nowhere. Like I've never really watched his channels and stuff.
Oh, yo, GOJ. I'm not 80 FBA or ADOS. I'm an American. I'm an American citizen. That's different. I'm not FBA or ADOS when convenient. No, don't even put me in that. No, not the way y'all just behave. Or that xenophobia. I'm good. I'm good over here. I'm in my tether lane. I'll be a tether. Thanks a lot.
Drop
Appreciate
the
you.
link, Nines. Drop the link. Exposing season.
I love all my FBA ADOS people. You know, I live amongst them, but the ones that love me. But I don't pretend to be an FBA. Like, I have to fight not to be called Jamaican. Everybody in my job think I'm Jamaican. Go
I'll be
ahead.
back in 5 minutes also. So just going, yeah? I'll be back. 1 sec.
But
because of you, brother. GOJ, I'm talking to you. I know that's what you stand on. So I was just
Jacob, I'll
relating to
make you
you.
jump on because it makes the conversation better. Because yeah.
Yeah.
Because like yeah, otherwise it gets
Big up Orthodox more. One of my favorite Muslims. I wonder how come Orthodox more isn't a Sufi. That Sufi stuff is sounding dope. Like, how come? Answer that question, Orthodox more. How come you're not a Sufi? You're going to follow Allah. You know, you already seem like you're on the spiritual side anyway. You know what I'm saying? You already said, you know, you with the whole spiritual stuff. I would think you'd be Sufi. You're correct.
Yo, sorry about that, family. Can you hear me?
Yes, sis, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not here.
Why have we stopped? Do we press and play?
I don't think that's the theme of show's going down, to be honest.
Sorry, sis? Say again?
No, I press play so that you don't get copyrights, but I think the show's going down another path still.
Has it?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll be back.
Where everybody gone? Everybody's gone to go watch the video.
I can play it back here, but true conversation was happening. I don't really know, like, I don't want to be rude and change the whole sway of the show just because I want to watch it. You get me? So carry on.
No,
But Jacob, Nine's dropped
no. I said while y'all getting, because you said you was gonna get it. She asked you to get it to a certain spot or something like that. So I just started talking.
Just paused it so we could talk about it, but we weren't talking about it. But I'm going back to watch it. See ya.
No, go ahead. Okay. You could. I mean, is that your screen? Can you play it, or you can't play it anymore? Okay.
Yeah, we can have sex.
I heard
better.
that's
We can have sex better. You get me?
Like
We can have sex better. You get what I'm saying?
It's called they call it the what is it? The Black Night or the Dark
But-
Night?
No, but
Yeah.
he just said, are black superior to whites. But yeah,
And I'm saying-
you lot are styling it and saying, oh, but yeah, we are. 'Cause I'm gonna say what they. I'm gonna say yeah, no, but man are going around it. Like we all think the same thing. Is what I'm trying to get to. See, like how you in your head think white people are better than black.
Who does? Who's it?
No, but I'm saying you do. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't, bro.
Man think the same. We're both mental.
I'ma tell
We're
you.
both mental.
I
I'm
believe-
racist then. No, but that's what I'm trying to say. So that means I'm racist. And that's what I was trying to say to Clara.
But would you say that you're racist, or would you say that?
Why is Rass so quiet in all of this? Like,
It's a pro-black conversation.
yeah, there you go. All right.
I hear you.
He being strategic, I feel.
Okay. All right. Could
Of
possibly.
like when to comment, when not to comment, you know. And right now, you said his Muslim brother is That's why I said it's what y'all call it, tongue in cheek. Some of that stuff he's saying, that he's not joking, and like he's not joking. That's he means that. He's just saying it like he's joking. So Rass is like, why do I need to speak? He's saying that he got me.
Okay.
That you're pro-black
as well.
Would you say that?
I'm saying black people
Can
be
I
racist
can
as
I
well.
say there's a difference?
Black
Like
people
I
be
know
racist
I'm
as
not
well.
I'm not
I think we're
racist.
superior.
I've
But
got
you
white
don't think
people
we're
in my
superior?
family.
Don't you think we're superior?
But I think
I thought
would
you
you
lot
say
were-
that you're pro-white?
Are you?
I'm pro-black, and I definitely feel
You're pro-white?
because
Why
of
not?
What do you mean by pro-white?
pro-black.
Pro-white, pro your own people.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, that's
You're
what
patriot.
that is what I would more say
I
that
don't
you're
think there's
trying
nothing
to
bad
say
with
that
it.
he is.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it.
Teach him that he's superior to someone based on the colour of his skin.
No, I.
The reason I'm asking why Rass is being quiet is because Rass has done shows talking about how racist this man is. And he's letting a guy who's not too sure about Tommy Robinson, ask the questions when he's in the know. So, like, why are you not speaking up and saying, well, no, actually, but I don't know, maybe that's just me.
That's not what I teach. It's just what I think.
It's what I'm being honest.
No, but you get what I'm saying?
I'm
I
being
don't
honest,
teach
and
it.
the reason why
No, but it's true. I don't
have you
teach
got
it.
the
No, I don't
reason why
teach it,
I
Todd.
think that
I don't teach
the
it.
reason why I think that is
teach it.
because the way how we've been hated.
Can we turn our
The reason,
attention to the racism on
can I
Trump?
speak?
Look
Can
at
I
this
finish
trio.
what I'm saying? I believe that this is my thinking in it. I feel like black people have something special about them because from the beginning of we've been hated for something, and they can't really explain it. There's just loads of stuff. The way that we influence, we take everything and nothing and turn it into something, and turn it into the most sought after thing. Do you know what I mean? There's things about us that they can't even work out nowadays. They can't even still get to the bottom of it. Do you understand what I mean? And we've been suppressed so much. So I feel like it's only when something is a threat to you why you would try to suppress it so much. And as a race, as a nation, that's what we've experienced. Why we feel like that is something that they're trying to hold down. Like, why have you tried to keep us backwards? Why is it that you don't want us to catch up? Why is those
in America, black people are represented on the negative scale of a lot of these institutions? What I'd say also is what Spray's talking about is obviously we know that within like Islamic,
Okay, mad. Was that mad?
There's certain what
When
Spray's
did we
pointing
see
out
America, though?
is that there's certain positives in Islamic culture. For example, if you look at places like Bahrain, where it's not an age of consent, it's an age of marriage. So you can't, like in this country, once a girl's 16, a 40-year-old man can have sex with her legally, right? Within these states, especially Bahrain, the age of marriage is 21.
Okay, what is it in Saudi Arabia?
Say that again.
What is it in Saudi Arabia?
There
is no age of consent.
Oh,
there's the age of marriage. There's the age of marriage.
No, no.
There's the age of
Okay,
marriage.
there is no age of marriage.
There is
in
an age of
no, not in
marriage.
Saudi Arabia. It's not.
It's the-
When a girl starts her puberty, she's fair game.
No,
in
no, that's
Pakistan.
not it.
Lie that,
Harm is
man.
haram.
I don't
Harm is
agree.
haram.
Lie that, man. I
Harm is
don't.
Anyone want to say anything? I'm just trying to break it up to stop the copyrights to still.
Not really. It went from pro-black to talking about the age of consent in Islam.
Yeah. What? And so is that true? Like, does anybody fact check that?
I wasn't even listening, Star.
Like, there is no age of consent at all. Like, you can marry a 2-year-old and just wait and just chill. Like, She's your daughter/wife.
What is the point of this? Like, are they supposed to be discussing something specific, or are they just jumping at everything? Like, are they supposed to have like an actual thing that they're supposed to go back and forth on?
This is what I was
Are
asking.
they just like debating partners because they're supposed to be sworn off enemies? Like, I don't get it. Like, if you're gonna do a sit down, all it's supposed to be for certain. If you're gonna sit down with this man, like, it like.
Well, he said save it for the debate later. Like it sounds like this is a pre-talk. Well, this is a debate.
Yeah, but you know what, Nine, you're gonna have to take that because I can't do the
The host actually says at the beginning of the stuff he wanted.
Who's that? What's that?
It's the Orthodox Moor.
Oh,
peace, Moor.
That scared me. Sorry, how was that?
Oh, I'm sorry. My comments covered in my face. You can't see me.
Yeah.
So so the host told he wanted to interview Tommy first, then interview Rospect, and have them debate each other, whatnot. Rospect kind of just crashed. He's like, "No, I'm gonna sit down during Tommy's thing." You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make it all one, be kind of a discussion and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So I wish it seems like it's just almost on some clickbait type stuff just for that show to get some views and whatnot. Because I don't know if Tommy's too relevant. I don't know if Rospect's saying it's too relevant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you're saying initially it was supposed to be one conversation with Tommy, then one conversation with
Then a debate is like they were all there at the same time, but it sounds like they're gonna sit down Tommy first, then sit down Rospect, and then go into it together.
But then Rass just decided against that and thought it's sitting on Tommy.
He went Rospect on the
Okay. Yeah, because it's just everywhere at the moment. I'm just like, what the hell?
But it definitely seems like Rospect's kind of like on home turf. Like I saw that he was on there like doing an interview like 3 months ago talking about y'all got to school me. Like, what's this stuff about Rospect being a snitch? y'all got to y'all got to get to the game. I've been away from it, man. But like I saw,
what did he? Yeah, come on, fill us in. What's all of this? Y'all ain't been going live. All of this shit happening in the UK. Y'all ain't telling us what the hell.
I see videos of Jeds calling Rospect a snitch. You know what I'm saying? I see Rospect on this previous show, like doing like a whole long video talking about his lifestyle and not being a snitch. And I'm like, what am I missing? What's going on? But it seems
I'm
like
gonna have to hit some WhatsApps up. I'm gonna have to hit some WhatsApps up.
And
to be honest with you, I didn't even know about any of that as well. Like literally, it's been a long time. I just see them all pop up with their shenanigans. So I'm trying to catch up. We're all trying to catch up.
Yeah, I want to know what's going on. I'm sorry, I gotta say, what's going on with Veli and Jedi too?
Why?
Or not Veli? No, not Veli and Jedi. Is it Maku? Because it be pure barber jokes going on there like that. Some debate about dinosaurs, I know, had to brought all of this up.
Dinosaurs?
Yes. I guess they don't believe that they have ever been dinosaurs. And then, they start saying stuff about them being atheists.
What are you guys talking about?
Maku and Jedi.
Why are we talking about them?
Oh, I was talking about them because he was asking about what the latest session was going on. So I was like, you don't have to answer it now, but at some point I want to know the answer. That's
the
all.
latest what going on?
Oh, I said session, like tea, the latest tea. I say
no, man. Yeah. The latest tea is that Rospect has been doing shows and dissing black people for having interviews with Tommy Robinson. Now he's doing it, so we want to watch the live premiere of that going on. That was what I thought was happening.
I know that's right. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So play
the thing. Yeah.
Every time I play it gets derailed and I can't. I got a thing I can't deal with the disjointed thing, so someone else has to present it. Oh, I'm sorry.
It gets derailed how? What do you mean?
Like I can't press pause and then talk about something else and then go back to watching it. I just can't watch
We were talking about the video too.
I'm just asking if someone else can present the screen for me, please.
Because he was saying he was giving the backup of how they both end up talking. I don't know if you missed that part. That
I wasn't watching. Can someone else share the screen possibly? Because I can't. I'm not. Yeah, I can't. Sorry.
No, you good.
I can't do
you don't have to.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm on my phone, so I wouldn't be able to share it from my phone. I'm not on the laptop.
I can share it, but I won't. I won't be able to stop and start it, and then I'm scared as I don't want to get Nine's show.
Oh, that's the thing. You're gonna have to stop it in every 2 seconds.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you know what the limitations are? Like how long you have to what the intervals are to stop it?
How long does this thing go on for? Is it still going on? Because it's a premiere. It's not like it's pre-recorded. Hold on.
Oh, Kishti's on her computer.
Yeah, it's still going. 866 people watching it live.
Orthodox, are you on your laptop?
I am. Is that my man Ultra Funky in the background? In the private chat?
Can you share it?
You got it, sis. Hold up. I want to make sure I got the right one. Yeah, that's the right one.
I know, but what's the difference? What's the it's Google, bro? Like you're
I gotta share, and you gotta share my screen. There you go. Let me put the audio on.
Jeez! We got my favorite Muslim man, like Orthodox more. Jesus!
Jeez! My man Ultra Funky in the building. My favorite atheist in the game. What's good, fam?
Happy New Year, my bro. We got Mel.
Big up yourself.
Come on.
Bless up, Ultra.
Wait, who's that? I can't see my screen, sis. I'm driving. Who's that? Is that Kush?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Kush.
Jeez, we got Kush. Yeah. It's a lineup. Can't lie.
From because it's in your scripture, not mine. It's Sahih means authentic, yeah, and it's in the authentic hadiths. The two, there's 5 main authentic hadiths in the world, and it's in the top 2. Yeah, she was 6, he was 9. She was playing with her doll. She was playing with her doll, and that's why.
When you say she was 6, he was what?
9.
She was he was 53.
That's what I thought he said
he was
as well.
53. She was 6, and he
That's
had
what I
sex with her when
thought
she was 9. Yeah? Now I agree. Some people would say, yeah,
I saw for like, how did he have sex? It doesn't say anything about him having sex with her. Does he say anything about? Does he say anything about him having sex?
Read that, man. That's what I'm saying about these man.
In December 2019, the Ministry of Justice issued an order to the courts that any marriage application from someone under the age of 18 would have to be referred to a special court to make sure that the marriage will not harm them and will achieve their best interest, whether they are male or female.
Yeah, so as long as the father agrees. So if the father agrees.
Yeah, that don't. Yeah, I can't believe you asked me to read. I can't believe you asked me to read that.
Harm being the specification.
Yeah, no, but these can't believe you ain't got a mic.
Listen.
These can't believe you ain't got a mic.
Man typed in.
He's with Tommy.
Man typed in age of 6.
I've radicalized everyone.
Then it said.
Everyone. Oh my!
Listen.
I'm good, Bob.
Listen, man typed in age of sex. It came up that there's no age of sex. There's an age of consent. Yeah, there's no age of the age of consent. It's based. Listen,
consent with the parents' permission.
It's based upon marriage, bro. Right in this country, a 16-year-old can have sex, bro. These man, I think this is 18.
You got Creams still
No joke.
Creams with you on this one, no, but Creams only with you on this one. Creams with you though.
Yeah, so if you want
Cream's with him on this one still.
It shouldn't be a debate.
Cream's with him on this
No,
one.
I'm not with these man. I'm running these man out. But what I'm saying is the way that it's being presented by Tommy Robinson isn't honest and it's not true. That's all I'm saying.
Come to the mic. Come to the mic. Come to the mic, bro.
Come and say hello.
Yeah,
Yes, we do it. Yeah.
I'll be real with you. On this one here, see, because your knowledge, and I'm not saying Tommy's right, but what's happening here, if you want me to look at his off camera, bro, I don't think you've got the facts for what he's saying. And he's bringing up some facts. So what your fact is, your introduction to religion, Islam is based in Gambia. And as we see, it's not governed by Shia law.
Sharia
so it's
law.
slightly
Sharia.
different. So your introduction to what he's talking about is slightly different to some of the things he's talking about. And he's bringing up some facts.
Tommy's
I don't know if
racist.
They're right. But I'm saying
Tommy's
wherever he's getting them
racist.
from,
No. Tommy's
we need to get
racist.
some different
Yeah.
facts. Right now, he's bringing up some things. And in the countries he's talking about, we don't have the knowledge or expertise in those specific countries. So we don't know.
Astaghfirullah, he's still going mad.
But in those, but can I say one more? So what I'm saying is, in the countries that he is talking about, yeah, what have they got to do with what's going on in Britain? Because my thing with Tommy is, when you're talking about these groups, you keep mentioning Islam.
They're Muslim and Islam. You're blanketing the whole thing.
And
that's where you're going wrong.
So that's what I wanted to get to.
I'm sitting here as a Muslim and you're laughing.
Because I saw.
You get what I'm saying? No, this is madness.
Because when I was looking.
No, but you get what I'm saying? So it's not a Muslim thing.
Yeah.
No, but you get what I'm saying?
That's what I want you to get to, because I want you to clarify that, because a lot of people have got you down as a racist, which is what you're saying that you're not. So you're against a group of people that are basically what you're saying, fucking up the country. Is that what you're saying? But what are those people a group that like are a bad apple group that are from an Islamic country, or are you saying that they're doing these things because of Islam? Do you understand what I mean?
I'll explain.
Yeah.
So what I say is I separate Muslims from Islam. Muslims are people. You're a person. If I hated you for being a person, it'd be bad, yeah? But Islam is an ideology. The Quran, the Hadith, and Muhammad are there for criticism, yeah? And that's what I'm criticizing. And I'm saying,
but then Christianity is an ideology.
That's there. No, Christianity is there for criticism as well. No one cries about it. No one wants to kill you, right? But when you talk about Islam, it's protected. You're not allowed. Everyone goes, "You're a racist." And so why? If I was talking about Christianity, you wouldn't call me a racist. I'm allowed to mock Jesus. No one cares. So what I'm saying is, if there's faults in the teachings of Islam, most Muslims treat Islam like a buffet. I like this bit. Oh, this is nice, yeah. And then they ignore all these.
Same with Christians.
Yeah, same with Christians. But
same with Christians. Same most people.
They ignore all these mad verses. So what I'm talking about.
Christianity, you're not supposed to have sex before marriage.
You haven't heard me once say Muslims. I'm talking about Islam. And I'm saying that the Islamic scripture.
No, I heard you on the union thing.
Islamic scripture will create, for many of the terrorists, for example, so Boko Haram, yeah? Boko Haram in Nigeria. Do you know what their actual name? Do you know the terrorist organization who took the 60 girls and committed all this terrorism? Do you know what their name actually translates as? We called them Boko Haram, the West, yeah? And it means against Western education. That's not even their bloody name. Their name translates as enforcing the teachings of Muhammad. So when they're kidnapping girls, when they're beheading people, right, what they say they're doing is enforcing the teachings of Muhammad. Now, if Boko Haram are misinterpreting it, the same way ISIS are, the same way Al Qaeda are, the same way the Taliban are. There's a hell of a lot of groups here, and they're misinterpreting this idea the same way. Yeah. What I'm saying is, you get Muslims.
What about Sinn Féin?
Yeah. What about it?
Why were they blowing up things?
That wasn't a religious war; it was a war over land. Yeah, but what I mean is, so you have a lot of Muslims who aren't following.
When they're religious, saying they're Catholic.
They're drinking.
Ain't they Catholic? They're Catholic and Protestant. You're going mad, Tommy. Catholic and Protestant. Yeah, you're going mad. Catholic against Protestant.
That was over land.
Yeah, but it's Catholic and Protestant.
Yeah, but how many?
You get what I'm saying? They murder people in the name of Jesus.
The thing about it is.
They blew up bare people in the name of Jesus Christ.
Over here, they didn't say like, "Oh, a bunch of Christians or a bunch of Catholics." So, like, do you feel like
from some of the court cases?
Yeah.
From some of the court cases, the court case in Bristol, the girls they raped. It's my religious duty to do this. Yeah. Another court case.
Big up Aggie.
Dirty kafar. Yeah. These are the words used to the girls.
Kafar.
Yeah? Dirty kafar. I'm going to bury one girl they murdered. The message before he said, I'm going to bury that kafar bitch. Yeah. So I'm taking what they're saying, and then I'm looking at the numbers, and you're not allowed to do this. If we want to stop a phenomenon that's in every single town and city, there's been 64 cities so far with men with the groups of men, 30. The trial in Huddersfield, 30 men. National Crime Agency got 200 in the Dewsbury, Birmingham, Dewsbury, Bradford area. If we want to stop this, we've got to understand it. Again, I'll ask if you're a man of knowledge or you're about this, why do 5% of this country's representation? Why are they responsible for 84% of the gang rape of children? Why?
All right,
Come
let me quickly just break it down like man broke it down for the beginning. Yeah, the first specification within Islam of reading the Quran from start to beginning is
bring the mic to you.
Is
You
harm.
took it low.
Yeah, is harm is haram. So you can't cause harm to your neighbor. You can't cause harm to anyone. That's like a specification, right? Another thing is you're not allowed to use alcohol. Another thing is you're not allowed to use drugs. Another thing is you're not allowed to have any sexual. Some men don't even like, as you know, Ali Dawah doesn't even like to shake a woman's hand. Yeah.
Ali Dawah.
Why, fella?
Ali Dawah said he'd marry his 11-year-old daughter off, man. The man he quotes are nonsense.
Listen.
He said he'd marry his 11-year-old daughter off.
Is, as you know, that certain
Didn't
man,
you, Ali?
As you know, certain man don't even.
Did
wanna
he say
go
that?
out.
You're a Muslim. Did you say? Did he say that?
He did say that. I'll show you.
Listen.
No, but you agree with him.
Just getting mad a bit.
One minute. Let me, yo, Spray, let me just finish, man.
I'm talking to Cream, my co-host. This is our show. I can't. Spray all the time can talk in this show. I can't believe he wants us. He wants us to stop talking for him and Tommy.
Bruv, show me what.
I can't believe. Yeah, go on. But we finished talking now. Our show, we finished talking. You and Tommy can talk now.
Yeah, no, basically, what I would say is that when you're looking at the behavior, when you're looking at the because when you see places like Saudi Arabia as an example, if you look at like most Muslims, they don't agree with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's been bombing up Yemen, like, and there's other infrastructure which people will be critical of. Yeah. All I know is that when I know all of the Muslims that I know the Somalis I know
good people.
I'm not saying they're not.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. And amongst every single one of these Muslims, yeah, if there was someone that was doing any form of pedophilia or harming any children, they would probably be the first people that would ride out with me to go and lick off these people's heads. Yeah, and that is inspired by their religion.
Okay,
yeah?
so
another example, we're in Ladbroke Grove, Grenfell Tower, when it was burning. Yeah. It was Muslims who went in there to save people, and that was inspired by their religion. So when you're talking about the negative inspiration, I feel like 95% at the minimum of Muslims in this country are of that positive inspiration of the religion.
Do you know how many Muslims informed on the grooming gangs?
And the 5% that you're talking about that are like the 5% that you're talking about that are terrorists have been, I'm not talking about terrorists, radicalized. They've been radicalized by 9/11, which was an inside job, and the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iran, the war in Iraq, and these places. Seeing 1 million people die in a Muslim country has radicalized a lot of Muslims and allowed these hate preachers to twist up the religion to inspire them to do these.
In the last week,
what I'm saying on record is there is nothing Islamic that teaches a man to take drugs, that teaches a man to rape, and a man can fight in self-defense by any means.
In self-defense. Who judge it? So you just said, yeah, you just said when you're on about the Muslim grooming. I was on about the Muslim grooming gangs. Yeah. Say we look at Rotherham. Just look at Rotherham. Right. 3 brothers in one of the trials. 3 brothers. Right. Taxi drivers. All the taxi ranks were being shared. The business owners were sharing the girls. Not one single person informed the police of what these gangs were doing in any city in this country. Because in the Quran, it says you can't side with the non-Muslims. Each thing that you're quoting, say, like, I'll read one more verse. Surah 70, 28, 30. For the Lord's displeasure in the opposite of peace.
Allow it, man. You're just coming with bare madness.
I'm coming with a scripture. I'm trying to make sense of why. I'm trying to make sense of it. Because I'm not saying it's 100% this, yeah? What I'm saying is when I
defend Islam,
when I look into the Quran, when I look into the figures and the statistics,
I'm gonna have to phone Ibby back. I'm gonna have to phone Ibby back. What's this surah now?
Okay,
I'm gonna have to phone Ibby back.
I'll tell you what it says. Yeah, I'll tell you what it says. In the surah, Allah reveals And for the Lord's displeasure is the opposite of peace and tranquility, and those who guard their chastity, except for their wives and the captives whom their right hand possesses, captive slaves. I think we can agree all the children in Rotherham have been
What does
slaves.
right hand possesses mean? What does right hand possesses mean?
I'll go to what Maududi says. I'll go to
Hold on. Ibs, listen to this, Surah, what man's saying. Say that, Surah, again, and then explain it to him, please.
For the Lord's displeasure in the opposite of peace and tranquility, and those who guard their chastity, except with their wives and the captives whom their right arm possesses, for they are not to be blamed. When he's talking about the captives that their right arm possesses, what's Muhammad talking about there?
Did you hear that, Ibs?
What is that, slave?
Yeah.
Wait, let
prisoners.
Yeah. Okay. Go on. Have you got an answer to that?
Talking about women.
Bro, you know what, bro? I'm not really into talking with that guy there, right there. Do you get what I'm saying, bro? Like, he doesn't like Muslims, he doesn't like Islam. Do you know what I'm saying? He's not trying to understand nothing.
I am. That's what I'm asking you.
He's had a lot of
Explain
people.
it to me.
He's had,
Explain it to me, bro.
He said he is.
Explain it to me.
He said what?
Explain it to me what that verse means when it says.
Explain what that verse means for me, Ibs. For me.
The verse that says take the captive women as slaves and to do what your right arm possesses, you're not to be blamed. So you're not even getting blamed. There's no blame on you.
He's read the translation. He's read the translation, yeah? He's read the translation. How does he understand it? He's obviously got some sort of understanding of that.
Okay, can I ask you, who's Maududi? Who's Maududi?
Who?
Maududi. Scholar Maududi.
I don't know. Who's Maududi?
Yeah, who is he?
Who's that?
You don't know. Who's
Come
that?
on, bro. He's one of the most recognised scholars in the world.
That fits your argument.
No,
He's a scholar that fits your argument, but he don't know. He don't know who that is.
It's
in the world. One of the recognised scholars in Islam.
I don't know who Maududi is.
All I'm saying is, yeah.
I'm trying to make sense.
I say it back.
Yeah, but you can still beefing and not know who Maududi is, because if you, do you know what I mean? But there's
the thing about the
again, I'll ask you, why are 84% of the convictions Muslim men?
But you see, he didn't even want to talk to him.
30%.
No, but you see what I'm saying? This is
Muhammad.
It's because you're always saying madness about Muslims. You get what I'm saying? No, but I'm saying he didn't want to talk to him.
So Tommy said that most child sex gangs are Asian males, right? Well, this report here says most child sexual abuse gangs made up of white men. Home Office report. Study of England, Scotland, and Wales.
Do you know what they've done on this report?
Listen.
To
Study
divulge the
of
figures.
England, Scotland, and Wales dispels myth of Asian grooming gangs popularized by the far right, Tommy Robinson. Yeah, the majority of child sexual abuse gangs are made up of white men under the age of 30, and official paper has
Two
said.
different sorts of
Yeah?
grooming. They
The
mix the
report
figures. I'm on
which
about
covers-
gangs of men who know
Oh
each
my
other.
brother, it's grooming gangs. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. There's two different types. There's type A. There's two different types.
What you're doing,
You're
like what
mixing
you
them
always
too.
do, Tommy, is you go to the statistics that represent your argument
He's
to go
followed you,
against
innit? No, you know he's followed you. Man said like you always
to
do.
go
He's
against the
followed you still.
demographic that
Man
you do
said
not
like you
like.
always do, Tommy.
Yeah, you're gonna ignore this report
followed you.
because this
You're
report
mixing the
holds you to
statistics of
accountable.
paedophiles with gang grooming. I'm not about gang grooming
What I am
specifically.
saying
men know
is
each other.
that you should.
84%.
I am saying that if you was very against paedophilia, you would be talking here against all paedophiles. You'd be giving us the statistics of all paedophiles.
Grooming
you
and that
you
happens in
concentrate on
everywhere.
Asians because they're from another country and they're immigrants.
No.
Now there's
Fam, I don't even not like that. Yeah, I'm not being bad. I don't.
Bruv, so you, what do you think? 1,000 victims in
Stop a sec.
Telford.
It's not even a case of he concentrating on Asians that gets to me. You know, I don't care about all that. Not like that. It's more the Muslim that you get what I'm saying. I don't want it to blanket all Muslims. You get what I'm saying? That's
I'm
my
not
whole
blanking
thing.
All Muslims,
Like, it's
yeah.
not
I'm not
Islam thing. No,
blanketing
but I'm saying
all
Islam is the same as Muslim. Bro.
No, it's
Muslims
not.
believe
No,
in Islam.
Yeah.
You understand?
So does that
It's
mean
like-
Christianity is the same as Christians?
Yeah,
So
yes. If you're running Christianity, Christians are gonna have a problem because that's what they believe in.
So do you want blasphemy laws?
That's what they believe in.
So should we have blasphemy laws? When
But no one's calling for this stuff. Everything that you
Do you know what I mean?
talk
So
about-
it's like
Tommy,
if you go against Islam,
but everything.
if you go against Islam,
All right,
yeah,
let me explain something.
every
Let me explain
Muslim ain't the
something,
same.
please. In your life, and
Yeah, you
living in
can't-
London,
yeah, that's
have
generalising.
you ever worried about specifically Asian youths coming and taking any of your young girls in your family? Have you ever worried about specifically Muslims and anything to do with paedophilia or anything we've spoken about? Have you ever worried about terrorism in your life, specifically talking about Muslims in this country? Yeah. So what I'm saying is Tommy brings up stats from all around the world, all over the place, and creates an image as if there's these people that are here against
in the
us.
last 7
These guys
days.
have done
In the
nothing
last
to
7
us.
days,
I don't
in the
know
last
these
7
guys.
days, Mohammed's been charged for getting caught with a gun and a bomb in Leeds Hospital. You probably didn't know that.
Yeah,
He's planning a
what's
terrorist
that?
attack. A priest was murdered and chopped his head off in a church in Spain, and he stabbed 7 others. On a train in Germany, 2 people were murdered. On the train in Germany, New Zealand. That's about a year ago, bro. I'm telling you, in the last 7 days.
Yeah, but
2
I'm saying
people
you're
were
not going
murdered.
to give us the statistics on the last 7 days of what other people have done.
These are Islamic migrants that have come into Europe.
What about the police officers that just got caught for raping up the girls then?
What about them?
They're white,
They're
British
scum.
police
Yeah,
officers.
filthy scum.
No, but they're white and British.
Wayne Cousins.
I know.
They're white and British.
What's your point?
So my point is that you're never going to bring that up because they're white.
Hey, stop shouting.
I'm
stop
talking
shouting.
about an over-representation.
You're going too mad, fam. You're going
That's
too
an
mad, though.
over-representation of the police force. This is police people that just after Sarah
You're going too
Aguilar
mad, innit?
have
Yeah,
been caught for
bro,
rape.
you need to know how to just talk. Yeah. He's not shouting. He's not. You get what I'm saying? You're going too mad, fam. You need to come to the mic.
No, but he hasn't, bro. No, mate.
You need to come to the mic.
Okay, when I started the English Defence League, no one had heard of grooming, yeah, because it was still being covered up, yeah. We marched through cities, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 men with placards. Our daughters are not halal meat. Stop fucking raping them. Leave the girls alone, yeah, because that's what's happening in towns and cities, yeah. That's what. That's what we are. I'm telling you, this is what happened, yeah.
Okay,
Andrew
man.
Norfolk was given the credit for exposing grooming gangs in 2011. That's a Times news reporter. That's when it all come into the public's knowledge. Well, in his words, yeah, his words, he'd known about it for years, but was too scared because it was Pakistani men and white children. He was too scared of the fear of being branded a racist. It's only when he saw the emergence of what you'd call the far right, which is normal British citizens who have fucking had enough of our daughters being raped. Yeah, we've had enough. We started marching, and he said, I had to take it back off them. I had to take it back. So he only acted because thousands of men were marching through the towns and cities. The only reason why anyone knows of grooming, the only reason why we've seen Rotherham, Telford, or any of this is because thousands of men joined the English Defence League, not racist. So there would have been some racists. There's racists in the English Defence League. There have been golfers in the English Defence League. Didn't make it a golf society. Our fundamental message was black and white unite. From the start, on the back of our tops, we burned swastikas. We attacked. We attacked the National Front. Let me show you this because you probably don't follow what actually goes on, bro.
No,
But there is
You're reading the headline.
there is grooming that happens here other than those groups.
Of course.
Because with Prince Andrew.
Let me show you
And Epstein and all of those people that
The
are
elite
way
group,
higher
yeah.
up. There's elite groups
Jimmy
and they
Savile.
have power, and you're not going to get to know about those.
Balenciaga.
And those what are those people based upon? Those are part of people
They're
that
not
are.
in
Do you
Islam.
understand?
Yeah, they don't follow Islam.
And they're grooming. They've been taking people from. They've been taking girls off the islands and all of them things there and bringing them to islands from years.
How do I load this?
There's been grooming groups. Do you know what I mean? There's been stuff going on.
Yeah, but it's not a Muslim, it's not an Islam thing. This is what it is, isn't it? Islam doesn't preach any of that, like you lot rightfully said. And I think that's the slight misunderstanding.
It doesn't.
It can be misunderstood. We could take verses from the Bible and we can start.
English Defence League. Start the English Defence League, yeah?
Yeah, they burnt a sausage.
They're all black. That's my mates.
Yeah, they're sellouts.
They're not sellouts, bro.
You call them coons and Uncle Toms, bro. You call them sellouts. Any black man that signs with you is a sellout.
Black and white unite.
Because they're sellouts.
Black and white unite.
They're trying to fall in line.
In what sense?
Black and white unite, fam.
Why are they sellouts?
Why are they sellouts?
Why are
fam?
they sellouts?
Black and white unite, fam.
They're
Read the
moving with a
messages.
man that believes that doing a black power sign is a sign of racism. When that comes from black people that was oppressed by white people, a man that does not acknowledge the oppression that black people have been through.
How don't I
mobilize.
acknowledge the oppression black people have gone
Oh my
through?
gosh,
How don't
man.
I?
What are you
How
talking
don't I?
about? For you to say that that sign is a racist
I'm
sign,
saying
it
that
means you're a
200
racist
men
guy.
wearing military uniform
Only white
marching through the
people that are
street.
racist would see a
On
black
the-
person
off the
do
back.
this and say it's racist because they don't. That means that you're not acknowledging that the first time this was done was by black sports people that was victims of racism that was standing against racism. Black people,
Black power comes from
racism
black
is
sports
prejudice plus power. If you came to the shores of Africa and called us nigger, nobody would have cared, Tommy. The reason why people care is because they built institutions of slavery, colonialism, and institutions which create problems for black people. It's not the nigger word, it's the institution. This is why racism is prejudice plus power, and black people within this society can't be racist. My example
Black
is
people can't be racist.
My example is no matter how any black person feels about white people, they can't affect white people in banking. They can't affect white people in schooling. They can't affect white people in the police or any institution in this society. But if white people feel a way about black people, it affects us in every
So what
area
about
of
Chicago,
society.
where the whole council and government are black?
You know what I'm saying? That's
what
it.
about that? Is there
What about in Chicago?
So black. Say a black person jumps on a white person.
I'm going mad,
calls
innit?
them, calls them a
Am I
honky.
gonna get rushed by
calls them a
all my
honky
Muslim
and kills
mates?
them. Calls them a honky.
Where does the word honky come from?
I don't know. So, okay, calls them a dirty white scumbag.
Where does the
calls
word
them,
cracker
calls
come
them a
from?
filthy white scumbag. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If I call you a honky,
if you call me a
there's
white
no-
scumbag,
if I call you a scumbag,
and
there's
stab
no,
me,
there's
that's
no
not racist.
history.
That's
there's
not
no
racist. That's not-
history-
imagine that.
There's no history of a
Doesn't
black
make sense.
person raping your mother or a white woman, calling them a honky. The word nigger was used as a word which your ancestors used to rape my ancestors.
when you say
So-
my ancestors,
so
what do you mean by my
I'm
ancestors?
saying English.
Like your,
heritage.
not like your great
My-
grandmother.
can be racist.
See, like your great grandmother.
Wait.
See, like your great grandmother. That's what it means.
My
by
great grandmother's
ancestors still.
Irish, bruv, yeah? So
No,
they were
but he
slaves
talks
as
about
well,
it.
yeah?
Yeah.
So my family are Irish. So
My
when you're
partner's
talking
got
about
Irish, yeah.
No blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
Also Irish.
No blacks, no dogs, no Irish.
Red's has got Irish in him.
No, but
His grandma's
Irish with the blacks, no blacks, no dogs,
Yeah.
no Irish.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Racist, can we just say racist is when that is
grandma.
somebody that hates somebody because of the color
He
of their
doesn't believe
skin,
that. He doesn't
and
believe
they incite hate because of those things.
no, he doesn't believe
Therefore,
that.
a black person can be racist because a black person can hate a white person and not know nothing about them, but just hate them because of the color of their skin.
Let me ask you, do you know who Chris Donaldson is? Do you know who Chris Donaldson is?
Okay. Do you know?
I would have said black people. I would have said
That's
black
what I'm
people can be
trying to look.
racist.
So
I
you're
said it
saying
last
that
time, but
racism is
Clara
based on the act
didn't
that
agree
you
with
can
me.
cause the person after.
Clara
because
hates
they
you,
have-
by the way.
Because of the
That's
power.
what racism. What
Clara hates you, by the way. She couldn't believe I'm having him on. She hates him.
racism?
Like, you having Terry Robinson on?
Racism wasn't born.
She's,
Racism
bro, he's a
was
boss.
based on
You know that? Don't leave me hanging. He's a boss. No, but you know the one. The man's only dealing with bosses. He's a boss, and when Tom say it's true, you know. Like it could make. He's real. Like my own mate, the whole of all the hooligans come right now for respect.
That to me,
gone the whole way
that to
through
me
this.
explains our Black Lives Matter when they were saying all lives matter.
Yes.
They're
That to
outside,
me
fam.
explains that.
Yes.
Do you understand?
You've
Like
got
what you
people-
just said.
You don't believe
You can't have
Black
be
army
racist. You
suit.
can't. He's
They're
trying.
outside.
I'm saying
Raspek's trying to say that you can't be racist against your oppressor.
Respect.
That's
Am I
where
your
he's
oppressor?
coming from.
Am I
Respect needs
your
to
He's
know
looking
himself.
at white
Respect
people
needs to know
was
himself.
the
He's got
oppressor
bare
of
hooligans
black
outside.
Is my mother?
He's got bare hooligans outside now. Respect needs to know what
Is
he's
my
doing.
mother your oppressor?
With the army suit.
So you could be racist. So if you say you kill
I'm
an
going
innocent
mad.
woman,
I'm
yeah,
going mad.
is she your oppressor?
What do you mean?
So you said say you kill an innocent white woman, is she your oppressor?
I'm saying that racism was defined by an action. It wasn't defined by someone saying nigger, nigger. That doesn't matter.
Hey,
Imagine
Cream,
if
you
they-
look nice
if
today.
they came-
Come on, co-host,
Tommy,
ask some questions.
Tommy, if you
Hey, wait.
Tommy,
My
if you
co-host got
understand
some
this.
questions to ask, man.
Tell me if you understand
This is too mad,
If you
like.
came-
This
if
is
the British
too much.
came
My co-host is
to the shores
here.
of Africa-
Cream, ice cream, young spring.
No, Chris-
She's got questions written down.
Have you ever Have you ever heard of Chris Donaldson?
You're moving like a
Have
wire.
you ever heard of Chris Donaldson?
Like you just want
Chris
to. Why do
Donaldson,
you just want to
who's
talk?
Have you ever
Donaldson?
heard of Chris Donaldson?
Why do you just want to? You're moving like LGBT though. I'm trying to make you talk to the girl.
No, man, it's
Cream,
cool. It's
Cream,
cool.
Have
It's
you,
cool.
Cream, have you ever heard of
She's
Chris
got
Donaldson?
I have
questions
not.
you.
But we're gonna get
Chris,
into
Chris
it.
Donaldson was the
Cool.
first
I'm
ever,
Yeah, nice.
first ever racially
This is what I'm here
motivated murder.
for,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
15 years old white boy,
Why is he looking at me like,
kidnapped off
what's
the
your-
street, they cut his penis off,
He's looking
fed
like,
it to
what's your?
him,
You let me come and
butchered him.
talk, but
So I'm going to ask. So Chris Donaldson, kidnapped off the street, 15 years old. They cut his penis off, fed it to him. Yeah,
Oh,
stabbed him.
why, bruv, man?
He's 15 years old.
Why are you talking? Why are you saying
Are you,
penis?
and the men were convicted
Why for
of
that,
religion. Of, are you saying that wasn't a racist attack because they're white?
He's not
Because they're white.
black people.
What I want to say
He's got his
firstly is that just notice that all the time we've been here, Tommy has not dropped one statistic of anything white people have done anywhere throughout the whole interview. The only statistics he has is
Why
for
would he
the
though?
minority.
Why would he
to
have?
be honest, to be
No,
honest,
I'm saying, why would he?
I can agree that the majority of the Rotherham thing is Asian people, and I've been against that, and I've been banning out them groomers down there. It doesn't take away nothing from you. I can also agree that most of the youth violence is amongst black youths. Yeah, it takes away.
And why
nothing
do you think
from
that
me.
is? Why do you think
Tommy
that is?
don't want to talk about what his people do the most, though.
What do you want to
That's
say?
the problem, and he will never.
I
bring
don't
up,
see a
you know
colour
what I'm
thing.
saying?
I don't
He will
care
only
about white,
talk-
black.
He will
I don't
only
give a
talk
fuck.
about Asians. And
He
will
did
only
say his
talk about
people are
other-
90% paedophiles, though.
Yeah, and then he tried to flip it. Oh, but we don't do the gang grooming. We only groom.
He
kids
said
on our own.
90% of what?
I didn't say that.
He said 90% of people in England are white. 90% are paedophiles.
So then,
Basically, numbers
so then that's
ain't.
hold on a minute.
So he's basically saying the numbers ain't wrong.
90%
Majority of paedophiles in the UK are white.
are white.
Yeah, he said 90% of people.
But if 90%,
And he said I called him up with it.
but if 90% is a fucking high number.
Yeah, but
So then
that's how much.
But 90% of this country
white
is white.
people in this
In
country. That's what he's saying.
My point is, it's not an
There's 90%
over-representation.
It's not over-representation. If
Okay.
there's 90% of white people in this country and 90% of paedophiles, there's nothing. It's not.
This report,
you know what I'm
says,
saying?
this report says it confirms that white men remain the most common offenders, which is something rarely mentioned by right-wing
course
commentators.
they are.
Like,
90% of the country's white.
It's gonna be. It's gonna
It's
be.
not over
It's-
over-representation.
That's the whole point. It's gonna be.
It's going to be.
Who's gonna be
and I'm
mostly
talking
white
about
people if it's
specific
90% white?
crime. Yeah.
My thing is this, innit?
Listen.
If you have a problem against sex trafficking, grooming, and then maybe the wording needs to be a bit different. That's just my thing, because you can't just say.
I've just done a documentary. Yeah, you should watch it. You should watch it
Yeah.
as well, bruv. It's called The Phantom Rape Gang. So a white girl up north. Put on
I swear it, but that girl's come out saying that she was lying.
I come out saying she was lying before she come out.
Was it you?
I've just a video. The Muslim man says I saved his life. Yeah, I don't hate him as a Muslim.
Yeah.
I went up there, met his family when this allegation had been made. I knew things didn't add up. Yeah, I sat down, I interviewed him. I went and found the girl's dad and said, "When are you going to tell the truth?"
Wait,
You
no,
weren't
it
mad on them.
wasn't.
You went in
It
that
just in
restaurant.
the
I see.
comments
You
section.
got in the
No,
restaurant.
you're
there.
just saying it
Oh,
because
that's
that's when I was after them.
Because I don't rate them things either, you know. Because I don't rate none. I don't rate them the same way how we don't rate all of that. I don't rate none of that neither. All that sex no, I know, but I'm just saying I don't rate sex traffic. I don't rate grooming of kids. I don't rate none of that. So if he's going
No,
up
you
there
seem like
and
you're
trying
trying to
to
find excuses
what's it
around the
called?
figures.
My
you
only
only
thing
care
with
about it because it's Asians.
No, I
I care
don't.
about all of it.
No, I don't. I care about it because I
You
know
only
the
care about
girls,
the
bruv.
Asians.
I care about it because I know the girls. My cousin was a victim of these fuckers in Luton.
What I'm saying is you only
That's
bring
why I
up
care
statistics
about it.
on ethnic minorities. You never speak about any statistics about white people. The only time you brought up the white people 90% is because I said that you don't bring up any white people. That's the only time you bring up white people.
I
You do not
focused
bring
on
up-
I focused
you
on the
focus
problem
on the ethnic
that
minorities.
I saw in my town, yeah, and it was coming from the Islamic community, and I focused on it, and I spoke about the rape of children, and that's because it was something that was being covered up and not spoken about. No one.
Yeah, so now I need to say a positive and start chatting right quick. So what's y'all's thoughts on what you heard so far?
I'm trying to understand what Rospect's response was. I mean, not Rospect, what Tommy's response was to Rospect's article that he brought up about the numbers. Because Rospect was basically, he found an article that spoke about the majority of those sex offenses to the youth being done by white people, but I don't know if it's the accent. It's like he talks so fast, Tommy Robinson. I didn't know what the hell he was saying really. If anybody caught it, please let me know what his response was to that.
Yeah, I didn't catch all that either myself. I know earlier Tommy was talking about that 84% of the convictions in the country for the grooming gang stuff were Muslims being convicted or whatnot. And so I know Rospect was talking. Rospect's basic point is that you don't ever talk about what the statistics on white people are, and they do the majority of the things, which should be the case because the country's majority European majority.
Right. Which I think that in America we have similar issues where the majority of the crimes committed are by white people, but the amount of crimes committed by Black people is disproportionate to how many Black people are in the country. So it shows that it's really a bad problem in our community, even though the numbers are still less. You know what I'm saying? And I think that you could use that dynamic to your benefit either way, I guess, on whatever side of the argument you're on.
Is anybody having any problems with the arguments being presented?
I don't. I mean, I understand what Tommy Robinson is saying, and I understand how Rossbeck is maneuvering. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think? Because you technically are Muslim, so like it's interesting to hear your take on the claims that Tommy is making. What do you think about when he says he separates? Like he doesn't say Muslims. He's saying that based off of what Muslims are saying, it's supported in Islam. They're basically using Islam, calling people kafirs or whatever. They're using Islam to justify their actions. So then how is he wrong for linking their actions to Islam? That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of his position or whatnot, right? And my issue is Rossbeck being the one having this conversation with him, right? Because Rossbeck is making very. So, for instance, I'll come out and tell people I'm a Quranist. I don't speak for the majority of Muslims, right? The majority of Muslims do not hold my view. I'm actually going to make a lot of arguments Rossbeck's going to make, right? In the sense for like, oh, like that phrase of what the right hand possesses, that means something different. I can say that as a Quranist. He's going to say he's a Sunni Muslim, right? Like as a Sunni Muslim, what Tommy's saying is correct. That's the issue, right? Like so
because of their interpretation of the Quran.
Yes, 100%. And
I mean, not the Quran, but the whole
the Quran, the Hadith, all that because of their interpretation of Islam. Period. The way they go about it, right? Like, and there's multiple different kind of Sunnis, right? There's Sunni Sufis, there's Salafi Sunnis, there's Maliki, Zahiri. There's all kind of different Sunnis, right? However, the vast majority of the Sunni world, at least 70%, are going to agree on the definition that Tommy's talking about, right? So Tommy, and he's particularly talking about particular Muslims from a part of the world, like so you can find out what kind of Islam do Pakistanis practice, well, who are their scholars, what's normal for them, etc. Right? And so what Tommy's saying is more on point than what Rossbeck is saying. Like Rossbeck's coming through. Like this was the part that's getting me kind of worried about watching this. Like so, Rossbeck's been to the park a bunch of times. Like there's all kind of like video of your man being at the park when I'm going at it with the Muslims and whatnot. He knows for a fact that there's Muslims in this country that hold the beliefs that Tommy's talking about. He knows you can't go to the park. You know what I'm saying? There's been a few people, I won't say their names on camera, that have broken down the fact like most people who go to the park and most Muslims at the park know at least one person who's gone to go fight off in wars from the extreme side of things, right? And so like I'm dumbfounded hearing Rossbeck talk that he's ignorant of all this stuff, right? Like he's ignorant of like the fact that there are extremist Muslims. So you could have a bunch of good mosques all over the place. But what the extreme Muslims do is they go try and hide amongst the regular Muslims in these mosques or whatnot. This is why they call themselves or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And they do operate in a lot of places or whatnot. They do stuff like what he's talking about. There are no-go zones in a whole bunch of places in France, in Morocco, in Holland, even places in the UK, etc. Right? Like that's some real stuff. And when you go there, like you're under like a little Sharia law. You know what I'm saying? Like from like extreme Sharia forms of law. Now, not like the average stuff. We're talking like the extreme forms of it, because there's not one form of it, right?
So I'm confused too. When Rossbeck first came out, or not first came out, but like I guess when I first learned about it, let me put it that way. I don't know how long the brother been doing what he's been doing. Wasn't he speaking about these grooming gang stuff? I believe he was speaking. He wasn't always supportive of the Muslims. Is that am I getting him confused with somebody else?
I'm trying to rack my brain to think of a particular position on it. Hold on.
When he used to go to the park, he used to be talking about that Muslim gang stuff. And I want to say this is before he was converted or reverted or whatever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He was not necessarily on like saying I support Tommy Robinson. I'm saying that he was saying the same thing. He was basically. Maybe I'm getting it confused.
No, he might have been, and there was a lot of
Let me
people
see what the chat is.
that were saying that, not and a lot of black people that were saying that. You know what I'm saying? And rightfully so. Like they're like so. I'll say this: like I got one of my channels shut down by Ali Dawin because I made a video about Tommy Robinson saying like, no, it's completely okay to critique the Quran, Islam, Muhammad. Even the Quran says it's okay to do such, right? Like I was actually like that video was one of Tommy Robinson's last tweets before his Twitter account got shut down, right? Like most Muslims can't stand the fact that he critiques this stuff, but like what he's critiquing is legit. Like when he's saying, "I'm trying to understand how much," like that's a legit thing. He sat down with Shia imams to try to understand stuff better, whatnot. Right? He's legit trying to, because it's not his thing, it's not his culture. Right? Understood? You know what I'm saying? And if you go research it on your own, it's going to look crazy. It's like he's going to pull up a bunch of places and like, you know what, this is okay. And the extreme people pull up the same scholars. He's making a complete valid point. And that's what I'm saying. Like, Rospect's he's definitely got it. If I was to flip the script, if I was Tommy Robinson, I'd be like, yo, Rospect, how come you don't talk about Boko Haram more, fam? How many videos you got on Boko Haram, fam? I flipped the script real quick. I'm like, because it doesn't. I'm trying to figure out why is Rospect there? Why is he talking? Like, who is he speaking up for? Because it ain't the Muslim saying, hey, you know, Rospect, you're the best will smoking Muslim. You need to go speak for us. No, that's not what's happening. Like Rospect's not well versed enough in Islam to go have this. Like he doesn't even know the people that Tommy's bringing. Like that's a cold piece. Like, bro, like yeah, he's not the best person for the conversation. So I'm trying to figure out, like, so what is he there for? Because like, so
he has maybe the fire and the passion, you know, it's kind of like mixing. It's kind of like mixing the fight of Black oppression, mixing it with religious expression.
Right. It's a crazy line.
Because a lot of the times, Rospect will say something is racist or you're racist, but then he's talking about religion. And if somebody likes your religion, and people don't have to like your religion, but it's kind of like, to me, adding a struggle or a fight that like my community, the Black community, will have against racism, and merging it with people not liking Islam, and people who are not Muslim are like, bro, them two different arguments. Like, you know, like y'all need to fight your own fight. Don't we keep bringing up racism? You know what I'm saying? Because then when we really bring up racism, people gonna be rolling their eyes, tired of hearing it. You get what I'm saying?
No, I agree 100%.
It's like the wolf, the boy that cried wolf. You're gonna keep racism. Then people gonna get tired of you bringing up racism because they're gonna say you call everything freaking racist. You can't do that.
Yeah, to me, it's
not
just
be very popular. I know that it's not very popular to say that as a Black person, you know, but it needs to be said.
Yeah, and the cool part about this too is like if I watch this, the more I've watched this, because I watched a lot of this interview so far, like if I've never seen Rospect before and I don't know who he is, and I've never seen Tommy Robinson, I don't know who he is, right? I'm gonna walk away thinking that Rospect's thinking that Black Muslim okay, Asian Muslim not okay, right? Like it's okay.
Like you're gonna feel like Rospect thinks that way,
or like he's like it would like just don't talk stuff about the Black Muslims and whatnot, because the way the lines are getting blurred and whatnot, right? Or the kind of Islam he's sticking up for, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's just me watching, right? Because I'm going to come away thinking that like, he might not be a real Muslim. He might be NOI, or he might be something else. He doesn't sound like he's like an Orthodox Muslim or Orthodox Sunni. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds like so it sounds like he's there trying to stick up for a black version of whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what like Black Islam or whatever. Like, so if you do know where he comes from, whatnot, you know his background. Like his background comes from like he was exposed to Islam through the Gambia and whatnot, right? Cool, got you. That's like it's a beautiful Islam down there. Like it's a place where you can go see women lead prayer calls and certain stuff, right? Like it's a different kind of Islam. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not Saudi Arabian Islam, and it's not the Islam that Tommy's talking about, right? And Rospect said something earlier, like in the show, where he was talking like, well, if you're gonna talk about like this being like a concept where like it might be people from Pakistan who have a particular view and they're going places and doing things. Well, you got to show me statistics saying that everywhere Pakistanis go, this happens and whatnot. Bruh, that's a bold statement to me. Like when I heard Rospect say that, I was like, you don't look into this, bro. You don't look into this. I can tell you right now those statistics exist. They exist in America. I know they exist in the UK. But that's
what exists in America? What exists in America?
So, for instance, like there's statistics in my state breaking down the fact that like the grooming gang started popping up in my state. I live in Washington State on the west coast of America, right? Washington State on the west coast of America, like grooming gang started popping up in my state. Guess where, fam? Where the Pakistanis started moving in, right?
Really?
Yeah, they started.
My cousin
moving.
lives over there. She lives in Olympia.
Yo, that's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
So they started moving into the Indian neighborhoods and started grooming the Indian girls and whatnot. And the people from the outside looking in can't tell the difference between a Pakistani and the Indian and whatnot. So they don't even know what the hell's going on, right?
Right.
So I'm not saying all Pakistanis are bad. No. What I'm saying is there's a certain kind of Islam amongst certain Pakistanis to where this is okay, right? And this is a normalized thing or whatnot. So what Tommy is saying about so what Rospect is saying is like you can't put that on all Islam, 100% correct. What Tommy is saying about you can't ignore the fact that somebody's Islam, that's 100% correct.
Right. These people are literally, I mean, from what he's saying, they're saying they're doing it in the name of like, and I get though, because when I was a Christian, you know, I used to say that same argument, like, you know, you can't blame the religion because the Bible doesn't say that, you know, but when you look at the actions of all the people who profess it, or not all, but a majority, or a good noticeable portion, you can't ignore the fact that these people are doing this in the name of the belief system. And then the people who are quote unquote the good people, they're not stopping it. So you're part of the same group. You're allowing this to happen.
Even if it's a minority, right? Like so what Tommy's talking about is a minority issue, right? However, it's an issue nonetheless. So pretending like it's not ridiculous to me. Like, so do all Pakistanis do this? No, not at all. Not at all. Are there a certain section that do 100%? Are they the only ones who do it? No. Like, so if Tommy brings it up as a problem, the answer, the pushback shouldn't be, oh, well, you can't be talking about all Islam. You can't be sort of like, look, well, help me figure out what to do about these girls. I mean, what can we do together to make sure like this is an issue? How about that?
You know, the answer is you act like y'all don't do it too. That's what Rospect is saying. Y'all do it too. Why are you focusing on such and such?
And that's not a good answer.
Yeah, that's not a good answer at all. That's not. That's
a horrible answer. Horrible answer. Because I'm gonna tell y'all that if I was my man Tommy Robinson, I'd be in the seat flipping all kind of questions on Rospect. Like how many black girls got taken in the game? Like, why don't you defend them? What's up with Boko Haram in Nigeria? What like because like man, like what them cats is doing to the African girls is way worse than whatever he's talking about the European rapists or whatnot in the UK and whatnot, fam. Like, man, it's another ball game, fam. And it looks funny because you're West African not talking about it, man. You try to stick up for Black Islam. Those good. If you're gonna stick up for it, talk about the good and the bad, fam. Talk about the good. You're talking like, well, it doesn't really. No, but it exists. Go to Northern Nigeria and kick it. Like, bro, Rospect wouldn't be good in Northern Nigeria right now, saying what he's saying. If Rospect was in Northern Nigeria right now, talking about Islam the way he's talking about, they'd snatch him up. Talking about he's not talking about the real Islam.
No. It's just sad. How I look at it, it's sad. that can't stand for righteousness, for the real righteousness. You know, you gotta stick with your tribe, stick with your group identity. I mean, group politics right here.
But that's on both sides too, right? Like, so Tommy Robinson recognized he could get paid talking about this stuff, right? It turned into
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm laughing because I'm like, yo, what's this rebranding conversation? Like, y'all should have been had this conversation years ago. Y'all talking about it now? Ain't no one talking about Tommy Robinson like he's relevant. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no one talking about Ross like he's relevant anymore. Like, it's this is a funny conversation just to watch. It's like it's way too late in the making. You know what I'm saying? And even then, let's see, it just seems like the intentions are off. Like, what is anyone supposed to get out of it?
Right.
It seems like it clicks or whatnot.
Well, he used to say views and likes. No, what he used to say? I forgot. Prospect little saying. Something he stands for what's right, not views and likes, or something like that. I forgot. But something like that, Prospect used to say all the time. To almost basically say he wasn't trying to get likes and clicks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know, because I know this. I know Ross he knows enough about Islam to know that what Tommy's talking about has some legitimacy in certain circles. I know that much. I know he knows enough. And I've been in part of conversations with Prospect where we're going over stuff with other people of multiple different Islamic beliefs or whatnot, from Sufi to Sunni to Shia to Quran to whatnot to Salafi Sunni that as well, right? Having the same conversations and whatnot about these topics and whatnot. So I know he knows what Tommy's talking about. That's why I'm like, this is funny to
me.
But what he's saying about like it's not the all of Islam, that is 100% correct. But that's not the art. I don't know. Like I'm with you. So it's a blurred argument about the whole like the black and the Islam thing. I wouldn't go in there.
Yes, who would say all Muslims do da 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 da? All Muslims, when you know there's so many different sects, I don't think anyone would. You know, you lose when you say all of anything.
Right, and Tommy was just talking about when he stuck up for a Muslim dude who got lied on by a white chick. Right, cool. Like I didn't even know about that. That's respect, right? Like that is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm seeing Rossbeck saying like we got black marches for this and black marches for that. Like I got you on that. So where Rossbeck, where are you leading the Muslim march? Like where are you leading the Muslim march on what's going on in northern Nigeria? Where are you leading the Muslim march on something of that nature,
right? Yeah, well, you know, even with the slavery in Libya, he probably would say that that's not a Muslim slave trade. You see what I'm saying? Like he would say, why you took that deep breath like that?
Because you brought up some old scars.
Yes, because I'm saying
his job and all these cats used to go at it over the Libyan slave. Like they got another gentleman struck off that. You know what I'm saying, by going at him over the Libyan slave trade and whatnot. Rossbeck used to do the same. He used to do the same thing, right? Because like I was on a kick about like Islam talks about you release slaves or whatnot. How come nobody? There's no Islamic organization trying to get these slaves out of Libya or the North Africa or wherever they happen. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, all you pay is zakat. How come you're not paying for this? Like, how come your zakat don't go to this type of stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, how come there's no masjid I can give my zakat to that'll go to freeing a slave anywhere? Unpopular question, right? Like, I'd have so much respect for Prospect if he was like, if you're gonna be like, you want to be the pro-black, you know what I'm saying, the next Malcolm X Muslim, cool, got you. Give me a masjid where I can go free a slave.
I don't know. Wouldn't that be frowned upon to be bringing up like race and be a Muslim? Because don't you have to like, I don't want to say give that up, but almost say give that up. Like, right? Because it's supposed to be one ummah, so you can't really say like your people, your black nation. It's just the Muslim nation kind of thing.
You are hitting the nail on the head. Like, so here's what the Quran says about this concept, right? Because the Quran like literally speaks up the concept of nationalism, like in the concept to where it says, if you were all supposed to be one nation, I would have made you such, but I made you different nations that you might race towards the good or compete in righteousness and whatnot, right? And so nationalism is a part of Islam, but like in modern Islam, they tell you it's against that stuff. So like if you're a black Muslim, you want to go fix a black neighborhood, like, oh no, bro, you can't just do that, because that's just, you're focusing on race, you know what I'm saying? Like if it was a Muslim thing, sure, but you're talking about like black things, like no. If I saw Raspek talking about that, like that's what Raspek should be talking about, right? He shouldn't be talking to Tommy Robinson about his ignorant views on Islam or whatever, or what he thinks is ignorant views on Islam. Right? He should be talking to other Muslims, like, okay, why are you telling me I'm a racist in Islam if I'm trying to fix up my neighborhood? Because that's a big problem for any black Muslim. For any black Muslim.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. That you're not black no more. You know, like when I went to the military, they tried it. They was like, you're not black, you're not white, you're green. But that shit is indoctrination, you know? And I was like, yeah, all right, but how come all the black girls, we got scars on our head when we going to sleep, and the white girls, they don't? So clearly there's a difference. Like, you're not going to just get me to buy into, yeah, we're black and white people. They got a gun and I got a gun. We on the same side of the line, but we still black and white. Like, you're not going to get me. So yeah, to pacify them, oh yeah, I'm green. Oh, give my paycheck. But at the end of the day, you know that you're a black person. You know what I mean? Like you don't get brainwashed to not see yourself as a black person. That's just ridiculous. You just understand that you could work alongside a person who's from a different group.
Yeah. And this is a huge problem in modern Islam. Like if I'm Somali, right, and I'm talking about trying to go fix up Somalia, whatnot, as a country, whatnot, as Somalian people, whatnot, other Muslims are going to tell me, no, you're doing this thing wrong. You're not practicing your Islam right. Blah 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 blah. If I'm trying to go fix up Nigeria, the same thing.
That was Khalid. Khalid, remember? Brother Khalid. Every minute somebody's telling him that he's practicing nationalism because he wants to focus on Somalia, like. But if he wanted to focus on Mecca, I guess he would be good to go.
But here's the cold part, right? And I say this all the time. If I can come out to a free Palestine rally tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be all Muslims out there. Like we should all be linking up to free Palestine. Wait, hold on, what? Something's not adding up here, right? And that's why I break down. Like so, Ross. The funny part is whenever Raspek pushes back on Tommy, he makes a Quranist argument. I find hilarious because we used to talk about this stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? They'll talk about marriage. I used to talk to Raspek about Quran and marriage or whatever. We'll talk about warfare. We'll talk about warfare. I used to talk to Raspek about the Quran and warfare or whatnot, in terms of like self-defense. It's funny because everything he's pushing back on, he's making the Quranist argument, which is not the mainstream Islamic argument. So going on there trying to present it as if it is, like, bruh, that's like at one point your man in the middle ends up calling one of his friends, like, okay, can you deal with this verse? Because he knows Raspek can't deal with it. All right, you can deal with the Arabic. What does it say? Blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? That's when this is the thing to watch because it would be like having Sarah Darwin come and talk to people who believe in God. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Shout out to Sarah, bro. I see you doing your thing with the Just Perfect things and whatnot, bro. Get your bread out.
Yeah, get it how you get it.
This is just funny to me, bro.
So that's what's happening because I wasn't, from your standpoint, you can hear it. So Raspek is actually making Quranist argument.
Yeah, it's. I tried to sit down with Tommy at one point, like the whole point of me making a video and getting with him or trying to get at him or whatnot was to sit down and like, okay, there's different types of Islam, so you don't put them all in one bag. You want to This is the particular form of Islam you want everyone to focus on. You want people to deal with this one right here, XYZ. These beliefs here, XYZ, and you can talk to other Muslims to get you to actually agree with you on this stuff, right? And so the Salafis didn't want that conversation to happen. Ironically, I got a message from Ali Dawa 5 minutes before my account was deleted. He sent me a message that basically let me know it was going to get deleted, and it got deleted. I was like, wow. This was way back when a few years ago when YouTube was super sensitive on its community guideline strikes, and they were letting Muslims just shut down channels left and right or whatnot over Islamophobia and whatnot. And so even when I hit YouTube back, I was like, no, I'm a Muslim.
So Ali Dawa got a Muslim's channel stricken. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like,
oh yeah,
he couldn't just talk to you.
Right.
Oh, man.
But right. So okay, Ali Dawa, Salafi Sunni, right? Salafi Sunni, right? So there's a lot of good Salafis out there, a bunch of good Salafis out there, right? But if I'm gonna go find the Muslims that Tommy's talking about, they're hiding out. When I say hiding out, they're making sure they're not known. They're hiding out in the Salafi movement, right? Now the Salafi thing is not what Prospect deals with.
What does he deal with? I'm confused. What does he deal with?
You'd have to ask him specifically. Right? I'll tell you this: like we're like the people in the Gambia that he talks about, they don't deal with the Salafi thing. They're Sunni Sufis, like we're talking about in the chat, right? It's a whole nother ball game. That's way older than the Salafi thing, and not nearly as fun. Like Salafi is like on a fundamentalist concept, right? Real fundamental. They came late in the game, and they also give rise and they also give haven to groups of people called like Wahhabi and whatnot. They're super extreme.
Those are the people that say, yeah, so what? She was 6 years old, what? Like that, with their whole chest. They don't even care. Some people, right? Like those people that are like, just like, listen.
Like
that's
so
again,
prophet,
and I'm gonna kill you. You say something about him. Them people.
Kinda, yeah, basically. And
so
again,
bad names. Yeah, okay.
No, real quick. So Tommy Robbins is like, Prospect early in the interview was saying like, Ali Dawa won't even shake a woman's hand, and Tom Robinson comes back and says, yeah, Ali Dawa said he would marry his 11-year-old daughter off to the Prophet. And I was like, oh, he did say that.
Yes, he did. So Prospect didn't even pay attention when he said it. Like to him, it's like, oh well, like like I would too. You know what I'm saying? To me, their silence on certain things speaks loudly.
Yeah, and that's my point. Like, so if Prospect was there saying, this is where I could stand with you on this concept. You're right about X, Y, and Z, and you're 100% right to criticize that, but you're 1,000,000% wrong about this, and you got to stop talking about this stuff like that. I'd be cool, but he's not even ceding no ground. Like, yeah, you could be right about that. Like, no, bro. Ali Dawa was out there with a bunch of views out there saying he'd give his 11-year-old daughter off to a grown man. Like, homie, you got to draw the line with it. Like, no, I don't know. I don't agree with that at all. You know what I'm saying? He's wrong for that. And explain why he's wrong for that. Explain why he's wrong for that, right? And
most of them just say because it's against the law. That's what they say. Because they can't say that it's wrong because they believe the Prophet did that, and they can't be on record not supporting something that the Prophet did. So they would just say, yeah, I think it's wrong because I live in the West and it's illegal or it's wrong in the West.
Mm-hmm.
So when you make your stance like that, it sounds like if I wasn't in the West, I'd be down with it. You see what I'm saying? Like, which is craziness to say.
100%. And on top of that, here's my big issue with it, right? Like, so I'm a Quranist, right? If I go speak somewhere about Islam, I make sure I talk about what other Muslims believe, and to make sure people understand we don't all believe the same thing. So I'll say, yes, most Sunnis believe that Aisha was 6 and 9 years old at the time of marriage and consummation and whatnot, right? Most Shias do not believe that. They believe she was somewhere in between, I want to say 17 and 20 something.
Mm-hmm.
and
I've
put
heard
them
that.
out there, right? What they're doing right now is they're making like Sunni Islam the all of Islam, and that's not even fair for most Muslims, right? Like Shias are a minority, sure, but like you can't make them live by this whole 69 thing when they don't believe that concept, right? And Rospect knows enough to know that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm dumbfounded because he's not making. He's there just like you're saying racist. I'm like, bro, come on. You're not adding.
Yeah, he keep pushing that racist stuff. This is not even black people's fight. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mean like there aren't black Muslims. I didn't mean it to in that way.
No. I'm hearing what you're saying because like we were saying
This
earlier,
is not a fight about discrimination, racism against black people. It's not. This is a fight against them feeling their religious rights are suppressed or being focused and ostracized for their religion. Like it's all about their belief system, religious oppression, and it's to me the argument should stay there.
And to your earlier point again, like we were saying, like the black conversation in Islam is okay. Why can't I be pro-black and a Muslim? It ain't this over here. It ain't like we need to go with Tom Robinson over grooming. It's like what? Where do those intersect?
Like I definitely feel strongly about that. That if I was to take on a spiritual system, then it's a spiritual system, but it shouldn't change my cultural identity. If I come from Trinidad, I'm not going to start talking Arabic. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just crazy. Like, you know, just being in Trinidad, yeah, alhamdulillah. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to be a freaking Trinidadian person who believes in Allah. Like, what's the point? Like,
right.
If you want to say to God be the glory, why can't you say it in English? If you speak English, you got to say it in Arabic. What the hell? I'm not with all of that. You know, Arab changing my identity to.
Now your clothes got to change and all that. Yeah, I'm not with that. 5 years from now, you start looking like your whole Saudi Arabia and whatnot. No, I'm not with that. And the cold part is that's not the West African Islam that Rospect knows, right? Because the West African Islam looks a lot like West Africa. Even like you can like the history of like Islamic rulers and whatnot, right? Like Mansa Musa and whatnot, right? People like that. They would have like they would have the courts and whatnot, and on one side they'd have the Islamic clerics and whatnot, and on the other side they'd have the other religious leaders and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? All at the same court. You know what I'm saying? Like handling both and whatnot, right? Getting both perspectives on the thing and whatnot, right? That's
I didn't know that.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a tolerance in West African Islam that, or there's in certain aspects of it, not all of it, that it doesn't do the Arabization thing, right? And
right.
I'm totally with that. It shouldn't be Arabized like that. It's not meant to be Arabized. It's meant to be formless. You know what I'm saying? It's meant to be it's meant to be cultureless. Take on whatever. Like, so for instance, right? Like if I go to China right now, they have a Chinese form of halal food, right? You know what I'm saying? And they're not going to give me like Saudi Arabian food or whatever. They're going to give me Chinese versions of halal food. You know what I'm saying? And that's how
right.
There's a lot of Chinese Muslims who look Chinese with their stuff. They wear Chinese garb or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? There's some of them who do the Arabized thing. I'm like, well, that just looks, I don't understand. It looks funny to me. Like when like, well, no, I'll leave that one alone. But I'll just say it looks funny doing cultural appropriation and whatnot, because we talk about it all day for other people. We're not doing it to us, whatnot. But like that is like crazy cultural appropriation and whatnot. You got to turn to Arab now.
Oh, and my goodness!
That's the expectation in the modern Islamic world or whatnot. And that's, if Rospect's out talking against that, that makes sense being a black Muslim. Him being there talking about this makes no sense. And I'll leave it at that. Man, God, Jacob hurting the chat right now.
He hurting? What he's saying?
Y'all still talking about this Muslim stuff. He said, "Take a bow. Yeah, you two have successfully burned the kitchen down today." LOL.
We sorry. Well, we know you already said American women can't cook, so don't be surprised if I'm burning. You feel me?
He said American women can't cook.
Well, I assumed he was talking about his ADOS women because he wouldn't be talking about us tethers. You know, they don't fuck with us. So, you know, like the women who built this country. You feel me? Like I was thought they were talking about them, giving them. I was trying to get them their props for all of. We gotta kiss their feet and bow down and all that other stuff. So I don't know why he was not feeling the praise of the ADOS. Bow down and worship him.
See, that's the thing right there. Like, so. Oh man, I'm about to break the hearts right now.
Yeah.
So out of all the cooking from the African diaspora and whatnot, what I'm saying, we got to admit that the Southern cooking in America is the blandest out of all of it, right?
Bland? I think it's
I'm not
it's
saying
not
bad. I'm not saying bad. Like, okay, so what's your background, sis?
You could say Central American and Caribbean.
Okay, if I go to one of them restaurants that serve me that kind of food, does it have more or less seasoning than Southern American food?
I would say it has more.
That's all I'm saying. There's more diversity of flavors. All I'm saying. But like so, and I'll say this: like that's a residue of like how our slavery here was a little bit different than other places. Like how like other places maybe had a little bit more freedom in how they did certain things and whatnot, but and how they retained culture and whatnot. Like so with the Gullah Geechee people, no, food is slamming. I'm not hating on that food, right? Like their food, I would put their food up on par with the rest of the diaspora food and whatnot. But then you get to certain parts of the South, it's just it's super bland and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like the food's super overcooked, mad mushy, maybe a little salt, and that's about it.
Hold on one second.
I'm gonna let this run while the sisters do her thing.
Okay, I'm back. I was getting a phone call and it kicked off the Bluetooth.
I'm just saying, God, Jacob can't hate on the diaspora cooking and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think that because I'm accustomed to food from my culture, when I eat soul food or Black American food, for me it's like a treat. Like I love cornbread. You know what I'm saying? Like cornbread, and it's not like flavorful like that. It's just I don't know. I like cornbread. I like collard greens. But I think when I make it, I probably add.
You put more in, don't you? You have more seasoning.
Yeah, I put my flair.
That's all I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like
that's all I'm saying. So in America, we didn't have access to the spices and whatnot that most people didn't ask for, right? Like so, most people in the Caribbean, in the South America, they saw aspects. They had access to a spice trade we didn't have access to. You know what I'm saying? So we got the European seasoning in the South. You know what I'm saying? So it's just salt and pepper, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
No, I know. See, no, I can't do my Black American sisters like that. They use way more. They use that seasoning salt. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm talking about the slave trade. I'm not talking about what we do now.
Oh, okay. That Lowry's, that stuff be.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That stuff be waking stuff up.
I'm not mad at you. Not
but
mad.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like you said, when you make it, you put a few extra seasons.
But you know what? Like my son. So my son is 50% ADO, right? And my son would be like, "Mom, you gotta make everything taste Caribbean." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He like, "The spaghetti tastes Caribbean." I'm like, I don't get that. To me, it just tastes like spaghetti sauce. Like, I don't add jerk seasoning to freaking spaghetti now.
Ain't no Scotch bonnet in spaghetti.
Ain't no Scotch bonnet. I think I make it spicy. I put like red fresh peppers in there.
There you go. Exactly. You just started making it. That's all I'm saying. There you go. I didn't do nothing. I just put added some heat, some extra flavor. It's like,
a little heat to it. To me, that's normal. But I get it. So let's hear Raspek be a Karanas for the day. Go ahead. Press play.
People want to kill you. Yeah, there's 6 Muslims in China now doing 30 years. They got caught guns.
Can I play devil's advocate? Yeah. So he said that basically there was a march. They had a stall out there. They're recruiting. They're not in their country. You know that, innit? When we go to other countries, we have to abide by the way that countries ran. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't be too naked. You know, like if you go to Dubai or etc., etc. Do you think that a bunch of white men or a bunch of black men could go in one of those countries and just be recruiting, and they knowing that they're against everything that they stand for?
Yeah,
do you think that could happen?
Gambia, sex
could that happen?
Yeah, it happens in Gambia. White people go to Gambia from England and they pick up young boys and young girls and have sex with them.
Publicly on the street.
It's a big prolific problem in Gambia.
Yeah, there's a sex tourism problem. There is, but I'm talking about. I'm talking like country. Yeah, but I'm talking like, you know, like countries like Dubai, Iraq, and them kind of places. Could a bunch of white men go over there and just be so radical and be saying, "Come, they're recruiting," and all of this, and could they do that? They could not. Yeah, but we have to look at it on both.
Can you bring a Bible into?
Do you understand? But on the other hand, with that, what I will say, the only thing with Tommy, with you, like I saw a clip. It was 5 years ago, so I don't know if you still feel the same with you and Piers. You know, when you held the do you still feel that way?
Do you feel like? I feel that a lot of the problems
easy, Tommy.
Yeah,
easy, Tommy. That's what I told you. It's not a Muslim thing.
I feel that a lot of the problems that are coming. Say for example, Salman Abedi. He blew up and killed 20 odd children in the Manchester Arena bombing. Yeah, his dad come here as part of the Libyan Liberation Front, which is a terrorist organization. His dad was a terrorist. We brought him in, give him a house. Yeah, his son comes up. Yeah, his son comes up to be a terrorist. His son could recite the Quran without looking at it. Yeah, without looking at it, right?
Mashallah.
He could recite the Quran without looking at it.
Mashallah.
So he's mistaken as well, obviously, in how he's. My point is, all of these men, these fundamentals, when they take it literally. Say, for example, Lee Rigby's killer, Michael Adebolajo. When he beheaded Lee Rigby, he handed a woman a piece of paper with 52 verses that he said forced him to do it. That he said. So what I'm saying is, if he's saying that. If Salman Abedi's saying that, if people are literally quoting the Quran or blowing things up and beheading people, then we need to examine.
People quoting Tommy while shooting people, innocent women and children in New Zealand.
They just misunderstood.
One man,
yeah.
They misunderstood the same way you're misunderstood.
But someone also ran over people outside the mosque, and he was also a follower and a supporter of you as well.
What about the Pope?
But we haven't got to my question. But we haven't answered my question.
What about the Pope, though?
No. We haven't answered my question. So in the thing, you know, you said that until this.
He answered straight away. He said, "Yes, I do feel the same way."
He didn't say that.
He did.
Yeah, Cream. What I said is, I was quoting William Gladstone. William Gladstone held the Quran above his head in Parliament and said, "There will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent curse."
Suck your mother,
William Gladstone said that. Yeah. So William Gladstone's one of the previous leaders of this country. He didn't talk about an interpretation. Yeah? He spoke about. I think with most Muslim conversions in jails and things like that. They're not converting because they believe Muhammad flew up to heaven.
They're converting because they're shook.
For a brother.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're shook. They want.
It's not a
they
religion.
want. You know what I mean?
They're converting.
They want. I swear, I'm with him with that because a lot of them they're converting just for the because they can't hold their own in it.
This is my point. The black community, SMS, all of that, had a time in South London where black converts was literally sticking up man and forcing man to join Islam. But the black community didn't look at it and say this is Islam. We understood that this was Islam linked with these linked with these road use culture, with these road culture, and they was practicing it wrong. Not like the Muslims in the masjid that we know that pray 5 times a day. In the same way, we can see that with these grooming gangs, we can see that it's not Islam, it's Islam linked with British culture, which is called
it's British culture's fault that Muslim men are raping kids. Yeah, let me get that clear. British culture's fault why they're drinking alcohol.
It's British culture why they're drinking alcohol and using drugs. 100%. That's British culture.
You said it's British culture's fault,
mate. You was part of the people that used to buy the drugs, bro.
So
as a youngster,
Primo, you're going to ask me questions or you're going to keep saying you're going to wait till...
when have you
Oh,
seen
yeah,
me
I've
off on
asked him
that?
a question.
No,
I'm
I'm saying the
listening, waiting
questions
for
you
him to say,
earlier.
but we're in talking about
I
something
know, but
else.
now you're making
Bruv, all I'm taking from this,
all
all I'm taking from this is, you don't think black people can be racist, even if they're killing an innocent woman, and you now think it's British culture's fault that Pakistani men are raping British kids.
This is what I'm
That's
saying.
fucked up, man.
I didn't say it's British culture. Pakistani men are raping British kids.
Just because of British
I
culture.
said British culture is part of the reason why people are using drugs, because that's part of
That's not what you
British
said.
culture.
We'll rewind this. Make sure this is in there.
That's
Rewind
part
it.
of British culture. Yeah, it's nothing Islamic culture about using drugs. There's
Drugs
nothing in
isn't
the
British
Quran.
culture. Drugs is in Colombia. Drugs is in Mexico. Opium is in wherever. That's not true.
I'm saying that if you go out with the white football hooligans and you go to a pub, part of British culture is drinking alcohol and sniffing lines. That is part of British culture.
Luton's football hooligans.
Listen, yeah, Kushkan, I'll have nothing said against sniffing lines. I'll have nothing said against sniffing lines.
You're a joker.
That's what me and Jama are having nothing against sniffing lines.
You made a good.
I sat down with him last night. Yeah.
Sorry, Tommy. You just.
I'm sorry, but that's a horrible argument by Rospect. So Rospect's basically saying that it's Muslims getting caught up by Western culture that's making them do grooming gangs. That doesn't make any, like, them drinking and doing drugs is what's making them do drink. Like if they was just stayed in their country, no, fam. Like intoxicants is part of culture, and like the old girl was saying, is in a lot of places. You can go to parts of East Africa and intoxicants are just essentially part of the culture, part of the everyday culture, man. Parts of Saudi Arabia, part of the everyday culture. You can go to the rich aspects of these places in Saudi Arabia and find Muslims that drink. This is a horrible argument, fam. And again, this is showing ignorance of what of the concept. Like, no, there are forms of Islam in certain places to where this ideology is part of the thing, fam. Just is what it is. There's even amongst Sunnis and Shias. I can go to Yemen right now. It's a problem. Underage marriages and whatnot with girls and whatnot. Super young, younger than 6 and 9.
Are you serious?
100%. And that's amongst.
I don't be sitting here like researching all of this stuff, so I thought that it would get. I don't know. It's been a couple of years since we talked about it. I thought that it was actually some sort of awareness being brought to this stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's and so this is where people like on the Todd Robinson side, they get invigorated, is in the sense that like, they're like, oh, see, people are ignoring this stuff and it's really happening and whatnot. It's the truth. Stuff is happening, and it's, again, the arguments are bad on both sides. They could be better, but it's honest. It's obvious what's going on, right? There's a thing happening in the community, right? That's that people are trying to get addressed and whatnot, right? If there is grooming gangs or the people getting snatched up, that's an event happening, right? What to do about it, right? What to do about it? Oh no, white people do it too. Okay, got you. What to do about it?
White people do it too. Like, supposedly you want to say that you're better than them, or they came out of a cave and they this, that, and the third, and they don't have this intelligence. You don't have to repeat what they doing.
Right. And on Tommy's side, he can't get an Islamic organization to sit down with him and condemn certain things, right? And so it's weird to me trying to hear Rospect defend the thing the way he's doing it, because it's like, bro, you know better than this, man. You know way better than this, man. There are definitely schools of thought, and they can be named. You can name the schools of thought. You can name the scholars in the schools. You can name the books that they talk about. It's not hard to find this stuff and figure it out the way Tommy's talking about, right? So it might not be mainstream Islam, but it's Islam to somebody, and that's the whole point.
Which one may not be mainstream Islam? To marry children, to marry little girls?
Yeah, that's not going to be mainstream Islam, right? Not at all, right?
That's not found in the the Sunnis is the ones that's like the majority in the world, right?
Mm-hmm. And even
So the
amongst
majority of Sunnis, because I don't really know this whole split up thing, like the
right.
different groups.
The majority of both major
classification.
groups, Sunni and Shia, the majority of both major groups are going to say no, marrying kids is not a good thing, and it's not part of Islam. Like they're both the majority of both.
So those people would say that either denounce that Prophet Muhammad did that, or they would say that wasn't right if he did it.
So Shias are going to say that Muhammad never did that, and that Aisha was older.
Okay.
Sunnis are going
I can rock with that.
Sunnis are going to say, the majority of Sunnis, let me say it like this, the majority of the Sunnis are going to make the argument that that she was 6 and 9, but she was special amongst females, and that she was mature earlier, right? So the concept in the majority of Islam is that and again, I'm speaking for Sunni and Shia because I do this a little bit different, but I'm gonna speak for them real quick. They're going to talk about the concept of marrying after the age of puberty, and then also making sure like there's a contingency to where you're not doing mental and physical and emotional harm to the person and whatnot. Prospect was trying to make that argument earlier about like if someone there was a ruling about like if people get married under the age of 18, they have to go to special court to make sure that there's not going to be harm done. He was talking about like the fact that not doing harm is the major concept in Islam, which he's correct about that. However, again, the majority of Sunni concept is going to be that Aisha was 6 and 9, and that she was special, but to them she wasn't a child. To them she had attained a puberty at a young age or something like that, and was super mentally mature, emotionally mature, whatnot. And then it gets into a twisted argument, right? And that's why Tommy Robinson brings up, Ali Dawah did say he would marry off his 11-year-old daughter, whatnot, right? This is why, like, you'll never hear me, like, I'll never make that 6'9" argument. So I make the argument that the Quran breaks down the concept that you can only marry women, not past puberty, but women. Like puberty is a different stage in the Quran. Like there's puberty, then there's maturity. Maturity is the age of marriage in the Quran. And it literally it'll tell you if you want to understand what the specifics are, and you don't understand from the Quran, go to the previous scripture. When you mix the two, you can find that the age of maturity is after the age of 17 or whatnot. So I'll make the argument as a Quranist that the age of marriage is after the age of 17, basically the age of 18 or whatnot, right? That's me making that argument, right? That's the Quranist argument. The Sunni argument is that is it going to be that you should wait till after maturity, or after puberty, and that you should not be doing mental, physical, emotional harm or whatnot, right? If you really press that and try to get into hadith, you're going to probably get an age somewhere around like 15, right? That's going to be the youngest age for marriage or whatnot, right? And again, that if you could press for an age, that 15 is going to be held close to like maybe 70% of Sunnis or whatnot, right? With the Shia whatnot, again, Aisha was at least 16. Most of them say she was like 18 or 20s or whatnot. So like that's not even a thing for them. You're not going to really find that amongst the Shia. However, there is a subsect of them a very small subsect that will deal with child marriage or whatnot. Like you can see that in Yemen and certain other places or whatnot. People twist up, and again, it comes to the cultural concept and whatnot, right? Like, so just like how you're talking about, like, you shouldn't have to give up your culture and becoming a Muslim. There's a lot of people who agree with you on that. For some people, their culture is to do some crazy stuff like child marriage or whatnot. And so that's how you see this stuff creeping into Islam as a whole, is people bring it in from the culture that they came from. In that case, I'm gonna let it play until people come back out.
You just said you ain't taking nothing from this podcast so far. All you got in this, just before this one thing.
He said he hasn't taken nothing from this podcast.
No, apart from he thinks all
this in the podcast.
People got no.
Oh,
Stop. Let me land. Let me before you go, man.
No, but
let me land. Because I want to teach him something before we go left. I need to teach. Not like that.
You don't rate this podcast. Can't swim. You don't rate this podcast, fam. This ain't. That's what you don't rate this podcast. This is a wicked podcast. You don't rate. Come on.
We don't blame.
The pub stuff.
This is where I want to go with it. We don't. No one don't turn around and we don't blame Catholic or the teachings in the Catholic Bible and say that's the reason why stuff happened with the Pope. No, and the kids.
Yeah.
We don't. No, wait, hang on. No, but I'm saying, just like you said, the Pope is a nonce. We don't blame it on the book, but they can probably bring up teachers and say this is why they do certain things. And I don't know the Bible like that, so I'm not going to quote like you have. But I know they too can revert to old scriptures in the Bible and can bring up stuff that kind of support what they're doing. It's wrong. So see the same thing you're blaming about children.
But you always get people that like to manipulate the word.
Muhammad. Don't say that, blood. Yeah, Muhammad didn't.
You always get people that you get wicked people out there that try to use the word and for their own evil
But my
gain.
problem is,
Do you understand what I mean?
did Jesus kill anyone, bro? He's taken Islam and he thinks all of the teachings in Islam why they do this. My point which I'm trying to make is, you said it earlier. These people, they may as well worship Satan. Forget the whole thing about Islam. Islam don't teach you that. Same way the Christian book don't teach you to be a pervert. But certain people's cultures possibly lead to certain things. Why it happens more in certain cultures? Because you keep going back to a question, why does it happen in that culture? And it's not the religion. The answer to it is the culture. It's more accepted in their culture. That's the only thing I want to say.
I wish it was. Yeah, it would make my life easier because I wouldn't be upset.
That means he don't believe you, Deeks. You
Because I wish it was, bro. Because I'll be
still don't believe you. It's to him.
Because he's got a narrative.
To me,
he's got a narrative that he's here to push.
To me,
So no matter what you say to him,
he's never going to accept it. Tommy feels like it comes from the word. The book.
I'm saying.
I eat that.
No.
It does say
not having it.
But people are taking that and run certain aspects. Now he's right.
Fam. You need to talk on this.
Yeah. I done a presentation in Russia called The Rape of Britain, yeah, where I examined all of this, including the men's quotes. So what I've done is took the men's quotes from the court cases and literally found the verses of what they said. Yeah? It's like the man said this in court. Here's what he said. Yeah. Here's what he says. Yeah. He literally quoting the Quran was he's raping her, bruv. Like, come on, man.
Astaghfirullah.
And we've got to be able to examine it because I wish it wasn't.
Listen, you
and
got to stop blanketing the whole Muslims.
I understand you're Muslim. And I'm not blanketing all the Muslims. I'm not. I'm trying to find, which we have to.
But you see what it is? Because like I said,
the view on women, the Muslim view on women.
With
Islamic view on women.
I see with Tommy, yeah. With Tommy, like what I get with you, yeah, or why I kind of got where you was coming from is because, like, I rate a patriot. I swear down.
Yeah,
not like that.
You got a Union Jack on your socks.
I know, yeah. I made
you. Wore the socks for
it,
innit?
Wore it for Tommy.
Man never socks.
Come on.
Wore it for Tommy, you get me? I know why for that. That's a bit why, innit? Man said I That's why. I take that back. I take it back. But you wore that army thing for Tommy though. But yeah, you went mad as well. But I love the fucking. I know you. I'm fish and chips, mate. I'm pie and mash. I'm cockles. I'm all of that. But that's why I get a bit of Charlie.
My thing is, Tommy's supposed to.
That's what I get him.
I don't have a problem with Tommy loving Britain.
No.
And to be fair, I'm gonna say, I've got Caribbean back. I'm Caribbean background. My background is Jamaica. Yeah. But what I will say is this: if you live in a country, and because of so many different cultures now coming into the country,
you're using what I said.
You cannot now in certain schools you can't even celebrate Christmas and things like that. It was a Church of England thing. Like, do you know what I mean? I just feel like you can't go into another countries and say, right, you lot can't pray 5 times a day, or you can't do this, or things like these things are actually happening.
Can I just go back to what? Wait, Rass. Wait.
They genocided the people in Australia. They genocided the people in America.
Cool. Let me just finish saying what I'm saying. Rass, let me just finish saying what I'm saying.
They went everywhere else.
All right, cool. Cool. That come the thing they respect. Cool. Listen, stick up in. Listen. Hey. Listen. You got it. What do you mean I did I get it? My mum and that, innit? My nan. But listen, I'm not born here, innit? Yeah? I weren't born here. I was born in. They were going mad. You get me? They got it wrong. I was born in Dominica. Yeah, I see. So you know. So my whole thing is I get where Tommy's coming from, because not even like that. But I'm not born born here, and I'm more patriotic than people that's born here. Yeah, but listen, stick up and let me talk now, innit? Because you've been talking the whole fucking episode, like where my co-host can't even get a word in. So boom, I want to talk now. You get what I'm saying? So boom, now, what I'm trying to say is, it's in Dominica where I come from. Yeah, I wouldn't like a bunch of white people coming to my island and then I shouldn't even say, but from different country or whatever, and
You can say white people, bro.
listen, forget all of that, yeah. And then they're just in my island acting not dominant, and they're not embracing the Dominican culture. They're not, you know what I mean? They're not embracing. So I get where you're coming from. It's like, this is his country. No matter how we want to look at it or what we want to, I'm not here.
If you go
whatever.
into a country, though, you're supposed to add to it.
Or
No.
whatever, yeah.
So if
But
you're
I know where
you're
it is.
going to come into a country
As far
where
as I'm
there's
concerned,
destruction and
can I
stuff
finish,
like
please?
that. Do you
As
get
far
what
as
I
I'm
mean?
concerned, country, it's their country, and that's the truth. That's what a lot of, whatever you say, it's not your country, respect. It's not your country. It's not. No, but I'm just being honest. It's
I've
not
never
a
said
country.
it's my country.
No, but I know. But I'm just saying. No, but it's not. It's
Why is
not.
it not your country?
Let me. It's not. It's not.
I don't feel like
No.
a country. I feel
Morning.
I was.
It's not.
This isn't
But-
my.
You pause it? Oh, it's fucking.
Yeah, my internet connection's tripping.
So what you think about what was said so far?
It's not
This daughter Jacob is up here.
This is my country.
Peace, GOJ. Oh, I guess.
Yeah, say again. Yeah. What are we talking about?
I was saying peace to you.
Yeah.
Shalom, shalom, all that good stuff.
Yeah,
I
all
said,
that good
yeah.
stuff. I'm
You
saying
can't say you
yeah.
can't greet me.
Yeah, I greet you
We
in
got beef.
all of what
I'm
you
saying,
just
just
said.
let me know. We got beef.
We ain't got no beef. What we have is facts, and I'm about to give them to you.
Okay.
The fact of the
No,
matter is,
listen. But I mean, before you get into facts, you can't. It's the manner in which we discourse. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, come on, how we starting off like that?
I said peace and whatever you said to me, I concur.
You didn't say it.
What did you say? So
All
I can get to the business.
It's all good, bro. Carry on.
Yeah.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah, more. Yeah, peace and blessings and all that good stuff to the whole panel. Right? Give a blanket greetings.
Now everybody does.
Now as far now in regard to the whole ADOS thing, that little segment, when I enter the chat, all right, you listen more because you're an emotional butler. So I got to give you the true side. When I came into the chat, it was chat.
I miss you, Bill.
banter,
Jacob. I missed you, all right.
Yeah, I miss everybody, but it was chat banter, chat jokes. You get what I'm saying? And when I came in on the conversation, because I was going in and out, listening in and out, the conversation was at a point where they was talking about masculine women and feminine women, and me being myself with my humor. I said American women, right? American women can't boil water, can't plant flowers, and when they do plant them, they plant fake flowers. So it was all on that line of humor, all right? American women, and that included melanated goddess. Why do I say that? Because when she came on the panel, she identified herself as an American. All right, she said American.
My citizenship.
So that's backpedaling. But let's keep it going.
No, it's not. It's the truth.
I'm just telling you the truth.
I'm not embraced by all American people. American people separate themselves from me, so therefore it's not backpedaling by me bringing context to my answer. That's not backpedaling.
Right.
I have a blue
Had you
passport, and I don't have a
had
green
you
card, and I don't have a birth certificate in another country.
had you
So
put
if you
that in the
ask me
chat,
what
it would
my
have had you put that in the chat, it would all make sense. But you came on stage as an American because you requested to be caught up on the situation as an American. That's what you said.
as an American citizen, and I'm speaking
You
not
did.
to strangers. Hold on. I'm speaking not to
Oh my
strangers.
God.
If there was a person who was on the panel who had no clue of my ethnic background, then yes. So since you want to tell what would have made sense, then yes, your point that you're making right now would have made total sense if I was on a completely different platform and then speaking to people for the very first time. Then yes, sir, Dr. Jacob, I would agree with you that I was being misleading people, that I have 400 years of heritage in these United States of these Americas. But the majority of people, and especially everyone who was on that panel, understands that I have 0 generations. I am the first generation born in America. So therefore, and when I speak to people whose people built this country, they make sure and let me know we ain't the same people. So I'm not being confused. I'm not backpedaling by stating what I'm stating. And I said I'm not gonna let you talk about my FBA sisters because I don't throw shade to Black Americans who built this country. I don't. Those are still my brothers and sisters. That's what I said in the chat. So I ain't gonna let you talk about my FBA slash
Oh,
ADOS
all right.
women.
We got it. We got it. But here's the point, more my emotional blanket guy. None of that came into play. I kept it safe. Because I knew what platform I am on. I know I'm on a platform that has Black Caribbeans, British, whatnot. So I thought it out. I said I'm going to say American, right? I knew where I was at. Situational awareness. I know where I'm at. I added no FBA. I added no ADOS. None of that. It was me and Dread, or whatever his name was, having fun in the chat, right? Neutral. And I said American women. Nothing about ADOS, nothing about nothing. It was me and him having a good time. And she chose to insert ADOS FBA, which threw me for a loop. Now, you know more. If you want to have that conversation, if you want to go down that route, GOJ is here for that. And I still didn't go down that route. I added a couple, little jabs just to let you know, if you want to take it there, I will. I said you be FBA / ADOS when it's convenient. That was just a little jab to say, back up off me. Let's not go there. You get what I'm saying? But she inserted all of this. And out of the online relationships, I chose to not engage because GOJ, if he wants to, can get down in the mud with the best of them. But I just threw that little jab at her to say, back up off me before we go there. But I never inserted ADOS FBA. She took the opportunity as an American, admittedly by her own mouth.
Yep, I got the
And
freedom. I
inserted
got the
that in
rights
there.
that y'all fought for. I got the civil rights that
Right.
y'all fought for.
That
Yep.
listen to this
Okay.
more. It has nothing to do. More, you see this, right? She keeps saying this, my FBA sisters, da 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 da. I never said FBA sisters.
You don't have to.
Never
I'm
said
not.
that.
I'm not
So
parroting you,
there
brother. I'm
we
not. You're
have it.
not.
Thank
I'm
you very
not
much.
parroting you.
Brother, gotta
I'm
Jacob,
not
do me a
parroting
favor.
you.
Define emotional cover for me. Because I may or may
Say
not. Do me a favor. Define emotional cover for me, because I may or may not owe you an apology.
Emotional blanket. Like she brought up the something about our food is so spicy and da 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 da. And here you go. It's me saying you kind of.
I didn't bring that up.
Well, I'm paraphrasing because I'm in and out of this shit. And you said, yeah, your food is spicy. Black American Southern food is dull. So what you're doing is being emotional, or you're
No. She
appeasing.
didn't make that point.
Cat. I said I might be off, but you know what? I think you understand what I'm talking about. All right, I think you really do. I think you get the gist of my statement. Matter of fact, I know you do.
So just to be clear, I'm glad you explained it because I don't owe any apology. I'm glad you explained that because so no, I brought up the point about that soul food is bland in comparison to diaspora food. Like, she actually defended soul food. So no, so I wasn't.
Yeah,
So I couldn't be an emotional blanket if she was disagreeing with the concept.
I'm not. See, you gotta follow the bouncing ball. I'm not responding to whether she defended it or not. I'm responding to you being an emotional butler. Your statement when you
emotional butler. Okay, now to
when,
find
when,
out what was I
you're an
serving?
emotional butler.
What emotion was I serving up?
You pretty much appeased to the greatness of the soul food while discarding ours. You know what you're doing. I don't even want to have to go into all that because you know. Hold on. You know what I'm talking about. You just don't like it. And I know you know what I'm talking about because you're asking me to explain it, right? But
what was your argument? What was my argument? Just so we're clear.
You get it. And I know you get it.
What was my
Let's
argument?
just leave it right there.
What was my argument? Just so we're clear.
It wasn't about your argument. It was about the statement you made. Your statement, your statement was our food was dull. And I said, look at this emotional butler. But you still my brother. You just sometimes you appease, but you don't have to. You should have just kept that to your damn self.
Why did I say our food was? What did I attribute the dullness of the soul?
Brother, we not about to have an argument over this. How you been doing, Mo?
There we go, bro. There we go, man. I'm happy to hear from my brother Guy to Jake. That's how I am, bro. How you doing, bro?
Yes. Good times. I just came up here to set the record straight.
You know what I'm even more happy about, bro? Is that you have not wavered in your beliefs in any way, shape, or form, bro. I'm proud of you. That's what I'm talking about. Maji said,
touche. You have stuck in that false religion, and I give you credit.
Bro.
You know, you stay true to that fake shit, but you know, it is what it is.
Maji.
I mean, no disrespect, but disrespect at the same time. You know how that goes. We just gonna be at odds in this Bible thing and this Quran thing. So let's not talk about it.
There's no odds, bro. They go together. There's nothing I've actually said about the Quran you actually beef with.
Brother, I don't do religion no more. Not like that, man. Not with people I kind of know. Because me and you, it'll get contentious, and I don't even want it to be that. You get what I'm saying?
About anything I gotta say about the Quran?
Yeah. But I'd rather leave it alone because once I get going in this Bible, it's gonna be a whole nother conversation. And I'd rather just greet you in peace because I haven't seen you in a long time. Heard your voice.
He said, "I'd rather greet you and call you an emotional butler, Maji."
Well, yeah,
I love you guys.
Yeah, it's all right, brother. But that's just me. This how we get down. Now I'm about to say it. This how FBOA dolls get down. We throw our little shits out there.
Hey, speaking of, what's your thoughts on Taharka Bay? You know what I'm saying? Tariq Nasheed beat.
It's stupid, man. They got different paths. I don't think neither one of them brothers, especially in their age or where they at, should be doing stupid kid shit to me. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. So speaking of, you know what I'm saying, the FBA ADOS thing, what's prime, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the agenda of the, what should we do? Be making phone calls.
Hello? What happened? Hello?
I think he got a phone call.
Oh.
I assume he got a phone call.
Yeah, or made one or something. It sounded I heard ringing. But yeah, that video is really interesting, man. Like between the host, you know, agreeing with Tommy and it's just like it's going in mad different directions.
I really want to hear what the female got to say more. I really want to hear her opinion on this. She's not able to talk too much on this. Whenever she does talk, I'm thinking she's.
You said whenever she does talk, what?
I think she's making good points.
Yeah, she is, but Raspberry's kind of passionate, and the dude said, "Yo, he's talking to you, yelling." I was like,
"What, bro?" And that's what I'm trying to figure. Like, so about what are you getting so riled up at, homie? That's what I'm trying. Like, what is your like? What is
the racism?
Where?
I'm just.
So what is Tommy saying that's racist?
Yo, I thought that was an excellent point when Tommy, if I call him Sotomayor, Tommy Robinson said, so I tell you, what did he say? Damn. He said something like, I tell you about like a dude who was getting accused by a white girl and such, and you cool with that. But then when I tell you about this that's going on, you blame drug use on British culture.
Right.
Right. So I think he said something like, I give you cases, all of these cases where the men are saying that they're doing it because this person is a kafir. They're using actual text to cite to justify their action. That's not because of their culture. But they're drinking and taking drugs. That's their culture. That's British culture. It was just like he was just highlighting the contradiction. And that was very, very interesting.
Yeah, and it was a gross oversimplification by Ross, but then he knows he was doing it by saying, "Yeah, it's not the." Ross is basically saying that it's Western culture corrupting Muslims to do this.
But,
and that's
so no one drinks. So why does everyone go to a Muslim country to do all the kind of weird, crazy stuff? Like the kind of stuff that I heard that goes on in Dubai, I was like, whoa.
Yo, exactly.
That's crazy. Like it's I don't know.
You can get into all kind of debauchery in them areas. You know what I'm saying? All kind. Let me go to Turkey. Jit, man, I got all kind of debauchery in a few countries right now that are Muslim from top to bottom. You know what I'm saying? I can get into more
Turkey
countries than I can here.
And for real, in America, it's supposed to have no morals and values in America.
Right, exactly.
Let other people tell it.
See, I'm not in the argument that Rospek's making because he also said like if it wasn't like it's either them getting radicalized by the West infiltrating the Middle East and doing all kind of stuff, or it's them coming to the West and getting radicalized by the culture and whatnot, right? So Rospek's saying is like basically everything bad in Islam is coming from the West, and that's you can't.
Nothing in the book is radicalizing them
like the West did.
Or nothing in the books or the hadiths or the instruction that they're getting from, the higher ups, the people who are supposed to be your religious people breaking down the text to you. None of that is affecting your level of radicalness.
Yeah, the West didn't write them books. You feel me? That's just this is what it is. The West didn't write them books or not. And so that's why it's important to call a spade in fact, like what specific form is this? What specific ideology? What teacher teaches this? What? Because there's a fingerprint to these actions and whatnot. Particularly in Islam, it's easier to do that in Islam than almost any other religion. Because they're so dutiful to the teachers and where they get their scholars and their books, etc. You can easily say, yeah, I can listen to somebody talking like, oh yeah, my Jesus is a Sunni Sufi. Oh, my Jesus is Sunni Salafi. Oh, my Jesus is Maliki. Oh, my. It doesn't take me long to figure this out talking to people about it, and you can ask them and figure it out. You know what I'm saying? You can find out what scholars are quote. So, for instance, like you're hearing Tommy Robinson talk about Maududi and whatnot, right? Not every Muslim is going to start quoting Maududi whatnot. As a matter of fact, the host was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. None whatsoever. Promise you, the host is Sunni, right? He's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Who are you talking about? Oh, he's the most blah 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 on this topic for certain people, right? But here's where Tommy knows better. See, Tommy's doing that BS himself too, because Tommy's done enough research to where he also knows it's only a certain group that deals with this, right? It's only certain groups that deal with certain. He knows enough to know. He sat down with the Shias and whatever. He knows enough to know. He's actually had other Sunnis try to sit down with him. He knows there's different groups and whatnot. So they're both out here for clout on some kind of thing, right? Like so, Tommy, like I said, Tommy figured out he could get paid off this at one point, right? Raspect, I don't know what his angle off the thing is, right? But again, his whole thing is racism. Yeah, like that's his shtick. But like, it's just weird. It's too late for this conversation. Like, if it was happening 3-4 years ago, it makes so much sense to me. But these cats, like, it's the way they're saying it and what they're talking about is not even relevant now. With the people involved.
It's.
I don't trust it from either. There was a time when I first got a hold of when I first tried to get a hold of Tommy Robinson. I'll say it like this: I thought he was sincere in wanting to get answers to fix a problem and whatnot, right? After a while, like it seemed like, oh, I got you, homie. Like you can be sincere to a certain extent, but like you get paid off this. This is your moneymaker. You know what I'm saying? Like so, him talking about it now. I'm like,
you know what? So let's explore that. You feel like if you are passionate about something, you shouldn't be paid for it?
No. Here's what I'm saying. So talking about it in a way to where like it's only an open-ended conflict. Yeah, I know you're getting paid for it, right? Like, so if you can speak about the topic with nuance, I know you're being sincere, right? Like, so okay, I know that it's this school of Islam now. I've studied and I figured out it's this particular school of Islam who deals with this particular scholar, whatever. Gotcha. Okay, we need to worry about. Hey, Rospect, do you agree that we should watch out for people who teach the school of Islam? Oh yeah, cool, got you. Like, if he's talking nuance, I got you, but he's not speaking with that level of nuance, right? He's being. Go ahead.
I think that like, let's just say the Catholic priests were molesting little boys primarily in North America.
Okay.
I've never heard no one say those North American Catholic priests globally are under the bus. Let's be clear on that. No one is specifying a particular region, the particular country. We don't even know how much. We don't even know how often this happens. We just know this is a problem in that group. Period. Everybody bun fire on Catholics. People who are very devoted Catholics who've never molested anyone and they've never been molested. Their particular priest is awesome and doing things in the community. Oh, you a Catholic? Oh, you with all that molestation? Like, I just don't understand. Like, Muslims, y'all not gonna be no special. Unfortunately, no one's going to speak about your particular sect. That's just how it is. You know, like, if a person is Caribbean, they're thrown under the bus with all of the Caribbean islands. Like, oh, Caribbeans are this, y'all do that. So it's not going to be special. No one's going to say, oh, a Wahhabi I didn't even know what the hell a Wahhabi was.
And right to your point, like Catholicism, like so Christianity and Islam are more similar than what Catholicism and Islam is, right? So with Catholicism, you have one group think concept. You have one pope, one belief. The pope gives an edict, the Catholics got to follow it, right? There's one group, one system, one leader, etc., right? One organized thing. Got you. Islam is much more like Christianity, where there's a bunch of denominations that do not agree with each other and whatnot, right? And so that's what I mean by the nuance there, right? So
in terms of that the Muslims say about Christians, right? Y'all believe that there are Christians who are not Trinitarian, but the Muslim will walk up to them and say, yeah, so your God died, your God did this, like, you know, and I mean it's and Muslims are like, yo, you a Christian. I ain't gotta ask you if you a Baptist, Seventh-day Adventist, Church of God in Christ, Pentecostal, Presbyterian, Methodist, Evangelical. I mean, no, they're not studying Church of God in Christ and what do the Church of God in Christ believe versus what a Seventh-day Adventist believe. Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. Punto final. That's it. That's it. All of y'all, right?
I got you. I hear what you're saying, but also on some nuance on that. Like, the average Muslim is going to be right there with you. The Muslim apologist is going to, like, they actually will go up to Trinitarians like, well, no, the Unitarian Christians actually agree with us. Blah 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 blah. Like, so, like the Muslim apologist, like, And so here's what I'm saying. People talking about this in public, right? If you're on the camera or whatever, you talk about this public. I'm segregating that out right now. Like, so people like now, like Prospect, Tommy Robinson. If you're a Muslim apologist like Ali Dawa, always look at it like, if you're out there in the public, this is what I'm limited to at this juncture, right? So this is where there needs to be a level of nuance in the discourse, right? Because if you're a layman, cool, you're allowed not to know. But if you're out there talking to the public, like, people are assuming you know what you're saying. So you're like, what you're saying in public is advancing the conversation, whatever you're talking about, right? So if you're Tommy Robinson and you know there's nuance and you're not giving the nuance, just like with Prospect, you know there's nuance and you're not giving the nuance. That's when I'm like, okay, this is like a clout chasing conversation, because you're not speaking to clear anything up. The goal is not to clear anything up. The goal here is for the conflict to win. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he might say something that, because I get what you're saying. So you're saying also like the person's intentions when they're listening, because like I may, have had my understanding of Islam, right? Before you and I started speaking, but I was genuinely curious to your responses to my questions, and it brought more understanding about things that I might have just assumed it was this way, or assumed y'all believe this, or assumed that, and you're saying that that's not what's happening in their interaction. They're not listening. Like, it's okay to have your own position, but they're not being sincere about, okay, this is new information, or maybe I assume such and such, but that's not true. Or maybe you're right. Maybe I did speak about Muslims believe this and they actually don't. Not all of them. Like, you're saying that part is disingenuous.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, so again, the point of the conversation is that it be had in the public, right? The point of this conversation is that people see it and hear it because there's cameras there, mics there, all that type of stuff, right? And in some level, it's a performance of a certain type, right? So, but it's there to be seen. It's the purpose. It's there to be seen. So, what do you want people to see? What's the picture you want people to see? What picture are you presenting to the public, right? And so they're not presenting a picture of a nuanced conversation, because this isn't just a simple conversation. And again, like, they've been talking about this stuff for years at this juncture, right? Like, there's a lot of depth to this thing, right? A lot of emotion on all sides and whatnot. So if you're gonna be the people trying to be the spokesman to this conversation, like, what are you trying to bring out to the public? Are you trying to make it more clear? Are you trying to like fan the flames? Are you trying to pour water on the flames? What are you doing? And to me, it seems like when it's kind of like all up in the air. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, there's a lot of craziness going on and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I see the performance going on by the host and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, this is just for clicks and views and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no, because you could man, let me go in there in 20 minutes. We're having a complete, like, again, I've talked to both of them cats involved, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the Prospect directly, indirectly with Tommy Robinson and whatnot, right? I'll come like, okay, here's nuance on both. This is what I hear. Here's what I hear you bringing up, Tommy, that's not getting addressed. But here's what you're hearing. I hear you saying that's not getting addressed. Let's address this. Let's get to the nitty gritty one. And why is it not getting addressed, right? Why is
you
it
would
not
be a really good host, and like I feel like this host is totally biased, and I get making it entertaining, but it's kind of like he's just flip flopping. 1 minute he sounds like he's on Prospect's side, which is he shouldn't be, and at other times he sounds like he's on Tommy Robinson's side, and I'm like, what is the host doing?
You're right, and that
supposed to be neutral. It's like sounding weird.
I feel like he should have recused himself and let the other host, the Jamaican host, the Caribbean host, jump in and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Because like he's a Muslim, and if you're gonna be a Muslim in the conversation, you have to be able to and particularly if you're the host, you have to be the one saying, okay, I'm going to speak for all of Islam. I'm going to bring it like, okay, this is where it's different for the Sunnis, this is where it's different for the Shias. There's even Quran out there. There's this out there, there's that out there. Like let's really go through the nuance of this thing and not make it blurry for the people in it, right? But this is where personal agendas come out. This is where personal bias comes out, etc. That's what I'm saying. It's not that fruitful of a conversation beyond getting clicks. That's the only thing I can see. Like, what are you expecting to have come from? You know what I'm saying? Besides just kind of conflict, it's not being driven to understand nuance.
Nope, it doesn't seem that way. I would have to agree that it's a bit of a I don't know. I don't really see where it's going with
Yeah.
where the conversation is going. To be honest with you.
I mean, they accomplished their job. Like when I jumped in, like there was like 100 people watching live. You know what I'm saying? It's like so it was getting the clicks and views. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was entertaining. It's entertaining. I give it that. You know, everyone likes a little argument, debate, or something. No matter what they're talking about, really.
I'll tell you what, I'm about to be in the comment section of the joint, like asking the host and Ross, so when y'all doing a show about, you know what I'm saying, nationalism within Islam?
Oh, this is live right now.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a premiere. So
Oh, I didn't know it was live. I thought this was like
Yo. Yeah.
Hey, what it is.
Let's do some kitchen stuff and some bits and bobs and go and take it in. But yo, what a blood clot shit show. Hey. Yo, the entertainment.
Yes.
Yo, may I tell you, sir, Stu said I nearly fell asleep to blood cleat. Yo, spray. Oh my God, man. Listen. We thought the snippets were bad. Me blood clot.
Spray just, oh my God. The whole spray.
Nice today. The seasoning was right. Man. Not a clue. That was an absolute shit show. They made Tommy look good. What a blood cleat.
Exactly. This is what I was saying. They made him look like. Sorry, when I was cooking, I was listening. I'm not eating. Sorry, but yeah, they made it was like a paddy thing. Like I was getting so annoyed. You know what I'm like already? I was almost gonna bloody self-combust. It's so friendly, like flipping hell.
Imagine this is where you know it was a done deal. Spray had Issa on for the Islamic references. Oh my blood cleat. Yeah, Spray had Respect on for the Islamic references. Fuck you know.
Oh, is that what his purpose was?
That's him. I said at the end now. Maybe that's damage limitation because he knows he might be getting 2 headshot when he leaves the studio. You know what I mean? And yeah, anyone can get dash. But
no, but that sound like fling for fling. If Rass dashed him under the bus earlier on in the interview, at the end of it, he said that. I didn't hear him say it still, but yeah, that sound like you flung me under the bus. I didn't forget better.
I mean, if we was gonna really, really, really analyze that, it was just a shit show, bro. It was just a fucking. It was. I don't even know. What would you summarize from that? What do you conclude from that?
I'm still at the same standpoint I was at the start. I don't understand the whole point of it. The only thing I can deduce is that it was meant to be a thing of, I'm going to show Sarah how it should have been done, and it went left. Otherwise, I can't understand what the purpose was.
Like Spray and Tommy look like brethren, bare ears talking.
Proper, you know they were WhatsApp together now.
Nudging, bare elbows.
You cracking me up, like stop it.
No, but I'm not lying, I'm not even here trying to gas up the thing or add artistic.
They look like brethren.
Yo, he was sitting closer to the old boy than he was the old girl. That was funny. Like you like nudging your boy all day, elbowing him all day. Like, no, I was seeing that. I'm
telling you. Whole heap of nudging, man, sharing wing stories, or I was in that.
So that dude said, when Respect tried to come at his stocks, he was like, yo, man, I'm fishing chips. I said, yo, the black man is telling you with his whole chest. He's telling you where he stands.
And Jammer love the English drug culture. Like, what more? What more? Yo, what a fucking coon show, man. Oh my God. Well, there was only
My
one.
problem with that is real quick, not to catch you. My problem with that is like, so if there's ever a black girl in the UK that ever gets caught up in any kind of grooming gang, Prospect is gonna say, you know what, that's just the problem about it. Don't even worry about it.
That's what I'm saying. Bare cul-de-sacs my man ran into, man. Bare cul-de-sacs. It was just yeah.
Reminds me having like all kind of different ad hominems. Their ad hominems are different.
Tommy come out of there glowing. Yeah. So I'm saying all them 4 or 5 years of all of that drama was for nothing. Because when it come to it, nothing one. And that's why I said clout chasers and frauds, man. Straight. All right, so I'll see you. Straight clout chasing. Because I'm telling you, even me myself as a female, I would have made Tommy feel more nervous than he was. 100%. I mean, my man was well at home. Nothing wrong. It's all good in the hood. So yeah, man.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, but Tommy was making his point that this ain't a black and white thing, right? So every time, what's his name? Prospect kept talking about racism. Tommy like, I'm talking about black and white unite on this issue. What are you talking about racism? Like he was really making Prospect look bad because it's like what are you on about? What are you going on about? You keep talking about racism and this, that, and the third, and I'm talking about little girls getting exploited and taken advantage of.
But
how are we not uniting on that?
That was the case. That when it was really happening in real time, Tommy was talking about grooming gangs, rightly or wrongly. That was his chattings. He weren't talking about us, and we kept saying that. Like, why are you trying to bring us into this argument, bro? Not about we. Still trying to carry that. And look there, same on the same stage, exposed again. And that's why, you know what I mean? It's just fraudulent business, man.
He's not talking about black people. Like, it's when we gonna learn to just, you know what I'm saying, stay in our lanes, yo.
It's not even we, man. It's when our ones and ones and stop trying to bring the black community into your fucking argument because we were never there.
Well, the black community need to stop following it. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't be just running on everything that everybody say, oh, it's a black issue. When we gonna start saying that ain't no black issue? I'm not going out there for that. I'm not. No.
Well, I mean, it's the query.
Why we don't?
Yeah,
we need to see that. We need to see the Ummah stand together on the Ummah's issues, right? So black Muslims are being treated poorly. You would hope that they're Pakistani and Yemenis and Iraqi brothers. They gonna be there standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Don't call on your black Christian brothers to come in and stand with you with that. That doesn't make any sense. I would think you would call the people who, you know, part of your group. I'm over here putting I'm making too much noise.
But now it's all about who is what, man. But yeah, that was a shit show, man. Shit show. Bless yourself, push the walk on. Hold on a sec.
My best up family. Just come true after the comedy, boy. I laughed hard, I can't lie. I was laughing throughout that. I can't lie.
Comedy of errors.
Right. Pure comedy. When they were talking when Rass slipped about the anti-Semitic thing, I swear down I had tears in my eyes. Like, when he took his phone, like readers like, don't worry, I'm not gonna attack you in the headlines. I'm like, this shit is like, this is supposed to be your sworn enemy, you know? Like, it was like, it's puppy show now. Like, you can't take none of that shit seriously. None of that. Like, he's made it clear. Like, believe him. Do you know what I mean? Like, this ain't real. It's all puppy show. I was laughing throughout. Like, that was hilarious. Even like the lack of knowledge of self and history, and there was so like, I do get what's so like, there was a lot of cringe. Yeah, the crit like I do get what she meant. Like, there was so like, it was a lot. I can't lie. Listen, I folded all my good king clothes and everything throughout that, man. It was a lot. But to expect me to take any of that shit seriously, bruv, no. Like, this is the man that got, like Soul said, got slewed. Any mention this man got slewed. You speak, touch, near, debate this man, you're this, that, and the other. So that's why I was like, oh, there must be a point to this. Like, this is your ultimate nemesis. Like, you go on a rhetoric, you scream at the top of your voice. Like, what is this about? And it just is like some 2000 and late speakers corner debate. Like, I can't, I'm sorry, I can't take it seriously, man. I was just busting up. It was just like, yeah, it was just comedy to me. I can't even get offended by it. Seriously, Star. Like, it was too much. And then the end, when he tried to shake his hand, he was like, but you shake my hand when I walked in. I'm like, Tony, like this Tony, you know, see what I mean? I don't even know his name. This Tommy, man, he knows what he's doing, you know.
Of course, I think Rass thought he was going to be able to spin a narrative like he does on YouTube, whereas face to face, Tommy's like clued up. Do you know what I mean? And I don't understand why he was there. I don't understand why Rass was there. If it had just been the two hosts, Spray was a disappointment too. But if it had just been the two hosts, then it's like, okay, they're just interviewing Tommy Robinson. But like you say, with the history that Rass has got, made no sense. I don't understand it. It was just, yeah, throw the whole thing away.
Literally, baby bath water, the tub, just throw the whole and the memory, like just throw it all away, Star.
Burn that shit. No, that was awful.
Did anybody see the previous interview that Rossbeck did on that channel?
With who? Who was the actual
With the
person?
same host.
No, as in, was Tommy on there, or was it just
No. It was just Rossbeck by himself. It was like
when was that?
I think I saw a clip of that.
It was like 3 months ago, whatnot. I didn't see the whole thing, but like the part I was watching, like it was like Rossbeck talking about like he wasn't from the hood. His parents moved him away from the hood.
Yeah, that part I saw that.
But he got cousins that live in the hood.
What?
No, I don't know if he said that. Sorry, but he was talking about how he used to. I think he used to. I don't know. He used to beg or something, and then the guy next.
He was homeless, wasn't he? Homeless.
And the guy next to him turns around and says, "What? I didn't know none of this." Like as if to say you're kind of chatting shit. But yeah.
I thought he was homeless at one point. Did y'all not hear that part? Like he was like sleeping on the trains, you know, he was out there in the, you know, in the streets. No? Y'all didn't hear that?
No, I didn't catch that part. But from
Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to leave you on red. Yeah, I've heard it.
Oh, okay. No, I've heard Rossbeck say that before.
But that's
so
why we've got to be careful, man, because seemingly anyone can come out here and put on a suit of clothes and become that person. You understand?
Right, that was my point. Yeah.
Because according to people on the inner circle, not a gossip. According to people on the inner circle, Mumsy works hard. There's properties involved. You know what I mean? Man, you get me? But man just wanted that life. So put on that set of clothes. And that's people that march with him. So yeah, man. Aquarius season is real, man. The water have a drop. And there's nothing wrong with being, you see, and that's the next thing, you know, even as a culture thing, you know, we definitely have to come away from this vibration of struggle culture and this and that. That's what, because the thing is, you see me, Naifa, that was my main reason for even coming on YouTube, you know. You know what I'm saying to you? To make them people know, say, yo, it's not everyone out here struggling and fucking homeless and one parent family and all them type of shit, because at that point that's all we're fucking hearing, bare black struggle love and all that bollocks. You see? So that's one of the main reasons why I even came online to let them know. So no, everybody comes up. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So, and then to find out so really and truly it was a whole set of clothes man put on, that's even more disappointing. You know what I mean? But only for people out here just putting on clothes though. Only just, you know what I mean? Clothes to clothes, suit to suit. It's a mad thing. But yeah, I just thought I'd drop that in still. But yeah, apparently, you know what I mean? But the thing is, isn't it? The struggle life makes money now, isn't it? Black struggle makes money now.
Nines, I know this is a little bit irrelevant, yeah? But can you, when you got the time, go through your block list? Because there's a bag of people I think that gets hidden, and like it might all be by accident, but yeah, you might not even be aware that they're not able to come and watch your show because they've been hidden, or they can't comment because they've been hidden. Oh yeah, when you got time, just have a little look through it.
Some of them might be justified.
Yeah, some of them might be, but I noticed today, I think Stu accidentally had his, I don't know what, but he was like, you know, he just randomly just see people just getting like timed out, blocked, hidden, whatever. So
You know what stood out to me on that one though, on the interview, was how what's the Spray? It's the guy's name, Spray. He was trying to tell Tommy that you need to leave the blacks out, yeah. And somehow it's still come back to intertwine about the blacks and the Muslims. Like, I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but I did definitely see that dynamic. Even with the sister, actually, when she did get a word in when she was trying to talk, and what she was trying to break down, that she just doesn't think things are like black and white, how like he wants people to like determine things, which has obviously been like an issue for quite a while, where if you don't agree with one thing, you're automatically now just Islamophobe or whatever crap it was back in the day. So yeah, I did notice that. Hello, anyone else there?
Yeah, 1 sec, I'm just seeing how I can have a look to see.
Yeah, I'm over here with running water and stuff. So I didn't want to distract you guys, but I'm listening.
So if this is Rospect trying to do it better than what Sarah did, what is Rospect's argument? Because at least Sarah was sitting down with Tommy Robinson saying, "Okay, we're having an issue to where nobody can criticize the Islamic community, whether you're black or white. So we should unite on being able to have free speech on this council." Like, at least there was something there. What was Rospect bringing to the table? I don't understand.
But even at one point in the discussion, like they were confused because they were saying, I think the sister and the guy were saying, well, we bring you on the back of Black Lives Matter and what happened at the Trafalgar Square. But then Rass was pushing the whole Islamophobia thing. So that's why I was saying I was getting confused, because 1 second they'd be directing a conversation in regards to racism, and then it came into Islamophobia. So, and I think that's why they kept on like battling, and he kept on saying that Rass is taking over the show and shit like that, because clearly, like, because like you said, bro, the dynamic started where they wanted to speak to one, then they wanted to speak to the other one, and then they wanted them all to speak together. But you could tell it just kind of I don't think there was no organization there. I just think they just let it rip and let it run in it and just recorded. But I didn't get anything out of it. Even the guy at the end was like, basic, I don't feel fulfilled out of this. It was comedy.
At least he admitted it.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're saying Tommy got to walk off and say that you shook my hand beforehand, but you won't shake it now? That's
Yeah, and that's the
on
kind of
camera.
thing that's refreshing, though. That's the thing that kind of makes you allow like the shit that that Sway guy was saying before, because at least he was real. Like, at times when it was funny and shit just that don't make sense, he actually spoke out and said it. It's rare to see these heads in they put themselves in these kinds of debate shows or podcasts where people don't really ask hard-hitting questions or don't point out the fucking obvious that we all can see that we're dumb. Like he did, even when he was laughing and shit. Like when he was trying to explain what he did with the anti-Semitic thing, and it's like, Rass, like, explain it, and Rass was taking long, and then Tommy just took the phone and started reading it and cut him off, and then like the guy started laughing. Like there was just bare instances where they were just telling him to stop over talking, and you know what I mean. I think he's just used to doing his shows for how many hours, muting heads, whatever.
But Spray, do you think
dominating
he
it.
brought anything to it? Because I just think he did. He just made it just seem like, I don't know, man. He just. Oh.
Who, the Spray guy? Like this is what I'm saying. But what was it supposed to be though? This is what I'm saying. If you're,
but he didn't have to be like, yeah, mate, I'm one of you. Like,
yeah,
you idiot.
But this is what I'm.
From that moment, you know I writ him off, innit?
Yeah, of course. They started same way, sis. Same way. Come on, like I'm with you on that. Like I know exactly what you're talking about. But this is a puppet show, innit? If it was people that I give standards to or whatever, then it's a disappointment. But when you see it for what it is, it's a fucking comedy show. Like,
no, for real.
Like, that's what I'm saying. This certified it. Like, what are you doing? Like, what was the point of this?
Oh dear, what a shame, what a shame. There was just no need for it, do you know what I mean? None whatsoever. But Lord, well, at least we had a laugh, like you say, just take it for what it is.
Shout out to the Clout Chasers.
That's
you
right.
see what in the comments.
You're right, man. Shout out to the Clout Chasers, man. This is all it is, man. Like I said, even going back to SARA, you understand? Yeah, he's no longer Garvey for those that are interested.
Right.
Yeah, clout chasing, man. Yeah, they go where the money is, where the clout is, whatever. Because you can never be called Sarah Garvey and be sitting where you're sitting them day. Yeah. Not a bomber clout, man. Yeah, take the piss, bro. Imagine if Garvey was alive and see these men moving as supposed Garveyites. Oh my God. But yeah, man, it's fall season and they all must get exposed. Him, Sarah, young Pharaoh, and the list goes on. And when I come back, I that my depon. Just expose the little pussy them, man. Sick of them, man. Sick of weak men just fucking playing to the master. Sick of them. Sick of them.
Come back. You mentioned it twice now.
What's that, man?
Twice now you said when they come back. So I'm asking, when's the comeback?
I know, but yeah, God willing. But regardless, though, that me I say whenever I come, that me I talk about, because seriously, it's a joke thing, man.
Facts.
It's just a joke thing, man. And then man's out here talking on behalf of this community and that community. No one in that area talking on behalf of me.
Like that bun me, like just leave us out of it. Just say you want to talk to him about your issues with him and leave it there. So allow everybody. I even had to put in the comments the term black issue should never have been used in this interview. It should have been about free black people's issues. That's it. Don't drag us into it.
But that's what I was saying, ladies. Like, I felt like Sway, especially the sister, though, when she could get a chance to talk, she was trying to say that. Like, she was trying to, she was trying to be like, yeah, Russ, like, that's your beef. You know what I mean? Like,
no, she saw through the bullshit, and I rate her because she tried to hold it down. Do you know what I mean? But she shouldn't have been amongst them from the jump.
He should have ran the interview. Like the Muslim who ran the interview, he should have recused himself and stepped out and let her do the thing. It shouldn't have been two Muslims interviewing Tommy. Definitely not the way he was doing it. Like that was some craziness. When he brought out the Union Jack.
Are you a Muslim? Oh no, you're not Muslim. Sorry, I don't mean to cause no offense.
I am, but not the way most people are. Like, so don't.
Okay, but do you not think that made Muslims look bad? Or
yeah.
Okay.
No, I had an issue with that whole interview like that. And on top of that, most Muslims would have an issue with how Raspek was representing their.
No, I mean Sway, and then he said he turned Muslim because he was hungry, because he was in jail and hungry. I thought, fucking hell, you're an idiot. Do you realize what you're talking about?
No, he said that.
Yeah,
said
that's
that?
it.
Yeah,
And worse.
You're
Mhm.
not talking to somebody who's giving you props. You're looking to someone who's looking at you like you're beneath him anyway, and you're just giving him more ammo to look at you like you idiot scumbag. Like I couldn't.
Yeah,
Oh.
but it's good though because you know what I mean. Truth and rights, isn't it, man? I talk the truth because enough of them. That's
Yeah,
why they
I hear you. But that didn't need to be said there. And then if you're trying to promote your Muslim
That whole
thing,
show never needed to go on. You know what I mean? So man said he
Yo,
was
y'all
hungry.
cracking me up. Y'all cracking
Man
me
said
up
he was
right now.
hungry. But those are facts still.
He didn't want to get beat up. You know what I'm saying?
No.
He need protection.
But he made the point of saying no. They weren't no protection thing because I'll smack up any man. It was a hunger thing. He said it straight. He can smack up everyone, but
yeah, he said it. I'm the bully in prison. No one ain't bullying me. I was hungry. Those were his words, more or less.
Yeah, it was a clown show for real.
Total clown show. And you're going up against a guy who's got things against Muslims, but you're putting yourself in there for him to clown you. Tommy's gonna go and like talk about you lot and laugh. It's just.
But Allah brought the provision. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mel,
I'm saying that's what he's trying to say. That he was like, yo, I'm hungry, men can't go, enough nights, and he prayed, and then somebody said, yo, have you heard of this thing called Shahada? And he was like, bingo.
You know
oh, good luck, guys.
I soon come.
He was like, bingo, yo, you answered my prayers. Yes.
Listen, Tommy couldn't pay someone better. One time they were talking, yeah, and then Tommy was like, listen, the jails are filled with terrorists. It's like, yeah, enough of us. He was like, there's enough of us. Yeah, Tommy's having a fit, like, they're just breathing the groove, the jails. The man's like, yeah, enough of us. Yeah, we're nice, strong. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yo, when I tell you I was cracking up, like when I talk about wrong PR on all sides, that was wrong PR. Do you know what I mean? Like we need to
give
be
me 10
better.
minutes, family. 1 second.
Nah, for real, you hit the nail on the head there. Wrong PR on all sides.
All sides. I was not represented there. No, sir.
Tommy must have come out of laughing his head off, though. For real.
What? Of course.
You can't even say that about Sarah's thing. You can't even say I'm telling you, this is a joke thing, man.
Because the criticism for his interview with Sarah was that Sarah went too easy on him, right? Wasn't that the criticism that Sarah got? Like,
but yeah,
that he didn't ask challenging questions. He was too chummy with him. You
He
know,
was sitting with him, period.
That he was what?
Sitting with him, period. I think.
Exactly. All of that too.
And I'm looking at it right now. Like, so Tommy Robinson's trying to do like a comeback tour right now. Like, he's trying to like reinvigorate the name, talking about Andrew Tate and a whole bunch of stuff. Like that's what I was like.
In his book, not only is everything's worse, but on top of that, you're supporting man making money and business. Like it's.
Yeah, I'm saying it's hilarious.
It's puppy show.
Yo, if you're not playing chess, you're just a pawn in the game, fam. Like that was. Yo, you played yourself, fam.
Facts.
That's crazy.
The thing is Roscoe trying to make a resurgence. Is he trying to rebrand right now? Is that what this is? Because that's what it seemed like to me. Like he's trying to like come back out after not being out there for a while, and make his name relevant and whatnot.
I couldn't tell you, bro. I don't follow him. Do you know what I mean? Like,
me neither. I don't know.
That's what I said to Vin. Like when Vin was, I was like, yeah, I'm just like either or on this. Like, didn't even know it was happening today. So it's like, yeah. But I'm so glad I caught it though, because I cracked. I had tears in my eyes at one point. I was laughing so hard.
You can see now why I was so eager for us to get back to it, because what it was, 9 started the show with the trailer of it, innit? So that already got me invested. So when it started, I was like, I can't be pausing and starting, and I don't want to be responsible for giving her a thingy strike. So I'm handing the reins over to someone else. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit, ladies and gents.
No.
Okay. I definitely did not even know it was something that was actually literally streaming now. I thought it had passed and we were just reviewing something that had already streamed. So I was a little late on that. But all caught up now.
So moral of the story is there's no black organization or no Muslim organization asking Rospect to speak for them. Got it, coach. Got it, coach.
That part.
And I think another moral could be, to keep, like the black stuff and the Muslim stuff separate. Like yeah.
Facts. And if I'm going to see you on a black Muslim show as the host, bro, I need to hear you talking about I need to hear you talk about okay, like there's an issue with being black and Muslim in the sense to where like other Muslims are going to tell you can't go fix the black neighborhood, otherwise you're being racist and nationalist and blah 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 blah. Like have that conversation makes sense. You talking to Tommy Robinson don't make no sense, man. None whatsoever.
Because weren't they actually saying like to Rospect, like what's the big deal like if the dude is concerned about his community and he's speaking of what didn't they say that to him? Like at the end of the day, like he if they're 90% of the country, right, like why can't he have like he be invested in solving an issue that is plaguing his community? I was like, didn't they say that to him?
Yeah, and then Rospect came back with an argument like, well, if you're mad about the immigrants, it's your fault because the British went everywhere. These immigrants are coming back from everywhere that Britain went and did their colonization, blah blah blah. Bruh, that's such a low level argument to the team. Like that's not what's being discussed. You know what I'm saying? Like so, okay, like so. Check this out. If there's a group of Nigerian immigrants that come through from northern Nigeria right now, right? On some Boko Haram type stuff, and they're doing some like, and they're doing some undercover stuff, like they're sneaking in, trying to act like they're just regular Nigerians, you know what I'm saying, and not doing the extreme, like, and they out of nowhere they start doing the Boko Haram stuff or whatnot, right? That's a problem. Like that needs to get understood, singled out, dealt, etc. whatnot, right? That would be a problem. But Rospect's sitting and tell you like, no, you know what? Even if that were to happen, I'd sit here and tell you the only reason they're doing that is because they're being messed up by Western culture, like. So what's the point of you out there talking? Like you're just being an apologist for you're being an apologist for bad behavior, period. It don't make no sense. Like you're just there like to correlate your name with Tommy Robinson, like Nina saying. Like it's sad. Because at least Sarah, when he sat down, they're addressing an issue, right? And an issue I was even trying to address with Tommy Robinson in the sense they're like, okay, like you can't be black or British or whatever and talk against Islam in the West right now. That's a problem. Like there's you need to be able to have free speech and talk about things that are issues in the community, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me was an important conversation. I can understand that, right? Because if you want to deal with any problem in your community, it's like talk about grooming, for instance, or whatnot, right? Again, like so if a black girl gets groomed, I can't go to Rospect for help, right? Who do I go to then? Do I have to go to Tommy Robinson now? That's what this is basically coming down to. And that's crazy to me, right? Like you can't have a serious conversation about the bad stuff in our community if it's there. And if you're mostly, and since that's why I'm glad you keep bringing up the blurred line between the black and Muslim concept, right? Like if it's a black thing, it's a black thing. If it's a Muslim thing, it's a Muslim thing. If you're there about the black Muslim thing, that's a whole nother conversation than what's being had there, right? Like those are three different conversations. And they're all getting blurred here, and it's like, nah, it's a shit show for real. And at the end of the day, like your man Tommy just walking off, like boom, off in the sunset, doing his thing. Like now he's reinvigorating his name. Like, what did you get out of this whole thing? What did your so-called community you're there to speak for get out of it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry to interrupt, bro. Nine, I think you got some people in the back. I think Buddha, and Ultra.
She said she was going to be busy for about 10 minutes, so she
okay.
got about like 6 minutes left on that. Maybe 7 minutes left on that.
And then hang on, then you like she's coming back.
So I'll wait. While we're waiting for Nanitha to come back, what's the consensus on because I haven't talked to y'all in a long time. What's the consensus on Sarah getting new fame with the Just Pearly things concept?
Have you seen videos of him with her?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mad. Because I've even seen like in American black circuits of them commenting about Lucy. So I'm assuming that if they've been watching Lucy, they must have seen Sarah because he's like her little lapdog.
So how do y'all feel about Sarah's newfound fame with what he's doing?
None of us are impressed. That's a nice way of saying it, to be honest.
Yeah, I started noticing a change in Sarah because I was actually Facebook friends with him, and I was like, "What got into my boy, yo?" Like, I like, you know, he was one of my more favorable faces to look at. You know what I'm saying? Right, like chocolatey brother talking, got some good talks too, and then he's gonna go mess it up. You know, like.
But don't you think the way he's done it with that Pearly person, don't you think that just adds like salt to the wounds?
I don't even know who the Pearly person is because I unsubscribed. I was a moderator. I unsubscribed, and I kept every minute it was a damn polygamy video coming up. I'm getting notifications. Women is bad for this. Women and their abortion. Women. I said unsubscribe. You're a toxic dude. I don't want to hear all this shit. Just like if I was like, oh, these motherfuckers and men this and men that, I could see somebody not like, ain't nobody got time for that. He used to talk way different, you know, and he was, that's the reason why I listened to what he had to say. He said something that ain't in line with me. It ain't in line with me. I'm no longer his target audience. I just kept it moving. So who's this Pearly person? What, one of those manosphere women, something like that? I might have a lot in common with her.
Just Pearly Things is a rich white girl whose father's in the 1%. She's American. She moved to the UK to play semi-pro volleyball or whatnot. She ended up going on the Kevin Samuels joint. He ended up like just schooling her to the whole to the Manosphere concept or whatnot. She literally paid for private consultation with him. Kind of got like the whole breakdown of what he does. Started her own version of the thing. She ended up, from what I can see, covering a whole bunch of the Manosphere stuff. And this is what I want to ask y'all's opinion on, because like I noticed like she specifically got a whole bunch of West African talent to build her show off of. How do y'all feel about that? Because it wasn't like she was talking to like a big swath of British culture. It seemed like at first she built her brand off of talking to black people.
Wow. I didn't know that the background was that deep. I didn't know that she went to get paid schooling from Kevin Samuels. That makes it even more sinister.
Yeah, she even talks about she talks about getting the consultation from him and whatnot.
Wow.
She talks about you haters should have done the same thing type stuff. Don't be mad at me because I did what you didn't do type stuff. But on that latter part, like, how do y'all feel about the fact that the majority of her growth came off of it seemed like targeting like a black conversation or targeting black people for her guests, her hosts, all that type of stuff.
Black people love white acceptance. Not surprising. It's part of the program. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. I mean, who are the people who made her top? It's not people like the women that you're talking to now. it's the same incels and magtiles and whatever a lot that put her on that pedestal. It's not normal black women or normal black men doing it. So you got to think. So it just, I think it's brilliant because it just shows how dumb that thing is. It's just that whole mentality is just like pathetic. Like I've said it before, I have no sympathy for men in that situation. They're all pathetic. They sound disgusting. And before the internet, we would just walk past these people and not even notice them. The internet is giving them strength, and all they do is moan and complain. Of course, they're going to have her as their helm. They're not going to have no strong black figure as their helm because their ideology is weak. So look who they put as their leader. It's a perfect representative of them. Exactly who should I have?
Yeah, this. Yeah, my comment is black people love white acceptance, so not surprised. You know, they would know that to use it to their advantage. Everybody going.
Oh, sorry, sis. I'm juggling. I'm back and forth.
Me too.
Where's Nines? Nines didn't come back yet?
Not yet, apparently. Let's see what's going on.
Nines, if you can hear us, you got people in the back chat. Nine ether, 999. Basically, 90 to 99. That used to be witness. Crack me up. He'd be the only person to call her 90 to 99.
Yeah, I love the way he used to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Buddha's comment. It's cracking me up. He goes, you know what? If you could tell, I think he meant you could tell me that he was gay, and I'd be less shocked.
Who's he talking about?
I think he's talking about Sarah. Sarah's
Yeah.
not dating a white woman, but like, yeah, all of that. Like, can he really still preach? Like, he can't preach pro-black no more. He can't.
Nah, he pro green. Green dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because he's talking in generalities.
Really clap him, boy, for that cat.
Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, my goodness.
I'm mad now because I finally gotten to the point where I could not. I had unseen the video of him doing that, and now I got the video of him doing that back in my head. I'm mad at you.
Oh, I've never seen it, thank goodness. But
oh no, he was on stage. Never mind.
My dad going. Listen, I just hope Kalam stays on my up and up because they were my YouTube boobs. Boo. They were my YouTube crushes. You feel me? And now Sarah is no, he's tainted now. I gotta check and see if I unfollowed him on Facebook. We don't know if he's dating white women. He wouldn't be opposed to it because clearly they're not weave wearing hooligans and stuff like that. You know.
I don't think he's doing that. He is talking more in generality in terms of just men and women now. Though he's not talking about like a community thing. More like it's not like he's talking about like the issues in the black community with men and women. He's more so talking about just male and female.
Yeah, but they asked him. Someone asked him.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, and that to me, that's a big shift. The fact that he's not talking about issues within the black community. That's a shift. Before,
hold on, did I hear that right? Did someone asked him if he was dating a white woman?
Christy, you can't go on mute after you say that.
Yeah, she looked the bomb and just dipped.
Yeah, you can't go on mute after you say that, Christy.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. I need clarification on that one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's
Inquiring
dating
minds
white
need to
women.
know. You know what I'm saying?
We do. We definitely do. Oh boy, why does it seem like it's the housework? It's just always present. Like I'm really gonna get somebody to come in and clean my house. I'm tired of this shit. I swear, when I move to Africa, I'm gonna have like a fucking 2-bedroom little small place. So the bigger your house, it's just more to clean. Like, why do people want big houses? Too much.
It's a status thing. More room than what you
Yeah,
need.
I don't want that. I like outdoor living too anyway. So like I think if you want to talk about like status or things from the West that I would be accustomed to, I would want like my cousin, they have a outside, basically like an outside kitchen. I would want that. Like they have the obviously the grill, refrigerator. I think they have even like a wine chiller, all of that outdoors. They have a fire pit. Um, just like a nice outdoor chilling area, because I'm more outdoorsy. So I think I would like that. But a whole bunch of bedrooms and stuff like that. Man, that's more furniture you gotta buy. It's just
I'm not sure.
I can't believe that Tommy Robinson. I gotta go watch that part now. That Tommy Robinson was able to get on camera. Oh well, you shook my hand before at the beginning of this thing, but you didn't shake my hand. Like, what's going on? Man, I gotta get that clip.
he's saying you being phony right now. You don't want
Yeah,
people to know. He's saying you don't want people to know you. Me and you's cool.
that's yeah. That says everything right there. That he put the clown nose on the clown at that juncture.
That it definitely is not a good look. Made Prospect look bad. But that's what I want to hear.
I want my
I
time
want to hear
back,
how.
Prospect.
I want to know how Buddha like his take on. He tends to look at
I'm trying to hear him in Ultra in this right quick. Oh no, I want my time back, Prospect. That's a lot of years, bro.
That's when you a domesticated person. You get all excited at the smell of the dishwashing soap. I'm like, my dishwashing soap smells good. I'm gonna try to make some spicy spaghetti today.
Are you back yet, Manifa? There's still people at the back of the stage.
9 people in the back. Oh, let me see. Send her a WhatsApp message, Kishki.
Okay, no problem.
Please, I didn't mean to order you around. You can't even tell who's on mute and who's not on mute.
I'm on mute at the moment.
Oh, you're on mute. Okay. Christy, you on mute? Yep. Sosa's on mute. Yeah, Manosphere. Yeah, unfortunately, they got a manosphere, they got a womanosphere, whatever they call it. This is crazy. Pure gender wars. And I don't want no parts of it. No parts of it. On a gender war. We supposed to be having we need an economic war. Feel me? That's what we need.
Buddha. Buddha, you read the shot.
He's here?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you. I
Yeah.
didn't even know I was in the show. Shame. I was still typing. Hello, everyone. Do you know what? I'm kind of worried, you know. Let me ask you guys something. I haven't slept for like 48 hours and I still haven't slept. So, do you think I should go to like the doctor, that hospital or something? Like,
Why you didn't go? Why haven't you have no need for sleep?
I can't sleep. I'm tired, but I just can't fucking sleep. And like, this is the longest I've gone. And I'm thinking, there's
What
like,
have you
you know,
been
like
doing?
there's a.
Look at me, my
I
damn
haven't been doing
therapist
anything.
head. No, what have you been doing in the last 48 hours?
In the last 40, okay, so I was at work, so I didn't sleep, and I thought, you know what, let me go to work, and I'll be tired when I get home. And I got home, I'm still tired. I was tired at work, but I can't sleep. Every time I try to sleep, it just doesn't happen. And now today I took the day off because I said, nah, man, like 48 hours, I need to sleep. So I took the day off and I just didn't sleep at all. So I'm thinking there must be like a a point where it becomes an emergency or it's like serious or something.
It's, I mean, if you're just staying up, but you're not like
No, I'm tired.
doing
I'm tired.
anything.
I feel to sleep. That's the thing. I feel to sleep, but I can't. Maybe I should go buy a bottle of whiskey or something.
Have you tried to meditate?
When did I last meditate? Oh my god. Yeah, before I went to work.
Well, no, I don't mean if you're going to work and you know you're not gonna get. I mean, like when you meditate, because like I get sleepy when I meditate, like because it's just like you're just breathing and you're concentrating on your breathing. And if I meditate like while I'm laying down, I usually do fall asleep because it's just so relaxing.
I've got to I've got to have some jazz music playing in the back. I've got to have some sort of sound in the background. Otherwise,
why?
It drowns out the voices in my head. So I've got to have some sort of music. When I say voices, I mean thoughts, not literal hallucination voices like thoughts.
But the breathing is supposed to do that. The breathing is supposed to take away the thought. And if you're having trouble taking away the thought, then you need to focus on the breathing
when I meditate,
more.
I don't. Yeah, I'm good, but I don't think my mind's clear. I thought it is. I think I've got a house on the market for sale. Yeah, and I'm playing them on mind. Like, you know, like if the housing market crashes, Like I think that's one of my. I think that's what's my fucking lose. I don't lose sleep over money, man. But you know, like 800 grand's a lot of money. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's the only thing it can be. Sleep over nothing. I normally sleep good. Anyway, listen, stop. Forget that. So tell me what Sarah's done, because you know what? Let's get this right. So I think I heard. So he was married, right? And he's broken up with his wife. Is that right? Can we talk about this, or is this like a taboo subject we can't speak about it?
From what I
I don't
understand,
know the deal. I don't.
yeah, from what I understand, he's no longer with the woman that like with his wife, like they were like he got kids, but they also had she had a kid before from another previous situation, whatnot, from what I understand, and he's no longer with her.
Yo, let me big you up more. Look, it's been a long time. It's got to be about 2 since you know that.
Yeah, think about some.
And the maddest thing is, I'm subscribed to your channel. Every time you do a live, I get the notification.
That's what's up.
It's crazy. How you doing? You okay though? Yeah.
All is well, man. How you doing, man?
All right. Well, as you heard, man, I'm suffering over here.
Sorry about that, man. All I heard was insomnia. Was there anything else going on?
No, man. I'm good, man. I'm good. Living la vida loca, as they say. But so who does know? Is Kushti here? Big Kushti and big up. Is that Sosa? I can't quite see.
Yeah, Coach. That's Sosa. She said she had to come. She was going to come back. She stepped away.
Is that? Oh my God! You know what? Listen, seeing that somebody's talking about anything at the moment. Let me ask you something. Have you heard about this thing? I sent Naifa.
We were talking about this thing. We wanted to hear your opinion about the I don't know if it's an interview or the debate that Rass just had with Tommy Robinson.
Oh,
that's what I thought you was.
Yeah,
I thought that's what you wanted to. You know, you were coming up there.
You know what? I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude or disrespectful, but it was a bit of a mess, man. Like, to be honest with you, I feel like Mr. Robinson and Rass should have just had a one-on-one conversation, and maybe that lady could have moderated. But that guy, and listen, no disrespect, but that guy, he sabotaged the whole thing, and it's his own thing. It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? He messed it up pretty bad, man. Man was drinking tea, rolling cigarettes, talking to each other. It reminded me of Hangouts back in the day. More, you remember them days back in Hangouts. I'm sure Melanated remembers. Like it was a bit haphazard, people talking over each other and that. But I think Rass brought up a lot of stuff, man. He done pretty well. Yeah, he held it together, because my concern was he was gonna snap and a fight was gonna break out. But no, he held it together. He done well. And again, I'll say it. I said it earlier on, but I am impressed with Robinson's mature movements now. What did you guys make of it?
What was the last bit you was cracking out? Did you say you're impressed with his mature movements now, Thomas?
Yeah, I feel like acknowledged a lot of shit. So not this podcast, but he's done like several podcasts, and one of them I was listening to. He talks drug addiction, and he talks about the impact. You know, that whole thing with going down to the square, and he acknowledged the impact that would have had he have gone down there. And I think that's a level of maturity. I think he's grown up. I think he's a different guy to what he is. He's a out and out racist. This is the thing, man. If he turned around and said, listen, man, he's racist, or I've got racial, I'd respect him a bit more, but the guy's a racist, man. What? I don't know why he's so scared, like, to say it. Like, this, I mean, one of the things I swore, like, Rass would have brought it up but there was a guy back in the day, and he was showing us pictures of Tommy Robinson at the Blood and Honor concert, which is like a neo-Nazi type of skin and everything, and he was there doing Nazi salutes and shit. You want to tell me you're not racist, but you're going to places like that? Come on, man. You're a big man now. Stop all of this shit. You ain't got no coke up your nose, or you say you ain't, but come out and just be real, innit? That's the only thing I reckon. Like, yeah.
So,
but what did you?
Yeah. I have a question for you. What is the? How come the topic of Tommy being racist always comes up at conversations around him criticizing Islam? Like Islam is not a race. So that's kind of like if I get denied a job that is deemed to be something masculine, and I say you guys are being racist. That doesn't make sense. They're being sexist. They're not being racist, right? So we're talking about Muslims are doing this. Islam supports this. Islam endorses this. That's not. Those aren't statements. Those aren't racist statements. Why do they keep doing? Why does that keep coming up in the conversation? I'm just confused by that.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, look, for me, Islam is not a religion. It's not a race, an ethnicity. It's a religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what you find is most people who have these, what do we call it? My brain's not working. Sorry, I'm trying to think. Give me a minute. Oh my God, what's it called? Views. Let's just call it views. People who have these views, like they don't like Islam, they're not going to like the people that practice Islam. And the people that practice Islam are majority non-white. So that's where the racial thing comes in. But
non-white and a race are not the same. There's many races, right? So
exactly.
So then, so the critique isn't okay. Racism is like when you have a hatred for a race. Not you don't have a hatred for the things a race does. It's you have a hatred for the race. So if you talk about the things that Muslims do, those are actions. That's not the race of non-white people.
Yeah, so he doesn't have as Mr. Wilson says, he doesn't have a problem with Muslims. He has a problem with Islam, which is basically the same thing. Because if you look at it, the people that follow Islam are Muslims, yeah. So if you have a problem with Islam, you have a problem with Muslims. I think everyone would accept that. Now,
no, I wouldn't.
No,
I'm not trying to be difficult, but I think that if Tommy Robinson had a conversation with the Orthodox Moor, who is a Muslim. He is a Muslim, but he doesn't co-sign or endorse all of the fuck shit that Tommy has an issue with. So they would agree that these certain things are wrong. They wouldn't have a conversation with him to convince him that they're right. That's the difference. So a Muslim there are Muslims who don't believe that it's okay that that Aisha was 9 when she became a bride when the marriage is consummated. But there are some that do. So Tommy Robinson, if he was talking to a Muslim who believed that she was older, they would say, yeah, sleeping with kids is wrong. Marrying a 9-year-old is wrong. Yeah, I'm not with that. My belief is that Prophet Muhammad married a consenting young adult or an adult. She was 18, she was 19, she was 20. See what I'm saying? Like, so no, I don't think that those Muslims wouldn't get offended. I'm saying that those Muslims wouldn't get offended. Those Muslims wouldn't get offended and bring it in race and say you're having this feeling because of your racist. They wouldn't.
No, okay.
So how am I going all over the place?
No, like I'm getting a little bit confused. That's what I mean. I feel like so the question was, how does racism come into it, right? That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
So I was explaining that Mr. Robinson has an issue with Islam, and the people that follow Islam, the Muslims, are predominantly non-white. So effectively, you have a problem with people that are non-white vis-a-vis their religion. That's where I think the racism in that capacity comes in. But I feel like there's a more overt racism to him in the sense that he doesn't have an issue calling somebody a P word. I'm sure he won't have an issue calling someone a black B. You understand?
Yeah, but no, wait, because that was the same influence that was used back in the day. You understand? And once again, today, whether he's doing propaganda or not, he was very specific in what he was saying. You understand what I'm saying to you? So I don't think we need to insert our. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we inserting the black thing? He's clearly talking about the Islamic thing and the whole grooming thing. Why are we trying to insert ourselves? That's the same thing that
I think
we're doing. Like, why
I'm answering the question that was given to me by Melanated. I'm not addressing what you're talking about. I wasn't.
No, but I'm saying we're saying the same thing. She just, our approaches are a little bit different, but I'm basically saying the same thing. That I'm saying that Tommy Robinson, I don't understand why he is. If it's that, oh, you said you're a bigot, right? You have issues with people who are not of your culture, then that's the argument, and that has nothing to do with Islam. He's talking about cultural issues, or is it, or Islam, right? Or you got to pick one. What I'm saying is that this seems to be a merge of, you're talking bad about Muslims, which means you're racist. That sentence makes no sense.
No, I didn't say that. I said Islam.
I didn't say you said it.
Okay, right. So I'm saying the way the racism in I don't know. You can ask somebody else. I don't know, but in my opinion, racism in like this. If you have an issue with Islam, you have an issue with the people that follow Islam, which are Muslims. Now, predominantly, the Muslims are of a non-white ethnicity.
Yeah, but I think you're not giving a fair representation still. And I'm not no Tommy Robinson fan, but he's been very clear in his vibration. You know what I'm saying to you? Satil, remember, when Tommy Robinson, Buddha, yeah, because I know you're putting your hand in fire in it, but let me just give you a couple little memories. Remember, when he went to Speaker's Corner initially, who was his bodyguard team, Bab?
Yeah, the black guy, the bouncer dude, I forget his name. Something. What's his name?
Okay, and what was his religion, Bab?
Was he Muslim? I don't think he was. I don't think he was Muslim.
Yeah, he was Muslim. I can't
Who,
remember.
that bouncer dude?
Yeah, his name was because he used to be one of Sarwar's bedroom, but I know since Sarwar,
yeah, that's right, yeah,
turned pearly, I don't see him again. William.
I think his name was Big something.
Oh, Big Boy, Big Boy, Big Bro, Big Bro,
exactly.
Big Bro, that's it. Well done.
There
Yeah.
you go. Bam. Yeah. So remember.
Yeah, but he wasn't Muslim though.
Sorry.
He wasn't Muslim, 100%, because he aligned with Sarah.
He was or wasn't?
Was not. He was not Muslim.
No, stop. No, Buddha. He was 100% a Muslim.
At one point of his life, you're saying, and then he changed. Are you saying that at one point of his life he was a Muslim, and then he changed? Because I know Big Bro did go to the ancestors. He was rocking with the ancestors.
All right. So look. Yeah. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say from my memory, he was spar with Sarah, innit? Them two spar, and you know what Sarah's position on Muslims is. So why would he be a Muslim and spar with Sarah? So in my memory, I think you remember him not being a Muslim.
No. Big Bro was
Somebody put in the chat. Somebody put in the chat if Big Bro was a Muslim.
An apostate or whatever at that time. You understand? As far as my memory.
All right, yeah. Listen, I could be wrong. I'll take your word for it because I'm fucked up, mate. So I can't remember very well. My brain's not working. So all right, yeah, he was a Muslim. Okay, go ahead. What was your
and I'm
next
just
point?
saying, and he was bodyguard to Tommy Robinson when he went down to read out the Martin Selner speech, right? Because that's where it started to get peak again. That's where more division came in it. Because man was like, how you lot doing bodyguard for Tommy, this, that. You remember? And at that point, do you remember what's that you called? That you one of my boy's bedrooms.
Oh, the one that's that he's biracial, but he don't look biracial. That dude.
No. There was a youth that was there doing the bodyguarding, and they tried to put it on him, and he was like, "I don't even know who Tommy Robinson is." Mad.
No, I remember. Is it Zappies? I know you're talking about. He shook his hand or something, innit?
All of them, something there.
Yeah. I know you're talking about.
And then they tried to
was
put
he
it on
security?
him.
I thought he was just there.
No, man, he was. That's what I'm trying to say. Remember, they rounded up some of the man them to do the security, this, that, and the other. And Big Bro was in charge of it and whatever. And from Dessa, division started already. Yeah, but
I remember the young you. He shaked his hand. He didn't know who the fuck the guy was.
Crazy something. His name is Crazy something. Crazy Raff.
Yeah. Raff. That's it. Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying that to say he wasn't racist because he had black dudes as his security.
Exactly.
No. So look, he says he's got friends from different ethnicities. From what did he say? St. Lucia and all of this thing. All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is this: like, he's used the P word in the past, right? Okay. So if he's, in my estimation, all right, this is my own thinking. If he's used the P word so freely, I'm sure he wouldn't have an issue using calling someone a black B. You understand? You know, like scaffolding, man, they're on buildings start out and talk certain way. You remember, you know, little radio, like Sony radio thing, yeah? Like they in prison.
See, I hear what you're saying, but I think you're doing what was done in the past in that man is talking about certain people and certain issues, and for whatever reason, man wants to insert we as black people into the argument when we were never part of the argument. Unless
hold on. I'm trying to understand this. Let me ask you this. This is probably an easier question.
Say that again, Bob.
I'm saying I think this is an easier question for me to understand what you're saying. Yeah. Do you think Tommy Robinson is a threat to us? Well, a threat to black?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, now we got an understanding. So you don't believe Tommy Robinson is a threat to the black community, yeah? Okay, brilliant.
But I don't think that question is fair because right now the topic has to do with how does his issues that he has with Muslims affect, how is that he's racist against black people conversation, right? So a racist person, right, could not, like a black person in America could not want to fuck with white people, but they are not actively, but then they have an issue with education. Everything they're talking about education is not personal to black people specifically. It could be just education. So if he has an issue with Muslims, if he has an issue with what is present in the hadith and so forth, and how people are using it to justify their actions, and that's what he's bringing to the table as his gripe. He's not saying these fucking nappy-headed black people. He's not saying all of that stuff. Why are you bringing this as a black people issue?
Okay, but listen.
And I'm not saying you in general either. I'm sorry. Let me correct. I'm not saying about you.
Yeah, so when you talk about the hadiths and these fucking disgusting things these degenerates do. They try and justify it. I agree. That's what I'm saying. There's certain things that Mr. Robinson says that I actually agree with. Yeah, and even Rass said it. These people, regardless of what religion or race they are, they're degenerates, right? Okay. So there's an agreement on all sides in that regard, yeah. But sticking on the racial thing, I think the question was, why do we think Mr. Robinson's racist? So I've given you my understanding or my belief and my position as to why I think Mr. Robinson's racist. But the more divisive issue is this. Let me give you an American example. All right, let's look at Donald Trump. Right, let's say Donald Trump is not racist, but would you say there is an element of people who follow and vote for Mr. Trump that are racist? Would that be a fair statement? Okay, cool. So it's the same thing with Mr. Robinson. In fact, he had to leave the EDL because of the infiltration of racism. What he stands for, racist people followed him. Now you got to ask yourself.
You got to be careful, brother. Because
sorry, I'm still talking. Give me 1 second.
But, all right, sorry. Go on, Bab.
All right. So the point being is this: if Mr. Robinson wasn't racist or had racial issues, why would racist people want to follow him? You understand?
Because
go ahead,
because I can tell you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nine. I'll go after her. Nice.
What I was gonna say, Buddha, is I hear what you're saying, but that was actually that very same thing was brought up in the podcast. I'm not sure if you heard it. However, Tommy's retort was this. Yeah, he spoke about Muhammad and his activities. You get me? And then he said, "Does that mean that all the people that follow Muhammad are therefore this and that?" You see it? Yeah, I'm just using that same argument.
So he said the Prophet Muhammad done certain things and people who follow him.
So then he's saying, then as such, does that mean that people that follow him are as such?
Well, by the strict rule, they should be, yeah. If they are following the religion, how they should be following the religion, then yeah.
Well, again, one second, Buddha. Then you're underpinning his point, because one of the points that he was making is that there's a lot of them that are not fully following Islam to the letter. You get me? Now we could say that Spray is a good example of that, because there were certain things that were being said in that podcast that Spray, as a quote unquote Muslim, didn't have no idea about. All he could keep saying was "Astaghfirullah." Do you understand? And we know that that's many people that follow certain things, they don't know about it. Yeah. Remember, his confession was rightly or wrongly, whether it's tongue in cheek, whether it's a joke thing or not. His confession was that he became Muslim because he was hungry, brethren. Yeah. And Raspek's confession was he became a Muslim because of Tommy Robinson. You understand? So till you got Tommy Robinson saying, "Yo, brethren, what? You're really leaving your whole culture, more ways, highways, and this ways because of me." The embarrassment is real, bro. But go on top, Buddha. I'm listening. So all I'm saying is that did come up, and all I'm saying is Tommy's response to that was not mine, you know. Tommy's response to that was, "Well, boy, does that mean that all the people that follow Muhammad are pedophiles?" You see it?
Yeah, but I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. So what Mr. Robinson was that the Muslims in this country.
You're saying no, because the influence is that it's exactly what Buddha, because at that point the influence was that the people that follow Tommy Robinson are racists. Do you understand me? That's what was put in.
No, not all of them. Not all of them. I can't say that all of the followers of Mr. Robinson are racist.
That was being put on him. That's what I'm trying to say, Buddha. You understand?
Say that again.
I'm saying, Buddha.
Yeah.
At that point within the podcast, that was the influence put on Tommy Robinson. You understand? That he is a racist, yeah, because many of the people that follow him are racist. Do you understand?
Yes, that's correct.
So his retort was then, well, hold on. Does that mean many of the people that follow this thing yeah, whereby my man did A, B, and C, yeah, which comes under the category of, you understand? You
Okay,
get
so
what?
look, listen, you've got an understanding. I think everyone on this panel has an understanding of Islam, right? So when they say something's halal, yeah, that means it's permitted, right? It's not like prayer where you have to pray, which is mandated. You have to pray, okay? You don't have to. It's not mandated for you to marry a nine-year-old or a 12-year-old or whatever. It's halal, it's allowed, but you're not mandated. I think Moore is probably the best person here who has the most
I can't
knowledge.
believe you're saying this, Buddha. I can't really believe you're saying this.
You're not letting me finish. If I don't finish, you're going to draw conclusions, right? So what I'm saying to you is this: because it's their religion and it's halal and they're allowed to do it, but they're not mandated to do it. So that's why you see in this country, like England or wherever, Muslim guys walking around with 9-year-old wives or 6-year-olds. Yeah. So it's a different one. Like comparing it to the racial thing, having racial followers, like it's a bit of a stretch. Do you think they're really that similar?
Like I said, Buddha, that's why I'm saying you're going into a rabbit hole yourself, because this was brought up in the very same podcast. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And I'm not saying it's right or wrong in it, but I'm just saying, okay?
Well, I'll say I think it's, well, how can you not say it's right or wrong? It's completely wrong. You can't say that's right. There's no, it is wrong.
What's completely wrong?
Not only is it wrong,
Comparing
it's
the two?
illegal. Huh?
Comparing the two? You saying comparing the two is completely illegal? I mean, is wrong?
No, I'm saying marrying a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old or a 12-year-old, whatever, is wrong. Not only is it wrong, it's illegal. Okay?
Yeah, but I think so the argument.
That's my position.
So I will say that what I've heard from the mouths of Muslims over there in the UK is never saying that it is wrong. Them saying that you don't see us with 9-year-olds. It's illegal over here. What that translates to me is that if it wasn't illegal, because the Prophet is the best example, right? And they will say everything about his life is the best example because they just will not denounce wrongness. So if if they believe that's what the Prophet did, then it got to be right. Why? Because he's the Prophet. So what they would say is it's illegal over here. That means that if it was legal, damn right, I'm about to copy the Prophet. I'm about to do whatever he did. I'm gonna get me a 9-year-old. Don't try to twist it and make it seem like they know that it's wrong, because they would never open up their mouth and say it was wrong. And I'm talking about the people who have been on these platforms speaking on behalf of Islam. They don't say it's wrong. No. They want to go into science and explain that when you're 9 years old, if you got your period, and what that means
I'm not
is.
even sure if you watched the team, Buddha, but this one trying to say,
jump in there.
It became. Wait, Buddha. Go on, Bab. I'm just saying.
I was going to jump in after. I don't want to forget.
Just to add to what Melanie is saying, even within the podcast, rightly or wrongly, it became like a comparison of rules, because they both went to their phones trying to get the rules on sexual activity age in certain Islamic countries. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And then been about Saudi Arabia and all of these things. You get me? Meanwhile, Spray ain't got a clue. Spray had to phone his brethren in Gambia. Did you watch the team with her? Tell me the truth here.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah. So let me say yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay, so you saw when Spray had to phone Gambia, yeah, where because one man was saying,
yeah, and to be fair, that's what I was trying to say. Like he sabotaged the whole thing, because I don't want to be rude.
But it's the truth.
He
that's what I'm trying to say. It's like Moore is even told me. Moore even said that in Yemen they're marrying little kids now.
But listen to what I'm saying to you, Melanated, right? So, as you said, whatever the Prophet done is in their religion is the perfect example. All right, cool. But that's to them, Not to me. In my book, that is wrong and illegal. That's it. I don't. If it's their religion, that's their religion. That's fine. That's just what they believe. I don't believe that.
Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim now, Buddha? Maybe I missed something. Because I wasn't talking about. I don't know if you're a Muslim who doesn't believe that. I don't know. It's been a minute. I don't know if you be converted. I'm literally asking because I wasn't speaking to the beliefs of a non.
Hold on. What? How are we getting confused there? Something's wrong, right? So I'm saying to you, melanated goddess, right, that marrying a child, let's just say that marrying a child is wrong on every single level. Okay, it's illegal, right? I can say that. You know why I can say that? Because it's my personal belief, and I'm not a Muslim. However, a Muslim never say that. Because if they say that, they're going against their prophet. Okay, so I don't understand how you think I'm a Muslim. Like you're trying to say I agree with it. Is that what you're trying to imply?
No, what I'm literally trying to ask. I was trying to ask if you have converted. If you converted, that doesn't mean you're going to change your name. You might not change your name. I don't know. Like,
what makes you think I'm intrigued now? What makes you think I'm converted?
I didn't say I thought you converted. I wanted to see if you did. That's what I said. And what made me curious, I'm going to answer you, brother. I'm not trying to run from the question. What made me want to see if you did is because when the topic about all of this stuff came up, what you chose to do was to now explain how these acts are permissible but not mandatory and all of that. And the very fact that it's permissible, right? If you ask me, is it wrong that a 12-year-old can get married in the state of California? I can say yes. It's permissible. I don't care. The question was, is it wrong? I'm not going to say everybody ain't marrying 12-year-olds though. It don't matter. The law there is incorrect. It's wrong. It shouldn't be, parents shouldn't be
I did
giving.
say that. Did you not hear me say that? Like,
yes. What I'm saying is that, so when I am saying, but you're explaining, y'all better cut it out. You're explaining why Muslims take a certain stance, and I'm saying the very fact that you cannot say, forget about the law here in London. Marrying a 10-year-old is incorrect. I don't care if she's had her cycle for a whole 12 months, right? If anybody does something like that, if anybody has done something, let me hold on. If you can't say if anyone has done that, they're crazy and they're wrong, they're sick. But for you to make excuses about why they did it, that's wrong. I feel so.
Oh, okay. I see
and
what you're saying.
as a non-believer, I can speak in that way.
Yeah. So that's what I just done. As a non-believer, as a Buddhist with an opinion, right? I've just said to you that it's wrong. I was just explaining to you their religion from what I know about their religion. You understand? I condemn that. Listen, come on. Respect himself condemned it on the podcast. Tommy Robinson could. Anyone in their right mind condemns that kind of fucking behavior. They deserve to die. I'll be honest with you. Like some of the things that, like, I can't even watch a documentary.
Buddha, again, 1 second, Buddha, because you know my thing already, truth and rights. He did not defend it. He spoke about being, if they're of reasonable this, that, mind, this, that, and the other. So he didn't condemn it, bro. He just said about that.
No, Rass didn't.
What? Okay, listen, what did he say? Okay, what did he say to condemn it?
Right, he said it's wrong. Did you not hear it? He said we roll out on those people. Did you not hear that bit, or did you like ignored it? What? Like he said that. Even Tommy said that. Even Tommy applauded, clapped. Did you hear that bit? Like.
Okay.
No, seriously.
I stand corrected. But you know, in that regard, then he's going against the principles of the thing, then, right?
Yes, he is. He's going against his religion. But that's something that Rass has to deal with. I mean, like, I've got Muslim friends. I'm sure you family, right? I'm sure you guys have got Muslim friends and whatnot. Like, I stand on truth, innit? I can only be as truthful as what I believe, and I believe that shit's wrong, and I believe people should die for that. For even thinking it, they should go. That's me as a Buddhist saying that, and I shouldn't be saying that, right? But I was melanated goddess, how their religion works and how it's dealt with from my own. I might be wrong about it, but I know enough about to say that. That doesn't mean that I'm fucking trying to cover for these people, or like that's fucked up. I don't know how you come to that conclusion.
Couple minutes, family. Someone just come. Go on, chat. I beg.
Yeah. I don't know.
My issue was Mark. Real quick, my issue was how Rossbeck handled that part right there. Was he tried to come back with the argument like, well, the only reason these Muslims did this was because they were exposed to Western culture and they started drinking and doing drugs, which is British culture, blah blah blah. And he wasn't dealing with the cultural argument that was being made in terms of like, okay, this is, and he kind of was making the argument. It was being made somewhat there about like, yeah, okay, it's a cultural thing, like where these people come from. But then he was like, well, okay, if you're gonna say it's Pakistani culture, part of Pakistani culture, such, you got to show me this happening in places where Pakistani show up. And he's talking off the cuff, but he's not really addressing the issue, because if it's a cultural issue, okay, there's data to deal with it, whatnot, right? So if you're going to talk about the problem, talk about the problem and whatnot, right? If it's a cultural issue, it's a cultural issue. Got you, right? But that's not what he's saying. He's like, no, the only reason this happened is because they came and got westernized and whatnot. They're westernized Muslims and whatnot, basically, right? That's a crazy.
I feel like, do you know what? If I'm not mistaken, right? I think most of the perpetrators of those crimes, if I'm not mistaken, they were like immigrants to the country.
Mm-hmm. Which is
sure
part of the argument.
A large percentage of them were immigrants to the country. I don't think they were born here and raised here.
Facts. 100% facts.
So
you're more like, as an immigrant, you're more likely to bring in the culture that you just came from, right?
No, I feel like, listen, man, I feel like, if you come pressed society, it's like, and then you come to a country that's not got those rules. It's like, okay, then you're allowed to do this, you're allowed to do that, maybe you're allowed to do this. Fuck it, why not? Let's just do it. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like that's the attitude these fucking degenerates have. I don't know, man. I don't know how they think. Like, yeah, let's get this girl on fucking heroin and shit. What the fuck is that about? Like, honestly, they should die. They should just die. They should be executed as an example. Like, come on, listen. Let me just make something really clear, right? These people didn't just like have sex with these children. They fucking tortured them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck? Honestly, like, it's disgusting.
So here's why people like Rossbeck shouldn't be a spokesman for either the Black community or Islam. Is because instead of just calling out nonsense for what it is and really going at the issue, whatnot, it's a bunch of comedy, fam. Like, so there's nothing he's saying that's been accepted by the Islamic community or by the Black community on this concept, right? Like, so he's made like, so
there's nothing he said. Did you say there's nothing he said that's being accepted by the Black community or the Islamic community
as a whole? No, bro. What's he talking? Like, who's he speaking for? What group?
I feel like Rass done a really good job. I feel like,
Okay, if I missed it, I missed it. Help me understand. What did he accomplish in the conversation?
Well, okay, so he done the best he could do with the knowledge he has. You understand? Scholar. I think he'd be the first to tell you that. So he done what he could do, I suppose. Like, I mean, he pointed out certain things with Mr. Robinson's movement, the EDI, and all that kind of stuff. I think Rass done a pretty good job compared to everybody else. Like, if you watch all the other podcast. There's a podcast with another black dude, Mr. Robinson. I think it's called Culture Club or something like that. I don't know. But I think Rass done pretty well. He didn't give him no leeway. He put it on him. Like, took him to task. And I know people got personal grudges with him and all the rest of it, and they don't like him for whatever reason. All right, cool. That's fine. But being on the real, like, if you compare him to Sarah's thing, you can see a massive difference.
Don't disagree. So for you, what's the difference?
Well, I feel like with the Sarah, and I haven't watched it for many years, but from my memory, but the thing is, you know what it is? Sarah doesn't like Muslims, and he's a national. I think he's still a national. I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me. But he was a black nationalist, and Robinson was a black nationalist. So they have many ideologies that they'll probably match. If anything.
So was Rospect the black nationalist?
Yes. I don't know. I think when you become a Muslim, I feel like everything else kind of, you're Muslim first, isn't it? That's the main mantra. You're a Muslim first. So he may be a Muslim.
I think he asked you if he was a black nationalist.
And I'm trying to answer
that. What the question was?
Yeah.
So at some point he was.
I don't think.
But you're speaking about if he is now.
Yeah. I think he was, but not. I don't know about now. Maybe he still is, but he's a Muslim first, isn't it?
And that part, I'm doubly confused on what the win is, right? Like, so if he's a Muslim first, and he's not supposed to be doing the black nationalism thing, so why are they talking about black issues or whatnot? Second of all, like, if you're a Muslim first, like, how are you there making the mistake? So again, he's not even having a nuanced conversation about Islam, really. Like, he's trying to a little bit, but like, there's so much more he could have been doing with that. And again, I know he knows. I've literally done old videos about Rospect going in on Islam and whatnot before whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he knows more than what he was talking about there. He could have made that a way more nuanced conversation. But Tommy called him out for it at the end, right? Like, why aren't you shaking my hand now, but you shook my hand at the beginning? There's an act going on, fam.
No, you're lying.
Bruh.
What?
Buddha, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened, bro. For real.
No.
Yep. Right at the end.
Oh. Like, what, was he serious? Like, or was he just fucking around?
He was serious, but happy Sunday, Mumash. Oh, sorry.
The baby said, Buddha, did you see it?
I know that's right. The baby came and was like,
no. No, I see him go to shake his hand, and Rass just like pretended and then pulled back.
Oh, somebody please drop the link for Ultra. I gotta hear Ultra's take on this.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Well, so Buddha, I guess, I just wanted to. Do you understand, like, other Black people wanting to distance themselves from this situation by saying, "This, we free from this, but this don't involve us. Your beef with Islam is not your beef with Black people." Do you understand that,
right.
or do you feel like that's weird for Black people to say?
I understand that, but it would be a mistake strategically, because potentially that enemy would be an enemy one day, and so it's about using it's like a game of chess, man. Be strategic against it. So if someone has these thoughts all these kind of discriminatory beliefs about a certain group, it's only natural that once that group's dealt with and that situation is dealt with, they're only going to move to another one. If you say you're safe, you're wrong. You're not safe.
So you're saying that it's better to come together and and have unity to fight this bigger force.
No, I don't. The thing is this: it's a bit of a difficult one, right? Because look, there are countries in Africa that are predominantly Muslim. You understand? And so, as a Buddhist, as me, certain Muslim fanatics would love to cut my head off, because I'm not a Muslim. I'm a kuffar. You understand?
Right.
So aligning with people who are extremists would be stupid. You know what I'm saying? But
well, I'm not talking about extremists. I mean, just in general. Not it don't.
Just in general.
I don't necessarily go to an extreme when you think of Islam. Like that's you can choose to go to the extreme, or you can choose to just talk about the regular Muslims. I'm just saying. Are you saying it's more that for the Black community, it would be strategic for Black people to align themselves, or at least to support the things that other Black people are going through, especially even if those people have a different religion in you? Is that what you're saying?
Do you know what? You know what it is? It's a difficult question to answer, Melanie. You know why? Because if we look at Mr. Robinson specifically, kind of targeting an Asian group, yeah, which don't affect us really. Yeah, because you guess what? Some of those Asian groups hate us as much as Mr. Robinson does. Don't think for a minute a Black guy could go and marry a Pakistani woman. Like, the racism's real, like, especially from the country. Like, if you're coming over, so it's a difficult one, right?
Just remember you said that. I'm about to bring that up in about 2 minutes, bro.
So I'm confused. Now you saying this has totally confused me as to how this is a Black thing. How is this? How is this?
Trying to explain.
I'm confused.
I'm trying to explain to you. Like, if you give me a second, I know Ultra's just come in, so big up Ultra, and I'm gonna be as quick as I can. All right, look. So predominantly, this is why Mr. Robinson said Black and white unite, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. All right, cool. So he's got an issue with Asians, gangs who are Asian. All right, cool. But guess what? They're Muslim. There's a large majority of Black people who are Muslim as well, and they stand with other Muslims. So where does that leave us? That's what I'm saying. That's why it's difficult. Do we obviously we Black people, yeah? That's our people.
No, it's not. It's not us. It's the Black Muslims. Like, to me, Black Muslims are choosing to. No, let me finish. To me, they're choosing to separate themselves and to support another group, just like there are Black people who support the LGBT. That doesn't mean that all Black people support. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, they're like those Black people who are like, I'm part of this community. They have to go off and be with non-Black people who are part of their group, and together they make a group. That's not to say all Black people, like whatever happens to LGBT, that's a Black issue. It's not a Black issue, even though we have Black gay people, even though we have Black transgender people, even though we have Black lesbians. Do you see what I'm saying? When something happens in the LGBT community, it's not a Black issue. It's not. So when something happens to the Muslim community, it's not a Black issue. It's a Muslim issue. And within the Muslims, they have lots of different people. They support right there. It's not for the outsiders to come and support now. That's ridiculous. So it's not a Black issue. It's not racism. It's religious issues. It's Muslims. Doesn't that make sense to you? What are you not? You get it?
You know what? I agree with what you're saying, Malay. It's not like I disagree. I kind of agree, but the difficulty is this. This is where I have the difficulty. When we look at Africa, there are so many countries that are dominantly Muslim. And if they are not our people, then do you get what I'm saying? It's a mad one, man. Who are our people? Let me mute up. Let Ultra just come in and say some things.
Yeah. Come true, it's the phone kid.
I just come back, but was anyone saying that African Muslim people are not our people? Because I don't stand on that. So I don't think
I didn't say that they're not our people. They're black people. Like your community can have multi-sectionality.
Yeah.
Right? So our African people who are Muslim, whenever something happens in regard to Islam, that's not my issue. That's what I said.
No,
So we're black people with different issues, right? So if I live in London and something happens to a Pakistani dude, me, I'm practicing E5. I'm not about to say, oh, no, not a Pakistani, some Jamaican dude who believes in Allah. I'm not about to just run out there and start helping him with whatever he had. He got the whole freaking fracking ummah globally behind him, right? He got the global ummah. He don't need this.
Yeah, you know what, Melanie? I can't disagree with you. I actually kind of agree with you, but in real life, if I'm walking down the street and I see a black guy, regardless of what religion it is, I'm gonna see him black first, and I don't see his religion, I see his skin. So if I see a black guy in problem, I gotta do something.
Yes,
but
but
most
of us feel the same. But the problem is, they see a black brother and think, do you know what, Muslim first. If it was a Muslim beating up a black brother, they're going to protect their Muslim brother, because they're wondering, why is a Muslim brother beating up a black brother? They're not going to think that's my black brother being beaten up by a Muslim.
100. Right. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I say it's such a difficult question, isn't it? It's like it's a difficult position to be in.
It ain't, man. You can't fight two opposing wars. You're bringing that stress on yourself, in my view, especially if you weren't raised in it.
I think the part that gets to me is why people who have those views, which you understood now, brother, yeah, that a lot of black people have, it's quite common. It gets demonized, or those people get titles put on them, and I think that is just a very bottom base way to deal with this conversation. Like, I think the problem was the confusion of the whole debate. Like, even the people who were the podcast, the man and the woman, they both said that they thought they were having a discussion regarding the whole EDL, Tommy, whatever, against Black Lives Matter, hence why it's supposed to be a race thing. But when you have someone who's coming on and then interchanging race and religion, you've got confusion. And the one thing about our community that we should all know is that confusion is the first thing they get us with. So now you're having 100 different debates, and no one knows what the actual debate is actually pinpointed on. Like, and my view is, right, I think that the way Rass wants to go on, he's entitled to go on. If this is the wall that he wants to stand on and fight, he should be free. And my opinion is he can go on and do it, right? But he needs to acknowledge that when we're having a discussion about race, you're having a discussion about race. When you're having a discussion about religion, you're having a discussion about religion. And when they intersect, know that you're having a discussion in that kind of arena as well, and be very careful. Because when you're saying, well, my people don't but then when we're having a whole bunch of people who have different views right here, right now, all saying, well, no, we don't agree with that, it gets sticky. Because what people are you talking about? You need
to stop saying my people.
Yeah, you need to. Black people are getting very fed up of, like, that whole blackness and the term black getting used, or getting the Trojan horse to bust through a door, and then the blackness gets dropped down, and whatever the real politics come through takes over. Black people have been screaming out that they're tired of that. Black people are awake to that, and black people don't like you pissing on my head and telling me it's raining. bruh, stand on that fight, because like you said, a lot of people, that fight is a valid fight, but there is other fights as well. And if other people who are within the community who feel that there is another fight that is more detriment, that is more pressing, that's okay. They're not Islamophobes. They don't hate their fellow black Muslim people in Africa, in the Caribbean, in the UK. It's not that. So there's levels to this conversation, and to just minimize it and dumb it down, which that's been running for how many years? Like, come on, we can't carry on that narrative. So it's not fair now to question people because they just don't agree with one individual and one narrative. Like, that's madness. There's levels to it. If you're going to have this conversation, over that and have that conversation accordingly. Like, come on.
You know what? It's that's what I say. It's such a, like you said, it's sticky. It is. It really is, because the two are so like tightly together, isn't it? The religion, it's kind of, it's interchangeable so easily. There's a line, isn't it? And yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's, you know what?
Interchangeable with what? Your race?
Religion at the door.
No, in a conversation, you know, like when you're having a conversation, if it's actually a conversation about race and religion, it's, as a Muslim, if you're a Muslim, those two things come in quite close together. For me, it's not difficult. It's just a race thing. My religion doesn't have a, you know what I mean? It doesn't affect. To me, it's just a race thing.
That's why Malcolm X said in a conversation concerning nationalism, you have to leave your religion at the door.
Because when you start talking, but no, that's not true, because Malcolm X was a Muslim, right? But Malcolm X is a Muslim. He's a Muslim in the context, the time period that he lived and what was going on. Malcolm X did not ignore it. He did not ignore the racial and political context of the time that he was living in as a Muslim, as a Sunni Muslim. He did not. You can't say, you know, his total existence was as a black man. How do you cannot ignore that? He's in Harlem, New York, as a black man. Italians and everyone else, he's a non-white person, right? So, and when he spoke, when he had people showing up, he didn't say only Muslims. When he spoke about my people, that's everybody, whether he agreed with their beliefs or not. That's when you could speak for black people. But right. Then he wasn't saying the Quran this and the Quran that and this hadith that and that hadith that. No, he was talking about rights, period. So Malcolm X's message was really about his people having a fair share, not being harmed, not being threatened, having rights and so forth. That's way different than putting the spotlight and saying, we're Muslims and we da-da-da-da-da, and then all of a sudden you throw the word black, black, black every now and then. That's not cool.
And if you really look at how he did it at the end, I'm sorry, I thought you paused.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You good?
No, real quick point. Like, so if you look at how he did it at the end, like when he left the Nation of Islam, he had two messages and he had two organizations completely separate, one based upon nationalism and one based upon Islam. He didn't mix the two, right? In the sense where, like, if I'm going to have one conversation in terms of nationalism, I got to recognize I'm talking to black Christians, atheists, Buddhists. Do you know what I'm saying? So hence, leave the religion at the door in that conversation. Not that you don't pick it back up once you leave. Like, no. I understand that type of stuff. But like in terms of nationalism, like you're not catching hell. The hell that we're catching, or whatever he's talking about, like you're not catching as the Muslim or the Christian. You're catching because of your ethnicity, nationality, etc., whatnot, right? So that's why it's applicable there, right? But at the same point in time, he had the dualistic message, like, okay, now in Islam, this is what I'm dealing with here, blah 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 blah. He had his two separate organizations at the end, right?
So I wanted to ask a question to both Melanated and Moore. So let me ask you this: do you think Malcolm X was black first or Muslim first?
I think because of the days and the times he was in, he had to kind of be more black first, and it was a different kind of Muslim than we're talking about Rass's kind of Muslim, in my view.
Right, I would agree, but I feel like in this day and age, in this country, the Muslims that I know that are around me in society, they are Muslim first. Before they're black, they're Muslim first, and so
they're not allowed to be black first. I think they would love to be black first because they definitely don't like the way that they're being treated. To be honest with you, I don't think that they know they joined a sect or a crew or whatever that would kick their ever loving asses if they ever said that they was black first. But I think that they would love to be black first and still be Muslims. That's my answer.
I reckon the same. I would imagine. Yeah, I agree because look, even the practice of Islam and the way in which Muslims live in Africa is very different to say I don't know Saudi Arabia, Qatar. It's very different. And as far as
I think they're more black first.
So what do you see them as? Do you see them as black first or Muslim first?
I see them as black first because they live in whether they got Islam, they're in a black country. So they don't, that's the reason why you hear people say that ignorant statement. People in Africa don't even call themselves black. They don't have to because they're all black, right? It's only when they get around non-black people, they're like, yo, yeah, we're black and y'all not black. Like that's when it becomes more of a identity. But I would say they're definitely black first. They don't want to. Yeah. They're not going to side with the Arab people.
Look at the madness, right? Look at the madness. We see them as black first, yeah. They see themselves as Muslim first. You see where it gets mixed up? It's mad. It's just so.
How do you know that?
What do you mean?
The ones in Africa. How do you know they see themselves as Muslims first?
No,
He's saying the people in Africa see themselves as Muslims first. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because they don't have any reason to see any other thing other than I'm black and my religion is Muslim. They've not got the others to say, well, no, I'm Asian and actually Asians are the real Muslims.
Right. So to me, it's not a fair comparison.
I was talking about the UK.
Oh,
in the UK, they. I don't know about Africa. So in Africa, I see them as black first, and I'm assuming they would see themselves as black first. But in this day and age, who knows? But in the UK, definitely, everyone sees themselves as Muslim first, whether they're African, whether they're Indian, Muslim, Pakistani, whatever. They will always, in my experience, see themselves as Muslim first.
But look at how they are. I think the way in which Islam comes to you would dictate that as well.
Yes.
The way that you learn about Islam. So if you're being told, nah, bun fire, bun nationalism and da 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 da, right? But if all of your people in your whole country or the 90% of your country is black, you don't have to say we black first Muslims. It's in the West where you are a minority when you're 11 and 9% of the population and all of that. And then you have other people telling you, oh, yeah, you got to pick Islam first, right? You know, over your community of origin. Now that becomes more relevant. That's why I said I know they would love to be able to say, you know what, real talk, I'm tired of focusing on freaking what's going on in Yemen, what's going on in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on in Philly? They got Muslims over in Philly. You know, is that community okay? No, they just focusing on Saudi Arabia and Iran. And when is a black man gonna get tired of that stuff?
Yo, let there be a free Palestine rally tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
You see, like if he was to ask a Somalian, yeah, do you, like imagine the Somalian would say he's Muslim first, and then if you ask a Ghanaian, he would say he's a black first. You understand? It's a mad mix-up, man. It's something. Do you know what? I'm glad I don't have to have these problems. For me, it's just simple. Black first, done. That's it. There's no.
So, but that's why there needs to be nuance in the conversation. You asked the right question. You said, was Malcolm X black first or was he Muslim first? And for him, they're not this. They're not different, right? Like, so for instance, like in his like you know him more for his nationalism, right, than you do Islam, more than anything. It's like he's going to speak more about nationalism than Islam. Like, you know him more for that concept, right? Like that. Like that's why the black community clings to him and whatnot, right? They don't cling to him because he was a Muslim.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But again,
That's
his
great.
Islam,
Good point.
the Islam he talks about, like it informed his nationalism. Like, so I can go to the Quran right now and pull verses where God's saying to Muhammad, like, no, if I wanted to, I could have made you one nation, but I didn't. I made you different nations and whatnot, so you could race towards righteousness. Like, there's
hold on more. Wait. Are you saying that nationalism is halal or
it's part of the book? It's literally part of the system that is being failed to be taught, because the way God teaches it in the book, the Bible and the Quran, right? You're supposed to take care of your own nation and then take care of other nations through your charity and whatnot. And in that way, and if everyone does that, there's nobody who gets left out the loop. Everyone's taken care of and whatnot, right?
Are you like 100% on this? Yeah,
bro, I'll put my life on it.
Wow.
You're talking about the Quran. You're talking about the Quran. Or you're talking about these.
I'm talking about the Quran. I'm talking about the Quran, right?
Okay.
Like, so I'm the Quran.
You're talking about the Quran.
Is it part of Islam
Yeah,
in terms of the whole religion? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we'll grab some Somali family right now, and they'll be like, yeah, they're talking about building up Somalia as a nation and whatnot, and then they're going to catch some heat from certain groups talking about, oh no, you're not being Muslim because you're talking about nationalism. No, it's part of the thing, fam. They're doing the way they're supposed to. They're saying we want to build up our own nation from within and whatnot. That's what the Quran teaches to do.
So why is it perceived as haram then? What is it? Is it like
for the same reason? Okay, so you were talking earlier about, like, you know, like there's racism from certain Asian groups to us and whatnot, blah blah. Like, so let's say I was a Salafi Muslim. Let's say I was a Salafi Muslim, the same as some of these people.
The back channel, people at the back.
Yeah, so let's say like this is the thing right now in current Islam. Like if you can see people at Speakers Corner talking about this, right? Like, so if I want a certain Asian persuasion person's daughter, whatnot, I'm not getting that marriage happening, fam, because of my ethnicity, right? There's racism in current Islam, so they'll tell you there's no nationalism, but there damn sure is racism in Islam, fam. It's still there. So this isn't it. This is why I'm saying I would have preferred to see Rossback there talking to the brother, not Tommy, but talking to the brother to be like, okay, we need to talk about like why it should be okay to be nationalistic in Islam and whatnot. Why Malcolm X should be the pattern we follow with. Why it's cool.
See, the thing is, I'm
not to do it. Why they're wrong for it.
I'm not sure that like I said, like Rass is not a scholar. Do you get what I'm saying? But he knows a lot. But whether he would know what you're talking about, I'd be doubtful.
He's a freedom fighter.
I know he knows about it because I've talked. Hey, Buddha,
you know about Malcolm X and all that stuff. You know about that, Malcolm X.
I've talked to him about it directly.
Yeah, he knows about that. But I'm saying the nationalism in the Quran, like I've never heard that. I've always been told nationalism's taboo. Like it's not. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be any nationalism whatsoever. And but again, I'm talking from a layman's point of view because you know I'm not Muslim, so.
One of my favorite verses, "O mankind, you were made into many tribes, many nations and tribes out of a single pair of male and female, that you may know each other, not despise the other."
Can you say the surah and stuff so people who listening could do their research?
Oh, you know what? Let me pull them up right quick and I'll put them in the chat right quick.
All right. See, melanated ain't biased, y'all. I ain't biased.
Can someone maybe message me? I think like people in the back chat trying to get in. Who is it?
Yeah, oh fuck that. I'm fucking biased. I don't give a shit. That interview was weak sauce. Rass fucked up. He shouldn't have wore armbands under his camo. That one sock up, one sock down thing was stupid. It was just dumb. It was like he brought feelings from 4 years ago into a debate today. It was ridiculous.
Oh,
it was shit.
Yo, Ultra, what is the armband thing? I don't get the armband thing.
Bro, I'm looking at his arms, and he's, you know, like I bought my son one of them inflatable Incredible Hulk costumes, and it looks like he's wearing one of them.
Oh, yeah. So you reckon he's wearing one of his?
I don't know. I'm not gonna insist it was Incredible Hulk, but the flotation device he's wearing under the camo, I want to know what it's for. Maybe he's injured. Do you know what I mean?
Bro,
Maybe
you know what? Your imagination is wild, fam. I gotta tell you, bro.
Yo, Ultra called it a flotation device. Ultra said a flotation device, guys.
Oh, I missed Ultra. My G. So you
Shots
saying,
fired, yo.
listen, my man was on some grand level of fuckery or what, man? What's going on?
Bro, I don't know, but this is what I'm saying. Listen, let me not lie, yeah. Personally, I don't give a shit. But I'm a man, and it's an opportunity to banter, right? My thing is, I'm just looking at this video from like all different angles, right? And my thing is, what was the point? What was the point, right? And I'm struggling to find one. So in the meantime, while I'm looking for the point, let's look elsewhere. So Rass is wearing army gear. Fair enough. Why does he look like Popeye? Why? Someone tell me. In fact, no. Tell me why
I
I'm
don't know.
wrong.
Right, you know what? Ultra man, come stop this. You
Tell me why
resonate
I'm
with the
wrong.
next man's body. What's wrong with you, bro?
Wait, hold on,
Come on,
bro.
man.
I never mentioned his body. I meant the flotation device.
Oh, your imagination is something
That
else, bro.
laugh.
His imagination's like, wow.
No, wait, Buddha, hold on a second. Are you saying that I am wrong? Now, not. It might not be a flotation device. Fair enough. But are you saying there's not something wrong with the camo surrounding the area of his bicep?
Rude boy, you know what I'm
Or
gonna
are
tell
you
you?
saying that you haven't noticed it?
I'll
Maybe
tell
you
you what,
haven't, and that's fair.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you what I feel, right? There's an absolutely stunning, beautiful lady sitting right next to him, right? And instead of looking at the lady, you're looking at the man's chest and bicep
No,
and
but you're
tricep.
saying, wait, whoa. Where did chest come from? Where did chest come, brother? See, you just took it there. You made it nasty. You made it nasty. Yeah, you did.
I'm gonna
You
look at
did.
the man's
You made it,
bicep.
Buddha.
bro.
You made it nasty. You made it nasty. You made it nasty. And also as well, let me be honest with you, right? The sister in the brown jumpsuit, bro, she's a hot snack. We know that, right? But you have to compartmentalize this whole thing, because I believe if you ask most men, they will tell you she's a hot snack. And if you look at the thumbnail of the preview video for the second part, one of my comments in there was the mic placement is tragic. Now, Buddha, please go to YouTube, go to the thumbnail of the video, and look at the mic placement for the sister and the brother. Splash.
Only you, Ultra. Do you know I looked at that? And
This is what I'm saying, Sosa. Yeah, I'm saying. The mic placement is tragic. Now, I'm saying, Buddha, listen. Like, look, if it's a thing where you haven't noticed what I've seen, that's fine. Right? I'm just saying. Don't tell me, oh, Ultra, your imagination. But just tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me that what I'm seeing is factually inaccurate for this reason and that reason and that reason. That's all I want.
Not literally talking to you, Ultra. Just clear your mind out.
Brother, listen, I'll give that one a pass, bro. I don't want to get involved. I don't know. You do what you're doing, man.
Wait, hold on. See, this is what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying I've seen something that I'm not sure of. I've asked you to tell me where I'm going wrong, and you don't want to get involved.
Listen, whatever you saw,
All right,
whatever
I
you
see what's
think-
going on here. I see what's going on.
Listen, bro, I don't know. My focus.
Yeah, no,
was
don't worry,
somewhere
Buddha.
else.
Don't worry, Buddha. You don't have to say a word. I see what's going on. Don't worry.
Real. Listen to this, bro. Did you see? In fact, everyone on this panel, did you see the way Tommy Robinson was looking at the lovely lady? Anybody?
Yeah, of course,
that?
and rightfully so. She's a hot snack.
Not gonna lie, I had to lower my gaze a couple of times.
That's the whole 3-piece meal there. But the thing is, I think Mr. Robinson's actually single at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure he's separated from his
Yeah,
wife.
but this is the thing, Buddha. Being a man, whether he's black or white or Asian, if he's in the presence of a woman who's a hot snack, he's going to look. That's what we do. That shouldn't even be a surprise. That's what it is. And not even that. You don't even have to be attractive. If you're a female, we want you. That's it. And worse if you're hot, sexy, your hair's done, you smell good, and you're wearing a chocolate brown catsuit. Come on, brother. Come on. Come on.
What's the relevance in the way that he was looking at her? Like,
listen, you know us guys, you know, like when we're walking down road with our girl, we know when a man's looking at our girl, innit? Like, even if we're driving or whatever, we see certain man looks at girls, innit? So, Mr. Robinson
was she with Raspberry's woman?
No, man. The girl that was on the lady that was on the cast.
So, like, but what is your point that Tommy was looking at her? So?
Yeah, my point was Tommy Robinson was giving her the eye. That's my point. I was wondering if anybody else ultra clocked it. Did you see it? Or
yeah, I saw it on here. I mean, I don't really understand the point
way
that he was looking at her.
That's what I'm asking. That's my question. I'm sure.
Wait, hang on, Buddha. How come you clocked Tommy Robinson looking at the sister, but you didn't clock the biceps on Rass Cameron?
Who said the biceps? I'm done.
No, wait, hold on. This is what I'm saying. I don't know why we're all ignoring this, but I think this is a great source of banter. Someone, like, look, it might not. You know what? This might even blow up. The flotation device might blow up in my own face. It could be he's wearing a bandage because he's injured. I'm saying, someone just tell me what I want. Someone tell me.
Bro, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't watch man like that too tough. You understand?
Wait a minute. Wait, why are you making it sexual, brother? I don't get it.
I'm not making it sexual. I'm just saying I don't
Bro,
watch
you
man
just
like
said
that.
you literally just said you was watching Tommy Robinson watch the girl.
Yeah. I'm watching what he's looking at.
Oh.
I'm not watching
Ultra, what you saying? He came through with a fuckery flotation device?
I don't know. I don't know why Buddha's got this cognitive dissonance, bro. It's like it's weird. It's weird. Like, I'm saying, Buddha, there's something I see. Can you just have a look at it and confirm whether I'm wrong? Confirm that I'm wrong, please.
To engage in this like banter thing, man. It's not. Do someone else. I can't.
Oh yeah, no, for real. I forgot. Sorry, someone else tell me I'm wrong, because Buddha's incapable of doing that at this time. Is 90 for there? Can anyone play the video back quickly? Just like 10 seconds. Because like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe it was a deliberate fashion choice. I just want to know.
So Ultra, what do you think about the conversation that they had? Like
I'm being honest. I've been honest. I missed some of it. I was at work, but the part that I did hear, it just sounded like all those same old talking points from years ago that he was desperate to fire off back then. It was kind of like there was nothing new, nothing was learned. It was just a ego fest, to be honest with you. And I'm what was the most, I think the most poignant part of that whole thing was the host of the Splash. No, is it Splash or Spray? Spray or Splash? I heard him just keep agreeing with Tommy Robinson. I was like, wait, huh?
Did you just call him Young Splash?
I don't know. Sorry, bro. I can't remember his name. He spent a lot of the time agreeing with Tommy Robinson, and in one point, I'm sure I heard
kissing his ass.
No, I heard the guy. Is it Spray or Splash?
Spray.
Yeah, call him Young
Spray. Yeah,
Young Splash.
Yeah, sorry, I heard Spray. I heard Spray telling Raspek, "Nah, bro, you're moving like an idiot. Like, allow it." And I was like, rah, hold on. I thought, bro, the whole thing for me was really funny. It was really funny. And James Jones, listen to this, right? I highlighted the flotation device Raspet's wearing around the bicep area,
James Jones, bro, fucking hell.
but nobody wants to discuss it, and I'm not sure why. What do you think, James?
Do you ask me?
Yeah. Why do you think nobody wants to discuss the fashion choice around the bicep?
Oh, he's still saying he's wearing armband.
Hey, I'm trying to share my screen right now. I got it playing right now, fam.
James Jones. Can you hear me? His ground control to Major Tom. Wait, James Jones.
Yo.
You doing? Long time. I did say completely blanked me. I'm like, wow, what did I do to you, man?
Jones has been blanking everybody from like the end of last year. Allow him, man. I'm joking.
No.
Big up, Sosa.
Big up, James.
I think you're cutting out, Buddha.
No, I was just saying hello, bro. Just saying hello. Who's the other? There's a banner. I can't see people. That the last three I can't see. Who's the other person?
Kale. Big up, Kale.
Yeah, big up, Kale.
I think they call him Arab Kale or something. That's what they call him?
He's not Arab. What?
I heard he's. What do you mean? I heard he's Arab. That's what someone told me.
Nah.
Wait. So, no, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I heard you're half Arab. Am I wrong? Is that wrong?
No, I'm not an Arab. That's the thing. I'm not an Arab. I've never called myself an Arab, so I'm not an Arab.
No, apparently you're half Arab though. It's like your old man's an Arab or something.
How you gonna be pushing it?
My dad's not. No, I'm not. I'm not Arab. I'm an African. My dad's an Afro-Caribbean with Nigerian ancestry. My mother is a black Middle Eastern, but I'm not an Arab though. But anyway,
your mom's an Arab. Your mom's Arab.
Back to the conversation.
Oh my God!
Back to the conversation.
The person that we can't know where he's from is badgering somebody else. Cut it out, James Jones.
Give me.
Let's cut it out. Come on, go ahead.
It's a joke. I'm not too fussed. You know,
that's just what they were saying. They were saying that you speak Arabic and that you're half Arab. That's what I heard.
Okay, and he said he wasn't. Moving on. Let's not do
right.
this.
He didn't answer you.
Just answered you, you know, bro.
Yeah, no, you I appreciate it. Sorry, bro. I appreciate
but the thing is that I identify as African. That's how I was raised.
Yeah.
So you understand?
Yeah,
but,
no, but like,
I mean,
yeah. No, I hear you. But like, oh yeah, I hear you. But when you say Black Middle Eastern,
James with the good hair, please let the man talk.
Yeah, but the thing is, brother,
James, come on, chill.
What you forget to realize that there are black people indigenous in the Middle East.
But they're still Arabs, though. That's the point.
Well, here's the thing, brother, and I'll explain it quickly because it's a good conversation and that. Every Ishmaelite or a Qatarite or a Yemenite indigenous can be Arab, but not every Arab can be an Ishmaelite or a Yemenite, if that makes any sense. You have to be from the bloodline.
I'm not great with genealogy. I kind of usually get lost, but just to be clear, it's like you don't identify as an Arab, but
no, I identify as an African.
As an Arab.
So that again, what?
You don't identify as an Arab, but you have been identified as an Arab.
People will identify due to certain tactics. What can I do? It's up to them, you know. But at the end of the day, there are black people in the Middle East. My father is a pro-Pan-Africanist. When he met my mother and that, my mother's a black woman. It's just that she's from that particular region, which is Northeast Africa. Not all black people, brother, are from West Africa, South, Central, North. There are some that are Northeast African, which is in the Middle East. Understand?
There's nothing wrong with being Arab, bro.
Allow it.
I never said there was anything wrong.
Oh,
I never said, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I never said there was anything wrong with it. I identify with Africa. I've known you for a long time online. Have you ever heard me identify with any Arab before, brother?
No, I was so shocked when I heard it, Brody. I was so shocked.
Nah, and there's nothing wrong with it. But as I said to you already, I've never identified with an Arab, Ishmaelite, what do you call it? What other labels do we like to call each other? All these different labels, which ain't going to do anything anyway. It's not going to give you any power unless you're backed up by resources and proper culture. So I've never identified those things. I've always identified with an African. Do you understand?
Yeah, big up, bro. Like I said, there's no, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say that the brother Buddha was saying some interesting things, right? That he's right, and the other gentleman, I can't remember his name, that there is verses that you are allowed to help your people out. Abu Huraira reported, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Learn your lineage and solidify your family ties. Verily, keeping family ties causes the love among the kinship, enriches your wealth, and increases your lifespan." So the black Muslims, unfortunately, they have been bullied to help out their people, which is very wrong, because when you look in the regions of the UK or globally, every race practices nationalism, but they stop black people from practicing it, which is very interesting. So I just wanted to back up what the brother was beautifully saying with the rest of the nationalism subject.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Those verses, by the way, are 49:13 and 5:48 in the Quran.
Jeez. I'm not joking.
Hey, Sosa.
Yeah.
Hey, I beg you, protect me from that Christian lady, please.
You love it. I'm like, she's left you alone. Why even say anything? Oh boy, you're on your own, bro. I'll try my best, but
Boy, it got quiet.
Yo, James Jones.
Tell him, bro.
Listen, let me ask you something. Have you heard from the guy in Ireland, the black guy? I forget his name.
The guy in Ireland?
Yeah, you know the Irish black guy.
Talking about Rass.
yeah, I miss him.
What's his name?
Rass.
That's right. Yeah. Have you heard from him, James Jones?
Not personally. I think he's alright. I think someone on that. I think he's probably right.
Listen, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in a bit.
You're right, Mel.
I'm good. How are you?
You know, surviving, fucking and diving, still alive.
Yep. I'm waiting for the punchline, so I'm not saying much.
No, just I'm kind of disappointed. You don't sound happy to hear from me, but that aside, no, there's no question.
Yeah, you already know. You about to start talking about Pan-Africanism or some stupid shit. But so James, what could you be mistaken for an Arab?
I don't think
Just
so.
asking. No.
I mean, given that Arab is like equivalent to saying something like Black Middle Eastern, I mean, maybe I could be. Depends, isn't it?
So you look a little Black Middle Eastern too. Okay.
I mean, you could look Black Middle Eastern for all we know. How do we know?
There's some pictures about you circling.
Like
so the
Tatiana.
one that you look like a little, Ethiopian dude, like a big forehead. You got the big forehead thing going on too. Is that true?
No.
Yeah. You got the.
I think
You got a small forehead, or like you got a Tyra Banks joint.
I think my proportions are pretty good. I mean, that aside,
Like
though.
Rihanna, you more like Rihanna.
No. Have you got any more iterations you want to run by me, or is that are you done?
Well, I mean, like, Tyra Banks is a bit like, she's in a lane for herself, but Rihanna could, it's a little
Just
toned
saying,
down. So I was just trying to.
You look like Tekashi 6ix9ine.
No. Well, I mean, see, Kel, the only thing that I find quite interesting about what you said is like,
yeah,
you said Middle Eastern. Well, I think it's fair to say that all of the Middle Eastern countries, in terms of the dominant ethnic groups that inhabit those particular regions, particular nations, are going to be Arabs, right? That's what they're going to be regarded as. You agree?
Here's the thing, brother. We as a people have to start using the narrative of what the non-African people have used on us. So, for example, this Middle East, there's no such thing as Middle East. It's Africa, right?
Yeah, no, but it's Western Asia, but okay. But that's
well, no, it's not Western Asia, brother. You're on about Europe. No, brother. Europe was Western Asia, brother. Remember, Europe was classed as Western Asia, not the Northeast Africa, Middle East. That would class the second Egypt.
That would be so North Africa would be North Africa, would be Africa, and like the Middle East would be, I guess it's is it longitudinal? Like, so the further south from the equator you go, it becomes the Middle East, and the further north you go, it becomes Eurasia. But that would still be Asia. The continent would still be Asia, right?
How could that be when they came up with the word Middle East in the 1948, brother? All due respect to.
No, but Middle East isn't a continent. So.
I never said it was. That's why I said it's part of Africa. They came up with the Middle East to get the I have to be very careful with this. To get the J people who are not originally on the bloodline of Jacob to push out the original one.
Rory, just because I feel like we're getting kind of further away from what I asked you. Like, what I asked you was just like, would you not say that the prevalent sort of ethnic groups within those that inhabit that region, would you say that they're not Arab? They're not referred to as Arab.
They're not referred.
They are referred to as Arab. Sorry.
They're referred to by who, brother? By who?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking you. By whom? I'm saying, would you agree that they are called Arabs?
Do the people call themselves Arab, or like that? I'm asking you sincerely. Like, I don't understand. I'm trying to gain understanding. Do the people call themselves Arabs?
Pick one. Yeah. Pick Jordan. Pick Qatar. Whatever. Right? What would you say the dominant ethnic group within Qatar is, or Jordan?
Well, here's the thing, brother. I've just explained to you, right? Nobody was.
I can get a direct answer to one of those questions, though, because I don't think it's that complicated.
Well, you said the dominant ethnic group. He never said his mother descended from the dominant ethnic group. He just said his mother was black in that region. You are saying that because she's from that region, then she must be Arab. He never said that his mother was from the dominant ethnic group.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you, brother. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. We have to be careful with narratives by non-African people.
Really quickly.
Go on.
Really appreciate that contribution, Mel. I don't know how it was relevant. I just asked.
I'm sure because you can be from a place, right, and not represent the dominant ethnic group. I had to say it slow for you so you can catch it.
Yeah. So, just one more time, Phil. Would you say the dominant ethnic group, and let's just take a country like Jordan, would you say the dominant ethnic group is Arab? Would you agree with that?
It would be better for you to say, is it predominantly modern day Arabs? That would be more befitting, because I've just explained to you already, brother.
I'm happy to accept that qualification.
Brother, I've just explained to you already. Brother, hold on, brother, because you're confusing yourself and you're trying to confuse everybody else. I've just explained to you. Brother, hold on, brother.
You've agreed to compromise to the terms of which he's going to answer the question, or understand that you're just going to be stuck going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, because I just said I'm happy for the qualification, bro. You're just saying contemporary Arabs or whatever, modern day Arabs. Fine, no problem. So if that's the case, then it's safe to assume that if somebody and we agree that somebody can be black and Arab, there doesn't seem to be any contradiction there. So if not Arab, and Mel's right, she's saying it could be the case that your mother doesn't comprise the dominant ethnic group. That's fine. If not Arab, then what? Because presumably it would be something like this is a Cameroonian emigre in Jordan, and that's they're black, they hail from the Middle East, but they're not ethnically Arab. Reason being their ancestry is from Cameroon or something, right? If not, what is the ethnic group that she comprises? What is it, or is it just Black Middle East? Is that like
what? Who comprises of? What? Who comprises of? Who are you referring to?
Respectfully, sorry, your mother.
You're talking about the people in the Middle East or Mesopotamia is what he's asking you, Kel.
Oh, so he's on about those
your
who.
mother, no, I'm saying your mother particularly.
Hold on, brother. I've just explained to you already, brother. This is why listening. Hold on, listening is very important. I've just explained to you already, right? That there are black Middle Easterns indigenous there, and there are those who've migrated in there. So, for example, you mentioned about Eurasia and that. It is true that you've had Turks and you've had all different types come into there. They're not indigenous there, and they call themselves Arabs, right? That's what I said to you. Are you referring to the modern day Arabs, what they call, or are you referring to the indigenous? Because there's a completely different thing. And you said because they're Eurasia, or if they're not ethnically from that, what would they be? So who are you referring to them being? My family. Is that what you're referring to?
No, basically, sorry, I forgot. I wasn't really tracking what you were saying, but I just basically asked, if not Arab, what ethnic group does your mother comprise? Or are you just saying like she's some black autochthonous person to the region? Is that what you're saying? If so, it seems like
she would be class. Hold on, brother. Listening's important, all due respect to her.
I mean, I did listen, but it's gibberish at this point.
No, it's gibberish to you, brother, because you are trying to get some information based upon how you feel towards that region. And
really care,
hold on, brother. I've told you, she's an Ishmaelite. You understand? I've told you this in the beginning. I said to you, every Ishmaelite or a Yemenite can be Arab, but not every Arab can be Ishmaelite or a Yemenite. The reason is because the word Arab means when you express a language, it's actually an Afro-Asiatic language. You understand? It's got nothing to do with it means black or anything like, or mix. It's got nothing to do with that. It means when you articulate it, which is why there's a narration where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be on him, says, whoever speaks the Arabic language is an Arab. But that doesn't mean that you are an Ishmaelite or you are a Yemenite. What it means is that you are part of that classification of speaking that language. It doesn't mean you're from the bloodline. And I tried to explain to that in the beginning. Go on, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
just for clarity, so I understand, is your mom from Yemen?
No, she's from Jordan.
Okay.
Oh, for real? So I just guessed that right. I actually, honestly, that was just potluck. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but you know this already, though. This is what's very interesting.
Wallahi, I don't know that your mom's from Jordan. And if I do, maybe actually, to be honest, maybe it was like implicit. Maybe I've heard it before subconsciously. Maybe.
Well, you know what? Well, you know what then, brother James? I will send in the group because I understand the black Jordanians. If you're happy with that, shall I send that in?
No. Listen, if that's what you're saying, if what you just mean is
no, brother, I'll send it, brother. I'll send it. It's okay, brother.
I'm not telling you to or not send it. That's not what I'm addressing. What I'm saying is
no, but brother, remember you were saying speaking gibberish.
You said let me go.
Go on, brother. Go on, brother.
If what you're claiming is some indigeneity to the region that precedes, let's say, the codification of Arabic, or at least the Quranic Arabic or whatever, that's fine. I'm interested to know though how that indigenous group refers to themselves in terms of ethnically. And if what you're saying is they literally call themselves either Black Jordanians or Black Middle Easterners or Black Western Asians, okay, fine. I'll take your word for it. I've never heard this, so this is the first time I'm hearing this stuff.
I actually saw a video about the Black Egyptians, the indigenous Black Egyptians, and um, that's kind of how they address themselves. Like although they, practice Islam because of, they practice Islam there, they could definitely see the difference between themselves and the Arabic Muslims that are there, and or the non-Black Muslims that are there, and the way that I think that the video that I saw, they were like in the cut, they were like pushed away, like very more like agriculturalists, and they were like not the face that when you think of Egyptians present day. They definitely were not the phenotype of modern day Egyptians. So that's kind of the image that I got in my head when Kale was describing, his mother's orientation in the country that she's from.
I'm going to send it all in the group, Sister Melanie Goddess, just to clarify things, because I know it's a bit shaky for some people. I'll send it in the group. I've sent.
Has he cut out, or is it my sound, my connection?
Oh,
I'm still in, sis. I'm still,
I thought
sis.
it
I'm
was
just
me.
sending everything in there. I'm still in, sis. I'm still there.
Yeah. So, James, you care to share your take on the actual video, the Prospect Tommy Robinson interview?
Okay,
Debate, whatever.
so I've just sent one in the chat group, right? So those, or shall I put it in the private chat? Do you want to put that up on the screen, or?
Yeah, put it in the
Put it in the
I
private
don't know.
chat, and then I'll paste it in the main chat.
Okay,
I don't think you can put links.
And I hope that I weren't disturbing the show by my presence, because I wanted to talk about Black issues for our people. But our brother James, is speaking about other issues. So excuse if I've disturbed the stream that way. Hold on a minute.
Jonas the Derailer.
Shout out to the Afro Jordanians and whatnot.
Shout out.
Which are a real thing, by the way, for people who don't know.
So if you've said this already, yeah, but earlier on I asked if you were Muslim, and you said yeah, but not in the same sense as, and then I kind of catch the rest. What are your beliefs?
Talking to me?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be classified as a Quranist when it comes to Islam.
So
I take the
that
Quran.
down for someone who doesn't follow any form of religion or understand none of it.
100%. So I take, and I'm even real particular amongst Quranists and whatnot. So I take the Quran, but I do not accept the Hadith. I don't read that the Quran gives any authority to the Hadith, etc. So I take the Quran and the previous scriptures, but I do not take the Hadith.
So
Would that be like saying someone believes in the New Testament, but they don't believe in the Old Testament?
That would be like saying someone takes the Old Testament but doesn't take the Talmud. They don't take the Talmud.
Excuse me, family. I've just sent the 2 videos in there. If you could, put that up for us to clarify it for Brother James and the rest of the chat.
Yeah, but just to clarify, that would be like saying that I take the Old Testament, but not the Talmud or the Mishnah or whatnot. That I don't take the commentaries or whatnot. So the Hadith are in tafsirs and all that type of stuff. Those are extra sayings and commentaries that aren't part of the actual scripture itself. So I just take the scripture for jurisprudence without the commentaries and hadith, etc.
And just
Which
for,
makes me an extreme minority in Islam. Extreme minority. I make it less than 1% of Muslims, but it's a growing practice.
And just for
Is it
clarification,
recognized
how?
also?
Huh?
Hello.
I was gonna go ahead. I'll ask my question afterwards. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking, is it actually recognized? Like, or is it just like
In
a
certain
set?
places, yeah, like you can find
Modern
Quranists in West Africa as well. You can find them in Nigeria. You can find Quranists in India.
Is it
Quranists-
modest? I mean, not modest, modern, or is it always been a version of Islam?
There's always been some form or another, some small group of Quranists and whatnot. Like, so there was Quranists during the time of all the old schools of jurisprudence that were around. There's Quranists now. There's modern incarnations of it. It's no different than any other form of Islam.
Sister, sorry to cut you. Could you send the one at the bottom as well?
Yeah, I'm just doing that now.
Oh, okay. Right.
I have a question. Orthodox. How
Yes, ma'am.
how did you get an understanding about prayer without the hadith?
The Quran and the previous scriptures. Like, so the Quran, the instructions in the Quran, it says in three places that if you're in doubt or you don't know about what's being revealed to you, to go to the people of the previous scriptures, the books of the previous scripture, the previous reminder. So I basically, what I do, my basic methodology is whenever I have a question about a topic, I take out all the verses from the Quran and the Bible on the topic and try to get some clarity and some continuity between all of them. And I was able to do so.
So would you say that the way that you pray is similar to the way other Muslims pray, or because you went to the previous scriptures, you would basically like pray closer to the way in which, like, I guess, like a Hebrew or a Christian would pray?
Well, so here's the thing: if I take an ancient Jew, an ancient Christian, and a Muslim and put them next to each other and they pray, you're not going to really tell the difference.
Do you have to marry a Muslim?
No.
Why? Would she have to convert once she's married you?
No.
As long as she believes in the Bible, right?
Yeah. So I got to marry like a Jew, Christian, or Muslim. And no, they wouldn't have to convert. They could be what they are. Like, they could be, they don't have to change anything in terms of their practice.
Yeah, brother. You know, like, you're a Muslim. Do you get backlash from the Muslim community when you want to kind of help out black people? Or
Yeah, 100%. I've literally gotten 2 channels taken down trying to do that.
how do you navigate it? What's your strategies for the black Muslim? Because I agree with what you were saying. I do know that, you know, you are allowed to help out your people. It is definitely used against black Muslims, I've noticed. So what would be your kind of strategies and advice to help out the black Muslims, just in case they are faced, well, they always are faced with, aren't they? You know, what strategies could you help them out with?
Well, so here's the reality: is you're not going to get any help from anybody. So just build within your own. Like, so find the people who agree with you and try to actually build the same organizations that you would within Islam. The same organization, the same type of things that you would in terms of like Islamic outreach and helping people out. You do the same thing within your own organization, and you can even make them Islamic. You know what I'm saying? And reflect your Islam and whatnot, and show people that it is part of your Islam. But just understand that you're not going to get any help outside of yourself on that.
Because, brother, no, I don't. What I'm about to say, I'm not attacking you in that, right? I've debated a lot of black Muslims. And for example, I am a Pan-Africanist, raised in it due to my father and etc. and that. And what I've noticed is that you'll see the black Muslims understanding that you have to practice group economics amongst one another, and then like a non-African Muslim will say, well, you're going to the hellfire because nationalism is like a haram and etc. and they'll say other things that you have to help out your Muslims instead of black people. So what advice, because you seem very learnt, can you help the black Muslims to diffuse that particular rhetoric when they hear that, in order for them to join with us, not to get rid of their religion, but to kind of build with us? What kind of strategies would you help them out with?
So again, you're never going to stop that argument from coming in your direction, right? The only thing you can do is stand on what you believe your Islam to be. Like, so for me, I'm going to go directly to the Quran. I'm going to go to Surah 49, ayat 13. I'm going to go to Surah 5, ayat 48, where it specifies, again, if Allah willed, he could have made you one nation, but he didn't. He gave you different things and made you different nations so that you could race towards righteousness and whatnot. It's literally baked into the cake of Islam, right? That you're supposed to be different nations and you're supposed to be tending to your own nation and whatnot, right? It's literally baked into the cake. So you can debate this. Here's the thing. You can either waste your time in debating the thing or you can walk the thing out. I would say disengage. Like, you can disengage with the debate with other Muslims, but have the conversation within yourself. Like, so for instance, in what we're talking about here, I would have much preferred Prospect go on, talk to the host on a different day without Tommy Robinson there, and break down why nationalism amongst black Muslims is an okay thing.
Yeah.
That's the only solution we can have on this, because it's not going to be like we're gonna get someone else to agree. And if we do, even amongst Islam, it's not their job to build up our nation. The Quran says it's our job to do it. You know what I'm saying? And I shouldn't expect them to want to build up my nation. That doesn't make sense.
Exactly. So when it all comes on top, I don't want to hear no fighting for our people, because we don't know who your people are. Sorry, I'm going back to the video. Oh, I was referring back to the video, should I say?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say the last part for me one more time. My connection cut out. Can you repeat that part?
Oh, I don't remember. But Christy wants to know, can you marry a Pan-African spiritualist sister?
Can I marry a Pan-African spirit? It would depend on the spiritual tradition. We would have to really sit down and talk about how she gets down on certain things. Because
what you mean? Why you say it like that? You know how she get down on certain things.
Because there's certain traditions that I don't consider against Islam, and there's some that I do.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you cleared that up.
Pan-Africanist brother, the fourth principle, that if you're gonna make a deity of the creator, you should look black. The Honorable Marcus Garvey, who I follow in regard to his blueprint, I'm a Pan-Africanist. He reinvented Pan-Africanism, and he said that he doesn't agree that your deity, you should make an image of a deity, but if you are right, then it should look like you. So let's say, for example, there's a Pan-Africanist sister, right? And she's pure in regards to abstaining away from fornication, etc. Would it be possible for her to be married with you or any other black Muslim?
Me, yeah. So again, like I was saying previously in the previous question, yeah, this possible. I have to understand her spiritual beliefs on certain things. Like, so there's certain West African traditions that I don't consider to be outside of the realm of Islam or Hebraic traditions, etc. Right? No issue with that, right? There's some that I do, and that's all there is. Like, so we would have to walk that one out. But again, so I'm a pan-nationalist, right? Like, so I support everybody in what they're doing. Like, I'm not going to say, well, no, they shouldn't be practicing this type of stuff. But no, I'm just not going to be. I believe that, like, in terms of this, like, so we have multiple ethnicities amongst people amongst the diaspora, right? I support everyone doing their own thing in that. You know what I'm saying? I support everyone having a strong nation and what they do with that. I have no issue with any tradition. Like, I'm not going to try to go stamp out any African tradition. That's not my thing. To me, that they all have their place and whatnot amongst the cultures that they come from.
Yeah, because I've noticed one thing that we do as a people is demonize our culture. I understand, because due to the Abrahamic faith, that they have to practice monotheism, but at the same time, it shouldn't be like putting down. You should be able to kind of understand that, okay, that's my culture, but I'm not going to show hatred or, you know, some form of loyalty to demonize it. Because let's be honest, man, other races, they practice what they will call judge. You got white judge, brown judge, red judge, yellow judge, you know. Mystic Meg in UK, she was a woman that used to come on BBC One, and she used to do all the kind of predict the future, etc. There was a white woman in Chicago, you probably heard about this. She read up on the Haitian Revolution, and she was fascinated how, you know, our ancestors, you know, defeated those Europeans, and she bought up all the voodoo books. She bought them all. You can research. So we know that they kind of they know that voodoo in regards to our spiritual system is very powerful, but they just don't want us to kind of to practice it. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, did he allow for African traditions to be left alone without people tampering with it, or was there something else that was going on?
So let me see if I'm hearing your question correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Like, so if they're not messing with you, should you mess with them, basically?
What I was referring to is that they seem to are fascinated with our voodoo. They'll demonize it for us. They'll call it like black magic, but then they'll still use it to help them out. You understand? So you understand what I mean? And that, like,
so yeah, I'll say it like this. Like, so in the Quran, there's this concept like unto you your way, unto me mine, right? So there isn't like and also this concept of like you don't enforce the religion, like you don't force it on somebody, right? It has to be a willful concept, right? Like, so no, there is this concept of religious liberty within Islam, right? 100%, and a lot of people don't see it that way. But at the same point in time, I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, I think a lot of people misunderstand monotheism in a lot of ways, right? Like, so there's some people who have this strict concept in the Abrahamic traditions of just one God, one God, one God. However, there's another way of looking at it in the concept of like monolatry, to where it's the sense to henotheism and monotheism overlates. Henotheism being the beliefs in many gods, monotheism being the belief in one, monolatry being the belief in many gods but the worship of just one, right? So this is where I'm saying I'd have to sit down and talk to the sister, like if like the Pan-African system, whatever spiritual tradition, because you know what, if we really get down to it, your Olo might be my Allah. You feel me? And if we really get down to it, I might not have an issue with how certain traditions are practiced or whatnot. Because I mean, again, I come from West African Muslims and North African Jews and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so, and so there's a lot of the traditions that from a Hebraic side or whatnot, like it looks identical. It's not going to be separate or whatnot, right? If I go to a lot of Islamic traditions, if I go to my Sufi West African tradition, bro, I'm pulling out like talismans and all kind of stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Right.
So it like no, like that's what I'm saying. Like we'd have to really sit down and go through it. But like no, like I also come from a part of West Africa where like a lot of this like historically again like the Senegambia parts of other places where like this stuff was overlapping. You had people who were historically Christians, Muslims, Jews doing the spiritual traditions, and they're overlapping and blending and whatnot. It's
right.
We came to the Americas, did the same thing in the Gullah Geechee culture, blended all of them together. You know what I'm saying? Like there's ways that they overlap and ways they complement each other, right? So it doesn't have to be like a versus concept, that's my beef right there when it comes to this whole oh no, if you're practicing nationalism, you're going against Islam and whatnot. That's whoever's saying that. Their Islam is younger than the Islam that came out of West Africa, right? Right. So when I go back to that West African culture, bro, like what they're saying is not there. It ain't. So I'm you know what? I'm gonna let them handle that. That's their conversation anyway. I'm trying to have that conversation with my people practicing my thing, right? And that's the whole point. Is you're asking what's the solution? The solution is me recognizing I don't need to have the conversation with anybody but my people.
Because you know what, brother, I'll be honest with you, it seems to be forced upon the black community. I mean, it's no secret what's happened. You know, I don't believe the Creator has sent down religions to oppress black people, but it has been used against us. And I was listening to the Rass podcast with the brother Strand and Tommy Robinson, right? And one thing that I've noticed is that for example, the Europeans, because they're so organized due to our disorganization, they have the ability to kind of shift different topics. You know, they can kind of say like, you know, this organization is for all black people, but at the same time, they're still running it as Europeans. And they have that ability to do that. And I believe like Tommy Robinson, he was kind of shifting, trying to get Raspect to not talk about nationalism, to more focus on Islam. I don't know if people were clocking that, but I was clocking it. So what advice would you have for us who are a little bit timid by the Abrahamic faith towards our fellow Abrahamic follower, black brother or black sister, that wants to tell us about the religion and at the same time wants to organize us on nationalism for black people? What advice would you have for them?
I'd say be leery, and rightfully so. Like, so if you're okay, like, so I was introduced to Islam to like the Moorish Science Temple of America, right? Like there they do blend nationalism in Islam and whatnot, right? If my nationalism is if I'm telling you that my Islam informs my nationalism or makes me nationalistic, I'm okay. Don't be so leery. Like that's okay. But if I'm trying to just like preach to your religion and I'm blending it with the nationalism and I'm getting it confused, like no, like run away from that, fam, because it's going to be a ball of confusion and whatnot. That's why I agree with Malcolm X. Like there's certain conversations where you have to leave the religion at the door and whatnot. And that's why I say I'm a pan-nationalist, right? Like so we're a bunch of different nations of people in this diaspora and whatnot. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm saying I support you in whatever nation you're trying to be. Like so if your nation isn't practicing my spiritual belief, why the hell are we talking about it? Unless it's something about like we have to protect our spiritual beliefs based upon some legal attack we're experiencing with that. Okay, gotcha. Then we got to talk about that. But beyond that, no, it's not a necessary part of the conversation. Unless I want to understand you, or whatever. Like my concept is this: is we should only talk about that kind of stuff on a nationalistic concept. So I can understand where we agree on things and where we need to respectfully disagree. Because we need like the whole thing is on the outset is we need to understand that we're going to disagree on something. So we need to choose how we're going to do it, right? And I'm saying we should choose at the outset to respectfully disagree and move forward on the things we agree on, right? So if I'm coming at you and my Abrahamic tradition is prime over everything, then that kind of, again, and to me that doesn't even make sense because the Abrahamic tradition is going to tell you to take care of your nation, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Like so, if I'm coming at you and it seems like I'm saying something other than that, like yeah, walk the other direction, bro, because it's not gonna be productive to the conversation. It's like having that one person in the room, like you're saying, oh well, if you're doing that nationalism, you're anti-Islam. It's that one person being there is unproductive.
Yeah, because I know, like, from Malcolm X, I know his parents, the Littles, they were members of the Garvey movement. I don't know if you know about that. Although he lost his way, as we all do, I can see how he could balance, being a Pan-Africanist Muslim. But a lot of the Black Muslims, they don't know how to balance it. So would you say that it'd be better if you kind of had a Pan-Africanist background, or, if you don't
I'm going to keep it a buck. So the ones that have a problem with it, just what form of Islam are they practicing? Most of them are practicing an Islam that did not come from the part of Africa that they come from. They're practicing someone else's Islam. And in turn, they're being Arabized in that whole thing, right? And that's their problem. They're in this conflict of being Arabized versus being a Muslim who's also Nigerian, or a Muslim who's also Ghanaian, or a Muslim, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like so, like again, my Somali family, you know what I'm saying, they're catching the same hell right now because they're saying, what, we're Muslim, but we want to go take care of Somali, whatnot. and the other Muslims are saying, well, oh, you're not practicing Islam, you're practicing nationalism and whatnot, right? They're in the same boat. They got one choice to make, right? Like, are we gonna debate these people and make them and try to get them to agree with us, which they never will, or do we build within ourselves and do our thing ourselves?
Because, brother, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I've noticed, and I know this very well. Everyone seems to be focusing on Palestine. That seems to be like the center forward of, you have to focus on Palestine. You know, your country doesn't mean anything. Now, it is true there are Black Palestinians. I don't know if you're aware of that. I don't know.
100%. Yeah.
There's Black Palestinian, indigenous. There's Black Jordanians. There's Black. I've seen them all, right?
Facts.
So you do know this movement of, let's not focus on, you know, building up Africa or anything. Focus on Palestine. Now, what's going on with that, brother, man? How do we help our Black Muslims to steer them away from that? Not to say that the Palestinians shouldn't get help. You know, I'm an African descendant. You know, we don't believe in, you know, cruelty to other races, but at the same time, our race must come first because we've been trampled on for so long. But what strategies and how can you help the Black Muslims to kind of, you know, divert away from the Palestinian struggle and focus on theirs?
So again, I want to talk about like what Islam are they practicing? Like, so that like, and this is where I don't even worry about debating them anymore, right? And this is why, because if I debate them, then I'm not spending time building my thing, right? And if I don't ever build my thing, they don't have something else to see in terms of comparison as to what Islam can look like, right? So if I stop building and I start arguing with them or try to debate with them to get them to see something, I'm pointing at something that doesn't exist yet for them, right?
Right.
And that I can't do that to them, right? Like I have to recognize why they are where they are, right? They're like, most of the time they're there because there's nothing else for them where they're at, right? There is no other competition for what they're doing, right? Like, cool, got you. Like you found the family you could find. I'm not mad at you. I have to recognize that on a human level, right? I have to recognize you are where you are, and you're not. This isn't going to make sense until you have something else to compare it to, right? I can talk to you about like what the Moors did in the past, or I can talk to you about West African Islam or East African. I can talk to you about history, all kind of stuff. Yeah, that's not going to matter unless they have something tangible in the here and now to look at, taste, touch, and feel, and whatnot, right? And so I'm doing them a disservice, arguing with them instead of building and whatnot.
Right.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, man. It does. It really does, yeah.
And I'm saying that as somebody who wasted a lot of years in that debate, bro. Like a lot. Like I was saying early in this stream, like Rossbeck, I wish I could get my time back with you. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of time wasted in these debates and whatnot, Phil. To where like nothing got built and a lot of energy got spent. You know what I'm saying? And so we can't do that no more. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, as a Muslim, right? This is going to be very controversial, by the way.
I'm pretty good with controversy. You good?
I'm good. So it's no secret that there's racism. You know, I like to refer it as unethical code of conduct. And what that typifies is when a collective of an organized group denies and controls African human rights in all things. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with that. The problem is that whenever you say, right, that, for example, all Europeans, Asians, Middle Easterns practice that collectively. In other words, they're all races. Problematic. It's not just for Abrahamic followers, for non-Abrahamic followers of Black people as well. They have a problem with kind of like accepting that they are, all of them practice that. But as a Black Muslim, how would you kind of break that down for the Black Muslims to help them to organize with us, and at the same time to be careful of the non-Black Muslims?
Ask that question again once. I'm not sure I caught the full aspect of it.
Yeah, how would you kind of help the Black Muslims to understand that all non-African people practice unethical code of conduct, racism, whether they are Muslim or not? How would you explain that to them? And do you accept that as well? That's the question.
That basically that everybody does nonsense. Is that what you're saying? Like just accepting the fact that we're all going to practice some nonsense out here. It's not just.
No, I'm on about racism. Am I breaking up, brother? Is the connection the thing I'm breaking up? Was I breaking up?
I might not be catching the whole thing, but in terms of go ahead, ask the question again.
Okay, how would you explain, if you believe in this, that all non-African people, Europeans, Asians, Middle Easterns, whether they are Abrahamic followers or not, practice racism on African people? Do you accept that? And if you do, how would you explain that to the Black Muslims?
You mean as a whole, or that there's groups amongst those groups that practice racism?
No, I'm on about as a whole.
Well, I don't agree as a whole, because I don't think that's right. I do agree that there's groups amongst all the groups. I think there's groups of people that groups amongst Black people that practice it amongst themselves.
Right.
Like in America, we have that. You know what I'm saying, all day. Like so. But yeah, so let's start here. I don't agree that it's amongst everyone as a totality, but I do agree that you can find groups amongst those groups that practice racism. So do you want to modify the question based upon that or no?
Okay. Here's the thing, right? The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I'm sure you read up on his autobiography, right?
No, I'm not too big on the Surah.
Right. I will just say a little bit that he seemed to have come back to and went against racism, women's rights, right? But we focus on the racism against Black people in his time. He seemed to have kind of put the work in. He understood. What I've noticed with the Abrahamic followers, the non-Black Abrahamic followers, is that they have not done anything to destroy this racism, even though their religions tells them to show justice and equality to their fellow Black Abrahamic. So that's why I was wondering, like,
I agree with you on that.
Do you understand what I mean? And
no,
I know
I definitely agree with that. Like, so, and that's why I asked the question before. Like, so what Islam are they practicing? Like, so for instance, like I deal with this all the time in America with the certain Christians and whatnot, right? Like, so the Christian community, like it kills me that the Black Christian community does not do much when it comes to racism in America, right? But at the same point in time, when I look at their history, they don't practice the same Christianity that they came off the slave ship with. Like, a lot of people don't, for instance, know that there was actually Christianity in West Africa prior to colonialism. It just came in via Ethiopia and Yemen and whatnot, right? So so like their Christianity, like it looked like their people and whatnot. It walked like their people, talked like their people. It had a whole different concept to it. And for a while, actually, I can show you the history to where they were taking care of themselves with that type of Christianity in this country. And then people decided to be like, oh, white ice is colder than black ice. You know what I'm saying? Let's go practice the Western form of Christianity, whatnot, right? So that's what I'm saying. So, like, for the ones that aren't practicing their cultural forms of the Abrahamic traditions, like they're kind of in a oubliette, a place of forgetting, and they're kind of like, they kind of have like a Stockholm syndrome going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So for the ones that are going to go back and practice their own cultural form, you're not going to have an issue with each other. They're like, yeah, they're definitely going to be with you and fighting the racism and whatnot, because they can see what's going on. The people with the spiritual Stockholm syndrome, they can't see. They got the spiritual blindfold on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They took the black Jesus down and put the white Jesus up. Like, that's a psychological thing right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, most definitely.
They're still on a mental plantation, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? That's a voluntary thing. Like, so they got to get themselves out the matrix on that one. But that's also why I'm saying, like, the only thing you can do at that juncture is when you're dealing with, when you see that problem happening, is link up with the like-minded people who don't have the Stockholm syndrome, so you can at least, like, so in the Matrix kind of a example, like if you got to break out the Matrix, you got to give them a Zion to go to. You know what I'm saying?
So I hear that one. Yeah, that was a good metaphor. That was, yeah. It is very tricky though, man, because as I said, we as African descendants, we're from different regions, and the unethical code of conduct, man, which is based upon us or against yourself to say, and that is very, very aggressive. And it's always in these religions. It's in Sikhism, Buddhism as well. I'm not gonna, not mention them, but it's very difficult for us as a people because there's something about us where we recognize the creator and spirituality emanates from us. It flows. So whenever you hear spirituality, we'll naturally cling onto it. But at the same time, man, like you've got these other ethnicities that use it. And we as the black community are sick and tired of it. I mean, the interview with Brother Aspect, I'm not gonna disrespect him. I mean, he's done some brilliant things. Any black person that organizes, I'm coming from that background myself, and still doing it. You cannot take that away from them. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's balancing religion and culture. And this is something that we fail as a community. We don't know how to separate them. A lot of us need to be trained. And like yourself, you know how to balance it. We need a lot of brothers like yourself that can teach the Black Abrahamic followers that, this is how you balance your culture and your religion. I know Garvey, done a lot of stuff, but a lot of I won't say people are kind of resistant to Garvey because, he's what he did, but we have a lot of mindset of religion comes before any form of ideology. So we definitely need that, brother, man, to like yourself, to help out, to help this navigation.
Yeah. And I try to do my part in terms of in educating. Like, so again, for me, the big part, like in America, for instance, I'll just say like here, like, so a lot of the people in diaspora in America, whatnot, they're separated, in the UK as well. They're separated from whatever it was that their culture was practicing, right? Like, or their cultural form of of Christianity, or their cultural form of Islam, or their cultural form of whatever, right? And so I do my best on my channel to try to bring that information out and whatnot. I'll be doing a lot about that. Doing a lot of presentations this month in Black History Month in America about that as well. Because it's a big deal, fam. Because that's something that's it's huge, and it's like you can't separate your spirituality from this stuff. And like so again, put your religion at your door, but you're gonna pick it back up once you leave the conversation. So it's not like you're not gonna be practicing this thing. So are you practicing? Are you practicing a religion that reinforces your culture? Or are you practicing one that takes you away from your culture?
Sorry, family. And can I just emphasize what he's saying with an example, right? So we have Khabib, but he'll pray to God all the time. But obviously, when he's in the ring, he's not relying on God at that time, or he doesn't see it as haram whilst he's fighting, right? So that's what you're basically saying, that you can put it to the side, and that's because that's the sentiment, like with Islam, with Muslims, and I can understand that. Yeah, just want to.
Yeah, that was good. That was Brother Akin. That was a good.
It's a good example, right?
That's a good.
I always think, Kale, you got a point, no, brother. Yeah, sorry, am I speaking too loud? You got a point because it's kind of like almost like it looks a bit hypocritical, and you've got to ask yourself, how much is the God willing for you to do for it not to be sort of completely ruled out, right? Because he's kicking the shit out of people in the ring,
right?
And he could possibly, maybe kill someone. Touch wood, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But so from the outside, for me, there's way more mystery to Islam, and what is permissible and permissible and all the rest of it, and that can be deceiving. So you really do have to check out about this religion more than what meets the eye, I believe.
Yeah, like you brought up a good example, because like Khabib is super Dagestani. You feel me? Like he ain't leaving his culture behind for nothing. You feel me? Flags, food, culture, all that. He's not leaving that, and he's still Muslim, right? And so what my brother's talking about over here is like, so why can't other Black Muslims do the same thing?
Right. Yeah.
It should be the norm. It should be the norm. And if it's not the norm in your community, just understand you're practicing a form of Islam that's brainwashing you, fam.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because a lot of Muslims probably say that's haram for him to fight already. And I just wanted to know if that would be majority or like just a couple. You know, how much of that demographic would agree with what Khabib does and how many don't.
And this is the hypocrisy, though, because my man just said, and I said earlier, like, let there be a free Palestine rally tomorrow. They're gonna tell the black Muslim, you better be there. You better be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
but I'll tell you what, brother. Sorry to cut you, brother Kingo. There was I don't know if you heard of the lady from heaven. She was one of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But they done like a film of it, and they depicted the actors and actresses as black people. And it's no secret when we're dealing with Northeast Africa, which is classed as the Middle East. The indigenous Africans were there first, but I noticed that there were a lot of Asian and Middle Eastern followers of the religion of Islam. They were protesting, and they were very angry with this depiction of people portraying the companions of black. If you go on the YouTube, brother, King God, have you heard of it as well, brother? Did you see it?
What's the name of it?
It's called the Lady of Heaven.
Okay, look at that.
I'm gonna search that up now, Kel.
Yeah,
YouTube, Lady of Heaven.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Sorry, what's that to do with?
So basically it was one of the companions, well, a couple of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But there was a lot of they were boycotting the cinemas in Birmingham and London, and basically around the world, because the characters was depicted as black people. So, and there was a lot of Asians and Middle Eastern. They were very angry with this.
Okay, I'll have a look into it. It sounds like an emotional thing, subjective type of thing. Yeah. I try to not. I don't really know about sort of looking at the socio side of things, right? These days.
Yeah, but the point is, brother, is that when it comes to black progression economically and that, right, they have a problem with that. You understand? When it comes to Palestine, you helping Palestine, they don't have a problem with that. When it comes to depicting as the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, especially in that region, how they was all black, they have a problem with that. But they don't have a problem when you want to follow Palestine. And this is what I was saying is that the black Muslims need to do more to kind of tell their non-black Muslim brothers that whenever we're doing work to help out black community, they need to fall back, man, because you're very enthusiastic to protest when things are not to your liking. But for us, you need to fall back. That's all I was saying.
It'd be interesting to get the numbers about who's the main people who protest and like a resistance against a quote unquote oppressor, and what denomination they come from, right? But I would like to. That'd be quite interesting to know, because then that would kind of answer all your questions about, is it bad or is it detrimental for you to have this type of religion behind you if you're black? Because then it'd just be like obsolete, then wouldn't it? That question wouldn't even be a question. It wouldn't even be a factor into whether it'd be helpful for the movement as a whole, right? If they're Muslim or not, because it could be the fact that we're sitting here questioning Islam, and it could be like that it's actually probably more Muslims turning out for black causes than anybody else. And if that was the case, then it'd just be that kind of a little bit of an ignorant sort of stance to have. So I don't really want to.
But then that would lead to question, with all the causes that they've got within their own community, why so pressed to be on ours? Like I don't. Anyway, I don't. It's not as black and white as it seems. There's a lot of grey area there. Do you know what I mean? That is swept under the carpet and not spoken about. And those within the religion, black people within the religion, know this, but they turn a blind eye. Just like people that believe in Jesus turn a blind eye and like, oh, you just got to have faith and all the rest of it. It's all.
Don't forget, you've got these black Muslims that just don't even recognize Hadith, right? And the later and most up to date Quran, right? So, like, that's another thing. I'm starting to learn a lot more about Islam. I thought it was just Sunni and Shia divide, but it's way more delicate than that. That's why initially, when I spoke to elders back in the day, when I wasn't on the internet, they'd say that it's the Middle East and Islam, or quote, I don't know, like Middle East is more divided than Africa, right? And then that makes, then I was like, okay, well, Sunni Shia is the most fun, like biggest divisionary thing there, and then it's just layer upon layer. But yeah, no, that's interesting to break it down. Like, it's interesting that you guys are having a conversation. But what I want to jump on quickly and say there's some geezer called 19 Keys, a brother from the States called 19 Keys, and like he's making headway in terms of, like, he's sort of like an Andrew Tate, but it's more organic, I believe. I believe it's a little bit more organic, right? Because Tate's paid for a lot of his, even though I'm not hating on the guy and he's done whatever he's done, good on to him, but he's paid for a lot of his stuff. But he's almost got the same sort of following. He's quite new, but he's big in the conscious community in America. Right. So I see him as like a black Andrew Tate, but he's just all about building, right? So he's got a big presence. He's got quite a lot of followers, and he's Muslim, right? And he seems like to be like quite on code when it comes to Islam. He always mentions honorable Elijah Muhammad and references people like, you know what I mean, like the same old type of introduction he'll give. But
so he's NOI Muslim, is what you're saying. He's NOI.
I think he mentions a number of names, but so he kind of just embraces all of the different sects of Islam, black but black. Yeah. Right. So he'll reference black brothers, on Louis Farrakhan and all these brothers there. So
those are NOI. So I'm just trying to get an understanding, because in the chat you and I were going back and forth about 19 Keys, and I'm not for like taking away any credit, that anything positive any black dude is doing. I think you don't have to take away credit from that, but I will caution, like, you can't put him on a plate, like we were talking at the beginning, or I don't know if it's the beginning of the stream, because I don't think it was the beginning of the stream, but about when you're talking about Islam and Muslims, like Brother Orthodox Moore, he said he represents less than 1% being a Quranist, right? So yes, he's a Muslim, but he doesn't misrepresent, like, oh, this is I believe in this. He doesn't want people to believe that this is how most Muslims believe. So when you're talking about 19 Keys, yes, he's a Muslim, but he's also a Muslim who delves very heavily in numerology. Like, you can't paint the picture like he's some pious Sunni, fundamentalist, right? Like, I'm not knocking him.
Is he 5% or what? Is he a 5% or what?
All I know is the brother is deep. Like, he sound like a new age spiritual. He's really into economic, like, he talks a lot. I thought he was like some economic dude. All he's talking about was business, crypto, right? Like, he's talking about crypto. Or, he does wear a crown. He does wear a crown. His disposition alone. You know how when you see the NOI in their suits, you just be like,
he's very regimental.
He like that.
He's regimental.
He's like that. It's like, whoa, whoever he is, whatever he knows, whatever he talk about, that shit is serious. That's just how his disposition is.
What's his name?
So if anybody is subscribed to 19 Keys, If you
19
are
keys.
subscribed to Earn Your Leisure, and all of us Black people that's watching this right now, subscribe to Earn Your Leisure. They do monthly Monday stock market Mondays. They talk about buying a house, selling a house, fixing your credit, entrepreneurship, starting a business, paying your taxes, any and everything business-wise. You want to be an entrepreneur, whatever, subscribe to their channel. And they feature 19 Keys on a weekly basis. He's probably on their show at least 2 times a week. That's how I learned about him, through Earn Your Leisure.
Right.
And I think Brother Terry from Black Ice TV, one time he had this numerologist guy on his show. Forgot his name. A dark-skinned dude. He's really good at what he did. I actually watched a show where 19 Keys was interviewing him, and they seemed like they were very chummy, like they knew a lot about each other. The guy was breaking down his birthday. He was talking about his birthday, his birth order, how you spell his name, and the numbers. Like, you can tell they're really into stuff that I would say that the average Muslim wouldn't. Since I'm not a Muslim, I was all down with it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, like this conversation.
Well, he must be stirring up discontent within the ranks of Islam, whether he knows it or not. That's definitely something I looked at and I thought, wait, he's pushing the boat out of it. He's coming with 19 keys. He's blacked out. You know what I mean? He's got a crown on his head. Even though he's got the crescent moon on it, it's still kind of, you know what I mean? It's a bit too, you know?
Yeah, but American Muslims don't always care about Islam globally. You know what I'm saying? Because their experience here is going to be different. So I don't think anybody in the Nation of Islam is trying to silence the brother. You know what I'm saying?
But don't forget, when Malcolm X, obviously Malcolm X was coming with a bit more rhetoric, but it's the same type of, you know, it's that type of freedom coming off the back of, you know, the movement. And obviously it's a different time, you know what I mean? But I still feel like he's stirring up like ranks, because like this nationalism is a real thing that Kale's talking about, right? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm just so happy I'm not in that position where, you know, I even have to think about that. But yeah, I just don't think
about what? What do you mean thinking about what? Getting in trouble?
Is it worrying? Sorry, what was that?
You said you so glad you don't have to think about that. What's the
yeah?
that
I'm glad
part?
I don't have to think about the fact that yeah, I mean, look, it's nothing that I really pay attention to in it when it comes to. I was going to ask you a question about. Yeah, is that something that you're worried about? Is that something that, or not worried about, or do you feel that that's something that could be detrimental in terms of if you was to work with someone that came out and upfront of like, right, I'm with this particular sect, this is what it is, right, and you going to enter some sort of deal business with them. Would that worry you in terms, or would you feel like that was a bit of an unstable relationship, or is that were you gonna be wary of that as opposed to someone else who's coming off the road that's just like they don't say that they're from Islam or they've got any type of allegiance to any other thing and they're just fresh off the, you know what I mean, from the trenches, so to speak, or you know, from the grassroots. So someone off the road that doesn't have any allegiance. Yeah, like what's the difference? Like, is it more you'll be more worried about the person who comes off the street, just some random person, you know what I mean? That seems like they've come from the same background as you or whatever, or someone, you know, that's I always ask myself that. And to be honest with you, when it comes to business, I don't think that has a play in it really. If you're really serious about business, you know, it's going to be hard for a lot of these black people to commit and say that they haven't shook a white man's hand to get up to where they're getting, even though they may just go on and make a YouTube video about something that may seem like it's anti-white or anti-white culture or anti-Greco-Roman or anti-anything like that. But I guarantee they're going to have to shake a couple of hands.
The thing is, this is what the Honourable Marcus Garvey was saying in his philosophy and that, right? You can do temporary coalitions, but not permanent. It is true, brother, that especially in Garvey's time, etc., you know, we didn't have any power, so we had to conform to certain institutions, you know, certain types of ideologies, you know, which we were doing before, like communism and anarchism and etc. But one thing what the Honorable Marcus Garvey said is that, and he basically summarized it in three things, is that you nationalize your economics for African people only, you nationalize your culture for African people only, and you nationalize your political agenda. There is nothing wrong, brother, with having temporary coalition. It's true, sometimes you may have to kind of like you know, get the help of buying this from a person, or you know, if you want to buy some land, you may have to go to certain ethnicities due to the power dynamic. But it's what you do afterwards, brother. That's what the situation is.
Because
You know,
family. Because don't forget. Sorry, I understand what you're saying, but when the whole movement, when it comes to blackness, I'm gonna speak quite openly now and try not to be like, can't be relevant, but the whole thing is about food. Your own art, your own story, shelter, obviously, clothing, right? We've got to be up to speed with technology. So all these things will have to be like, you know, that's, you know, all these lectures talking about history is all good. And I think that's what the forefathers and the thought leaders and the intellectuals, all of what you want to call them, were trying to do, is inform you about thyself, right? But I think obviously, even within their particular schools, there would have been a sector devoted to building and you know what I mean, joint enterprise, like betterment and stuff like that, right? In all of their like these thought leaders schools or whatever, right? So that's what it kind of boils down to. And for me, I'm entering like negotiation and business ventures with brothers and sisters across the pond, and I'm sure that's definitely going to involve some Muslims. You know what I mean? Muslims, of all people, all different faiths. At this stage, we're past that. They will call the debate days, isn't it? That's the debate days. You figuring out what's like information about religion, right? And I think culture, etc. But now it's like way past that now, right?
Wait, are you Muslim, bro?
Am I
no,
Muslim?
I'm not, brother. Are you?
Okay.
No, I'm not. Are you, brother? Are you Muslim?
No, unfortunately, bro.
Okay.
Wait, Kingo, did you become Muslim?
You know what? I don't think I'm going to commit to anything else. I've got so much on my plate at the moment, but I just wanted to drop a bit of philosophy, yeah?
I like that answer.
No, I've got too much. Like, that's too much on my plate. I only get brain.
Yo, that answer was wicked. I like that answer, yo.
There's too much data in the system already, sis. I can't. It's too much. Too much. You know, there's 20,000 hadith. You know, I mean, come on. And these guys are, I mean, that's like dedicated. Yeah. You're not going to get through them all as well. But the philosophy is that what I learned, I liked it. I don't know if it's Socrates. I don't know who it is. It's a Greek philosopher, but he says there's three kind of different types of people. Yeah, there's the people who talk about other people. That's gossips. Yeah, and you've got people who talk about events, right, and places, etc. And then they're the average-minded people, right? The other one was the lower class, like, you know, low vibing people who talk about other people. Then you've got the middle class who talk about, and then you've got the upper class who talk about ideas, yeah? Like the advanced thinkers who talk about ideas, right? So that's what, if you apply that to all the people you're listening to, what are they talking about? Now, this is something that was interesting to me, because what you look at the people who are talking about other people and low vibing, this is from philosophers. This is like science, basically science, right?
Right.
The people who talk about other people, low vibing, yeah? They're usually the ones that just really haven't got much intellect. Then you'll have, or content to even talk about. So then you have events. People have looked at different events and history is one thing, right? Or up and current events, up to date current events is another thing, right? And they're the middle, they're the intellectual to a degree. Then you get the real wise ones who talk about ideas, right? And now the ideas part of it is when you're all together yeah, and you've gone past stage 1, or you haven't taken part in stage 1, you're on level 2, you've gone past, you figured out events and all the rest of it. Now you're at the idea stage where you want to build, right? These are the higher thinkers now, and you can't build with no skills and experience. You got to literally become like Neo, get your fucking gloves ready, get your gloves off your fingers, and then type through that internet and teach yourself, bro, about things. This is the level we're at.
And there's nothing wrong with that, Kingo, but the problem is what we do as a people is that we'll go into a non-African institution, right? Which we're going to have to go into unless we have our own thing. And then we fund or build up their institutions. We've got the skills. Okay, now let's do our own thing, which is what I was going to say. You've got the AdPack. You know, I don't know if you ever heard of Dino Kai. You know, you've got the AdPack organization, which are doing tangible solutions. Imagine that now if you're a parent, right? Or you need to understand certain facilities of the law. Look, you've got like the AdPack organization, you got the Al Kabilan as well. You know, you got that movement, you got the Black Betterment movement, you know what I mean? There's so many black movements where you can come onto the African continent, you know, study what is marketable in each African country. Because, you know, you do need to know about the politics over there. There's loads of like panels. You know, if you want to go to West Africa, you got to study the economics there. Obviously, you're a West African, so you know what I'm talking about. East, South, and Central. Do you understand? There's so much things, but the problem is, right, these YouTube things, it's like it tells us, oh, we just got to do that. There's a lot of us that are not just on the YouTube, we're actually doing grassroots. You know, we're building things as well. And so I do agree with you, but there's organization, brother, that if you were to, you know, put yourself forward around them, then it will help you to build, regardless of what situation you're in. You know, it's definitely a thing that can work out. It's been proven as well.
No, that's no, 100%. There's a lot of these things going on. AdPack is definitely something I've heard about from Dino Kai. He's good with it. I just feel like, he should definitely, he's underrated, right? But you know, time will tell. I'm sure he will keep on going the way he's going. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so I think with the whole thing about what people are doing with their time in terms of how they're helping the black community, I don't think that was a shot. People talking about other people. I think people are making a lot of money out of that, right? You see, like, people talking about relationships. You see Andrew Tate. You see Breakfast Club. They're usually gossiping, right? So that's like quite. I think that's what's taking. That's what's getting the most. That's what's trending right now, you know? I think the woke thing has kind of broken down a little bit, and that's taken over the gossip part, the low vibing part, and I think it's just reached a crescendo now with like places and events, right? The people who are trying to like build brainstorm, and that's reached a crescendo now, and it's like now we're at the stage of actually creating ideas in the community. That's when it's a trying time now. And they're going to see a lot of Big Brother effect, right? But it's funny that there's a couple white racists back in the day who say leave the black people to themselves to kill each other, because that's what they're going to do eventually. Yeah, you know, these racists, that's just their philosophy and all of them things. But that's going to happen in every single denomination. Don't think it's just black people. Oh, well, can't we just get along? And you know, why can't we join together? It's going to happen with all of them. Look at the Jews now. Fighting each other. The Orthodox don't want to get on with this one, that one don't. So it's just mind fuck. And if you can overlook just take all of all the shit that they're trying to put across to make people look weak and, you know, like, oh, have them talking about Islam, this, that, and this, that. I don't any of that penetrate. Go on. So I'm speaking here, man. I'm just ranting at the moment.
Oh no, you're good, bro. What is the Shakara still come around there?
Zachariah's doing good, brother James. He's got platform where you'll find him and Baba Mbandaka doing tangible things with the El Capitan movement, brother. So yeah, you just have to subscribe to it and you can be locked in.
What? That's just his channel.
Yeah, but he also does grassroots on the continent as well. That's what I said. Those who know about
in Africa now.
He's in UK.
Oh, okay.
What? Why?
Gosh, I'm very fond of Shaka, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I haven't spoken to him in quite some time, so I was just seeing.
Right.
I was getting on.
Yeah, we appreciate our people, brother, who are trying to help. Collectively, we have to give them their strides, man.
Yeah. Shaka definitely deserves that, man. 100%.
But I'm gonna say I appreciate that about you, though, Kel, man. You're always talking about solutions and the thinking. So you're in the higher stratosphere, bro. Trust me. You know what I mean? Talking about events. I heard you speak about events. So yeah, man, keep it up. Ideas, like I said, man, this is philosophy, bro. You know, so.
Wait, hey, Kingo, do you know any black African philosophers?
Fucking hell, you know what? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, they put like black philosophers. Huh? Stereotypically black philosophers. It's funny, yeah, that you should say that. Like
maybe defer to Kel, wouldn't it? Kel might know.
I do want to reference Imhotep. I do want to reference what's his name? Black philosophers. A lot of them were black, weren't they? I just forgot the names. A lot of them are posing as white, but they're black. All these ancient type of figures, like Imhotep was good with medicine, right? Then you have these other brothers from Egyptology, but there's African scholars.
You know any
contemporary, right? There's African philosophy, but there's no names to the
contemporary African philosophers.
No, I don't know any contemporary African philosophers. No.
What about you, Kel?
Well, you've got Kento Slovene. You know, he was a Haitian. He was a great
what's his name?
philosopher. You've got Kento Slovene, who's from Haiti. You know, he had some great philosophies. And the list goes on.
Haile Selassie was a philosopher.
I wouldn't really call him for that.
The list goes on. But one thing is, bro, is that.
Sorry,
What,
are you spelling his name? Kent?
Ken.
Yeah.
To.
Yeah.
SLV.
Yep. AIN.
AIN, yeah.
Did you say
SYLVAIN? Yeah.
Wait. Where's he from?
He was Haitian,
Haiti.
but he's from the African Congress. Yeah. From 1922 to 19.
Melanie. Oh, he's got a couple of quotes though. So Lassie's got a couple of quotes.
Yeah,
I can't. I didn't want to interrupt the discourse, but I can't believe you said Selassie.
Wait, but okay, this guy's hot. He doesn't seem to be well accredited. So, is there anybody else, Kel?
No, brother, he's well credited. He's a Pan.
Let me double check. So that's Kilo Echo, November Tango Oscar. Yeah.
No. Kilo Echo November Indy Tango Oscar.
Oh, you're not saying Kilo. You're saying Bravo.
No, brother James. No, brother. I said Kinito, brother James.
Oh, because there's a Haitian.
You're a very educated brother. I'm shocked that you're missing.
No. Sorry. There is somebody by the name of Benito Silvan who's a Haitian journalist. When I type in Kenito Silvan, it comes up with nobody. That's what I'm saying. So are you sure that you're not mistaken and that you're actually talking about the Haitian journalist by the name of Benito Silvan?
It was the Pan-Africanist Congress, brother. I've got the book
here.
Yeah.
Benito Silvan was a Haitian journalist, diplomat, and lawyer. He was the organizer of the 1900 Pan-Africanist Conference.
That's right.
Okay, Benito. Okay, that's fine. This is a mistake. His name's Benito, but he doesn't seem to be referred to as a philosopher. I'm interested to know, like, what particular, like, what as far as you're concerned, like, makes him a philosopher in your conception.
Well, it's his his ideas and how he put his thought process into liberate as well as organize, and as I said to you already, brother, is that we have to change the narrative if we're gonna go by what the European.
Akhenaten was a philosopher.
You understand?
Not, and yeah, I said like contemporary. So just to be clear, so right now we've got a Haitian journalist.
Right.
We've got Imhotep and Akhenaten, is that what you just said?
Akhenaten, I think it's Akhenaten.
Okay.
I think it's one of these biblical, not ancestral.
Yeah. I was thinking you were going to say someone like Franz Fanon or something, but
Yeah, Francis Fanon is good. His book, you know, Black Skin, White Mass was a very good book. You've got William Chancellor as well, obviously, The Destruction of the Black Civilization.
Let me see. That was a guess. Yeah, I'm not googling as well, so obviously.
do you know of any black analytic philosophers?
Analytic. We can throw in Dr. Amos Wilson, if you want to call him analytic.
What you know?
Dr. Amos Wilson. Have you heard of him?
I've heard the name, yeah.
I know he's a builder, but I'm sure he did.
Big up to back.
What'd you say?
Any specific subject going about, or is it just like?
Yeah, we were just discussing black scholarship, really, and whether or not Hale knew of any contemporary African philosophers.
No, man.
Do you know what? Let me ask
at the same time.
Sorry, let's try to Chief Jones something quickly. What?
I said, it seems like it's improved now, but the mic's really bad now.
I think there's like, because there's people talking when I'm talking, maybe. Michaela Peterson, do you subscribe to her channel by any chance?
Excuse me. Sorry.
I think I heard, whatever I thought I heard, you said, do I subscribe to someone's channel? I barely subscribe to anyone's.
Right, so she done a podcast about anti-aging. Just wanted to ask the panel, yeah, because it blew my mind. It's thing called fecal matter transplant. Have you heard of it?
No, bro, you could explain that. What's it about?
So, you know, the gut is really kind of like connected to all different bodies. So, allegedly, I don't know if this is pseudoscience or whatever, but allegedly it's connected to your brain and it's classed as your second brain, etc., etc., etc. So they're saying having good gut, healthy guts is good for the whole of your body, information, etc., etc., etc. And for people who don't have good guts, right, there's a fecal matter transplant. And so what they do is they get fecal matter, which is shit, from like a young person, a young, fit, healthy person who's got a really good gut, and they take that shit and they transplant it into your bowels, and then through some sort of process, the things inside the shit goes into your shit, and then you get like a good gut. Now, I'm sorry that that's so graphic, but there's only really one way to explain it. So, the question would be this: who would go through that procedure if it made you look young?
Did you interrupt the discussion about African philosophy?
I just wanted to know. I'm literally gonna go. I just wanted to know before I left. So, what were you gonna say? Would you undergo that procedure by any chance?
Bro, I wouldn't know. I mean,
Are you thinking about doing it or something? Because that sounds like a personal
Where did this come from?
Buddha's been asleep 48 hours. He's tired, man.
I've been awake over 48 hours. The maddest thing is, when I heard that, I couldn't think of anything more worse to happen to somebody. Imagine that. No, don't imagine that. But just like, you know, that's a I don't know.
Well,
I
thanks
think
to you,
people
we
do.
got no choice now but to imagine it. But yeah, cheers.
But you know, I posted the link earlier on, didn't I?
Imagine if you had to eat it as well. How are they going to get it inside you?
So there's two ways of doing it. They do it through a colonoscopy, or they can put it inside a capsule, 2 capsules, so it gets down to your lower gut, and you swallow it.
Why is this still why is this still going on?
Why is this what?
This is what lack of sleep does.
Anyway, listen, you guys take it easy. Good catching up with you. We'll speak soon. Good night.
I hope we get some sleep, but nah, for real, I've been there. You start thinking some fuckery things, and to you it makes sense.
Hey, Fela Kuti.
Wow. Oh, wow, bro. Ah, fucking hell. Yeah, what? The non-tail then, yeah?
Yeah, so Anna J. Cooper, I consider as a philosophy and that. Anna J. Cooper.
I failed, okay. I got X's next to my name for Fela
It's not about failing, brother. It's we're here to learn.
Fela Kuti, no, he did rap. He did kind of like he did music, right?
It's not about failing.
No, not rap, but he sung, right? He's a singer.
But we can't forget the African females who's also contributed with philosophies as well. So you know what I mean, we got to keep it equal.
Yeah, when I think when I say philosophy, I mean like some kind of process of like skepticism in which you arrive at like some kind of conclusion, you develop some kind of theory. So like in like Western kind of tradition, in terms of contemporary philosophy, that's like kind of like analytic philosophy. So you know, like philosophy of maths, philosophy of whatever, like logic. We're gonna talk about like metaphysics, that kind of stuff. Do you in that kind of vein? Do you know of any African philosophers?
Well, as I said to you, brother, I gave you Dr. Amos Wilson, and no disrespect to you, brother James, I only rely on the African descendants who have put forth the. I don't go by the narrative of the Europeans, because you do understand.
He's a psychologist, though.
But brother, you see, brother, I understand in it. We're all in different stages in our life, right? And as I said, changing the narrative, brother, and having our own narrative for us to rely on our own African descendant philosophies and education is very important, brother. It increases the energy, believe it or not. You know, it increases.
Question: a psychologist, you're discounting a psychologist from being able to develop and mature a philosophical idea and document it and maybe write a book about it. Like, then is discounted by proxy of their credentials, like what their field of study.
I'm not really sure I understand.
That question is to James. That question is to James. A person who's a psychologist is not able to philosophize and document it and write about whatever they're philosophizing about, whatever their philosophy is. Are you saying that because they're psychologists, they are unable to do that? I'm just trying to understand your position.
Well, it just depends. Well, I mean, I guess psychology is like an empirical endeavor, right? So I mean, could you put forth some like view or some kind of philosophical consideration? I guess so. Is it like noteworthy in terms of from this person? I don't know. But that's like kind of not the question. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not a professional philosopher. And by that, that means he's not like qualified, or he doesn't have a PhD, or he hasn't made some like major contribution to, let's say, the tradition. But I mean, no, it doesn't mean you could be an armchair philosopher and make something like propound some kind of view. From like but I think what bigger problem that Phil just raised was,
Is it just me or is his mic going a bit nuts?
I think someone else's
Who?
mic. I think someone needs to mute. But yeah, but I think a bigger problem what he said is something that he only takes because it seems like every single person that you've given me is like some kind of political or social commentator or theorist, right? And I imagine a major sort of feature of their work is going to be speaking on like race, like relations or identity
And
politics.
is that wrong? You
Well,
wanted more like philosophy about like the reason for life or something like that. Like I'm trying to like understand you.
Yeah, there's like more fundamental questions, I guess. So, you know, like I said, I gave you an example about an analytic tradition, you know. So you're gonna ask essentially, yeah, some of these like more fundamental.
But what if African people just choose to philosophize about other things? What if there's a common theme that people of African descent are more interested in, you know, those type of topics? Maybe by proxy, by nature of their experience, their cultural experience. So, you know,
Yeah,
people are going to choose different topics to, you know, to ponder about and to think about the causes and the reactions and all of those things. Because I was thinking of Francis Plus Wellston.
Yeah, they're all philosophizing.
Right?
But
And
they haven't.
she has her own, you know, she's a clinical psychologist. I believe she was a clinical psychologist, but she has her, you know, like she wasn't going into clinical psychology and some of the things that she was writing. So that's why I was asking those questions. Like,
That's why you see a lot of people have philosopher.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a bad example because she was like delusional or whatever. But you're talking about like
no, I mean, but her philosophy, some people agree with it. You may feel like her philosophy is absurd, and you have your right to that. You know, that's the beauty about things that people write is that you don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, I think it's like demonstrably false. So like there's no empirics that like justify.
However, I thought you said that philosophy and psychology was based off of empirical evidence. So now there needs to be empirical evidence for philosophy.
No, I said it's false. I just said it's false. I didn't say what she's doing.
But it's philosophy. Like,
you know what,
you know, that's someone's
respectfully, Mel. You know, like obviously say whatever you're gonna say now, but I think it's your mic.
No, never.
I'm saying when you're done, can you mute? Because I think that's the problem with the feedback. But go on, say what you're gonna say. No, I'm saying finish what you're gonna say. I'm saying, but when you're like when someone else is speaking and you're on mute, there's like some reverb. Sorry, not mute.
Empirical process.
So just now I wasn't muted and it wasn't doing that. So maybe while I'm speaking, someone else needs to mute.
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, is it? It's me. I'll try mute my mic.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Okay, we solved the problem. So I asked you the questions to see what you were looking for. If a person's credentials discounted, you know, because like Dr. Amos Wilson, you know, he definitely went a lot into the childhood psychology for Black children, right? So he definitely has his own way of understanding Black child psychology, right? But if that's not the direction that your question was, it doesn't make sense to mention Dr. Amos Wilson. You see what I'm saying? So I wanted to understand like what type of credentials this philosopher needs to have.
Yo, James, just quickly. Don't you draw out philosophy through your experience with your particular trade, or what you what?
I think there's different senses you're going to be using philosophy here. That's the problem, right? So if you mean, and that's why I kind of did specify to Kel, I said in the like the sort of Western analytic tradition, like so that's just going to be essentially taking like a rationalist approach. So you're using logic, you're using reason, you're making analysis of language, essentially like a formal process. Whereas other types of philosophy, maybe continental philosophy or like Near Eastern philosophy, it's going to be far less structured, formal. It's going to be maybe like more emotive or something. It seems what Melanie was talking about was just psychology, like just essentially empirical research. I think Frances Cress Wilson, I'm not too familiar, but from what I understand is she wanted to make like she wanted to make a lot of claims about like genetics, biology, that kind of shit, as well as genealogy and stuff. And the Dr. Amos, the example she just gave, he seemed like he was just like a psychologist, right? So no, yes. To answer your question, that wasn't what I would have been referring to.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Contemporary philosophers that are interested in the things that like are laid out, like so. But I think Kel doesn't know of any, from what I understand, or he doesn't think it's important to sort of tackle those fundamental questions about reality. Right, Kel? You don't think that's important?
I would agree. You got bigger fish to fry. I'm just saying, like, and for anybody who doesn't think we do, so I don't know what part of this diaspora are they in, like that.
There's a lot of like Jewish that would have been in the midst of like like pogroms and stuff in Russia and Western Europe. They would have
Jews as
been
in black Jews, as my Hebrew brothers Jews, or what you talking about?
no, they're like real Jews, right? They would have
Don't do that.
Do
I'm
like,
saying, so you're speaking about non-black people when
so I'm saying
for the most part we were trying to have a black conversation. So
no,
I don't know if you recognize that.
I'm giving an example of contributors to the tradition that themselves are like marginalized, or they themselves were like part of a group that was being marginalized, whatever, but still had an interest or still had major contributions to this kind of tradition. And I'm saying, why aren't there any black people? Why, or if there are any black people, why don't you know them? Because that's another question. It's like it could be the case that there are a lot of black philosophers that have contributed to the tradition, but one thing's certain: you don't know who they are. Why is that?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Perhaps like I just told you, I feel that we have bigger fish to fry. I don't know if someone would disagree that someone's explanation about the meaning of life is more important than the fact that 5 black police officers just beat a black man to death in America. Like, there's just for me, I'm not really wanting to sit around and read a book about the meaning of life right now. I'm trying to see like what the market is doing.
Part of that,
what's happening? Are we going to be in a recession or not? Are people going to lose their homes?
Yeah, but part of that is because culturally and collectively, there's going to be a lot of black people that think like you, and in and amongst those black people, there's going to be people that it doesn't matter if it was their choice to read these books or not. They don't possess the capacity to comprehend what would be contained within those books, and I think that's like a big problem, right? That's maybe even a bigger problem than giving a shit about what's happening in Memphis. Maybe the fact that like the literacy rate is such that there's kids that wouldn't even be able to understand the book like that if you gave it to them. And or, there's like a culture of basically admonishing people for feeling like that is an interest they have. That's bad, right? That's like a bad thing.
But do you not think at one time black people were the situation was a lot different for African descendant people and they were more interested in that stuff? Like, I think that you're like, I guess not incorporating the context and that I'm definitely saying that context is definitely a huge factor, because I think that there was a time for Africans that where they were very focused in philosophy, but a lot of ish has happened to kind of shift the focus, or at least the level of importance in philosophy. I think when you have people who are more so in a survival or a catch up mode, I think things like that become less and less important. So I don't think it's a reflection of their actual intellectual capacity to process those things, that message or that information, but more so about their focus. That would be my, opinion.
I got a chip anyway. It's been fun. Good to see you, Mel. So pick up yourself. King Gold, 90 for even I haven't spoke to you. And listen, my favorite person, Kushti, big up yourself. Yeah, you hear this? Like, much love to you. Get me? Easy.
He is such an asshole. Like, he loves being an asshole. That's the funny thing. Like, he loves it. Woo! That was like the most American thing you could do. It's a woohoo. I want y'all to know that. I learned that in here.
Yes. So yeah, so the whole YouTube vibe came back with a vengeance. Right?
Who are you telling? First Belly's live, now Naita's live. This is great.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think it's good. It's good. I'm probably just going to reserve judgment over the whole political part of it. So, but yeah, no, the topic that Kale was bringing up was pretty interesting.
So, did you like the interview? Kingo? Tommy Robinson and Aspect?
Yeah. I think I've seen bits of it. It's pretty much how you expect it. It's very type of reserved. I don't think they're really being fully 100% honest with their views, all of them. And it's just more orchestrated stuff that is I suppose people wanted to see. Really, it's gonna get more people interested in what's going on with that part of it. But yeah, I think it's a bit boring, to be honest. Right?
Oh, okay. You didn't find it entertaining?
Not really. It's not really entertaining. Not to me. I think Rass was they're trying to compare Rass to, I think, someone like going to Sheikh. I think it was Kadan. I really want to stay out of this, but I think it was because I don't want to be like a shit stirrer, but I think they're trying to say Kadan showing teeth and shaking his hand in Speaker's Corner is equivalent to Rass sitting down with him on the sofa. I mean, if that's the
wait, are you calling my YouTube boo thing a shake? You trying to be funny?
Who? Callum?
You? Yes, he ain't no shake.
Is he your boo thing? Yeah, is he your boo thing?
No, he's my YouTube crush. He ain't my boo. That's the married man, I think.
No, so look,
I'm trying to start no rumors.
I'm just saying, like they were trying to compare that.
But how you gonna call him a shake though? Why are you being messy?
He shook Tommy Robinson's hand and with a smile.
Oh, I thought you meant like he's a shake, like a Muslim shake.
No. But I think they were trying to no, they were trying to compare that, right? And I just like, wow. You've got that much time on your hands. It's like philosophies. Like, I feel that's probably why there's not so many black philosophers, because I don't think people have really got kind of like time for that. I don't anyway, personally. Like, I don't. Literally, just never. Just soul destroying for me to like swoop down to the level.
Well, at least we know now then that Raspek shook his hand too, so he's on the same level with them. With Kalam.
But I think Yeah, I mean, look, but I mean, on screen, more organically in Speaker's Corner, just like big, I think it was a bit different, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna try. I'm not gonna try. I don't know either one of the two, really. Let's be honest. But I think the philosophy thing was probably correct, because it seems like we know about Socrates, we know about all these bloody different people who talk about philosophy, right, from the Greek world, but we don't really know too much about African philosophy or philosophers. And I think, like, if you study philosophy, I think if you need to have studied other philosophers for really for yourself to be cool, because if other people can go down a, you know what I mean, they can be in a particular position like psychology, but they may not know about other philosophers. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Where they're not going to have.
I guess it's more like it's if there's a already established Eurocentric standard for philosophy, and people of African descent, don't want to, or I guess no longer interested in pursuing, like recognition amongst, other groups in that area. You know what I'm saying? Because right about now, shit, we need some African-centered scientists, mathematician, technologists. Like, we need them to be into STEM, man. That fucking philosophy shit ain't getting us nowhere. Goddamn it. So you ain't gonna get me to cry no tears that we don't have black philosophers anymore. I'm dead on that. Because right about now, we need people to be talking about the shit that 19 Keys is talking about, and earn your leisure, and financial, economic mobilization.
Yes,
institution, creating institution.
36363.
Yeah, I mean, no, they be getting real pseudo though. I'm not talking. They're still my brothers, but they definitely be on the pseudo side.
Was you locked in last night?
Locked in where? Like Magic? No. I think
Sis,
no,
there was a pharaoh.
really,
There was a pharaoh looking brother there though. I mean, he was spitting some game. He said that he turned into a snake. In the middle of an altercation with someone, he turned into a snake.
You see, I wasn't lying, baby.
Yeah, but
but listen. Pseudo. Who the hell watching that?
You can't just rule him off like that. Wait, I'm just saying. He could have just taken. No, wait. You know what? A lot of people would. No, listen.
You violent.
Sis, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, is he on LSD?" inside the chat, and he asked him. Brother Rick said, "Look, have you taken?" But obviously,
Brother Rich asked him that.
Yeah, but don't forget, if you're on shrooms and you take that sort of path in life where you're, and he said, "Yeah, I have. I had, because he knows about psilocybin, DMT, and all that. I imagine, yeah. So that when you get to a certain level, so yeah, they're, but
no, but he wasn't on DMT or whatever during the interview.
I think they said that he does a level of it. So I don't know if he said about at the time when he was, he turned into a snake.
Because that would be like basically saying I'm high right now during the interview.
Yeah, but he did admit it, so it made sense. And if you don't like take chloride and you sort of tweak your body in certain ways, don't use fluoride or use brush your teeth without all that shit, and try to not taking toxins and certain things and do certain things, and you can have extra DMT created in your brain, right? It's in your certain parts of your brain. So, and if you've got a high level, then you're probably gonna have more visions, right? But maybe you could call it fantasies or visions, because LSD is just pretty much what they call it now. Just see a lot of visions, right?
A hallucinogen.
Hallucinations. It's a hallucinogenic. But yeah, no, but I mean, look, I'm not going to rule out any of the teachings or what people are speaking about if they are taking psilocybin mushrooms or whatever, because I think there's a lot of things in Africa that people use, even in America they use ayahuasca and all that, right? So there's stuff in Africa they use, and it's that they don't see it as, oh well, you're tripping, and this person.
I think that stuff is not looked upon favorably. A lot of people look at mushrooms or any sort of hallucinogen. I don't know, taboo. You don't think so?
Well, it's part of this whole chakra thing, and the whole that sort of thing right there. So interesting. Well, it's getting late. I think everybody's dropping out now at the moment. Yeah, no, it's I don't know.
Listen, I'm getting ready to step out the house, so.
Are you? Okay. Oh. Seems like I came in a bit late, but hey, I end up eventually coming.
It's earlier for me. It's late for you guys. Nine, where you at?
Yeah, 19 keys. I think I was quite interested that not many people know about him, because I seem to see his stuff everywhere.
Yeah, I'm about to jump off too, man.
Have you taken up Islam? Yeah.
If you don't cut it out, taking up some Islam, stop it.
Have you read a Quran even? I haven't. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't. I've read bits of it.
No.
I haven't gone as far as to buy one. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
no, I have not.
Yeah, I might have to do it then. I don't really want to leave. I don't know if Nine's there.
I know, because then the show just gonna be. It's just gonna be on like the time limit. My dog's going crazy in the background and everything. Yeah, cut it out. Cut it out.
Well, that microbiome thing sounds quite interesting, though. As nasty, as icky as it is. Because
sounds interesting.
They say
that's what Buddha was talking about.
A lot of diseases happen in your gut. But
yeah, just take a damn probiotic and a prebiotic. What the hell? I'm not putting nothing in my boo-boo. What the?
Yeah, and then next minute they'll be saying, yeah, go and get your jab. What? So what's the difference between you going and getting a Yakult or one of these things, whatever they're called, whatever they call, the little microbiome. What's the difference between that and a badge?
I don't know what the badge is. I don't know what you're referring to.
Okay, well, I mean, other prescribed things that say apparently meant to be good for you, or things they're co-signing saying, yeah, well, this is good for you. Even me, I'm skeptical about these milkshakes, these microbiome milkshakes. But I will have.
No, I think it's just specific to gut health, which is actually true. Your gut health is important, but I don't know about these extents that they're addressing gut health. Like, I just take a prebiotic and a probiotic.
Right. You know what?
Make sure you have a good balance of bacteria and yeast in your stomach. Helps you to digest the not so healthy things, and it just keeps everything balanced. I don't know. I didn't know you had to do.
But don't forget, there's milk in it as well, right? And then when I found out milk is kind of poisonous, it's kind of like.
There's milk in what?
Milk in these. I don't know, because you say you take probiotics, right? But there's a lot of these milkshakes that they have for your microbiome, and that's the most.
No, mine is just a capsule. It's just a capsule. It's not like, yeah, I don't do dairy like that either myself. So
yeah. I used to drink them, man, and I stopped drinking them. But yeah. I mean, maybe.
But it's got so many other dairy milk alternatives. You could. Unless you're allergic to nuts, you're like domestic, you're pretty much screwed. But almond milk, cashew milk, macadamia milk, rice milk. This rice milk is disgusting to me. But they got other alternatives. You got to.
Yeah, do you know what? I find cashew milk is fine. Right? I mean, you can put cashew milk in and make cakes out of that, and I find it's all right. It's okay. Doesn't taste too bad. But yeah, it's a fine path to walk when you're really trying to go. Like, I think honestly, I'm going to go alkaline properly. I've had to eat meat though recently. I'm not going to lie. I just felt like I needed some meat. But yeah.
You should just eat more spinach.
I started eating spinach, but spinach actually it's got a lot of carbohydrates in it. So, but yeah, spinach is decent. It actually tastes good. It actually way better tasting than kale, I think.
Wait, you said spinach is high in carbohydrates?
I think it's and it turns into sugar apparently.
Spinach.
Yeah, it turns sugary.
What the hell? That's
right. Yeah,
bullshit.
it's like that's apparently what I heard. So that's why spinach. That's why Sebi hadn't approved. Dr. Sebi hadn't approved spinach as a good alternative.
Yeah, but there's some other, I don't know, like when you start looking into holistic eating and stuff like that, there's like, I want to say like garlic isn't approved by Dr. Sebi. When garlic has so many medicinal things that I just stopped being a Dr. Sebi believer because it just seems like I'm not a blind follower in anything, as you can hear. So if the shit just sounds stupid, I'm just gonna say it sounds stupid.
What are you saying though, sis? Are you still eating meat? Pause.
I eat chicken and fish, a little bit of turkey. I do a little bit of lamb, a little bit of goat.
Damn, a little bit, mate. You may as well say you're doing a whole full house.
A little bit, like meaning I might eat like some curry goat like once a month, once every 2 months.
Okay, so you must have
lamb.
You saying so you don't mind walking around with some cankles then, sis? Yeah.
Some what was that?
Ankles.
What's that?
Big ankles.
Oh, big ankles. Why would I have big? When you get big ankles
a little bit extra fat deposits. Because that's what
from eating what?
From eating like fatty meats like goat and beef.
If you eat it once,
yeah, but
you might be allergic to it.
Right.
No, once a week. I didn't say once a week.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, if you're you're eating every day, right? Being a meat.
No, I used to be a vegan, so I don't have to eat meat in every meal. Or I eat fish. Like today, I'm gonna have a salmon and some salad.
Yeah.
It's not hard to eat that way, but
I find that when you eat that stuff, you can wait 3-4 hours and you'll be fully charged. Depending if your body's fit or not, right? If you're like already fit, you can eat some meat and it'll be all right? And it will actually stay in your belly, right? But the thing with eating good alkaline-based vegan is that you got to eat loads of it. But when you do eat loads of it, you get way more energy than you do, right? Than when you eat meat. That's what I find. Like so.
No, I actually feel like I feel way better physically when I return back to eating meat or flesh, and I reduce the amount of carbohydrates.
Right.
So me
that's kind of keto-ish.
on the Sebi diet, I was less healthy than I am now.
Okay.
Because I was eating, you're allowed to eat rice. You can, definitely eat like black rice, sweet potatoes, and then just experimenting with all of that, like almond flour and amaranth flour, and just it was just way carby, way starchy type of a diet for me that I didn't need to eat. I'm cool with adding some chicken, adding some salmon. I can eat I got some I gotta see what this is right here. I think this is
sea moss, man.
I thought that was red salmon. I mean, I think that's some kind of salmon. But I can eat my red snapper again. Eat
Sea
my
moss is a bit too long to
kingfish.
make. Kingfish, yeah. Well, snapper's banging. Is snapper salty? Yeah, is it kind of salty?
No, you're talking about codfish, like saltfish. To me,
Right, but there's something that's naturally salty. Is there any fish that's naturally salty? I don't think there is there?
I don't know. I never noticed that snapper was salty. I love my snapper.
What? Have you tried halibut? Halibut.
I haven't tried it. I heard about it. It's
Right,
a little bit on the pricey side though, but I want to try it. The halibut.
Right, yeah. So,
Well, fish in general cost money.
Fish. You know what's interesting is that these days, I think I'd rather just cook and put a lot of stuff in the freezer. So, and that doesn't really work well with fruit, right? And all these different things. So sometimes it's good to have some meat that you've got in the fridge, like some fish and rice and whatnot. But
Yeah, I don't eat too much fruit, and I think that's because it's like in my mind, I got it's hard to transition away from some of that savvy stuff too, and plus I was doing keto at one point, so I got off of eating fruit. I got to go back to I don't even really eat apples. I like apples.
But you eat vegetables, though, innit? All women love to sit there eating vegetables. Just makes them feel nice, no? I always see women with a big bowl of vegetables. They always have some vegetables, some greens and whatnot. Makes women want to be healthy, right, for their children and whatnot. So, as long as you keep up with that, you can't go wrong, I think.
Yes, I love my vegetables. Let me fix my salad right now.
Well, you know what I find what goes down well with vegetables? You got to put a little bit of mayonnaise and obviously salt and pepper, but mayonnaise and a little tiny bit of mayonnaise. I know it's a bit bad, but I do have a little bit of mayonnaise now. I'm not gonna lie, I can't really.
Why is mayonnaise bad?
Huh?
Why is mayonnaise bad for you?
It's not. I don't think it is. But olive oil, mayonnaise, I like to mix that on put. But it's because it's milk, isn't it? Right? An egg.
No.
Egg.
I'm sorry.
Right? Egg.
No, mayonnaise has eggs. It's eggs and milk. That's it.
Right.
Not,
yes.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I can't know where my phone is. Y'all shut up. Sorry. It's eggs and oil. That's what makes mayonnaise. There's no milk in it. So unless you are allergic to eggs or you can't eat eggs in your diet, then mayonnaise isn't bad.
Yo, Gold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, have you come over here for your daddy's night?
What's that for my night?
Your daddy's night. We've still got. I don't know why I'm. Anyway, big up. Sorry about that, man. Family.
Yeah, we was trying not to leave you like that, sis.
Yeah, we didn't want to. Do you know what? It seemed like I come on and everybody just fucking run off the panel, bro. I don't know. Like, no, it wasn't even that. It was. I think Thingy left because he couldn't sleep, and then I don't know what happened. It was just like a snowball effect.
Yeah, Buddha came back up here talking some crazy mess about the intestines and doodle transplants, and I don't know.
And then it was quite funny
gotta
though.
listen to that part now.
I had a laugh though, yeah, when James was just trying to like.
Yeah, well, thank you, man. Sorry, some family rolled through, and
all right, sis, go on, do your thing.
All right, enjoy it. Family time on a Sunday. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Good to see you back. Yeah, I'll see you soon.
Yes.
Yeah, man. But
go live again, sis. We missed you. We missed our Sunday soup and all of that good stuff. Don't be staying away so long.
Give thanks. I'll have to try better still. But big up yourself. Big up putting in.
Big up yourself too.
But
yes.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that. I just got a bit discombobulated. You know when it's the mad family as well. You need them. Oh, I shouldn't even speak so loud to us. Woo.
All right, sis. I'll holler at you. Peace, everybody in the chat.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, family. Thanks for passing through. Thanks for everyone that held it down for me. And yeah, man, you don't know. Rice and peas in the building. And yeah, everyone came in and put in their work, man. So I appreciate that. But listen, as I always say, hit the notification bell. You never know what I'm going to be about. And yeah, I have to try and be a bit more regular, not come out of retirement for bullshit. But yeah, man, family, big up yourselves, man. Happy Sunday, and hope everyone's had a good meal. You never know, I might even come back in a lot of hours, You just never know. But one love to everyone still, one, yeah, man. Give thanks for passing through. All right, and remember, tell someone that you love them. All right, peace out.